Lin Yuan, you answer this. Briefly describe the history since the giant era began.
After teacher Zhang Tao's question, a handsome youth around 17 or 18 years old with black hair and eyes rose calmly.
He replied, since the giant era began, human history divides into three periods: the Dark Age, the Survival Age, and the current War Age. 120 years ago Earth underwent a mutation, its surface area expanding more than 100-fold. Yet no one at that time understood what this truly meant. 3 months later, dimensional fluctuations erupted as countless spatial rifts tore open across the sky and the giant civilization launched their invasion of Earth. This was no contest between civilizations, it was a systematic slaughter. The darkness was longer and deeper than the polar night itself. Giants devoured humanity while evolving into distinct subspecies: flame giants, demon ape giants, steel giants, zombie giants, and within a single year the global population plummeted by 60%.
Humanity's living space contracted to the brink of annihilation.
Yet in that moment of survival, the instinct to endure pushed humans beyond their genetic limits, triggering a complete evolutionary transformation. In the 36th year of the giant era, the first Esper manifested on the battlefield. Soon after, individuals across the globe began awakening powers. We call them the first-generation Espers. These pioneers served as both humanity's vanguard and Earth's protectors, establishing defensive lines worldwide against the overwhelming pressure of the giant civilization, buying humanity a fragile chance to survive. Now the conflict between humans and giants has escalated into total war.
The brutal giant civilization seeks to obliterate our civilization entirely, reducing us to slaves or mere sustenance. Thus, while we remain safe in the rear, hundreds of thousands of soldiers perish at the front every day, their blood and bodies forming the fortifications that protect us.
After Lin Yuan's words, everyone fell into silence.
Lin Yuan speaks correctly. The peace we enjoy is soaked in blood.
Teacher Zhang Tao finally spoke, his voice hoarse.
In endless darkness, someone must burn themselves to light the way for others.
He turned his gaze back to Lin Yuan and asked softly, Lin Yuan, you inherited your father's gifts. You possess dual abilities, thunder and self-healing. If you were willing to join the military, at least hundreds of thousands could survive because of you at the front lines. So, I hope you'll make the right choice. All eyes in the class turned to Lin Yuan, awaiting his answer. After a moment of silence, he firmly replied, I'm sorry. I choose to stay behind. The class erupted in shock. Their expression shifted instantly from anticipation to contempt, disdain, and even disgust. A coward who dares not even face the battlefield. I never thought Lin Tiang, such a heroic figure, would have a son as spineless as a bear. With 2 top-tier abilities, yet only daring to enjoy comfort in the rear, shameless. Lin Yuan, are you even a man? Do you have any fighting spirit? All 48 students in the class chose to enlist, even the girls volunteered for logistics, yet you're the only deserter. Despite the cold stares around him, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Because this was his choice. Just then Zhang Tao spoke again, sighing with resignation, very well. In that case, I respect your decision. Your father was a hero, and according to Chinese law you do have the right to avoid the front lines. However, I want to remind you that in this world there are still things more important than preserving your own life. Zhang Tao patted his shoulder. Lin Yuan could feel the depth of his disappointment. After all, Lin Yuan had once been his most promising student. The final bell rang. Classmates walked past Lin Yuan one by one, but no one spared him a glance. Silence itself became the deepest contempt. Just then a tall youth stopped and spat in front of him. Lin Yuan, you're truly a coward. Who would have thought General Lin would father a son like you? Lin Yuan raised his eyes and asked coldly, are you finished? You. The tall youth was clearly angered by Lin Yuan's indifferent expression. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Since you're done, then go. Lin Yuan lowered his head and began packing his belongings, speaking calmly, before you throw a punch, I advise you to consider whether you can actually handle me. With dual abilities, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly the strongest in the entire class, a true genius. The higher everyone's expectations for him, the more devastating their disappointment felt after he refused to enlist. Wang Mang lifted his head proudly. Lin Yuan, I admit your talent surpasses mine. But someone like you, a coward, has nothing to boast about except your gifts. Unlike you, I will burn my own life fighting the giants to the death, becoming a hero of China. But you'll hide behind like a coward and waste your miserable life away. After delivering these words, Wang Mang sniffed dismissively and strode out of the classroom without looking back. Within minutes, the classroom grew empty. Only Lin Yuan remained at his desk, quietly packing his things. He had already applied to withdraw from the school. Someone who refused to fight at the front lines wouldn't deserve to continue enjoying the school's resources, the others would only gossip. Just then a tall girl in a school uniform skirt approached him. Her long straight black hair fell to her waist and her clear eyes held an innocent, deer-like quality.
She possessed such extraordinary elegance that even in the simplest school uniform she radiated the brilliance of dawn. Biting her lower lip gently, she asked softly, "Lin Yuan, are you truly unwilling to join the military?" Without looking up, Lin Yuan responded coldly, "Chu Yu, if you've come to persuade me, save your breath." But to his surprise, the girl shook her head. "Lin Yuan, I may not understand your reasons. But since you wish to stay in the safety of the rear, this time let me be the one who protects you." Her voice was so soft, yet so resolute. Lin Yuan walked alone on his way home. The spring chill bit into his face, the wind piercing and bitter. Throughout the streets, recruitment banners and posters were everywhere. In this brutal era, someone had to step forward to fight the giants. Tens of millions of young people rushed to the battlefield, yet what was carried back from the front lines were nothing but mangled corpses. Yet even in such circumstances, no one feared, no one retreated. In everyone's heart a flame seemed to burn. What they sought was not some vague and illusory glory, but rather to protect their families at home. No matter what price was paid on the front lines, the rear could never fall. Because there lay the roots of Huaxia. For the peace and tranquility of the rear, someone had to choose to bear the heavy burden. And it was those young men who threw themselves into the front lines without hesitation who shouldered this responsibility. Enlist in the army, protect our homeland. Defend Huaxia, drive out the giants. Gazing at the stirring slogans lining both sides of the street, a sharp thorn lodged itself in Lin Yuan's heart. He was Lin Yuan, the son of Huaxia's dragon general Lin Tianke. Perhaps due to his bloodline, he had already displayed astonishing talent since enrolling, with both thunder and self-healing abilities detected. Everyone hoped he could become the next dragon general of Huaxia and drive all the giants away without exception. And Lin Yuan thought the same. He held his father as his goal, training his abilities without a moment's slackness. However, just 5 years ago the Huaxia army was utterly defeated on the main battlefield. In that battle a destruction-class giant appeared for the first time, a colossal being with a head like a dragon radiating scorching flames across its entire form. The Huaxia military named it the Dragon Flame Giant. In that battle, although Lin Tianke managed to stop the Dragon Flame Giant from breaching Huaxia's defenses, he paid a terrible price for it. Severely wounded and near death, stripped of his power and even losing his left leg. The former Dragon General of Huaxia, a figure as heroic as they came, had become a broken man. Many speculated that Lin Yuan had seen his father's tragic state and was therefore filled with fear, too afraid to go to the front lines. But the reality was quite the opposite. The fire of hatred in his heart had never been extinguished. The reason Lin Yuan had not enlisted was simply because 100 days ago he had awakened a sign-in system called Savior. As long as he signed in every day, he could obtain rewards. However, since Lin Yuan obtained this system, it had remained stuck in a loading state. It wasn't until yesterday that the loading bar finally reached 99%. If his calculations were correct, today should be the day he officially unlocked the system. As Lin Yuan was deep in thought, a mechanical system notification sound suddenly rang in his ear. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the Savior system. Detected that the host failed to sign in for nearly 100 days during the loading process. Would you like to perform retroactive sign-ins? Lin Yuan was slightly startled and instinctively said, "Perform retroactive sign-ins." Before the system finished loading, he had never imagined he would still have the right to retroactive sign-ins. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing retroactive sign-ins. Obtained item ability upgrade crystal. Obtained item stealth gem. Obtained weapon dragon slaying blade. Obtained skill thunder dragon's fury. Obtained item mechanical puppet. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing 50 retroactive sign-ins. Obtained special reward frost ability. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing 100 retroactive sign-ins. Obtained special reward death spirit ability. Hearing the system notifications constantly ringing in his ear, Lin Yuan stood frozen, completely stunned. The system had actually given him all the sign-in rewards for an entire 100 days at once. This sudden flood of wealth made Lin Yuan so thrilled that every pore on his body trembled. His weight and endurance had all been worthwhile. The Savior system he had obtained had indeed not disappointed him. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said in a low-voiced, "System, open the personal status panel." The next moment a data-driven status panel immediately appeared before his eyes. Host Lin Yuan, combat level D-class, Esper, blood energy 5348 calories, mental power 1793 Hz, abilities thunder ability, D-class self-healing ability, E-class frost ability, E-class death spirit ability, E-class items ability upgrade crystal, X20 life recovery potion, X15 stamina recovery potion, X15 mental power recovery crystal, X15 stealth gem, dragon slaying blade mechanical puppet. After seeing his current status panel, a self-deprecating bitter smile arose on Lin Yuan's lips. He laughed at how weak his strength was. In battle he probably could not even kill the most ordinary large giant, let alone those evolved mutated giants. And this was also the reason Lin Yuan had not chosen to enlist. One must know that on the front lines danger lurked everywhere, not only for rookies like him but even powerful espers could perish at any moment. Lin Yuan did not fear death. But he was also unwilling to die so easily. If it were not for the savior system he might have chosen to enlist, tempering himself in combat, breaking through limits again and again, either dying or becoming a powerhouse by stepping on the corpses of giants. But precisely because he had obtained the savior system, Lin Yuan had chosen to hold back. Sometimes retreating is the harder choice compared to advancing. This meant that before he fully matured he had to hide like a ghost in the safe rear. Even if he watched one companion and loved one after another perish before his eyes, he could not waver even slightly. After all, facing the giant civilization, even if he truly became a supreme powerhouse like his father Lin Tianke on the battlefield, it would ultimately not change anything. Lin Tianke, who had now become a broken man, was a bloody lesson. Therefore Lin Yuan had to endure and lie dormant. Only in this way could he avoid perishing prematurely and through the system's help truly gain the power to change the course of the war. Humanity clinging to life under the crushing oppression of the giant civilization was truly pitiful. Scholars had once estimated that after Earth's territory expanded, humanity occupied less than 10% of it. Even so, the giant civilization still intended to completely wipe out humanity. For humanity this was undoubtedly the darkest night with no sign of dawn in sight. Yet no one knew that somewhere in a corner of Huaxia a young man with a resolute face silently clenched his fists, flames burning in his eyes. If there is no torch in this darkness, then I shall be the only light. I will drive out all the giants. Without leaving a single one. Tap tap tap. Lin Yuan gently knocked on the door. Not long after a voice came from within, both laughing and chiding. "You little rascal, forgot your keys again." After a rustling sound the door swung open before Lin Yuan, revealing a one-legged man leaning on a cane. The one-legged man bore the weathered features of a face carved by wind and blade, with an uneven stubble at his jaw. Despite his languid bearing, his gaze cut through the air with the keen precision of a hawk. The man plucked a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with practiced ease and exhaled before asking with a wry smile, "Why are you back so late today?" Lin Yuan met the man's gaze, his silence stretching out before he finally spoke. "I was expelled from school for refusing to enlist." The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Yuan could feel the man's body give a faint tremor. Lin Yuan had braced himself for the man's fury. After all, this was the hero the nation revered, now facing a son who had become a despicable deserter. Yet the man merely pressed his lips together and asked quietly, "Why?" Lin Yuan replied offhandedly, "No reason at all. If you insist on one, then I'm afraid of dying, afraid that if I perish there'll be no one left to care for you." Then he pivoted abruptly. "Wouldn't you be angry with me? Why would I blame you?" The man cracked a silent grin. "You're my son, Lin Tianke. Whatever you choose, I'll honor your decision. So do what you will with your life. Even if you hide behind enemy lines forever, your father's record of service gives him the standing to say whatever he needs to. After all, I nearly lost my life on that battlefield, did I not?" As he spoke he took another drag from his cigarette, laughing so hard he coughed, though a shadow of desolation lingered in his eyes. When fortune favors, heaven and earth conspire in your support. When it abandons you, even heroes find their paths constrained. The fallen hero had reached the end of his road. If he could, he would return to the battlefield and slaughter those accursed giants until their heads rolled and rivers ran with blood. Lin Yuan watched the middle-aged man, broken and defeated, and after a long pause could only say, "Thank you." With those two words he stepped inside. Lin Tianke remained where he stood, his brow furrowed slightly, his expression complicated. He knew his son well enough to know he wasn't the type to flee from danger. Then why had he chosen to reject military service in such an uncharacteristic way? What was this lad actually plotting? Lin Tianke's eyes flickered as he pondered. The night had grown deep and the streets of Nanjiang City felt particularly cold and desolate. Because of the nationwide mobilization for war, most entertainment venues had been shuttered, leaving the broad streets largely empty of pedestrians. Lin Yuan wore a black coat with his hood drawn over his head, moving swiftly through the streets as though blending into the darkness itself. After receiving the savior system he had formed a plan. The place he was heading was a building known as the Hunters Association. Along the way Lin Yuan opened his status panel again. He spoke softly, "System, I choose to use the ability upgrade crystals." The system responded, "Please select the ability you wish to upgrade. Consuming 10 ability upgrade crystals to upgrade lightning ability. Consuming 5 ability upgrade crystals to upgrade healing ability. Consuming 5 ability upgrade crystals to upgrade frost ability." The moment Lin Yuan finished speaking, the ability upgrade crystals in his hand instantly transformed into deep blue light and merged into his body. The ability upgrade process was extremely smooth, with Lin Yuan feeling nothing unusual, only a gradual increase in his control over his abilities. When the blue light dissipated, his lightning ability had reached C rank, while both his healing and frost abilities had advanced from E rank to D rank. Had he possessed more ability upgrade crystals, Lin Yuan would have considered upgrading his undead ability as well. For ordinary ability users, wielding dual abilities was already a rare distinction.
Yet Lin Yuan possessed no fewer than 4 abilities: lightning, healing, frost, and undead.
Furthermore, if he continued his daily check-ins, he would likely acquire even more abilities in the future. When Lin Yuan lifted his gaze once more, the Hunters Association stood before him. Within those walls all manner of people mingled: powerful ability users, well-equipped hunting squads, and even young women engaged in prostitution. In essence, the Hunters Association operated much like a mercenary guild, with employers posting tasks and individuals taking them on to complete. Notably, nearly 70% of the tasks posted within the association were commissioned by the Chinese military, with giants serving as the primary targets.
After all, even with mandatory military service nationwide, many ability users remained unwilling to serve their country.
The state therefore permitted the association's existence to harness this untapped power.
Mission difficulty ratings at the Hunters Association span from E rank all the way up to SSS rank.
Of course, the association maintained its own regulations requiring hunters to hold corresponding ranks before taking on missions of matching difficulty. This meant that regardless of one's strength, everyone had to begin with E rank missions as proof of capability. Before entering the association, Lin Yuan retrieved a silver-white mask from his system space and fastened it across his face. Though Lin Yuan intended to accept missions at the association, he certainly couldn't risk exposing his identity in such a place. Moreover, beyond the mask concealing his appearance, he also activated a concealment gem from his sign-in rewards to mask his aura entirely. Under these conditions, even Lin Yuan's own father might not recognize him with certainty. Only after completing these preparations did Lin Yuan take a deep breath and stride into the Hunters Association ahead.
The hunters divided into in total.
The bottom-level tavern, with dozens of tables laid out, not only have a drink here but also exchange information with one another. And in the central area there is a giant electronic screen on which tasks waiting to be taken scroll continuously, and the difficulty level and rewards upon completion are marked. As for the second level, it is the place for taking on tasks. Even newly registered newcomers are guided by dedicated reception staff.
The higher third level is something like a black market.
There you can sell items you deem valuable or buy things you desire from others. However, entering the black market is not without thresholds.
Only hunters of B rank or higher can enter unconditionally. For B rank and below to enter the black market, one must pay a certain fee. Apart from these 3 levels, the highest 4th level of the Hunters Association, Lin Yuan doesn't know what it is for. After all, his knowledge of the Hunters Association is limited to basic common sense. As Lin Yuan stepped in, several gazes immediately fell upon him. Well, quite remarkable today, another rookie has come here. Ha, look at this little frame, probably not even grown yet. With such a build, you still think to come to the Hunters Association to take on tasks? Tisk, any giant could crush him to mush with a single kick. In an instant, a chorus of mocking voices rose around Lin Yuan. These hunters are all men who thrive on the edge of danger. Encountering such amusement, they naturally couldn't help but tease Lin Yuan a bit more. But Lin Yuan paid no mind, his expression calm as he walked to the task light screen. E-level task: purge the giants. Objective: kill 10 ordinary giants roaming near the city outskirts. Rewards: 30000 yuan. D-level task: collect a heart. Objective: kill a giant over 10 meters tall and obtain a complete giant heart. Rewards: 50000 yuan and a small energy crystal. B-level task: kill the armored giant. Objective: kill the armored giant roaming outside the city outskirts. This giant is a mutated 4th-tier giant, extraordinarily powerful, recommended to form a team. Rewards: 20000 yuan and 1 high-grade vitality pill. Watching the task scroll across the electronic screen, Lin Yuan felt a dazzle of options. However, the only tasks he could take were the lowest E-level ones. After a quick scan, Lin Yuan quickly determined the task he wished to take. Then he immediately went to the second floor, registered an identity as required by the Hunters Association, and said to the receptionist, "Please, I would like to take this task." The receptionist looked at him with a surprised, incredulous gaze and asked, "Are you sure you want to take this task?" Lin Yuan nodded and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this is an E-level task, right? It should be within my reach." Seeing that he showed no hesitation, the receptionist did not say more. Instead, he quietly took on this task for him and handed him a black high-tech looking wristwatch. "Please keep this. The progress of the task you have accepted will be displayed on this wristwatch, serving as your credential for task delivery." Lin Yuan nodded and wore the watch on his wrist. Just then a commotion erupted in the hall below. "Damn, is this newcomer crazy? He dares to take that E-level task. My god, where did he get that kind of courage? This task is marked E-level, but in practice it is more thorny than some C-level tasks. Such a thickhead kid doesn't know what the word death means. Enough. He clearly belongs to the kind without much real combat experience from the academy who thinks mastering a supernatural ability makes them invincible. This kind of fool would be better off dying early and reincarnating to spare others from harm. Lin Yuan had no idea that his actions had already stirred a storm within the Hunters Association. He had intended to keep a low profile, yet he inevitably became the focus of everyone's attention. After all, the task he took was far too unusual. E-level task: Giant Slayers. Objective: kill 1,000 ordinary giants roaming near the city outskirts. Rewards: 3,000,000 yuan, 10 ordinary vitality pills, 10 basic spirit power enhancement potions. The requirements for this task are not complex, the real difficulty lies in the quantity. A full 1,000 giants. Even killing 1,000 ordinary humans would not be easy. Moreover, they are giants far larger than humans. Even if all giants lined up to be cut down, it would likely take more than 10 hours. And the time limit for this task is only 1 month. Therefore, although this task is classified as E-level in the eyes of the hunters, even some C-level espers might not be able to complete it. As for B-level and above espers, they would not waste much time on such tasks. Because of that, this task has remained hanging on the electronic screen with no one taking it. Even if Lin Yuan took on the task, no one believed a new recruit could actually complete it. Instead, there was a chorus of jeers. One should know that if the Hunters Association task cannot be completed within the allotted time, compensation must be paid. All the hunters treated Lin Yuan as a joke, waiting to see how he would return and relinquish the task in disgrace. Of course, some well-meaning hunters tried to warn him but were quickly blocked by others. Enough, it's already accepted. Abandoning now would still cost you money. Such a kid who hasn't endured a beating deserves to suffer more. Yes, indeed, kind words rarely persuade a deadbeat. If you go and dissuade him now, he might think you're delaying him from killing giants. Ha. After taking the task, Lin Yuan did not linger in the Hunters Association. He lowered his hood and hurried out of the door. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan finally reached the outskirts of Nanjiang City. He raised his head, and before him stood an alloy city wall 100 meters high. The wall rose into the clouds, its silver-white alloy gleaming with a cold metallic luster beneath the night sky. This alloy fortification could block the vast majority of giants below the 5th level. Giants of the giant civilization were classified from the 1st to the 9th level according to their strength. Correspondingly, among humans, Esper ranks ranged from E-class to SSS class. In giant civilization, giants above the 5th level mostly possessed terrifying power capable of wreaking havoc upon the world. 6th level giants were also known as city-destroying giants. 7th level giants were called disaster level giants. 8th level giants were referred to as annihilation level giants. The dragon flame giant that had once driven Lin Tianke to the brink of death on the battlefield was an annihilation level giant. As for 9th level giants, in Lin Yuan's memory they had seemingly never appeared on the battlefield. All he knew was that 9th level giants were classified by humanity as doomsday level giants. When they appeared on the battlefield, even the sturdiest human defenses would be destroyed in an instant. For humanity, giants of this caliber were nothing short of apocalyptic entities. Fortunately, the Nanjiang city where Lin Yuan resided was located far behind the front lines. Nearly all giants roaming beyond the walls were below the 5th level. Once a city-destroying level giant or above was detected, the nation would inevitably dispatch forces to eliminate it before it could threaten rear cities. In other words, although the 100-meter alloy wall before him could only defend against giants below the 5th level, for Nanjiang City it was more than sufficient to protect its residents from giant incursions. Just as Lin Yuan was about to leave the city, 2 uniformed soldiers armed with firearms directly intercepted him. During this special period, all those exiting the city must present appropriate identification. The 2 men before him were members of the wall garrison. In short, they were responsible for city wall patrols. If a large-scale giant invasion occurred beyond the walls, they would immediately relay intelligence into the city and launch the first round of engagement. Though these soldiers did not fight on the front lines, they were equally worthy of respect. It was precisely because of their presence that the city's civilians could sleep in peace. Lin Yuan naturally knew the procedures for exiting the city and immediately presented his credentials before the 2 men. "You're a hunter from the Hunters Association." One of the men glanced at him and reminded him in a grave tone, "According to our records, your hunter rank is only E-class. If you're heading out of the city, be careful. The nights outside the city are far more dangerous than you might imagine." Lin Yuan nodded and said quietly, "Thank you for the reminder." After verifying the credentials in his hand, the 2 wall patrol guards immediately stepped aside. After all, registering as a hunter required certain conditions.
Those who could become hunters possessed a certain degree of strength. Lin Yuan had been deemed qualified for registration by the Hunters Association specifically because of his dual-element ability. Phew! After emerging from the city wall, Lin Yuan exhaled a long breath of stale air. He lifted his head, and above him in the firmament the bright moon hung high. Having left that city which felt like a birdcage, even the sky seemed to open up. One day humanity will no longer huddle in these tiny strongholds but will live openly and proudly upon this world. Breathing in the slightly fishy air beyond the city, Lin Yuan couldn't help but clench his fists. Then he pulled down his hood and his figure quickly vanished into the darkness. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his arrival outside the city. That was to hunt giants. 12 o'clock direction straight ahead, 5 ordinary giants clustered together, mostly ranging from 3 to 5 meters in size. 3 o'clock to the right, 3 ordinary giants and 1 large giant clustered together, with the large giant measuring nearly 15 meters. Adjacent to them are another 4 5-meter ordinary giants. Once combat erupts, it will be easy to draw those giants over as well. Lin Yuan lay prone in the canopy of a large tree, his eyes keenly observing the surrounding situation. Before engaging in formal combat, he had to observe the environment, assess enemy numbers, and formulate a battle plan in advance. All of this was content he had learned during his school's practical combat courses. Ordinary giants, also called mindless giants, mostly lacked intelligence and acted solely on instinct. These giants were mostly under 10 meters in size and were generally classified as first-level or second-level giants based on their destructive power. In other words, a typical D-rank Esper could face a single giant alone. However, these ordinary giants mostly preferred to gather in groups, which often left hunters unable to find an opening or forced them into desperate situations by swarms of ordinary giants. Lin Yuan didn't know exactly how many ordinary giants he could face at his limit. But deep down he knew that if he couldn't resolve the battle quickly, he would inevitably draw all the surrounding giants toward him. At that point his fate would be to be torn apart and devoured alive by the horde before him. Regardless, Lin Yuan dared not gamble with his life. So under these circumstances the best approach was to lure a group of giants to his position first. Upon realizing this, a battle plan immediately formed in Lin Yuan's mind. The next moment he directly retrieved the mechanical puppet from his system space, the reward from his check-in. Before activation, the mechanical puppets were merely small metal spheres. But after Lin Yuan pressed the switch to activate them, the metal spheres before his eyes rapidly unfolded and transformed into 10 mechanical puppets roughly matching his own stature. According to the system's description, these mechanical puppets didn't possess particularly powerful abilities, they were only slightly stronger than ordinary humans. However, Lin Yuan had never expected them to fight for him. Facing these mechanical puppets, he calmly issued his order: go lure all those giants straight ahead to this location. Command received. The indicator lights on the mechanical puppets immediately lit up and they darted through the forest at extreme speed, rushing toward their targets. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan continued to lie prone in the tree canopy, his grip tightening on the dragon-slaying blade in his hand, his body coiled tense like a predator awaiting its moment to strike. After the mechanical puppets closed in on the giants, their mechanical arms instantly transformed into machine gun shapes. Rat-tat-tat. Accompanied by tongues of fire spewing from the barrels, countless bullets rained down upon the giants' massive bodies. After enduring this sudden attack, the mechanical puppets finally succeeded in drawing the giants' attention. From the maw of one 5-meter-tall giant erupted a guttural roar akin to a beast's snarl, and its massive palms swatted toward where the mechanical puppets were positioned. Boom! With a dull thunderous impact, a colossal crater suddenly erupted from the ground. Fortunately, the mechanical puppets' superior agility allowed them to evade the giant's strike just in time. Otherwise, this mechanical puppet would likely have been shattered into countless pieces under the giant's crushing blow. Though the giants before them were terrifyingly brutal, the mechanical puppets never lost sight of their mission. They fought a tactical retreat, luring the giants toward Lin Yuan's position. Since these mechanical puppets were not living beings, their battle with the giants failed to attract the nearby ones. After all, these mindless giants possessed extremely limited intelligence, their sole interest lay in human flesh and blood. Only by consuming humans could they achieve evolution. This instinct seemed carved into their very genes. 800 meters. 500. 300. The distance between these giants and Lin Yuan was rapidly closing. Meanwhile, the mechanical puppets continued to fall one by one. Light weapons proved largely ineffective against giants of such massive scale. Finally, one of the giants stepped within Lin Yuan's attack range. Now! A fierce light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He gripped the hilt of his dragon-slaying blade and channeled his lightning ability to its peak. A brilliant surge of thunderous energy erupted from the blade. Die! Like a crouching leopard springing forward, Lin Yuan launched himself into the air, his lightning-clad dragon-slaying blade descending with devastating force toward the giant's skull.
Schhhh.
With a sharp sound the giant's massive head hit the ground. Crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed neck. The dragon-slaying blade was already a divine weapon capable of cleaving dragon bones, and now infused with ferocious lightning it possessed even more devastating destructive power. Such a strike naturally severed the giant's head with ease. After dispatching this giant, the numbers on Lin Yuan's wrist device began to tick upward.
Giant Hunter mission progress 11,000.
Rather than fear after personally killing a giant, Lin Yuan felt his entire body's blood begin to burn with excitement. With his capabilities, facing even 5 ordinary level 1 giants alone posed no challenge whatsoever. At that moment the remaining giants abandoned their pursuit of the mechanical puppets and turned their attention toward Lin Yuan, snarling as they closed in from all directions. To these giants, humans were the only creatures of real worth. Perfect timing, Lin Yuan sneered, his right hand tracing a circle in the air as he activated his frost abilities.
Click. Click.
Within seconds a layer of thin ice coated the giants' bodies, their movements growing sluggish and heavy.
This was the advantage of wielding multiple abilities. When employed skillfully, each one could fulfill its intended purpose.
Seizing the opening while the giants struggled against the ice, Lin Yuan showed no hesitation. He propelled himself off the corpse beneath his feet, using the recoil to instantly close the distance to another giant. Before the giant could even register what was happening, the dragon-slaying blade had already pierced through its chest. These ordinary giants lacked substantial defenses around their vital organs. Seizing the vulnerability, Lin Yuan's strike drove the blade clean through the giant's heart. In the blink of an eye, yet another giant fell to Lin Yuan's blade.
Is that all you've got?
A deranged grin spread across his face. Now he moved like a wolf, tearing through a flock of sheep, darting between the giants with terrifying speed, dealing devastation at every turn.
His dragon-slaying blade flashed once more, severing the Achilles tendon of a giant's heel in an instant.
Deprived of support, the giant crashed to the ground, sending clouds of dust billowing upward. But just as Lin Yuan moved to deliver the final strike, a massive hand descended from above, enveloping him in shadow.
A primal sense of danger surged through Lin Yuan's chest, forcing his body to react on instinct.
He dodged, just barely, narrowly escaping that grasping hand. Before he could regain his footing, another giant raised its fist high and brought it crashing down like a hammer, aimed directly at Lin Yuan.
Boom!
With a thunderous impact, Lin Yuan's body was driven deep into a crater. The force of the blow was so devastating that he felt certain several of his ribs had shattered.
Combat against giants was always this brutal.
One careless move meant the risk of being torn apart limb from limb. Then the giant's enormous head leaned and closed, its grotesque features twisting into a cruel smile.
To the giant, Lin Yuan was already nothing more than a feast.
Yet what it failed to notice was that the moment those monstrous eyes locked onto Lin Yuan, a lethal glint had already ignited in his gaze. With one hand braced against the ground, Lin Yuan unleashed a vicious upward slash. Ferocious lightning energy erupted from the blade, manifesting as a dragon of pure thunder that hurtled straight toward the giant.
Boom!
This thunder dragon was none other than Lin Yuan's special skill obtained through Chekhin's Rage of the Thunder Dragon.
The violent thunder dragon slammed into the giant's skull, shattering it into fragments in an instant.
Within 30 seconds, only one giant remained standing before Lin Yuan. Despite being several times larger than Lin Yuan, this giant appeared utterly insignificant before this human warrior.
Schhhh.
A crimson flash erupted across the scene. The final giant clutched its throat and collapsed to the ground.
Giant Hunter mission progress 5. The whole battle lasted less than a minute.
However, 5 giants fell by Lin Yuan's hand.
Until now, Lin Yuan understood just how far his abilities were amplified by the upgrade crystal.
If it were his former self, even killing the 5 giants before him would have taken quite some time.
Logically, after slaying the giants, Lin Yuan should have withdrawn from the battlefield at once. Otherwise it would easily attract other giants.
Yet Lin Yuan remained rooted to the spot. For one thing, he had already mapped out the approximate positions of the nearby giants.
Even the nearest group would take at least 3 minutes to reach.
Thus he still had ample time to retreat.
Secondly, Lin Yuan also intended to test his necromancy using the giants' corpses. Among the 4 abilities, the only one Lin Yuan hadn't upgraded was necromancy. Because he was not yet sure what this power could do. Compared to necromancy, the thunder ability, the frost ability, or self-healing all appeared more direct. Fortunately, Lin Yuan was not ignorant of this mysterious necromancy. At the very least, he could sense that he might unleash necromancy on the corpses of these giants. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan suppressed the pain in his ribs and raised his arms toward the giants' corpses in front of him. In the next moment, 2 cold, deathly streams of necromantic energy surged from his palms. These necromantic energies quickly merged into the giants' bodies. Then their skin began to transform into a zombie-like pale gray, and they stood up again, swaying. Moreover, Lin Yuan even felt that he could control these undead giants to fight. For a moment his face shifted from astonishment to ecstatic joy. Lin Yuan evidently hadn't anticipated that this necromancy long overlooked by him could possess such heaven-defying power. But the only shortcoming was that the undead giants before him were clearly weaker than ordinary giants. According to Lin Yuan's estimate, the undead giants revived by necromancy would have at most 50 of their former strength. But that was more than enough for Lin Yuan. After all, his necromancy is currently only the lowest tier E rank. If the power level were raised further, it would surely awaken even more formidable abilities. In the blink of an eye, the 5 giants that had been clashing with Lin Yuan before were all transformed into his undead thralls. However, after 5 consecutive uses of necromancy, Lin Yuan felt a dull ache in his head. Clearly, using this power consumes a great deal of mental energy. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples and drew a spiritual power recovery crystal from his system space, gripping it tightly in his hand. In the next moment, a pure and thick spiritual power flooded into his sea of consciousness, causing his own spiritual power to recover at a rapid pace. This special crystal was also a reward Lin Yuan obtained from the salvation system's check-in. It could rapidly restore spiritual power and had no side effects. Just then, giant roars sounded in Lin Yuan's ears again. He turned and saw that another group of giants had indeed been drawn over by the previous battle. Moreover, among these giants stood a towering 15-meter giant. This giant's body rose like a skyscraper, muscles twisting, exuding a terrifying pressure. In front of this colossal giant, ordinary giants looked like children who hadn't yet grown up. As for the smaller humans, they were nothing but ants. Facing such vast size disparity, anyone would feel a tremor in their soul. If one must describe it, this is the instinct of animals to seek advantage and avoid danger. To yield to the strong yet to dominate the weak, that seems to be the way of survival. But Lin Yuan is not an animal, he is a human. The reason humans are humans is that human actions can rise above instinct. The weak wield their blades slashing at the weaker, the strong swing their blades slashing at the stronger. The strong swing their blades cutting toward the stronger. Lin Yuan clenched the Zhanlong Dao in his hand. Thunderous light surged from the blade like a surging tide. In the next moment, wielding the thunder blade, he charged at the colossal giant before him. Somehow, facing this tiny human who looked like an ant, the colossal giant unexpectedly felt a hint of fear. At that moment, several undead giants suddenly leaped from the side, grabbing the colossal giant's limbs and forcibly restraining his movements. Although these undead giants weren't very strong, restraining the colossal giant for a moment was more than enough. With the intelligence of such a giant, it would be hard to understand why another giant would attack him. Yet there would be no chance to understand any further. Die! Lin Yuan's figure sprang up like a beast. The blazing Zhanlong Dao surged through, piercing the colossal giant's heart. With a single strike, he annihilated the colossal giant's life. The bloody gore sprayed across Lin Yuan's face. Under the moonlight, he looked like a vengeful specter. Nevertheless, if he could drive all the giants away, becoming a demon would be of no consequence. After first taking down the colossal giant, the others surged forward. With their inferior intellect, they cannot even imagine avenging their comrades. What truly attracts them is Lin Yuan's flesh. Human flesh is what these giants crave most. Facing them, Lin Yuan is like a blood-drenched berserker ruthlessly harvesting their lives on the battlefield. Killing, killing, killing. The air is thick with a nauseating scent of blood, yet Lin Yuan's mind remains untouched. With the calmest of postures, he carries out the most savage slaughter. For he knows there is no time left to pause. Frontline warfare would be thousands of times more brutal than this. Since there is no retreat, there is only battle. Fight, fight. 5 hours Lin Yuan walked through the forest, the dragon-slaying blade still clenched tightly in his hand. His body was already stained with blood. Lin Yuan raised his smart wristwatch and glanced at it casually. Giant Slayer Quest 125-1000. If the Slayers Guild saw the numbers on Lin Yuan's wristwatch, they would be astounded into silence. In this brief span of 5 hours, this boy had slaughtered no fewer than 125 giants. That is to say, Lin Yuan averages 25 giants per hour, and that doesn't include the time spent searching for giants. Such a brilliant record would shock any slayer, but it is not the work of Lin Yuan alone. He slowly turned his head and looked behind him. Behind him stood a force gathered like an army of undead giants. Dozens of undead giants stood in neat formation following Lin Yuan. These undead giants were all summoned after he slew the giants using necromantic powers. However, due to losses in battle, their numbers had not reached 100. Yet even so, with such an undead giant army backing him, as long as the giants he faced numbered 10 or fewer, he could achieve a crushing victory. And this is why his efficiency in slaughtering giants is so high. But all this ultimately owes to the salvation system. If not for the salvation system, he would not be able to wield necromantic powers, nor could he endlessly restore his spiritual energy through spirit crystals. At this rate within at most a week Lin Yuan would complete the giant slayer task. The reason he accepted this task at the start was not for the reward but to quickly raise his slayer level. If he had accepted a normal difficulty mission he might need to complete several E-level tasks to be promoted. But now as long as he completes this one mission his slayer rank could rise directly from E to D. That way he would be able to take on higher difficulty tasks more quickly. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking earth tremors suddenly shook the ground. Damn it, damn it. A middle-aged man covered in dust and looking disheveled was fleeing desperately carrying a blood-soaked youth on his back. Beside him walked a tall slender young woman. Her black tight suit outlined her figure perfectly. The dirt on her face could not hide her delicate features. She glanced behind her face turning pale. Why? She clenched her teeth despair filling her. Why would a tier 4 armored giant appear in such a place? At that moment a roaring sound tore through the air as a boulder suddenly leaped into the air. Ling Han, be careful. In the instant the boulder smashed toward them the middle-aged man acted decisively dropping the youth from his back then leaping forward to push Lu Linghan away. Arg! The speeding boulder slammed into the ground gouging a giant crater and crushing his legs. Excruciating pain radiated from his torn legs almost driving him to unconsciousness. Ling Han, forget about me, you take Chung Pang and go on ahead. No, not. Tears poured from Lu Lingyan's eyes spilling like a flood. She had never expected matters to develop to this point. The three of them were all members of the Slayers Association and together they formed a Slayer squad. Though not many in number the three of them all possessed D-rank strength and their coordination was very smooth. Slaying giants on the outskirts of the city came easily. Like today they had expected to slay a certain number of giants as usual then return to the Slayers Association to hand in the mission and claim their reward. Who would have thought this would become the nightmare's beginning? In the process of slaying giants they had attracted the attention of an armored giant. Be aware this is a tier 4 giant, a terrifying existence that only B-rank powers can contend with. They had no idea why such a level of giant would appear so close to the city walls. For them as long as they could escape back behind Nanjiang City's walls they would be free from the armored giant's pursuit. Even a tier 4 giant if it dares to come within a single step of the walls would be slain mercilessly by the city guards. Yet that distance of a few thousand meters seemed to stretch on as if there would never be an end to it. Among them Changpeng merely withstood one frontal strike from the armored giant and was grievously wounded to the brink of death, bones broken all over his body and he was unconscious. And now their captain's legs were crushed by the armored giant with a boulder leaving him to suffer greatly and wait for death. Thud thud thud. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble again. Lu Linghan stiffly turned her head and saw a giant towering over 10 meters tall clad in black steel armor parting the trees as it appeared before her. Black armor covered the giant's entire body revealing only a pair of dark silver eyes that stared at her with icy calm. Although tier 4 giants possess some intelligence they do not speak. Yet the silent atmosphere was even more oppressive and terrifying. The overpowering sense of pressure made her tremble all over. She could no longer tell whether she stayed to protect her companions or was immobilized by the fear in her heart. In this world that is beautiful yet cruel before this armored giant all she could do was humbly beg the god of death for a little more time. Thinking of this Lu Linghan closed her eyes in despair. Rather than abandoning her companions and fleeing in disgrace she would rather die here with resolve. However at that moment a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. There is nothing to fear, it is only a giant. Lin Yuan's deep voice echoed softly in her ear, as long as there is a breath left we fight to the end. Lu Linghan paused slightly and instinctively glanced behind her. There a black-haired black-eyed youth had silently appeared at her back. In that instant a flicker of hope ignited within her eyes like a drowning person desperately grasping at the last strand of salvation. Are you a level B Esperer? Lu Lingyan's face was alight with longing, desperate for an affirmative answer. Only hunters would appear outside the city walls at this hour. If he possessed strength beyond level B, even if he could not slay the armored giant before them, he would surely be enough to help them escape. However, Lin Yuan simply shook his head and replied calmly no. Though he possessed 4 abilities, the highest ranked among them was merely his sea-level lightning ability. In the strictest sense Lin Yuan could currently be classified at most as a sea-level Esperer. Upon hearing those words all strength seemed drained from Lu Lingyan's body and her eyes swiftly dimmed. She gritted her teeth and spoke in a low voice, leave. Go quickly. That giant is far beyond your ability to handle. Yet Lin Yuan did not heed her at all. He continued walking forward and casually tossed over his shoulder, how can you know unless you try? The armored giant before them locked its cold gaze upon Lin Yuan, killing intent churning within its eyes. In its view this human was nothing more than a provocation. Just then Lin Yuan finally spoke once more, his voice cold and sharp, kill him.
Scarcely had his words left his lips when countless undead giants roared out from the forest behind him, pouncing ferociously toward the armored giant.
Lu Linghan gazed upon the scene in stunned disbelief.
She swore she had never witnessed anything so bizarre. The youth before her was commanding a horde of giants to overwhelm the armored giant in a coordinated assault.
Not even the armored giant possessing a measure of intelligence could remain unfazed.
It froze for a moment, only snapping back to attention when an undead giant had already clamped onto its body.
Boo! The armored giant roared and swung a devastating punch forward. Its steel-clad fist struck with overwhelming force, punching straight through the abdomen of one undead giant. Crimson and black blood erupted forth. Against a Tier 4 giant, even larger giants were but crushed prey.
What of these undead giants which retained only half the strength they had in life?
Yet their numbers were overwhelmingly vast. For even ants in sufficient numbers can bring down an elephant.
Driven by Lin Yuan, the horde threw themselves at the armored giant without a trace of fear. Among them were even those exceeding 10 meters in height. The battle was brutality incarnate.
Each undead giant even in death tore flesh from the armored giant's body before falling.
In barely under a minute the ground was strewn with the corpses of giants. Crimson-black blood pooled together, nearly reaching ankle depth. The armored giant's frame was crisscrossed with wounds and bite marks of all sizes. Yet the power of a Tier 4 giant far exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. He silently gripped his dragon-slaying blade tighter, a steely glint flashing through his eyes.
These undead giants alone could not kill the armored giant. Only he himself could deliver the killing blow. By all logic, a sea-level Esperer should stand no chance against a Tier 4 giant of greater rank.
But this time was an exception. For Lin Yuan was no ordinary sea-level Esperer, he was a unique Esperer who wielded 4 abilities simultaneously. Moreover, the armored giant before him had already expended considerable stamina enduring the relentless undead swarm.
Lin Yuan knew full well the enormous risk he was taking.
Yet in his dictionary there existed no word for flight. As he had said, as long as breath lingered in his lungs he would fight to the end. Since he held a blade, he would meet battle head-on. Lin Yuan's legs drove hard against the ground and his body soared through the air like a loosed arrow hurtling toward the armored giant. The armored giant roared and unhesitatingly swung its fist down upon him.
Frost.
Lin Yuan released his frost ability without a moment's hesitation. In the next instant a thin layer of frost rapidly encased the armored giant's body, reducing its fist's velocity to its absolute limit.
Clang.
With a flash of thunderous lightning, the dragon-slaying blade in Lin Yuan's hand carved an extremely deep gash across the armored giant's frame. The giant furiously shattered the ice upon its body and resumed its savage assault against Lin Yuan. He could feel it, the armored giant's fist was unleashing its full power. The surrounding air was compressed to its absolute limit and the howling winds sounded like thunder itself. Yet just before the strike was about to land upon Lin Yuan, a large undead giant materialized, interposing itself between them.
Boo!
The armored giant's fist slammed heavily into the undead giant's chest, the monstrous force driving the blow clean through its torso. The colossal fist was smeared with dark red blood. Lin Yuan had directed this undead giant to shield him from the fatal strike. Had that blow landed upon his own body, his bones would surely have been shattered to pieces. Such devastation, even with Lin Yuan's self-healing ability, would likely require an extended period to recover from. However, now that the armored giant's assault had been successfully neutralized, it was now his turn.
Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as it fixed upon the gap upon the giant's neck.
The frenzied attacks of the undead giants had not been aimless. Facing an adversary of the armored giant's caliber, Lin Yuan needed to devise every possible means to carve out an opening for himself. Through countless suicide charges by the undead horde, they had finally managed to bite a gap through the thick, impenetrable black armor protecting its neck.
The very essence of the armored giant's strength lay in the black armor covering its entire body.
And the more vulnerable the area, the harder and thicker the armor became. Now an extraordinary opportunity lay directly before Lin Yuan's eyes.
His gaze locked mercilessly upon the gap and his dragon-slaying blade erupted with dazzling lightning.
As Lin Yuan fell through the air, he drove his foot hard against the back of the armored giant's hand. In the next instant he propelled himself upward, reaching the height of the giant's head.
In his hands the dragon-slaying blade transformed into a thunder dragon. Concentrated upon a single point, reaching perfection. Slash! Lin Yuan roared, unleashing his full power in a decisive downward strike.
The razor-sharp blade followed the gap upon the armored giant's neck, sinking deep within. Striking a point to shatter the hole, it severed the giant's head clean off.
The armored giant was dead.
Gazing at the armored giant, Lin Yuan, Lu Linghan covered her mouth, and she could never have imagined that the youth before her would truly have slain this armored giant. After killing the armored giant, Lin Yuan's expression remained utterly unchanged. This battle, though he had won, was only a narrow victory. Nearly 80% of the undead giants under his command had fallen to this armored giant's hands. If he hadn't seized the opportunity and delivered a decisive strike, he himself might have died. Even a Tier 4 giant was strong to such a degree Lin Yuan could hardly imagine how terrifying the power of Tier 5 and above giants would be. Perhaps they bore the epithets Huaxia had assigned to them: city-crushing calamity, destruction, doomsday. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath of air that reeked of blood. He knew in his heart that the road ahead was long. Then he commanded an undead giant to lift the rock that pressed on the middle-aged man's chest.
Thank you. Lu Linghan approached Lin Yuan and whispered her thanks.
Right now she had not yet recovered from the life and death crisis. Her head felt like a mass of mush and she did not know what to say.
After a lengthy silence, she finally pointed at the undead giant beside them. Is this your power?
Yes. Lin Yuan did not shy away from admitting it with a nod. Then before Lu Linghan could ask further, he spoke. The person buried under the rock should be your companion, right? If we don't get him to a hospital soon, he will likely die from blood loss.
Ah. It was only after Lin Yuan's reminder that Lu Linghan suddenly realized.
She had been so eager to thank Lin Yuan for his life-saving help that she almost forgot that two of her companions were still gravely injured. With that, Lu Linghan did not hesitate. She shouldered her two companions and at full speed sprinted toward the place where the city walls stood. Just as she was halfway there, Lu Linghan suddenly remembered something, swiveled her head and asked loudly, "By the way, I still don't know your name. Could you tell me your name?" Yet facing her question, Lin Yuan didn't respond at all. Instead, he busied himself with dissecting the armored giant's skull.
Is a name really that important?
Those who walk in the shadows never need a name. If he failed, he would die quietly in the endless darkness with no one remembering his existence and no one knowing his name. And if he finally succeeds, history will remember him. Thus, he walked through the darkness and became the savior who tore through the darkness.
And with a soft crack, Lin Yuan finally severed the armored giant's head.
It must be said that the giant's head was exceptionally hard.
Even though it was already lifeless, Lin Yuan wielded the Zhanlong Dao and spent a full half-minute to cleave open its head. Plop. In the next moment, an irregular dark gold crystal dropped from the crack. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and clenched the crystal in his hand. What was learned at school proved correct. This crystal, also known as the brain core, is a special energy carrier and the source of the giant's power. However, Tier 1 and Tier 2 giants usually do not form brain cores. Tier 3 giants have only a chance to form a brain core. For Tier 4 and higher giants, they certainly possess brain cores. The brain core in Lin Yuan's hand is only the size of an egg. He could hardly imagine that such an inconspicuous little thing could be the source of power for this armored giant. In truth, the brain core of giants holds immense significance. Be it in the energy sector or in the field of extraordinary abilities, its role is not to be underestimated. A Tier 4 giant's brain core can fetch as much as 10 million on the black market. Moreover, this is still a rare, valuable commodity. Lin Yuan stowed the brain core, rose to his feet and without hesitation unleashed his necromantic power upon the armored giant's corpse. Since all the undead giants he had painstakingly gathered had fallen at the hands of this armored giant, then why not let this fellow take their place? Next, surging deathly energy poured from Lin Yuan's palm and swiftly fused into the armored giant's corpse. However, with his present spiritual power, attempting to forcibly drive the armored giant's corpse would still be a bit of a stretch. Lin Yuan barely persisted for a minute before feeling his spiritual power run down his temples, beginning to ache faintly. Yet he did not give up. He drew out a spiritual power recovery crystal, gripping it tightly, restoring his spiritual power as he unleashed the necromantic power with all his might. Under Lin Yuan's tireless effort, the armored giant's corpse finally stirred. Then the armored giant slowly rose, kneeling on one knee before Lin Yuan. The armored giant, once so ferocious as to shatter mountains and rocks, had now become his undead servant. Though Lin Yuan was nearly exhausted, his brow was slick with cold sweat, a faint smile of joy flashing in his eyes. With the aid of the undead armored giant, his subsequent hunts would only become easier. Though in its undead state the armored giant possessed only half of its former strength, it was more than enough to handle ordinary giants. Moreover, by virtue of its size, even large giants should be easily slain. Yet to Lin Yuan more important was that this undead power possessed limitless growth potential. As the necromantic power evolved, the undead giants he could summon from corpses would inch ever closer to their former strength. And the number of undead giants he could command would increase ever more. Even if his strength reached a certain threshold, he could even assemble an army of undead giants. By then, tens of millions of undead giants would surge onto the battlefield, charging the enemy, an epic sight indeed. Lin Yuan was determined to make the giant civilization understand what true retribution is: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. 5 days later. System, I want to win. Lin Yuan sat atop a massive boulder, speaking calmly. In front of him, the bodies of giants lay in a tangled heap.
Ding, congratulations, you have successfully checked in for 105 days and earned a reward 2 ability upgrade crystals. A trace of joy flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes after hearing the system prompt. This check-in reward turned out to be an ability upgrade crystal. You should know that at this moment the item he lacked most was precisely an upgrade crystal that could raise his abilities. Moreover, during this period he had roughly discerned the system's patterns. First, the longer the check-in duration, the richer the rewards one could receive. Previously, during backfills, the crystals were handed out one at a time. Now, as check-in rewards, the number has risen to 2. Additionally, on certain milestone days the rewards grew especially lavish: 5 days, 10 days, 50 days and 100 days. In the days before, his check-in rewards were mostly consumables like life restoration potions and crystals that restore spiritual power. Only upon reaching 105 days did he obtain 2 ability upgrade crystals. And the earlier back sign-in rewards at 100 days also confirmed this. Most special rewards were granted on exact number days. As for frost ability and undead ability, they were the rewards for reaching 50 days and 100 days respectively. I wonder what rewards will be for reaching 150 days and 200 days. Lin Yuan pursed his lips and whispered to himself. Although it was still early, it did not prevent him from harboring a certain expectation for the upcoming check-in rewards. After all, the salvation system he possessed was humanity's hope for a reversal. If 200 days won't suffice, then 500 days. 500 days not enough. Then 1,000 days. 1,000 days not enough. Then 10,000 days. Lin Yuan firmly believed that one day he would possess the power to overturn the giant's civilization. After completing the check-in, Lin Yuan once again raised his wrist and looked at the watch before him. Giant Slayer task progress 10001000. Gazing at the numbers on the watch, Lin Yuan felt both weary and fulfilled. In these 5 days he didn't know how he had managed to get through. Apart from returning to the city for supplies, he hunted giants outside the city. In 5 days in total, the time spent on eating and sleeping probably totaled less than 20 hours. Only in this way could he have hunted a full 1,000 giants in a mere 5 days. As he pressed on further, Lin Yuan even had to move tens of kilometers away from the city walls to locate the giants. The giants roving outside the city walls were nearly exterminated by Lin Yuan. Now he could finally choose to return to the city to deliver his task. In Nanjiang City, light rain drizzled. Lin Yuan donned his silver mask and arrived before the Hunters Guild, pushing open the gate. Perhaps because of the rain, the first floor housed many hunters drinking and chatting. When they saw Lin Yuan enter, they were first startled, then immediately began to chatter. Wasn't this the newcomer from a few days ago? I never expected him to still hold out a few days before giving up the mission. How you're laughing yourself to death, barely grown, thinking you're invincible, and I wonder if the giants outside the city frightened him into wetting his pants. What are you talking about? What happened to this newcomer anyway? Hey, you don't know, the newcomer came by 5 days ago and outright took the hardest E-rank mission. Hey, the more of these newbies, the more they like to court death. A little hardship will teach them a lesson. As the murmurs rose, more and more people learned the full story. And the hunters' gazes soon gathered on Lin Yuan. To them, seeing a newcomer like Lin Yuan make a fool of himself was a rare spice in their dull lives. Lin Yuan, under everyone's gaze, slowly ascended to the second floor. Hello, esteemed hunter, is there anything I can assist you with? The attendant at the mission handover desk looked at Lin Yuan, a polite smile on her lips. Perhaps because of the rumors, but she felt little ill will toward the youth before her. After all, who hasn't had days of youthful arrogance? Moreover, as a service staff member, she was not allowed to show disrespect toward hunters. Lin Yuan removed the watch from his wrist and handed it to her calmly, saying, I have come to deliver the task. Alright, according to the Hunters Guild's rules, abandoning a mission requires paying a breach penalty. The young woman's words cut off mid-sentence as if someone had choked her throat, and she swallowed the rest. For a moment, even the first floor of the Hunters Guild fell into a hush. Everyone stopped their chatter, doubting whether their ears had heard something wrong. Then the attendant looked up somewhat incredulous at Lin Yuan. Pardon me, what did you just say? Lin Yuan replied calmly, I said I came to deliver the mission. Is that hard to understand? Very well, let me take a look. The attendant did not hesitate at all and promptly linked Lin Yuan's watch to the mission terminal. It shows you accepted the mission 5 days ago. During these 5 days you hunted exactly 1,000 ordinary giants, meeting the requirements to deliver the mission. As she spoke, even she began to lose her nerve. At this moment only one thought filled her mind: could the mission terminal be malfunctioning? 5 days, 1,000 giants, how could that be? What? Is this really something humans can achieve? Even a B-rank ability user might not be able to complete this mission in such a short time, right? What? 5 days, 1,000 giants. Damn, am I hearing things? Are you crazy?
How could this be possible? 1,000 giants? I've never slain 1,000 giants in my life.
There must be something wrong with the mission system, or else this kid tampered with the data.
Yes, cheating. He must have cheated by tampering with the data. We must investigate strictly, we must.
If we don't investigate, what credibility does the Hunters Guild have? For a moment the entire first floor of the Hunters Guild was seized by a frenzy. They could hardly believe that Lin Yuan, a newcomer who looked barely past, had completed the notoriously difficult E-rank mission in just 5 days.
Moreover, they had just mocked Lin Yuan's overconfidence.
If they admitted he had completed the task, that would be a slap in their own faces. Lin Yuan paid them no mind and spoke calmly, "May I claim my reward?" "According to the rules, as long as the watch shows the task completed, you can claim the reward." The young woman hesitated a moment before softly saying, "However, if it is later found that the data was falsified, the Hunters Guild will pursue the matter to the end, and we hope you won't harbor any illusion of luck." Obviously she had also been swayed by them and looked at Lin Yuan with a trace of doubt. Yet lacking evidence, she could only fulfill her duty. Her fingers tapped a few commands on the mission terminal's control panel, and immediately the mission reward was issued to Lin Yuan. A line of small characters appeared on his watch. "The Giant Slayer mission you undertook has been completed and the reward has been deposited into your account. Please check it." And in the next moment a notification chimed on Lin Yuan's phone. 3 million, exactly not a coin less, had been wired into his account. Besides the money, the reward also included 10 vitality pills and 10 mind power boosting potions. If Lin Yuan wished, he could exchange the rewards at any Hunters Guild location. However, at that moment the crowd below erupted into a furious uproar. "Do you Hunters Guild have any brains? 5 days to slay 1,000 giants, do you think that's possible? And paying him the reward for that? I'm utterly flabbergasted. You people doing this is simply insulting us, the hunters who fight to the death against giants." "That's right. I've spent a lifetime as a hunter and never slain 1,000 giants. What right does a green recruit who just joined have to claim it? Hurry up and expose this imposter, then drive him out of the Hunters Guild. Otherwise the Hunters Guild will surely collapse." Hearing the curses in his ears, Lin Yuan turned his head and slowly walked toward the railing at the edge. Because the second level was circular, from the railing he could see the stirring crowd below. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and spoke softly, "Listen well, if you have spent most of your life and still haven't slain 1,000 giants, why not search for the reason within yourself? Perhaps you are too weak, perhaps indeed." His words struck right at the mark. Not to mention that even the hunters around him who shared his hatred nearly couldn't help but laugh. After all, the guy was so foolish he effectively handed his foes the smoking gun. And after the taunts, the middle-aged hunter leaped into a rage. He stomped one foot on the table, angrily cursing, "Even if I'm weak, I am still stronger than you, you despicable liar." Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then could not help saying, "I truly did not expect you to be this brazenly weak." As soon as those words left his mouth, even the surrounding people could not help but laugh. The guy may look young, but his tongue is sharp. But what they did not expect was that for Lin Yuan this was only the beginning. He leaned on the railing, surveyed the crowd and spoke coldly, "To be honest, I don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. In terms of strength you cannot compare with the top psionics. In terms of contribution you are far inferior to the frontline warriors. What you do every day is to fritter away life drinking and boasting at the tavern, thinking that killing a few of the lowest giants makes your civilization so grand and that you have contributed greatly to the country. You are like crabs in a bucket, content to stay at the bottom. If anyone tries to climb, you will pull him back down hard. Because you cannot bear anyone stronger than you. Because only when everyone slacks off together can you rest easy rotting at the bottom of the bucket." Lin Yuan's words were like a brutal slap, striking the faces of those present. Yet to them these brutally honest words did not prompt reflection, they only stoked their anger. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Yuan's voice faded, many pointed at him and began to curse aloud. "Who are you to lecture us? You little bastard, you really think you're somebody? You're nothing but a petty liar to spout such talk here. I tell you today, if you don't make this matter clear, you will not walk out of the Hunters Guild doors." Lin Yuan calmly regarded the furious faces below. The angrier they grew, the more they believed themselves to be in the right. Every era has its heroes, but more often there are cowards who fear death and cling to a life of ease. In their eyes there was no country, no humanity, only their own gains and losses. Lin Yuan sighed softly. He no longer intended to argue with them, for it was meaningless. As with trying to wake a group of people who pretend to sleep, you cannot wake them. If they truly possessed that awakening, they would now be at the front lines fighting giants to defend the homeland behind. Thinking this, Lin Yuan finally understood. Since he could not awaken them, the only thing he could do was to make them shut their mouths. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath amid the chorus of curses and slowly walked toward the task handover. The girl behind the desk paused, then asked instinctively, "Is there anything else?"
Lin Yuan smiled and said, after completing the giant slayer task I should now be a D-rank hunter, right?
Yes. Very well, then I will exercise a one-time privilege to take a task out of turn. Lin Yuan pointed to the task display before him and spoke softly. I want to take on the Armored Giant Slayer mission. Once a hunter's rank rises to D level, he is privileged to take on higher tier missions once. This mechanism, of course, designed for the bigwigs newly admitted to the Hunters Association and for prodigies whose power advances at an astonishing pace. After all, both share a common trait: their strength far exceeds their current hunter rank. Thus granting them the monthly privilege to undertake higher tier tasks was meant to help them grow even more. When Lin Yuan finished speaking, the young woman's expression grew strange. She pursed her lips and asked, "Are you sure you want to take on this mission? The Armored Giant is an extraordinarily dangerous Tier 4 giant. Previously a hunter squad of 5 C-rank psionics went to subdue it, but none survived. Thus this mission was classified as a B-rank mission."
Lin Yuan nodded. "Thank you for the reminder."
Seeing him so stubborn, the young woman sighed, then tapped a few keys on the mission terminal to assign the mission to Lin Yuan. Below, the hunters began to murmur involuntarily.
Are we really misreading him?
This kid dares to take on a B-rank mission. Ha, it's all bluster. The more he pretends, the harder his face will be slapped when the truth comes out. If he truly can kill the Armor Giant, I'll livestream it, 5-speed fan mode.
Count me in, I'll fight it with you. Damn, you guys are all tough.
Then at that moment the middle-aged man from before spoke again. With arms crossed over his chest he spoke coldly. "Kid, what are you pretending for? You don't truly think that by faking a mission this will end so easily, do you?" Lin Yuan looked at him, smiled softly and said, "Do you know what it means that a summer insect cannot speak to ice? A frog at the bottom of a well like you is not worth my argument." Then he turned, pulled a crystal core from his chest and handed it to the young woman.
"Please have a look and verify it."
The young woman was slightly startled, instinctively placing the crystal core into a nearby scanner. After a few seconds the scan results appeared before her eyes.
How is this possible?
Gazing at the scan results, she widened her eyes in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment.
This scanner is connected to the Hunters Association's cloud database with extremely powerful analytical capabilities. The result shows that this crystal core is the Armor Giant's core.
You have already killed the Armor Giant. After she spoke, all the hunters below were stunned. They clearly hadn't expected Lin Yuan to actually possess the Armor Giant's crystal core. Lin Yuan spoke calmly, "If you don't believe me, I can bring back the Armor Giant's head." The young woman waved her hands and said, "No need, the crystal core in your hand is enough to prove it. I'll verify it for you now." Her fingers tapped the mission terminal a few times.
Lin Yuan's wristwatch quickly received the notification. The mission you undertook, slay the Armor Giant, is complete. The rewards have been issued to your account, please check. The reward for this B-rank mission is 2 million cash plus a high-grade chi blood pill. In other words, Lin Yuan's bank balance jumped to 5 million after only 2 missions. That sum would be the lifelong savings of a middle-class family. No wonder so many psionics prefer becoming hunters to enlisting. On one side they serve in the army, risking their lives to battle giants. On the other, they can casually hunt a few giants, earn a handsome reward and retreat to the rear to enjoy life. Surely even a fool would know which path to choose. Yet in modern Huaxia there truly exists a foolhardy crowd who would rather die on the front lines than live in the rear. And the skies of Huaxia are held up by this band of hot-blooded fools. After delivering this mission, Lin Yuan's hunter rank rose smoothly to C rank. In under half an hour Lin Yuan's hunter rank jumped 2 levels in one go. This meant he could now undertake C rank missions. Sadly, this month's quota for higher rank missions had already been used up. Otherwise Lin Yuan might have liked to take on a few B rank or even A rank missions for fun. After delivering the mission, Lin Yuan didn't waste a moment. He turned and strode toward the door. The hunters on the first floor fell silent, not daring to meet Lin Yuan's gaze. After all, the youth before them, not yet 20, was a fierce man capable of killing Tier 4 giants. In a place as small as Nanjiang City, hunters who can complete B-rank missions are truly few and far between. For a moment the atmosphere on the first floor of the Hunters Association grew oppressive. The only sounds were footsteps as people left. None dared to take a breath, afraid Lin Yuan might remember them. Only after Lin Yuan stepped out of the association's doors did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. He had gone. Thankfully this fellow didn't trouble them. Otherwise the matter would have been impossible to resolve. Then from among the crowd a soft, eerie voice rang out. Who just now said they would livestream 5-speed fan? After leaving the Hunters Association, Lin Yuan returned straight to his home. Lin Tianke did not seem to be at home, and Lin Yuan did not know where his father had gone. Although his own power was now gone, his physique remained stronger than ordinary people, and Lin Yuan was not worried. Entering the house, Lin Yuan stripped off the bloodstained clothes, tossed them into the trash and headed straight for the bathroom.
All the fatigue accumulated over so many days made him yearn for a proper hot bath. Whoosh! The hot water from the shower cascaded over Lin Yuan's well-defined muscular torso, steaming into white mist. That battle with the armor giant had deeply reminded him of the weakness of his own strength. Therefore, in the ensuing period, Lin Yuan decided to stay at home, sign in for a while, and only resume taking Hunters Association missions once his strength was strong enough. This is the blood chi pill. After stepping out of the shower, Lin Yuan sat in his room with various bottles and vials of pills and potions arranged neatly before him. Clutched in his hand was a standard blood chi pill, the reward he had earned upon completing the mission to hunt down the giant slayer. During his bath, he had requested the Hunter Guild to deliver all mission rewards directly to his residence. They included 10 standard blood chi pills, 10 bottles of low-grade mental enhancement potion, and 1 high-tier blood chi pill. By market price, a single blood chi pill was worth approximately 50,000. A bottle of low-grade mental enhancement potion, on the other hand, commanded around 70,000. In other words, the combined value of these pills and potions alone had already surpassed $1 million. As for the price of a high-tier blood chi pill, it was frankly exorbitant. Even a single pill of that caliber fetched over $1 million. To tell the truth, before reaching adulthood, Lin Yuan had never consumed any such medicinal pills. This was not because he could not afford them. As the only son of Tianwang Jiang and bearing the lineage of Divine Dragon General Lin Tiank, he had virtually every cultivation resource at his disposal if he chose to use them. The reason he refrained from swallowing pills to accelerate his cultivation was simple: before turning 18, one must focus on laying a solid foundational base. In this critical stage, artificially boosting one's strength through medicinal pills would only prove counterproductive, excessively depleting one's latent potential.
However, Lin Yuan now had absolutely nothing to fear.
Firstly, he had reached the age of 18. Secondly, with the salvation system at his command, he harbored no concerns about his potential being overdrawn. Exaggeratedly put, with the salvation system bestowed upon him, his potential was practically boundless.
With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan cast aside all hesitation and swallowed a standard blood chi pill in one go.
Seconds later, a massive surge of refined vital energy immediately spread from his lower abdomen. And this vital force rapidly surged outward. It churned within him like an unruly child, darting restlessly through every corner of his body. Lin Yuan stilled his mind and began consciously directing his own vital energy, pursuing and surrounding the untamed force, intent on consuming it entirely. Though the vital energy contained within each blood chi pill remained constant, the extent to which one could absorb it depended entirely on individual capability.
5 minutes later, the vital energy within Lin Yuan's body had completely dissipated.
Yet the amount he had successfully absorbed amounted to less than 30%. The vast majority of the energy had been wasted.
Yet this could not be entirely blamed on Lin Yuan.
After all, his current strength was still quite weak, and his control over his own vital energy remained far from refined.
Regardless, Lin Yuan could still feel his internal blood and energy rapidly surging, even as his muscles took on a noticeable sense of fullness. System open. My personal status panel. Host: Lin Yuan. Combat level C-class. Esper. Vital energy 6037 Cal. Spiritual power 1793 Hz. Esper. Abilities: Thunder. Esper. C-class. Regeneration. Esper. D-class. Frost. Esper. D-class. Death Spirit. Esper. E-class. Possessed items: Esper. Upgrade Crystal. X2 Life Recovery Potion. X20 Stamina Recovery Potion. X7 Mental Recovery Crystal. X6 Concealment Gem. Dragon Slaying Blade.
Gazing at the status panel before him, Lin Yuan made a rough estimation. A single blood chi pill had increased his vital energy by approximately 700 points. The sensation of such rapid power growth left Lin Yuan somewhat captivated. Yet he understood all too well that pills like blood chi pills typically yielded the best results with the first dose.
Should he continue consuming them, the effects would progressively diminish until his body reached its absolute limit and could no longer absorb anything further.
For an underfunded hunter, after taking one blood chi pill, one would typically enter a period of cultivation, allowing the body to fully adapt and the medicinal effects to be completely exhausted, only then choosing to take a second pill to maximize its benefits. However, Lin Yuan had no need to follow such cautious practices. Because he possessed ample wealth. In that case, then let me see just where my true limits lie. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered and he swallowed another blood chi pill. As the pill entered his stomach, his vital energy surged powerfully once more. Yet this time he was already mentally prepared. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth. Only when he consumed his seventh blood chi pill did Lin Yuan finally choose to stop. Because he could feel his body had truly reached its absolute limit. The vital energy within him had swelled to the brink of bursting. Had he forced down any more, his body might have genuinely exploded. Under the system's display, Lin Yuan's vital energy had skyrocketed to an impressive 7600 points. It was worth noting that vital energy was equally an important metric for measuring one's combat strength.
Some espers, despite possessing remarkably mediocre abilities, had cultivated their vital energy to such an extreme that they could still sweep across battlefields and overwhelm countless enemies. And the stronger one's vital energy, the more powerful the esper abilities they could unleash. For the time being, I cannot consume any more blood chi pills. So then next. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted once more to the mental enhancement potions placed nearby. No need to hesitate, just do it. He directly uncorked the potion bottle, tilted his head back and drained the entire contents in one gulp. The taste was not bitter at all, rather it carried a subtle sweetness that left one craving more. Soon after, Lin Yuan could distinctly feel a tremendous surge of mental energy flooding into his mind, as if waiting for him to absorb it. A mere single bottle was hardly enough to satisfy Lin Yuan's appetite. Taking advantage of the fact that his mental ocean had not yet reacted adversely, he proceeded to down one bottle after another without pause. By the final bottle, Lin Yuan could only feel as though his brain were being pierced by countless needles, such searing pain that he almost wanted to pry open his own skull. He curled into a tight ball, forcefully enduring the relentless dual agony assaulting both his body and mind, his teeth clenched in stubborn perseverance. Though this process was excruciating, Lin Yuan did not utter a single sound from his throat, even as his teeth ground together in agony. Because deep within he understood that true transformation was inherently an agonizing journey. All he could do was brace himself and push through. He would not yield. No force in this world could make him submit. The unceasing pain made the passage of time feel interminably slow. Hours blurred into one another within the endless night until Lin Yuan finally drifted into a heavy unconscious slumber. When Lin Yuan woke again, time had already advanced to the next day. He struggled to sit up, his head throbbing in agony and every muscle in his body cried out with a tearing ache. The aftereffects of using drugs to rapidly bolster his strength had not yet fully faded. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath and whispered, "System, I want to sign in." Ding, congratulations, host has successfully checked in for 106 days and received a reward, 1 high-grade chi blood pill. After hearing the system's chime, Lin Yuan's mouth twisted in a wry smile. Although the high-grade chi blood pill was worth a fortune, to gift himself such a pill at this moment, the damned system seemed keen to see him perish. Lin Yuan felt as if he had been rolled by 100 giants, his bones on the verge of cracking apart. It seemed that for the time to come he would have to stay at home and recuperate while signing in. Yet this nearly self-torturous method of enhancement yielded remarkably evident results. Now his chi and blood power had reached 7600. Even his spiritual power broke through the 2000 threshold, soaring to 2300. In the following days, Lin Yuan remained at home waiting for his body to recover bit by bit. During this period he continued his sign-ins. Ding, congratulations, host has successfully checked in for 107 days, receiving a weapon enhancement stone. Ding, congratulations, host has successfully checked in for 108 days, receiving the fruit of the tree of life. Ding, congratulations, host has successfully checked in for 109 days, receiving 5 life restoring potions. Ding, congratulations, host has successfully checked in for 110 days, receiving 5 ability upgrade crystals. Every day's sign-in reward was different. Nevertheless, the items rewarded by the salvation system proved effective in practice. After 45 days had passed, Lin Yuan's body had long since fully recovered, adapting completely to the growth of chi blood and spiritual power. If he remembered correctly, this should be his 150th sign-in day. I wonder what the reward for 150 sign-ins will be. After taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan inwardly chose to sign in. In the next moment, the system's prompt rang out. Ding, congratulations, host has successfully checked in for 150 days and earned a special reward, Overlord's Body. Indeed, as I suspected, this time the reward is special. Lin Yuan clenched his fists, a gleam of excitement flashing in his eyes. Overlord's Body special physique description: those who possess the Overlord's Body shall have their strength greatly augmented and will possess boundless potential. Upon breakthroughs, they can ignore the shackles above any realm. After reading the system's description, Lin Yuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. The Overlord's Body is perhaps too formidable. Endowed with boundless potential and able to ignore any shackles upon breakthroughs. Does that mean that after merging the Overlord's Body he could begin to swallow chi blood pills without restriction? Host, please choose whether to merge this physique. Merge. Lin Yuan decisively made his choice. Just as his words fell, he felt the blood in his body suddenly boil, even his skin began to redden, growing burning hot. This pain was 10 times more intense than when he forcibly swallowed chi blood pills. Clearly the system was forcibly transforming his physique into the Overlord's Body. He could sense the changes within him. The metamorphosis from an ordinary physique to the Overlord's Body would evidently require a great amount of energy. And this precisely provided an excellent opportunity to swallow chi blood pills.
He could seize this chance to swallow all the chi blood pills that were usually hard to absorb completely. No madness, no survival. A ferocious glare flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He flipped his right hand and drew out 5 high-grade chi blood pills. Among them only one was the reward from slaying the armored giant, the remaining 4 were all obtained through sign-ins. Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and swallowed all 5 high-grade chi blood pills in one gulp. In the next moment the immense chi blood power roared to life within him like a volcanic eruption. Under ordinary circumstances such a colossal chi blood power would instantly shatter his body. But at this very moment Lin Yuan was in the crucial phase of merging the overlord's body, needing to expend vast chi blood power. Thus this vast chi blood power was forcibly absorbed into his body in this manner. 10 minutes later the fusion was complete. Lin Yuan's physique successfully transformed into the overlord's body. And nearly 70% of the chi blood power contained in those 5 high-grade chi blood pills had been absorbed into his body. At this moment he lay on the ground like a dead dog, yet the chi blood power within him had surged past 10,000, reaching 15,400 points. Compared to before unlocking the system, Lin Yuan had in such a short time increased his chi blood power to 3 times its former amount. Although his aberrant power level hadn't risen yet, if he encountered the armored giant again he could easily pierce through the foe's armor with his own strength. In a span of merely 50 days Lin Yuan's strength had undergone a earth-shaking transformation. Now that he possessed such power, then next he should continue to the Slayers Association to take on missions. Moreover, more than a month had passed since his last overtier mission. That is to say, he now possessed another privilege to take on an overtier mission. This time, why not directly take an A-rank mission? Just as well to let him feel the power of the Overlord's body. With that in mind, Lin Yuan slowly rose to his feet, ready to head to the Slayers Association. As he stepped out of his door, Lin Yuan instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sun. For someone who hadn't left home for half a lunar month, the outside world seemed oddly unfamiliar. At that moment armored vehicles suddenly rolled past in front of him. Armored vehicles, how could they enter the city center? Lin Yuan was first a touch startled, then quickly recovered. Today. It seemed to be the day the military conducted a full conscription in Nanjiang City. To defend our nation and protect our people is the supreme honor. Only by enlisting can we safeguard the vast territories of our great nation. The megaphone on the armored vehicle continuously broadcasted inspiring words. Any young person would feel their blood boil upon hearing such words. However, Lin Yuan paid no heed to them, continuing instead toward the Hunter Association. Yet before long his footsteps gradually slowed. For the gates of Nanjiang No. 1 high school had come into his sight. A burly man in military uniform was standing before the school gate, waving his arms and delivering a passionate speech. The moment Lin Yuan caught sight of him, he recognized him instantly. The man before him was Commander Chen Hu, the commander of China's Tiger Vanguard forces. Going to the battlefield is the duty every Chinese citizen must fulfill. All of you who have come of age should also shoulder this responsibility. The past 120 years since the era of giants began have been the most tragic 120 years. Under the crushing force of giant civilization, countless nations have fallen and millions of humans have perished. Then why has our China survived amidst the devastation? Because we are united. Because we are resilient. Because we never fear sacrifice. After finishing these words, Chen Hu turned his head and said in a deep voice, "Bring them forward." Soon after, several soldiers carried forth a row of stone monuments. Upon the bluish-gray steels were carved words as crimson as blood. These were the spirit tablets, also known as Martyr's Steels. Chen Xiaojiang, age 31, A-tier power-type ability user, single-handedly slaughtered a level 5 mountain giant before being thrust into enemy territory. The Chinese military was unable to provide timely rescue and he was surrounded and killed by giants, leaving no remains. Fulnangwa, aged 40, A-tier fire-type ability user, for the sake of rescuing trapped comrades, forcibly slaughtered over 200 giants, choosing to self-detonate at life's final moment, perishing together with a level 5 shadow giant, leaving no remains. Fangyan, aged 23, C-tier medical-type ability user, treating the wounded in the rear, going without sleep for 7 consecutive days and nights, ultimately dying from exhaustion, buried in the martyrs' cemetery. Chulai, aged 18, C-tier space-type ability user, captured by giant civilization while gathering intelligence, devoured alive by giants piece by piece, leaving no remains. The words inscribed upon the spirit tablets seemed as if they were truly written in blood. Magnificent deeds, every character stained with tears of blood. Monument after monument, hero after hero, gone forever. They had died for China. Yet their fate was leaving no remains. No remains, no remains at all. Gazing at the spirit tablets standing before them, everyone present could not help but feel their eyes sting, unconsciously clenching their fists until their nails dug deep into their flesh. On the spirit tablets, nearly every soldier who fought on the front lines had never had a complete body returned.
Especially that young boy named Chu Lai. Why? Why? Why on earth? He was only 18 years old. He should have been like them, peacefully studying at school, playing and laughing with his companions. They simply could not imagine it. Just as they sat in warm, bright classrooms attending lessons, far away on the front lines, a boy filled with despair was being ruthlessly devoured alive by giants. Those damn giants. I'll kill them. I'm going to the battlefield to slaughter them all. We'll make them taste the same agony.
All the students had bloodshot eyes, their bodies trembling slightly.
I know you are all furious.
Chun-Hu took a deep breath and said solemnly, but I hope more than anything that you firmly remember this anger right now. As the front lines face pressing circumstances, all who have turned 18 are eligible to enlist. And without special circumstances, all ability users must proceed to the front lines. The moment Chun-Hu spoke these words, every student present erupted. When the nation faces crisis, we must strive to be the first.
You're absolutely right, count me in. At worst, I'll just die gloriously on the battlefield.
Ha ha ha, how can a true man not wield his weapon and reclaim the 50 prefectures? I'll make those giants understand what true blood for blood vengeance means. Gazing at the passionately excited students before him, a trace of relief flickered in Chun-Hu's eyes. The students before him might never have witnessed the cruelty of the battlefield with their own eyes, but he could deeply feel the passionate fervor burning within their chests.
These young people were the future of China. They were China's true hope.
If not for this national crisis, no one would send them to the battlefield. Unfortunately, the frontline situation was dire and giant civilization was pressing closer every day. They had to draw fresh blood from the rear.
For other nations, this was almost an impossible task.
After all, everyone knew that the battlefield was a giant meat grinder.
Every minute and every second, tens of thousands of warriors perished.
Under such circumstances, no one wanted to rush to the front lines to die.
However, unlike other nations, this was China.
And within the hearts of the Chinese there existed a grand sense of righteousness. Whenever the nation called, countless young people would step forward voluntarily to enlist and march to the front.
This was true.
Every inch of our land costs an inch of blood. 100,000 youths, 100,000 soldiers.
Apart from China, no other nation on earth possessed such extraordinary cohesion.
The scorching sun blazed overhead.
Before the gates of Nanjiang No. 1 high school, the military recruitment had officially begun.
In front of the recruitment registration desk, a long queue stretched out. There was still a hint of immaturity on these students' faces. Yet without exception, beneath all those young eyes burned a steely determination, as if facing death itself.
Many journalists gathered around, silently capturing one photograph after another.
They needed to record this moment.
These photographs of youths resolutely choosing to enlist would undoubtedly become a powerful tonic for China.
Meanwhile, they would also inspire more people to head to the front lines. For these journalists, this was precisely the meaning behind capturing these images.
Although they were stationed in the rear, they still wished to contribute to China in their own way. Yet gazing at this endless queue before him, Chun-Hu's heart felt overwhelmingly complicated.
I wonder how many of them will actually survive once they reach the battlefield. Chun-Hu certainly understood how firm their convictions were. However, the cruelty of war far exceeded their wildest imaginations. The scene before us was so solemn and austere. Silent students, iron soldiers, and a teacher bidding the students, they marched toward the draft office.
With permission from Chun-Hu, a reporter approached the line, ready random interviews. Before heading to the front, is there anything you want to say? Dad, Mom, in this life,
I will devote myself to the country. In the next life, I will repay you properly.
That's what I'll say.
A tall, sturdy boy smiled, his eyes reddening. What would you say to the heroes who fell in battle? Though the body dies, the spirit remains, the soul, and will become a heroic specter. A bespectacled boy smiled and spoke. If there truly comes a day of victory, I will go to their graves and toast them.
Have you ever thought you might die on the front?
I have.
Would you regret it? I just don't want to regret it, so I joined the army.
A refined, scholarly-looking young student grinned, revealing a bright smile.
Photo after photo. Face after face, smiles on their lips.
The reporter felt a momentary daze. This generation was marching to the front with smiles, fully aware of how cruel a fate awaited them.
Yet they chose to resist nonetheless, sacrificing themselves for the nation as if death were merely a homecoming.
For a moment, the journalist's heart surged with a burning desire to rush to the front. Perhaps after this interview task he would also head to the front as a battlefield journalist.
In times of national peril, even the smallest candle should cast its own light.
Then he approached a tall boy again, handing over the microphone.
This classmate, may I ask why you chose to enlist in the army? Wang Mang looked up, his gaze firm, speaking deliberately. For what? Of course, to wipe out all the giants. To reclaim all the lost lands. To ensure that future children do not have to live in the giant's fear. Believe me, I will become a hero of Huaxia, and I will surely realize all I have said. Wang Meng's words rang out with iron resolve, stirring the listeners. Though he was merely a teenage student, the sincerity of his words made them feel all the more real. Then, before the journalist could ask again, Wang Meng grinned. Relax, Huaxia will be guarded by people like me. As for you, Mr. Reporter, if you truly want an interview, I advise you to interview the guy standing under that tree over there. Ask him what it feels like being an ability user yet choosing to desert. Wang Meng's lips curled into a sneer. He had long noticed Lin Yuan there. Since he left the school, he hadn't seen him for more than a month. He clearly hadn't expected Lin Yuan, who had refused to enlist, to show up here on the day of conscription. If that was the case, then don't blame me for making him feel awkward. Deserter. The reporter paused, asking, aren't all ability users forced to enlist? Yes, but his father is Lin Tianke. Wang Meng sneered. A coward like him only deserves to hide in the shadow of his father and survive by living off that name. His words cast a shadow over the journalist's heart. He had not expected that even among these hot-blooded youths there would be those who fear death. The journalist walked toward Lin Yuan with heavy steps. He felt a surge of anger, wanting to question him. Why didn't you choose to fight? Clearly he possessed remarkable abilities, the most favorable cultivation environment, and a father who shone like a blazing sun. But why didn't he choose to enlist? Why? The journalist finally stood before Lin Yuan, raised his microphone, and asked calmly, classmate, may I ask why you did not choose to enlist? Lin Yuan looked up, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. However, upon seeing the cold sneer on Wang Meng, he quickly recovered. He fixed his gaze on the camera and answered softly, because this is my right. Lin Yuan's reply stirred an inexplicable flame inside the journalist. Yes, indeed, this is your right, because your father is Lin Tianke. But can you truly watch these former classmates die without lifting a finger? Oh right, you can, because you are not even on the battlefield. Looking at them, don't you feel any shame? The journalist's fierce words drew everyone's attention. Even Chen Hu hurried over, frowning, asking what happened. And upon seeing Lin Yuan, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Xia Yuan, how did you end up here? No, Lin Yuan could recognize Chen Hu at a glance, not because he was the Huban army's commander, but because they had met before. Before commanding the Huban army, he was merely a guardsman to his father Lin Tianke. After recognizing Lin Yuan, Chen Hu's face lit with a smile. Xia Yuan, why didn't you go to the draft line? Was there too many people? It's nothing. If you want to join a unit, tell Uncle Chen. Don't worry, although I'm not as strong as your father, I still have some say in the army. Of course. If you want to talk about private interest, I would certainly prefer you to join our Huban army. You and your father, you're truly cut from the same cloth. If I recall correctly, you have awakened a dual attribute ability, right? This is indeed a tiger father with no dog son. I believe in you. One day you will become like General Lin, someone who makes those giants tremble. As the Huban army's commander, Chen Hu now looked at Lin Yuan with the hopeful gaze of a farmer awaiting a good harvest. Staring at Chen Hu, Lin Yuan felt his words catch in his throat. After a long silence, Lin Yuan finally spoke. Uncle Chen, I have given up on enlisting. In that moment the entire draft office fell silent, a deathly stillness hovering in the air. Lin Yuan's reply struck like a thunderbolt, stirring an astonishment in everyone's hearts. If anyone hadn't yet known Lin Yuan's identity, they do. The man before them who refused to enlist is the son of Huaxia's dragon general Lin Tianke. Chen Hu stood there dazed, thinking he had heard wrongly, and muttered to himself, Xia Yuan, even if you don't want to join the Tiger Guard army, I won't force you. But before he could finish, Lin Yuan repeated the same words. Uncle Chen, I told you I have given up enlisting and chosen to stay behind the front lines. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Lin Yuan turned around and walked away from the place. Lin Yuan, do you realize that by doing this you'll cause your father to be looked down upon for a lifetime? Your father's illustrious name will endure even if his strength is now gone. You remain Huaxia's hero, but do you know what you are doing now? Do you want him to be stabbed in the back after his death? He should be a hero, not the father of a coward. In his urgency, Chen Hu unconsciously released his own aura of power, and the pressure pressed down on Lin Yuan. To command a corps, one must be at least S rank or higher. In other words, the Chen Hu before them possessed strength rivaling that of a city-destroying giant. The aura of such a level of powerhouse is not to be trifled with. Under this pressure, the students behind him felt as if a mountain rested on their shoulders. Even some with slightly weaker strength knelt, bending their knees to the ground, yet Lin Yuan seemed unfazed, continuing to move forward step by step. Watching Lin Yuan ignore him, Chen Hu felt both disappointed and angry. How could the dazzling General Lin have fathered such a son?
Spurred by fury, Chen Hu unleashed an even greater pressure, and it targeted Lin Yuan alone. Lin Yuan groaned, nearly losing his footing. Nevertheless, he quickly steadied himself and pressed on with indescribable difficulty. Seeing this, even Chen Hu's eyes couldn't help but flash with awe. He clearly hadn't expected Lin Yuan to truly bear his pressure and move forward. At such a young age to wield such strength, he is surely a prodigy. Yet such a breathtaking genius had become a deserter, the butt of everyone's scorn. Chen Hu did not know that under the augmentation of the Overlord's physique, Lin Yuan's tens of thousands of qi and blood energy was driven to the extreme. Even if he unleashed all his pressure, he still could not stop Lin Yuan's pace. Then a figure leaning on a cane emerged from the street's other side, strolling toward them. After this figure appeared, everyone's gaze instinctively fixed on him.
"Tiger boy, it's been years, you're grown stronger, haven't you?"
The figure smiled and asked, "If I hadn't stopped you, would you have laid a hand on my son?" Chen Hu froze on the spot upon hearing this familiar voice. He slowly turned his head, and upon recognizing the other's face, he knelt on one knee without hesitation. Huaxia Tiger Guard Army's current Corps Commander Chen Hu salutes the Dragon General.
It was unclear who initiated it.
After Chen Hu kneeled, all the students and teachers alike also knelt on one knee.
Nanjiang No.
One high school, all teachers and students salute the Dragon General.
They expressed their deepest reverence to the Chinese hero before them in this way. The man before them was Lin Yuan's father, Lin Tianke.
He, leaning on a crutch, hobbled to Chen Hu and helped him to his feet. He patted Chen Hu's shoulder, smiling softly, and said, "Not bad at all. The little guard I used to have you run around me is now a commander who can stand on his own."
Hearing this, Chen Hu, the iron-willed man, couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. "General Lin."
Before he could finish, Lin Tianke waved his hand. "Don't call me general any longer. I am merely an old man living out my days in this border town."
"Not so."
Chen Hu began to deny, but Lin Tianke spoke again. "I know Lin Yuan has disappointed you all.
To be honest, even I as his father don't know what he intends to do.
But I still hope you will forgive him. Even if he wishes to stay behind and live in ease, I hope you will forgive him.
This is my final plea as a father."
After saying these words, Lin Tianke bent forward with difficulty, supported by his last leg, and bowed deeply to the crowd. For a moment everyone's eyes reddened slightly, an indescribable feeling filling their hearts. Though Lin Yuan was indeed a deserter, but his father, the once Huaxia Dragon General, used his bowed back to hold up the sky for him. When the crowd regained their senses,
Lin Yuan had already vanished from their sight.
A complete video of the incident soon appeared on the network. Within just a few hours it sparked across Huaxia. "I'm moved to tears. Lin Tianke is a real man.
This is Huaxia's backbone indeed.
I hope everyone remembers that his leg was broken for Huaxia. Even so, it cannot change the fact that his son is a deserter. I never would have guessed that a hero like General Lin would father such a son, a worm who only lies on the merit ledger. Trash coward, the shame of Huaxia. Sai, if you ask me, we should respect General Lin's wish and forgive him.
After all, seeking ease isn't wrong, it's just that he was born in this era. Seeking ease isn't wrong. Even my 67-year-old father pretended to be younger to go to the front as a logistics soldier, and you say he's not wrong?
This kind of person, if he continues living in Huaxia, should forever keep his head down.
Lin Yuan, get out of Huaxia."
Tens of thousands of comments, at least more than half, were cursing at Lin Yuan.
Coward. Shameless. Selfish. Deserter.
Countless filthy and disgraceful words transformed into bullets of public opinion fired straight at Lin Yuan.
Even Lin Tianke had suffered considerable criticism.
Lin Yuan scrolled through the comments with an expressionless face.
Was it humiliating? It was humiliating. Yet he continued to endure this humiliation in silence.
If he did not perish in silence, he would erupt from it.
How much longer it would take, even Lin Yuan himself did not know.
What he knew for certain was that regardless of the outcome, he would never regret it. This was a path of salvation destined to be walked alone. Fortunately, deep within his heart, hope still burned.
Ha!
Lin Yuan exhaled a long breath of stale air, his eyes growing resolute once more. For him, everything was just beginning. These trivial thoughts could not shake his resolve.
A man's heart remains unyielding until death.
With effort he could mend the cracks in the heavens. After stepping into an isolated corner, Lin Yuan donned that silver-white mask once more.
He then walked alone to the Hunters Association.
He could tolerate others' curses and mockery, but he could not bear his own weakness.
To drive all the giants out, he had to possess strength sufficient to rival them.
After Lin Yuan stepped into the Hunters Association,
all the hunters on the first floor instinctively fell silent.
They certainly remembered Lin Yuan. This mysterious figure wearing the silver-white mask was someone who had slaughtered 1,000 giants and single-handedly killed the armored giant. Outside Lin Yuan was a despicable deserter, a shameless coward. But here he was, the giant slayer that everyone feared.
This guy is back again. I wonder if he's here to take a mission. What's he been up to lately?
If I remember correctly, hasn't he been missing for over a month?
Who knows? Tell me. This time he's probably here for an A-rank mission, right? Are you kidding? A-rank missions target at least level 5 giants. Do you really think this guy can handle that? Quiet down, stop talking. This guy is walking this way.
Lin Yuan walked past them with a cold expression, heading toward the mission reception center on the second floor. What made these hunters fortunate was that Lin Yuan seemed to have no intention of making things difficult for them.
Hello, we meet again. How may I assist you?
The young woman at the mission reception center waved her delicate hand and timidly greeted Lin Yuan.
I'm here to accept a mission. Lin Yuan's response was brief and to the point, clearly unwilling to waste time. Here is the mission list, please take a look.
The young woman dared not be negligent and immediately opened the mission list in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan extended his hand and gently touched the mission screen with his fingertips, scanning through it quickly.
Missions with difficulty levels that were too simple were eliminated. Missions that were too time-consuming were eliminated. Missions that were overly complicated were eliminated. Lin Yuan's requirements for selecting missions were extremely strict. However, everything he eliminated was simply missions that offered little benefit to his power growth. These worthless missions were not worth undertaking. Finally, Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon an A-rank mission.
A-rank mission: exterminate the remnants of the giant church.
Mission requirements: kill the giant cult remnants hiding outside the city.
Mission reward: 700,000 yuan, 5000 merit points and 1 S-class ally weapon.
Remnants of the giant church, huh?
Lin Yuan's gaze turned slightly cold as he murmured to himself. He had some understanding of the giant church. In short, they were a cult. When humans encountered things they could not understand or beings they could not defeat, they would worship them as gods.
Religion thus emerged.
The giant church was such a product. During those dark and despairing 100 years, countless humans developed a twisted and fanatical reverence for giants. In their eyes, giants were like divine beings.
Compared to humans, giants were far more worthy of ruling this planet.
According to their doctrine, the emergence of giant civilization was precisely because humanity had committed unforgivable sins and needed to undergo a great cleansing. This was the origin of this catastrophe. At the same time, the giant church declared to its believers that as long as they could help giant civilization achieve final victory in this war, they would be able to wash away their sins as humans and survive in the newly established paradise with a new identity. Just from this alone, defining the giant church as a cult was not an exaggeration. In Lin Yuan's eyes, they were nothing but brainwashed fanatics. They had betrayed not only their nation but also their own race. He had once heard Lin Tianke say that some high-ranking members of the giant church had even used a special drug to forcibly transform themselves into giants and took pride in this, completely joining the giant civilization. Lin Yuan naturally held deep hatred for these cultists. Without hesitation, he pointed to this mission and spoke in a deep voice, using this month's authority to accept missions beyond my level. I want to take on this mission.
The young woman followed Lin Yuan's finger and felt a momentary shock.
If she remembered correctly, Lin Yuan had only accepted 2 missions since joining the Hunters Association. One was an E-rank mission, considered the most difficult.
Another was a B-rank mission with equally high risk. Now, was this guy already planning to take on an A-rank mission? Good heavens, what kind of monster was this guy? If the Hunters Association did not prohibit duplicate registrations, she would have suspected he was some big shot deliberately disguised as a newcomer to farm missions. Although the young woman was internally overwhelmed, she maintained a polite smile on her face. Before accepting the mission, I must remind you that this mission is extremely difficult. Please be cautious during the operation. Lin Yuan nodded and asked, is there any relevant information about this mission?
The young woman thought for a moment and said, there is some intelligence about the giant church remnants collected by a hunter squad.
However, to access this intelligence you must pay them 500,000 as a fee. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan showed no hesitation and immediately replied, I'll view this intelligence. As for the 500,000 fee, just deduct it directly from my account. Intelligence is paramount under any circumstances. If the information holds any value, Lin Yuan would gladly pay even the highest price for it. If one were to stingily refuse even such a modest sum, that would truly be a dereliction of responsibility toward oneself. After Lin Yuan paid the information fee, the young woman promptly sent him details regarding the giant church.
The intelligence indicated that remnants of the giant church had gathered in an abandoned factory located 500 kilometers northwest of Nanjiang City.
Within this hideout there was 1 A-rank Esper, 3 B-rank Espers and several C-rank Espers.
It was precisely for this reason that this mission was classified as an A-rank operation. However, the giant church remnants were known for their unpredictable movements, and this intelligence was already 7 days old. It was highly probable that these individuals had long since abandoned the abandoned factory and relocated elsewhere.
Nevertheless, for Lin Yuan this intelligence still held considerable value.
At the very least, through this intelligence he had gained knowledge of their overall combat strength.
Unfortunately, the intelligence lacked sufficient detail. It only listed the Esper ranks of those giant church adherents without specifying their elemental attributes. Unfamiliar with their abilities, Lin Yuan could only exercise utmost caution. Thank you.
After reviewing the intelligence before him, Lin Yuan immediately turned around, preparing to depart. As he left, the entire first floor of the Hunter Association fell completely silent. All the hunters quietly watched Lin Yuan, seeing him off with their eyes. Only after Lin Yuan pushed open the door and disappeared from their sight did these hunters finally exhale, beginning to discuss amongst themselves. Good heavens, this guy's oppressive presence is too intense, I barely dared to breathe.
Obviously he's someone who killed a tier 4 giant. But he actually accepted an A-rank mission. What a madman. If he can really eliminate those giant church remnants, it would clean up a major threat for Nanjiang City. Tell me about it. Those giant church followers are the real fanatics.
I heard they went so far as to conduct blood sacrifices using living people.
After presenting his Hunter Association credentials, Lin Yuan smoothly exited the Alloy City wall and reached the outskirts of Nanjiang City.
However, before that he had specifically visited the trading center to spend all his money purchasing high-grade chi and blood pills. After completing the missions for hunting giants and the hunter armor giant, Lin Yuan had received a total reward of 5 million. After deducting the 500,000 information fee, his account balance remained at 4.5 million. The figure sounded considerable, but if used to purchase high-grade chi and blood pills it could only buy a mere 4 pills.
Yet Lin Yuan would never be stingy with money spent on improving his strength.
Because he possessed the Overlord physique, a special constitution, he could grow stronger without limit as long as he continuously consumed pills. So he directly purchased 3 high-grade chi and blood pills and 25 normal ones, spending all 4.5 million in one go.
Having no money left, Lin Yuan once again felt how impoverished he was. This wasn't some overlord physique, this was clearly a pay-to-win physique.
Lin Yuan felt utterly helpless, casually grabbing a handful of normal chi and blood pills and tossing them into his mouth like candy beans. Although he needed to ration the high-grade pills at 1 million each, he could still afford the normal ones at 50,000 each. In theory, as long as his body could handle it, he could unlimitedly enhance his strength by consuming chi and blood pills. Swallow them one after another and he would break through, there would be no threshold whatsoever.
This was the overwhelming power of the Overlord physique.
If someone saw Lin Yuan eating chi and blood pills this way, their eyeballs would nearly pop out in shock.
I really need to make more money.
Lin Yuan licked his lips and muttered to himself, fortunately, as long as I can eliminate those giant church followers, I'll have another 7 million coming in. After leaving Nanjiang City, Lin Yuan immediately clarified his objective. He still planned to follow the intelligence's guidance and head toward the direction of that abandoned factory for investigation. Even if those giant church followers had already evacuated, they would likely leave behind some traces.
Moreover, beforehand Lin Yuan wanted to first push his own strength to its utmost limit.
If, as the intelligence stated, there was 1 A-rank Esper, 3 B-rank Espers and several C-rank Espers gathered there, then for Lin Yuan, who was alone, this would definitely be an extremely severe trial. Although he possessed the Overlord physique and his blood chi had broken through 10,000 points, even so he could at most contend equally with 1 A-rank powerhouse.
If surrounded, he would undoubtedly die.
Therefore, before formally launching an attack, he must make thorough preparations. Thinking thus, Lin Yuan immediately spoke softly. Open personal status panel.
Host Lin Yuan. Combat level A-rank Esper. Special constitution Overlord physique. Blood chi power 16487 calories. Spiritual power 2644 Hz. Esper's Thunder Esper C-rank Self-Healing Esper D-rank Frost Esper D-rank Necrosis Esper E-rank.
Although Lin Yuan's Esper ranks were relatively low due to the presence of the Overlord physique and his extraordinarily high blood chi, his comprehensive combat strength reached the A-rank level. Furthermore, after accumulating sign-in rewards for so many days, Lin Yuan now held 25 Esper Evolution Crystals in his hands. Consume 15 Esper Evolution Crystals to upgrade Necrosis Esper. Consume 10 Esper Evolution Crystals to upgrade Self-Healing Esper. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan directly allocated these 25 Esper Evolution Crystals between the Necrosis Esper and the Self-Healing Esper. The next moment the Evolution Crystals in his hands shattered. Azure blue radiance like a tide threatening to swallow him whole instantly merged into his body.
Self-healing Esper successfully upgraded to C rank. Self-healing rate 20. Necrosis Esper successfully upgraded to D rank. Necrotic creature strength 10. Necrosis Esper successfully upgraded to C rank. Necrotic creature strength 10. Necrotic space unlocked. Maximum necrotic creatures storage limit 10 units. After the azure blue light faded, Lin Yuan's 2 Espers had successively been enhanced. He upgraded self-healing Esper of course for self-preservation. As for why he upgraded Necrosis Esper, the reason was even simpler. Because this Esper was truly extremely useful. As long as there were enough corpses, he could summon countless necrotic creatures to fight for him. Lin Yuan his necromantic power from E grade to C grade in one breath. The gains were equally notable. The strength of the undead creatures increased by 20%. From now on, the undead beings summoned with necromantic power will possess 70% of their former strength. Moreover, what excited Lin Yuan even more was the opening of the necromantic space. Without a necromantic space, the undead he summoned could only be used and discarded. Just like the undead armored giant previously summoned, though its power was quite formidable, Lin Yuan still had to abandon it in sorrow before returning to Nanjiang City. Because he could only choose to do so. If he had entered Nanjiang City with that undead armored giant, he might have been killed on the spot by the city guard. Yet after obtaining the necromantic space, Lin Yuan would no longer have such worries. The used undead giant does not have to be discarded, it can be coated in breadcrumbs and fried, making the neighbors' children drool with envy. Ahem, I got sidetracked. It is completely possible to place it inside the necromantic space to be summoned again in the next battle. Unfortunately, the beginner necromantic space has only 10 storage slots. Therefore, what is stored inside the necromantic space must be the strongest undead beings. After the power upgrade, a superb idea suddenly flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Since those remnants of the giant sect love to use giants as dogs. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then I shall prepare a proper surprise for them. 3 days later. In the giant forest. Lin Yuan flung the Zhanlong Dao aside and faced the giant with bare fists. The giant before him stood 20 meters tall like a skyscraper, exuding an extremely oppressive presence. Moreover, unlike ordinary giants, this one was all muscle, and beneath its arms grew 4 thick extra arms. A level 4 giant, the 6-armed giant. If this had happened before, Lin Yuan would have needed the aid of undead giants to have any chance of slaying this 6-armed giant. But Lin Yuan now did not even deign to use a weapon. I hope you are not too weak so I can find some joy in the battle. As Lin Yuan's words fell, he unleashed his thunder power without hesitation. His figure instantly turned into a bolt of lightning streaking toward the 6-armed giant. Roar! The 6-armed giant roared, and its 6 sinewy arms, as if forged from steel, simultaneously lunged toward Lin Yuan. If the might of the armored giant lay in the black armor that cloaked its body, then the strength of the 6-armed giant lay in its 6 arms, each harboring nearly terrifying power. The 6 enormous arms attacked in unison, seemingly sealing off all of Lin Yuan's attack routes. Yet Lin Yuan's face showed no fear. Ice congeal. With a low shout, all 6 arms of the 6-armed giant froze over in a thick layer of ice, greatly limiting their speed. Then Lin Yuan seized one of its arms without hesitation, and the power of vital energy within him exploded forth. Hiss. Under the might of the tyrant's body, Lin Yuan's vitality unleashed a force so immense that it tore off one of the 6-armed giant's arms. Crimson giant blood spurted like rain, enveloping Lin Yuan in this rain of blood. Boom! The 6-armed giant's massive frame toppled, raising countless clouds of dust. Lin Yuan's gaze was cold as he watched the scene, landing steadily on the ground. He could not yet remain suspended in midair forever. After storing the undead 6-armed giant within his necrotic dimension, Lin Yuan slowly turned around. Standing before him were hundreds of giants of varying sizes. Though these were merely ordinary giants, their sheer numbers created an overwhelming oppressive presence as they gathered before him in a dark mass. Faced with so many giants, even a tier 4 giant would likely be instantly overwhelmed. All these undead giants had been dispatched by Lin Yuan during the past few days. Now slaughtering these ordinary giants was as simple and effortless for him as crushing ants. When Lin Yuan had been battling the 6-armed giant just moments before, these hundreds of undead giants had stood motionless behind him like sculptures. It went without saying that the 6-armed giant was no match for Lin Yuan at all. Even if he had managed to hold his own against Lin Yuan, these hundreds of undead giants would have charged forward and torn him to pieces in an instant. If the 6-armed giant could speak, he would surely have cursed. Hundreds of undead giants, 10 tier 4 giants. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he murmured to himself, I imagine those remnants of the giant church will be most pleased with the surprise I have prepared for them.
He then glanced at the map on his wristwatch and headed straight for the abandoned factory. At the same time Lin Yuan waved his hand signaling the undead giants behind him to keep up with his pace. Under his command all the undead giants marched in perfect unison. As they began to move even the earth itself trembled beneath their weight. Although Lin Yuan stood alone at this moment he commanded an army of thousands.
Northwest of Nanjiang City.
Roughly 600 kilometers away within an abandoned factory. This structure should have existed before the giant era began. However, the fact that such a building had withstood the test of time in this location demonstrated sound construction quality, certainly not shoddy work.
Moreover, the war between humans and giants had leveled much of the world.
The fact that this structure had not been destroyed in that catastrophe was quite fortunate. At that moment inside the abandoned factory a bonfire blazed fiercely. Around it roughly a dozen people sat scattered on discarded oil drums, their faces all marked with vicious expressions. The flickering firelight cast them in an even more ferocious demon-like appearance. Undoubtedly all gathered here were followers of the giant church. Their headquarters in Nanjiang City had been destroyed by the Chinese military, forcing them to flee here like stray dogs and scrape out an existence.
Just then a gaunt man finally spoke up. Boss Lord Kamba said he needs at least 10 more human lives to successfully evolve into a tier 6 giant.
That is why he demands we deliver 10 humans to him within 5 days no matter what it takes. He also specifically told me that if we provide the flesh of ability users, his power after evolution will be far greater.
Lord Kamba said only through this can we ensure the subsequent plans proceed smoothly.
After he finished speaking, a scarred man with a bare torso snorted contemptuously.
10 humans flesh, easier said than done. We are all wanted criminals in Nanjiang City now. We cannot even enter through the city gates.
Where are we supposed to find 10 living people for him? This burly scarred man was clearly the leader among these giant church followers. Even sitting there he radiated an aura so menacing it made one's heart race. He looked like someone who had dozens of deaths on his conscience.
Boss, do not be angry.
A young man with narrow cold eyes stepped beside the scarred man and spoke with a faint smile.
Isn't Lord Kamba simply hungry for human flesh?
Then we should simply satisfy his hunger. I have already leaked our whereabouts to the Hunter Association. Before he could finish, the scarred man grabbed him by the collar and growled in near rage, "Are you insane? You know we are all fugitives, yet you would expose our hideout. As the saying goes, cast us into desperate straits and we will find our way to victory." The young man gripped the scarred man's wrist and spoke grimly.
Boss, we have run out of options.
Humanity is hunting us and the giants refuse to fully accept us, they only demand more flesh from us.
In the eyes of the giants we are nothing but obedient dogs. Do you think if we cannot provide Lord Kamba with sufficient flesh to help him complete his evolution, how he will deal with us?
The scarred man paused slightly and replied instinctively, he will choose to devour us to complete his evolution.
You are right.
The young man sneered mercilessly. If we cannot prove our worth to the giant civilization, then in their eyes we are nothing but trash that can be discarded at any moment. As long as they need us, they can simply choose to devour us. The scarred man's eyes flickered and he asked in a deep voice, "So what do you propose?" "I have leaked our location to the Hunter Association," the young man stated flatly.
"If nothing unexpected occurs, one or even multiple hunter squads will come hunting us. And they do not know of Lord Kamba's existence."
Hearing this, the scarred man fully grasped the young man's intention and exclaimed excitedly, "You set this trap to lure human ability users here so that Lord Kamba can devour them and complete his evolution.
If this succeeds, not only will we survive, but we will also prove our worth to the giant civilization. What a brilliant move. Using others' blades to eliminate our enemies. This person before him had truly maximized every resource available. This was not merely a ruthless scheme, it was an open conspiracy."
At that moment the young man smiled calmly, showing his teeth. "Even if we must serve as dogs, we should at least do it properly. The dog that truly bites never barks." Looking at his smile, the scarred man could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had never expected one of his companions to be such a venomous serpent.
After a brief silence he asked, "What is your name?" "Me."
The young man gestured to himself, that faint smile still playing on his lips.
"My name is Chu Xiao. Xiao as an ambitious warlord."
After the plan had been clarified, disciples of the giant cult no longer seemed as anxious, as after all what they needed to do next was simply to stay in place and wait for the fish to bite. If they could successfully assist Master Kamba to evolve into a Destroy City-level giant, that would be no small feat. By then perhaps the giant civilization would bestow upon them some special rewards. As he thought of this, the scar-faced man's heart warmed with a surge of ardor. If they could truly be accepted by the giant civilization, they could from now on live a life unshadowed by hiding. Chu Shao, if this plan really succeeds, you shall be the top strategist under my command.
The scar-faced man laughed heartily and gave Chu Zhao's shoulder a hearty pat. The honor is mine.
Chu Shao smiled slightly, yet a flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes, clearly showing he did not hold the scar-faced man in high regard. If not for the pressure of the situation, he would not cooperate with such trash. Having found a way out, the scar-faced man was in a good mood and immediately sat down with a heavy clatter, idly stirring the campfire before him, and asked, "By the way, do you know that Lin Tiang's son actually refused to enlist out of fear of death? This matter will spread like wildfire across Huaxia. Such a hero has sired a cowardly son."
Ha ha ha, this is truly music to the ears.
If it hadn't been for Lin Tianke and those military lackeys who claimed to purge the rear and root out the giant cult, would we be here now crawling like mangy dogs and living in fear?
One must admit Lin Tianke is indeed a remarkable figure.
Alas, human civilization is doomed to be unable to contend with the giant civilization, yet he chose to resist the trend, a mantis against the wheel, a gnat against the tree, and this is the end result. That can only be called self-inflicted.
Ha ha ha, the more miserable he is, the happier I am.
The scar-faced man laughed aloud. I'm thinking, what if we turn his life-loving and cowardly son to defect to our giant cult? That look on Lin Tiang's face must be something to behold. His underling immediately agreed, not only that it's probably worse than killing him, but a coward who won't even step on a battlefield bringing him into our sect feels ominous to me. Ha ha, you think that's ominous, but General Lin still treasures his worthless son.
Haven't you heard?
Lin Tianke even bowed and apologized to everyone for that waste. Laughing to death, who would have thought that a man of Lin Tiang's iron will would end up losing his dignity because of his son? If we had known this, we wouldn't have expended so much effort slinging mud on him in the first place.
Boom!
As they laughed and argued, with a deafening crash, the door of the abandoned warehouse was kicked open. A figure wielding a long blade appeared before them.
Looks like the fish has finally bitten, hasn't it?
Chu Shao narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. The scar-faced man rose with a feral grin and asked, "Since you're here, aren't you going to introduce yourselves?" After he stood, all the giant cultists behind him also rose to their feet, each emanating the murderous aura of desperados.
Introduce yourselves.
I suppose there's no need. The man before them looked up with a smile and said, "Because haven't you all already introduced yourselves for me?
I am Lin Tiang's that useless son."
After he spoke, all the giant cultists before him altered their expressions. If the outside information is not mistaken, Lin Yuan should be a coward who won't set foot on a battlefield. How could such a coward dare to appear here? Could it be he has brought Lin Tianke here? Just thinking of that name, despair rose in the hearts of the giant cultists.
Although they hated Lin Tianke to the bone, the mere title of Huaxia Dragon General would frighten them into trembling. If Lin Tianke really appeared before them, they might soil themselves in fear. No, wait.
The scar-faced man suddenly thought that Lin Tiang's strength had already faded, reduced to a cripple. Could it be that all of this was his disguise? In a moment the scar-faced man's mind churned and he did not dare act rashly. Lin Yuan knew exactly what he was thinking and with a light smile said, "Relax, Lin Tianke isn't here.
Do you think with you lot he would make a move?"
The scar-faced man narrowed his eyes, sneering, "True, but with you alone do you dare come here to court death?
Or do you really intend to join our giant cult? Rest assured, as long as you are willing to join the giant cult, even if you do nothing, you can still become a guest of the giant civilization."
Lin Yuan looked at him and spoke coldly, "You want to use me to harm my father?
You scum really have a clever scheme.
Besides, when did I say I came alone?" After he spoke, the scar-faced man felt a touch of ease.
It seems Lin Tianke really didn't come.
If Lin Yuan insists he came alone, they would hesitate, not knowing what backhand the other side might have. But now, as long as Lin Tianke doesn't come, no matter how many people Lin Yuan brings, they would all become Master Canva's meal.
After all, Master Canva was just one step away from evolving into a Destroy City-level giant.
Thinking of this, the scar-faced man relaxed a little, sneering, "Kid, if that's the case, call out all your companions so I can give you a death you deserve."
Lin Yuan's lips curled slightly and he smiled, "Then you'll be disappointed. Because they have already died once. If you want to see them so badly, I will grant your wish." Just as his words fell, the entire abandoned factory began to tremble violently. All the giant cultists' faces changed drastically. They had no idea what on earth was happening. In the next moment it was Chu Shao who reacted first. Not the abandoned factory, but the ground beneath their feet. The entire land was trembling. Rumble.
Just as the group of giant cultists trembled with fear, the roof of the abandoned factory was ripped open with a brutal tearing force. And before them appeared an enormous colossal face.
Is this a giant? The scarred man finally reacted.
Turns out the dreadful tremors that had rattled the earth were all caused by giants. But just how many giants had this fellow drawn here to unleash such a violent quake across the land? Hearing this, the scarred man burst into loud laughter. You boy, it seems you are not only cowardly but your wits are not sharp either. Do you think that as giant cultists we would fear a mere handful of giants?
In giant civilization, though lower-tier giants lack wisdom, they can be commanded by higher-tier giants. Especially the giants of rank 5 and above. Once Lord Kanba arrives here, these gathered giants can be instantly at his command. This kid is basically lifting a rock only to smash his own foot. I never expected Lin Tianke to have fathered such a fool of a son. Lin Yuan smiled and suggested that since you love dealing with giants so much, you should get in close contact with these giants. This is a gift I have painstakingly prepared for you. Do not waste it. Then Lin Yuan opened the necromantic space without hesitation. In the next moment, one after another terrifying giants stepped forth from the necromantic space. 6-armed giants, razor-toothed giants, bear giants, brutal giants, cursed giants, demon spirit giants. 10 tier 4 giants in all, towering like mountains, standing in perfect formation behind Lin Yuan, exuding a powerful and fearsome aura. Facing the 10 giants before him, the scarred man's face changed slightly, instinctively taking a step back. Even if he was stupid, he could tell something was off. These giants seemed to be shrouded in a faint deathly aura. Lin Yuan seemed to be able to command these giants. How could this be? He had lived so many years and had never heard of any power that could command giants. The scarred man could hardly imagine what kind of storm would surge if this news spread. The only thing he can be sure of now is that Lin Tiang's son isn't, as rumors claim, a coward who wouldn't dare step onto a battlefield. The scarred man no longer hesitated. He turned to Chu Shao and spoke in a low voice. Hurry, inform Lord Kanba and have him come here at once. Then he grit his teeth and added that they had prepared enough blood offerings for him. He knew in his heart that only human flesh could attract giants. Only by saying so would Lord Kanba come at once. Very well. Chu Shao understood the urgency and immediately prepared to leave through the back door. Lin Yuan of course kept a keen eye on this unusual move. However, Lin Yuan did not stop him. There were so many people here he could not intercept them all. What intrigued him was who Chu Shao was going to report to. Could there be other allies among the giant cultists? No matter how many there are today, I shall drive this group away and wipe them out. Kill. Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy and he spoke the word with a cold steel-like edge. In the next moment, the 10 tier 4 giants behind him stepped forward, roaring as they charged toward the giant cultists. Meanwhile, hundreds of undead giants outside the factory surged forth under Lin Yuan's command. The already ruined factory was razed to the ground in an instant. The giant cultists before them were utterly enveloped by the siege of the undead giants. You reap what you sow. These scum who served the giants would rather be dogs to giants than lend a hand to humanity. To die at the giants' hands would be a fitting death. Get out. Amid the siege by the undead giants, the scarred man let out a roar. Next moment his body abruptly transformed into hard steel. No doubt this was his ability, steel skin. Moreover, as the leader among the giant cultists, he was also the only A-rank ability user among them. Slash. The scarred man drew a great saber from his back, roaring as he cut. His mighty strike instantly severed one arm from a 6-armed giant. Remember, undead 6-armed giants retain only 70% of their former strength. Now facing an A-rank user like the scarred man, they will not last long. But before the scarred man could continue his slash, a strand of black mist silently wrapped around his body. The scarred man's brow furrowed. For he realized that beneath this shroud of darkness his strength and speed were being weakened. He turned his head and quickly found the culprit. That was the cursed giant standing not far from him at his side. Though this giant's own combat power wasn't formidable, it could lay various curses on its prey, weakening their strength. It seems this cursed giant must be dealt with first. A murderous intent welled in the scarred man's eyes. He abandoned the 6-armed giant before him and swiftly reoriented himself, charging toward the cursed giant. Yet before he could reach the cursed giant, a shadow fell and a gigantic bear paw slammed down toward him. Boom! With a loud crash, the scarred man's body was driven straight into the ground. Even with steel skin, he felt his insides churn. He propped himself up with his arms, a furious blaze in his eyes as he looked upward. Behold, a bear giant, its brown fur covering its body, baring its teeth in a crooked and eerie grin. For a moment the scarred man felt as if he would spit blood. The giant's attacks are not very damaging, yet they are highly insulting. In single combat he could have slain any of these giants with ease. But these giants do not fight him head-on, they strike whenever they spot an opportunity. If this keeps up, the scarred man fears he will be toyed to death by these giants. 5 minutes later. The scarred man leaned heavily on his executioner sword, gasping for breath in ragged heaves. He had been locked in combat with these giants for a full 5 minutes.
Not only had he expended tremendous physical energy, but his steel-forged body was also riddled with wounds of varying sizes.
It must be said that the strength of an A-rank Esper was quite formidable indeed.
Even in such a dire condition, the scarred man before him had still managed to slay 3 giants. The 6-armed giant, the bear giant, and the berserker giant each had perished at his hands.
What's wrong? Can you no longer continue?
Lin Yuan regarded the scarred man before him and spoke with a smirk playing across his features. The fury blazing in the scarred man's eyes seemed ready to consume him entirely as he gritted his teeth and growled, "Just wait.
One day I will slaughter every last one of those giants. When that time comes, it will be your turn next."
Lin Yuan chuckled faintly and replied coolly, "Before you say such things you should take a look at your companions." The scarred man's brow furrowed and he instinctively scanned his surroundings. Surrounded by hundreds of undead giants, his companions had already suffered more than half casualties. Only a handful remained desperately holding their ground.
Damn it!
The scarred man turned his head and fixed a death stare upon Lin Yuan, nearly roaring, "If you have any real ability, stop hiding behind these giants. I'm telling you, having a coward like you as your son is exactly why your father deserves the scorn of thousands.
This is all your fault.
Because of your cowardice, your incompetence, because you dare not fight. If you have even a shred of courage, then face me as a true man." The scarred man ranted furiously, hoping to stir Lin Yuan's wrath. Only by forcing Lin Yuan to act could they find a way out of their predicament. However, at that very moment a faint sound suddenly echoed in his ear.
"Very well."
Upon hearing those words, the scarred man's pupils contracted sharply. The next instant, before he could even react, Lin Yuan had already materialized before him. Such incredible speed.
"Didn't you want to fight me? Well, here I am."
Before Lin Yuan had barely finished speaking, he threw a devastating punch. In that instant, 16,000 calories worth of blood chi force exploded forth from within him. Amplified by the prowess of his tyrant physique, Lin Yuan's punch drove straight toward the scarred man's abdomen.
Bang!
Accompanied by a thunderous boom, the executioner's sword in the scarred man's hands fell from his grip and struck the ground with a sharp metallic ring.
His entire body curled inward like a overcooked prawn.
The agony etched upon his face was beyond description, reaching the absolute pinnacle of torment.
"I know you're trying to provoke me with goading words. But do you truly believe? That steel is truly invulnerable."
Lin Yuan's voice was cold and detached. With those words he delivered another devastating punch, striking the scarred man's abdomen once more.
Cough!
The scarred man felt his internal organs churning violently and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes were filled with sheer terror. He had never imagined that this black-haired youth could unleash such terrifying power.
Even his steel ability couldn't withstand it. "Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm also an A-rank Esper."
A faint enigmatic smile played upon Lin Yuan's face as he said, "If you'd like, I can let you experience it firsthand." Upon hearing those words, absolute despair flashed across the scarred man's eyes.
A demon. Lin Tiang's son was nothing but a complete demon.
He clearly possessed strength that rivaled his own, yet he deliberately chose to let those giants torment him first.
Only after he had grown thoroughly bored would he execute him like prey.
And he wasn't even 20 years old yet, he already possessed A-rank power. What kind of monstrous talent was that? The scarred man simply couldn't comprehend how such an almost monstrous prodigy could be rumored to the outside world as a cowardly waste.
"Fuck your whole family.
How can you call this peerless genius a waste?
I beg you, let me go. I'll do anything you ask. Just don't kill me. I'm willing to be your servant, your slave, anything." The scarred man's psychological defenses had completely collapsed. He desperately wailed and begged Lin Yuan for another chance. However, at this very moment his heart was filled with extreme anxiety. Damn it!
Why was that Chu Xiao so slow?
How much time has already passed? Why hasn't he arrived yet with Lord Kamba? As long as Lord Kamba arrives, even if this brat is an A-rank Esper, he will die here.
No, merely killing him would be too good for this lad.
He wanted to gouge out his eyeballs, drive iron nails through his fingernails and then smash each finger one by one.
Finally he would shatter every bone in his body and make him kneel before him like a dead dog begging for mercy. During their escape, the scarred man had once tortured a patrol soldier in exactly this manner. That fellow looked barely enlisted, no older than 22 at most. By the end he was almost unrecognizable, wailing and begging the man to put him out of his misery.
Soon, very soon.
If he could only delay a little longer, Chu Xiao would arrive with Lord Kamba. However, just then Lin Yuan's voice echoed in his ear with chilling coldness, shattering all his hopes in an instant.
"If I'm not mistaken, you're stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements, aren't you?"
Lin Yuan said casually, "I may not know who gave you such unfounded hope.
But unfortunately you won't live to see that moment."
A shiver ran through the scarred man's heart. He opened his mouth to speak but then witnessed a glint of cold steel flash before his eyes. In merely a breath's span the dragon-slaying blade in Lin Yuan's hand had already severed his head. Blood sprayed everywhere as the head hit the ground. Regret flooded the scarred man's heart. He should never have followed Chu Xiao's plan from the beginning. He had intended to use himself as bait to lure out a big fish. But what he had actually hooked was a vicious shark of the utmost ferocity. After dispatching the scarred man, Lin Yuan smoothly sheathed his blade and swept his gaze across the surroundings. The remnants of the giant cult had been mostly cleared away. However, what intrigued him somewhat was where exactly had Chu Xiao, who had departed, first gone. If he had gone to seek reinforcements, why hadn't he returned by now? Could it be that something unexpected had occurred? At this very moment, thousands away, Chu Xiao walked leisurely toward the place where Ramba resided. There was not a hint of urgency on his face. This should be it, I suppose, Chu Xiao murmured to himself, lifting his right hand and glancing at the time on his wristwatch. If I calculate the time, they should be almost dead by now, right? What a bunch of idiots. Thinking of this, he couldn't help curling his lips into a smile. The scar-faced man's worst decision was letting him come to Master Kamba. You must know that if you want Master Kamba to intervene, you must provide him with a plentiful supply of human flesh. But with only Lin Yuan's flesh and blood, how could that be enough? When the time comes, even if they managed to kill Lin Yuan, they could not bear Master Kamba's wrath. Thus from start to finish he had only one choice. The plan was for the giant cultists led by the scar-faced man to die. As long as they died at Lin Yuan's hands, he would be able to present Master Kamba with enough blood meals. Finally Chu Xiao arrived at the place where Master Kamba resided. Raising his head, he beheld a colossal silhouette, mountain-like in size, kneeling cross-legged on the ground, radiating a crushing pressure that compelled one to bow. Then this giant shadow slowly opened its eyes, its voice deep and rolling like thunder. Have the blood meals you were to arrange all been prepared? 5-level and above giants possess extraordinary intelligence. They can even speak human words with ease. The giant before him is Kamba, a being just on the cusp of evolving into a city-destroying giant. A gigantic elephant head grows upon it, its long black trunk continually exhaling a mist-like breath, and its limbs are thick as elephant hooves. Thus is Kamba's true visage. The 5-level magic elephant giant Kamba. Chu Xiao knelt on one knee, smiling as he spoke. For Master Kamba to smoothly ascend to the 6-level city-destroying giant, all the other giant cultists are willing to sacrifice their own flesh and blood to aid your evolution. From Kamba's elephant trunk another scorching breath burst forth. He looked at Chu Xiao intently, opened his huge mouth and spoke in a deep tone. Very good. Since you all have prepared yourselves, take me with you. Hiss. With a soft sound, Lin Yuan swung the Zhanlong Dao and severed the last giant cultist's head. Apart from the scar-faced man, who was an A-rank esper, the others among the giant cultists were at most B-rank espers. If Lin Yuan wished to kill them, it would be as easy as slicing a melon. Not to mention he commanded hundreds of undead giants. The entire abandoned factory vicinity was a sea of corpses, both human and giant, with the stench of blood thick in the air. The only pity is that one of them got away. Lin Yuan sheathed the Zhanlong Dao and prepared to depart. The one who escaped had never shown himself. It seemed he would not be coming back. Lin Yuan even suspected that the other bore some crucial secret on his person. Thus the scar-faced men and their group would sacrifice their lives to send that youth away. Yet Lin Yuan, upon reflection, found this unlikely. After all, the scar-faced man's words before dying were clearly an attempt to stall for time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Fine, if I can't figure it out, I won't think about it anymore. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions. After this mission he would not only earn 7 million in reward, but his hunter rank should also rise to B rank. In less than 2 months he had risen from E rank to B rank. Lin Yuan's pace of ascent as a hunter was truly rocket-like. However, just as he was about to depart, Lin Yuan's face changed slightly. He felt the earth beneath his feet tremble subtly. And this tremor grew stronger, as if some colossal behemoth was approaching in his direction. A giant. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, instinctively tightening his grip on the Zhanlong Dao. After a few seconds, a hulking figure emanating a terrifying aura appeared before him, advancing step by step toward him. With each step the ground cracked into countless fissures. Master Kamba, the demon elephant giant, descended. 5-level giant. Or city-destroying giant. Lin Yuan frowned. The demon elephant giant hadn't even fully approached, but already gave him an indescribable sense of pressure. Ever since obtaining the Overlord's physique, he hadn't felt oppression from giants in a long time. In his eyes, even a level 4 giant was nothing more than a pest. Thus the demon elephant giant before him could only be 5-level or higher. And the previous escapee Chu Xiao was now by the side of this demon elephant giant. Master Kamba, it is this brat who ruined the blood feast we had prepared for you. Chu Xiao looked up, his gaze like a venomous snake fixed on Lin Yuan, speaking in a deep voice.
It doesn't matter.
A gleam of excitement flashed in Kamba's eyes. He licked the corner of his mouth and spoke without restraint. The aura and vitality of this human far surpassed that of those wastes.
If I devour him, I will surely evolve into a 6-level giant. Hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Chu Xiao's eyes. He clearly hadn't expected that Lin Yuan alone could excite Kamba so much. How abundant was this guy's blood and vitality? Staring at the demon elephant giant before him, Lin Yuan's spirit was taut to the limit. This was his first direct confrontation with a 5-level giant. Until now he had never faced such a powerful foe. Kill him.
Lin Yuan's voice was cold, and he unhesitatingly directed the undead giants behind him to strike at Kamba.
In an instant all the undead giants roared and surged toward Kamba. At the forefront were the 4-level giants.
The fang-toothed giants charged out like beasts, and after reaching Kamba opened their jaws and began to tear at him. Yet before these giants' jaws could close, Kamba's gaze grew cold. A mere level 4 giant dares to defy me. As soon as the words fell, his right limb, like an elephant's hoof, lashed forward. In the next moment the power of the demon elephant erupted. With a thunderous crash, his thick right limb pierced straight through the chest of the fang-toothed giant. The chest of the Fang giant was pierced as easily as thin paper by the devil elephant giant before it. A cloud of blood exploded in an instant. A 4th-level giant was thus instantly annihilated by Kamba with effortless ease. Watching this scene, Lin Yuan's expression darkened slightly. The strength of this devil elephant giant before him was far greater than he had ever imagined. Even unleashing all his chi and blood power, he might not have been able to withstand such a blow from the devil elephant giant. And Chu Xiao, standing off to the side, wore an expression of deep obsession. This was the power he yearned for and pursued. This was the true power of the giant. One day he would firmly grasp this power in his own hands and stand at the very pinnacle of this world. The seed named ambition quietly took root and sprouted within Chu Xiao's heart. On the other side, Lin Yuan relentlessly commanded the undead giants to charge toward Kamba's location. Even if they could not inflict severe wounds, at the very least they could consume his stamina. This tactic Lin Yuan had already put into practice during his battle with the armor giant. Though I don't know how you manipulate these giants' corpses. The devil elephant giant Kamba sneered, but do you truly believe these ant fragments can even harm me? Before the words had barely left his mouth, Kamba unleashed another devastating punch, his enormous elephantine hoof instantly crushing the skull of a large giant. No matter how many undead giants gathered around, they were equally unable to scratch him. One after another undead giants fell before Kamba. Yet on his monstrous visage not a trace of fatigue could be detected, as though he possessed inexhaustible power. Witnessing the dwindling numbers of undead giants, Lin Yuan could no longer contain himself. At this moment he simply had to intervene. Yet beforehand he still needed to weaken Kamba significantly. Otherwise he stood absolutely no chance against this devil elephant giant. With that thought crystallizing, Lin Yuan's decision formed instantly. Clang! Without hesitation he drew the dragon-slaying blade, his figure transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged toward Kamba. Tsk can't hold back any longer, come to throw your life away. Kamba's tone brimmed with mockery as he directly raised a colossal leg like a bronze pillar, bringing it crashing down toward Lin Yuan's position. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous roar, a deep crater appeared on the ground. Yet when Kamba lifted his foot, Lin Yuan's figure was nowhere to be found within the massive pit. Evidently the latter had relied on his speed to narrowly evade Kamba's trampling. You actually possess a few skills. Kamba's gaze captured Lin Yuan's trail once more, and he sneered, I'd like to see whether you'll be so lucky every time. In the next instant his enormous foot came crashing down toward Lin Yuan once more. Sensing the crushing wind pressure from above, Lin Yuan did not hesitate for a moment, rolling sharply to the side. Though his desperate dodging appeared wretched, he narrowly evaded Kamba's strike. Yet what surprised him most was that this foot stomp had been nothing but a feint. After that foot landed, Kamba abruptly bent his massive body and drove a furious punch straight toward the direction Lin Yuan was rolling. This time Lin Yuan had absolutely no room to evade. But in this critical moment countless vines suddenly coiled around Kamba from behind, binding his body and arms tightly. The one who had saved Lin Yuan at this critical juncture was precisely the vine giant among those 10 4th-level undead giants. These 4th-level giants, though far inferior in raw strength to Kamba, still possessed special abilities capable of imposing certain restrictions upon him. And this was merely the beginning of Lin Yuan's counteroffensive. From the very start he had deliberately positioned himself as bait, drawing all of Kamba's attention solely onto himself. Only in this way could he seize the opponent's vulnerability. At this very moment was the optimal window.
Do you truly believe a few broken vines could ever restrain me? Kamba's expression twisted viciously as power erupted continuously from within his body. The vines wrapped around his frame were soon stretched to their absolute limit, resembling a drawn bowstring on the verge of snapping completely. Lin Yuan lifted his head and spoke coldly, I never expected to actually trap you. However, as long as I can restrict you for a brief moment, that is already more than enough for me. Before the words had barely finished echoing, a mass of black mist floated forward, wrapping itself around Kamba's body. This sudden black mist was precisely the ability of the cursed giant. Damn human! A flash of fury welled in Kamba's eyes. He clearly had not anticipated that Lin Yuan still had such a trump card. Yet even with his strength weakened by the curse, he could still utterly crush this human before him. Just as Kamba raged within his heart, a pair of spectral arms suddenly wrapped around his body. What was this? Kamba paused for a moment, astonishment flashing across his eyes. He turned his head slightly and discovered that the one embracing him was precisely a fiend spirit giant. Boom! Before Kamba could react, a violent surge of energy erupted from behind him. This fiend spirit giant under Lin Yuan's command had unhesitatingly chosen to detonate itself. The immense shockwave directly sent Kamba's massive body flying backward. However, the destructive power generated by a fourth-level giant's self-detonation remained inherently limited. Even with the fiend spirit giant exploding at such close range to Kamba, it still failed to inflict any serious injury. Despicable human, I will kill you. Through the swirling dust, Kamba unleashed an exceptionally furious roar. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst through the smoke and dust, lightning gleaming brilliantly upon the long blade in hand. Damn it, it's you! This figure descending from the heavens like a god was none other than Lin Yuan, wielding the dragon-slaying blade while channeling his thunderous ability to its absolute peak. Descending from the sky like a thunder deity, he slashed downward upon the devil elephant giant's head with a single devastating stroke of lightning. Kamba's face contorted in sheer terror as he instinctively raised his arm to block. Yet that massive arm, thick as an elephant's hoof, was severed in an instant by Lin Yuan's blade. Crimson blood erupted in a violent spray. After Lin Yuan's blade severed Kamba's arm, Kamba let out a scream, utmost despair. Yet despite blood splattered across his face, Lin Yuan's expression remained utterly blank. He is simply a natural-born killer. In such moments he becomes even more calm, the grip on his blade tightening. Lin Yuan's movements show no sign of stopping as he drives toward the demon elephant giant's head. For him, there is only true victory in beheading the foe. Yet Kamba, a being on the verge of evolving into a city-destroying giant, is not to be underestimated. Though his right arm was severed by Lin Yuan's Zhenlong Dao, it bought him a moment. Kamba roared, then swung his other massive hand, striking toward Lin Yuan. Boom! With a deafening crash, Lin Yuan's figure flew backward like a torn sack and crashed heavily into a great tree. Kamba's palm unleashed the demon elephant giant's terrifying power in full. After taking the blow head-on, Lin Yuan felt as if his internal organs were shifting and crimson blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. It's over. Kamba slowly stood up, once again radiating the terrifying oppressive aura, and snarled, your tricks are finished, you have no chance left. Even with one arm severed for a giant, the limb wound is not fatal. If he devours enough human flesh and blood, he can easily regrow that arm. This must end. Lin Yuan too supported himself on the ground, slowly standing, his gaze icy to the extreme. He could sense that several ribs seemed broken. From the broken ribs a piercing pain gnaws at him. Fortunately, his self-healing ability continues to repair his injuries. To others, such injuries would require days to recover. For Lin Yuan, perhaps only a few hours. That is the power of the self-healing ability. However, before this demon elephant giant's self-healing alone will not help. Fortunately, he still has one last move. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath and pulled out all the chi blood pills from his bosom. The high-grade chi blood pills mingle with ordinary ones, and merely holding them in his hand emits a surging chi and blood power. In the next moment, Lin Yuan hesitated not at all. He raised his head and swallowed all the chi blood pills in his hand. Now witness what the Overlord's descent means. His face was filled with madness like a villain. After swallowing so many chi blood pills in one go, the vast chi blood power within him erupted in an instant. He must be said to be sustaining himself on the Overlord's physique, otherwise this enormous surge of chi blood would have blown him apart. Although Lin Yuan cannot absorb such an enormous chi blood power in a single breath with the Overlord's physique, he can for a brief time convert this chi blood power for his own use. Become his own power. Come on, fight. Blood beads continually seep from Lin Yuan's skin, and a blood-red mist cloaks his entire body. At this moment he is truly like a hellish Azura. Just as Lin Yuan charges forward, the demon elephant giant Kamba involuntarily steps back. When Kanba finally reacts, even he is slightly stunned. Why should I fear? Why would I feel fear towards such a tiny human? Kanba can't help but grow annoyed and ashamed.
Facing Lin Yuan rushing forward, Kanba directly meets him head-on, unleashing the demon elephant power to the extreme and trampling toward him.
Crush humans!
Lin Yuan roars in a beast-like growl, pooling all his chi blood power into his fist and hammering a punch toward Kanba.
Moreover, he did not even choose to use the Zhanlong Dao.
Since your power is strongest, I shall defeat you where you are most proud.
Boo!
Lin Yuan's fist and Kanba's elephant hoof collide. The force cracked the ground beneath them. Under the clash of power, the one who falls back is Kanba. The colossal force from Lin Yuan's fist compels his body to retreat uncontrollably. Even if he strains to steady himself, it is in vain. Kanba's eyes are filled with disbelief. He cannot imagine being suppressed in power by this human before him. Before Kanba can recover from the shock, Lin Yuan's assault presses on again.
Boo! Boo! Boo!
Lin Yuan's fists like a furious gale and rain crash down upon his colossal frame.
Each heavy punch carries immense chi blood power. Fists rain down every strike, landing on flesh. Kanba is utterly astonished to discover he cannot withstand Lin Yuan's onslaught.
This human before him seems not to be attacking but venting the chi blood power within him that has nowhere to go. This guy is a madman, a complete lunatic. The pain in his body gradually blurs Kanba's will. Before dying, he sneers and says, "Kid, someone like you is the best prey for our giant civilization.
Live on, for one day you will die at the hands of stronger giants in the most hopeless way." Lin Yuan roars with wild laughter, delivering a near-stiff resolute growl. What is there to fear about death? As long as I live, I will fight on until every single giant without a single one left is driven out. As the words fall, the surging chi blood swirls around his right arm once more and his fist strikes out like an enraged dragon. Boo! His punch rips a huge blood hole through the demon elephant giant's head. Boo! The demon elephant giant's massive body crashed to the ground. Lin Yuan's figure also fell from the sky. He lay flat on the ground, gasping heavily. The chi and blood energy surging within his body was vast and mighty, like a ferocious beast relentlessly assaulting his limbs and bones. Although it temporarily enhanced his strength, it also caused severe damage to his bodily functions. It was like a machine. When operating beyond its limits, a machine would soon be completely destroyed. Fortunately, his regenerative ability was also continuously repairing his body, preventing total collapse. However, Lin Yuan had already proven that despite the tremendous burden on his body, temporarily boosting his strength through this method was indeed feasible. From now on, this would be his trump card. After recovering some strength, Lin Yuan finally managed to struggle to his feet. He did not rush to use his death spirit ability to control the demon elephant giant before him, but instead walked straight toward Chu Xiao. In his eyes, the remnants of the giant cult had to be completely exterminated. After witnessing Lin Yuan's truly terrifying power with his own eyes, Chu Xiao's face was filled with terror and he collapsed weakly onto the ground. "Spare me. Please. Don't kill me, I'm human too." "You call yourself human?" Lin Yuan sneered. "From the moment you joined the giant cult, you no longer deserve to be called human. Since you willingly chose to be dogs, then remain dogs for life." After saying this, the dragon slayer blade in Lin Yuan's hand transformed into a cold gleam, slashing toward Chu Xiao's neck. However, at that moment, Chu Xiao suddenly shouted loudly, "Don't kill me. I know the giant civilization's next plan." The blade in Lin Yuan's hand stopped abruptly, less than an inch from Chu Xiao's neck. "What plan?" a cold voice echoed in Chu Xiao's ear. Seeing that there seemed to be a glimmer of hope, a trace of joy involuntarily appeared on Chu Xiao's face. He hesitated for a moment, speaking with uncertainty. "If I tell you, can you promise not to kill me?" Lin Yuan glanced at him and the dragon slayer blade in his hand instantly came down. This strike directly severed Chu Xiao's right arm. "Madman, you're a madman." Chu Xiao covered the stump of his right arm with his face contorted in pain, wailing bitterly, "Demons like you will surely go to hell after death." Lin Yuan looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Even if you reveal the information, you won't live. But I can make your death more painful." After saying this, he swung his blade again, directly severing Chu Xiao's right foot. Under the intense pain, the latter's face twisted to the extreme, his entire body curling up. I'll talk. The giant civilization knows that Nanjiang City is conducting a full-scale draft, so they've set up an ambush and plan to attack the armored vehicles transporting the new recruits." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression changed instantly. If Chu Xiao was telling the truth, then once the giant civilization's plan was successfully implemented, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to them. This full-scale draft had conscripted thousands of people in Nanjiang City alone. More than half of them were students.
Among these people were even Lin Yuan's former classmates and close friends. At this thought, Lin Yuan's eyes instantly turned cold. He could hardly imagine what terrible disaster would have occurred if he hadn't received this intelligence in advance. Such tragic consequences were unbearable for him and unacceptable for all of China. These students had all gone to war with the resolve to die. Yet now the giant civilization intended to wipe them out completely before they even stepped onto the battlefield. These damn giants! An unquenchable fury burned within Lin Yuan's icy gaze. Just then Xu Zhao's voice rang in his ear once more. Lin Yuan, this round. You win. I never expected that even that demon elephant giant couldn't defeat you. Should I praise your strength or blame that guy for being worthless? A sinister smile played on Xu Zhao's face, utterly unlike someone facing death. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, finally sensing something amiss. There was not a single drop of blood flowing from Xu Zhao's wounds. No wonder when he severed Xu Zhao's right arm his first instinct was to cover the wound with his other hand. And when his right foot was cut off he curled up immediately. All of this was designed to prevent Lin Yuan from noticing anything unusual right away. You finally figured it out. My ability allows me to transform my shadow into a clone. Whether I beg for mercy or reveal information, it was all just to buy time. Xu Zhao laughed heartily. But rest assured, everything I've told you is true. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. Consider this intelligence my gift to you. Remember, my name is Xu Zhao. When we meet next time I won't be as weak as I am now, ha ha ha. Amid his maniacal laughter, Xu Zhao's figure transformed into a dim black shadow and quickly dissolved into the air. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. He clearly hadn't expected to be tricked by this guy. However, this young man named Xu Zhao, despite not possessing particularly powerful strength, gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Such a dark and cunning existence whose wisdom bordered on the demonic would undoubtedly bring disaster to humanity if he joined the giant civilization. Next time they met he would kill him no matter what. Damn it, that guy is truly a madman. Xu Zhao clenched his teeth, trying to ease the pain his body was enduring. Although his shadow clone was ingenious, it wasn't without drawbacks. Its greatest disadvantage was that when the shadow clone returned to the main body, all the pain inflicted upon the clone would be borne by the main body itself. At this moment the pain from having his arm and foot severed was so intense that cold sweat poured down Xu Zhao's forehead. Fortunately he had managed to escape alive. Enduring the agony, Xu Zhao began planning his next move. However, at that instant a massive shadow descended upon him. Xu Zhao paused briefly, instinctively raising his head. Before him crouched a colossal giant clad in black scaled armor, two demonic horns protruding from its head. It fixed him with a cold, indifferent gaze. Gazing at the terrifying giant before him, Xu Zhao's pupils suddenly contracted. The oppressive aura emanating from this giant was even more formidable than that of the demonic elephant giant, to the point where he felt unable to breathe. Without a doubt, compared to Kamba, who was merely one step away from a level 6 giant, this giant before him was truly a city-annihilating giant. A giant of this level could single-handedly destroy an entire city with ease. Just then the demonic giant before him finally spoke. His voice was eerie and chilling, like two pieces of rusted iron scraping against each other. Where is that trash Kamba? Reporting to your excellency. Xu Zhao knelt on one knee without a moment's hesitation and immediately recounted the entire sequence of events to the demonic giant before him. Idiot. What a complete idiot. After hearing Xu Zhao's account, this demonic giant was consumed by extreme rage and directly smashed his fist into the ground. His astonishing power immediately carved a massive crater into the ground. Several high-level giants, including himself, had all secretly infiltrated behind enemy lines within China. Their objective was precisely to ambush the armored vehicles transporting new recruits. If this plan could succeed, it would deal an unprecedented blow to the morale of the Chinese military. Yet that fool Kamba was already on the verge of evolving into a level 6 giant, and upon catching a whiff of human scent his mind completely lost all rationality. Under such circumstances he actually colluded with remnants of the giant cult, risked exposure, and devoured human flesh and blood. If he could have endured until the day the plan commenced, there would have been at least several thousand humans inside the armored vehicle carrying new recruits for him to feast upon. Yet this fool was so short-sighted. If he weren't already dead, the demonic giant would have killed him with his own hands. Then the demonic giant's icy gaze fell once more upon Xu Zhao. Since Kamba is already dead, how did you survive? Your Excellency, my special ability allows me to create a shadow clone so convincing it is indistinguishable from the real thing. Xu Zhao spoke calmly. I used the clone to deceive him while simultaneously revealing your entire plan, thereby successfully buying us some time. Upon hearing those final words, killing intent surged instantly within the demonic giant's eyes. You're seeking death.
The demonic giant roared and directly raised his massive palm swatting toward Chu Xiao's location in utter fury. He never expected that someone who claimed to be a follower of the giants would leak their entire plan. This human had betrayed them and deserved to be executed. However, at that moment Chu Xiao suddenly spoke in a deep voice, "That human is the only son of Lin Tianke." The moment those words left his mouth, the demonic giant's massive palm about to descend froze in midair. Chu Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness this demonic giant wasn't as foolish as Kamba. Otherwise he would never have chosen to stop. Even Kamba's intelligence might not have been enough to understand what he was trying to say. The demonic giant stared fixedly at Chu Xiao and spoke in a deep voice, "What did you say?" Chu Xiao repeated, "The human who killed Lord Kamba is none other than Lin Yuan, the only son of Lin Tianke, Dragon General of China." The demonic giant seemed to have understood Chu Xiao's meaning and spoke calmly, "So you are trying to say?" A faint smile tugged at the corners of Chu Xiao's lips. It must be said that conversing with intelligent people was indeed simple. He only needed to provide slight guidance and the other party would grasp his intentions. Chu Xiao spoke softly, "Nanjiang City's combat readiness is utterly insufficient to muster the forces needed to counter our upcoming assault on the troop transport convoy. And seeking reinforcements from other major cities would be impossible within the time frame. Even if they attempt to forcefully escort the armored convoy to the front lines, the defenses within Nanjiang City would inevitably be left severely weakened. When that moment arrives, we can simply redirect our targets and attack Nanjiang City instead. And now that Lin Yuan has discovered our plan, if he wishes to stop us, there is only one course of action. That would be seeking help from Lin Tianke." At this moment the demonic giant's gaze toward Chu Xiao had undergone a complete transformation. This human before him had completely anticipated their every thought. Indeed, the giant civilization's plan for this operation was not merely to strike at Chinese morale but also to probe Lin Tianke's true strength. That was precisely why they chose to target the new recruits departing from Nanjiang City. Because Lin Tianke was right there in Nanjiang City. Although after that battle Lin Tianke publicly claimed he had suffered severe injuries, lost all his strength and even voluntarily resigned from his position as Dragon General. But that was merely his unilateral declaration. No one knew whether the alleged loss of strength was simply a disguise. For the giant civilization this was something they absolutely had to clarify. After all, an existence like Lin Tianke, if his strength remained intact, would constitute a tremendous threat. The giant civilization wanted to use this opportunity to thoroughly ascertain Lin Tianke's true capabilities. Lin Tianke might be able to accept that his subordinates died on the battlefield. But he would absolutely not be able to stand idly by and watch thousands of students being slaughtered by giants. If he had indeed concealed his recovered strength, then the giant civilization would force him to make a choice in the most brutal manner possible. Would he continue to lie dormant, or would he choose to intervene and save them? However, this plan still harbored a flaw. The moment they launched their surprise attack, the battle would necessarily conclude within an extremely brief window. By that time, not to mention forcing Lin Tianke to make a choice, the latter might not even have time to react. Now this flaw had been completely remedied by Chu Xiao. He had conveyed the information to Lin Yuan in an almost flawless manner. If Lin Yuan wished to rescue them, there was only one path available, seeking out Lin Tianke for help. In this way their objective would naturally be achieved. If Lin Tianke truly had concealed his restored strength, then he would be forced to make a choice. "Lin Tianke, you are one of the greatest enemies detested by our giant civilization." The demonic giant slowly raised his head, his icy gaze peering toward the direction of Nanjiang City. "Do you truly believe that using the excuse of having lost all your strength you could peacefully retire in this frontier town? We will not let you off that easily." Lin Yuan raised his hand, channeling his necrotic supernatural ability to summon the demonic elephant giant before him back to its feet. In the battle just fought, all 10 of his level 4 giants had been utterly annihilated. However, the demonic elephant giant before him was now the first level 5 giant in his undead army. Moreover, judging from the combat prowess Kanba had displayed, he possessed at least peak level strength for a 5th tier being. After all, 5th tier giants were precisely the caliber that corresponded to Class A ability users. And despite Lin Yuan himself possessing Class A strength, he had still paid an extraordinarily heavy price to win barely. This sufficiently demonstrated that this demonic elephant giant's power far exceeded that of ordinary 5th tier giants. Although he had claimed victory in this battle, Lin Yuan's mood remained exceedingly heavy. If what Chu Xiao had said was true, then as soon as the armored convoy carrying new recruits departed from Nanjing City, it would inevitably come under attack from giants. Lin Yuan had no idea how long the giant civilization had been planning this. But he was quite certain that to achieve their goals the giant civilization would spare absolutely no cost. Therefore, when that moment arrived, city-destroying giants and beyond would certainly appear. It was very likely that there would be more than one. At this thought Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine.
He had never imagined that the seemingly tranquil and peaceful area around Nanjing City harbored more than one city-destroying giant. They lay in wait like predators stalking their prey, ready to bare their fangs and claws the moment an opportunity presented itself. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He was pondering how he should respond to this impending crisis.
The most correct approach would be to report this intelligence to Lin Tianke or Chen, who requesting the Chinese military's assistance.
But doing so would completely expose his capabilities to everyone.
And from then on he would face endless targeting from the giant civilization. Even if higher-tier giants could not penetrate China's hinterland, what about those powerful giant worshipper cultists?
The giant civilization could easily select a batch of die-hard fanatics from among those zealots, bestow power upon them and spare no means in their attempts to assassinate him.
This was not paranoia. It was reality.
Across China, thousands of gifted ability users were brutally strangled in their cradles by the giant civilization each year before they could fully mature.
Some perished on the battlefield after being specifically targeted by giants. Others fell to assassinations carried out by giant worshipper cultists. These were all lessons written in blood. Under no circumstances would Lin Yuan repeat the same tragic mistakes. Therefore, he could not reveal the intelligence he had obtained to anyone. Until he had fully grown through the savior system, he would remain a lone wolf. The only person he could rely on and trust was himself. At this realization, Lin Yuan's gaze gradually hardened with determination. Since no one could be relied upon, he would single-handedly turn the tide. 7 days. If he remembered correctly, there were 7 days remaining until the armored vehicles transporting new recruits departed from Nanjing City. Though the time frame was extremely tight, it was already more than enough for Lin Yuan. He would race against time, striving to reach a level capable of confronting city-destroying giants before these creatures launched their offensive. It's merely a handful of city-destroying giants. A feral wolf-like viciousness flashed across Lin Yuan's features. Even a single person like me can send you all straight to hell. Nanjing City. Within the Hunters Association. Lin Yuan pushed open the entrance doors and stepped inside. A chilling aura of bloodlust immediately radiated from his body, spreading outward to permeate the surroundings. All the hunters present involuntarily held their breath. They were well aware of precisely where that bloody aura on Lin Yuan originated. Obviously he had killed quite a number of people. And those he had slain were most likely the remnants of the giant worshipper cult. I never expected this lad to actually return alive. Good heavens, just how strong is his power? If I recall correctly, among those giant worshipper remnants weren't there some Class A ability users? Who knows? Someone with his caliber could casually earn a brigadier general's rank even on the main battlefield. Who can say why this fellow came to the Hunters Association to compete for missions with us? Competing for missions with you? You flatter yourself far too much. Among the missions that kid takes on, which ones could you possibly undertake? Amidst the murmurs of the gathered crowd, Lin Yuan calmly ascended to the second floor, making his way to the mission submission counter. I'm here to turn in a mission. Lin Yuan spoke in a flat tone. All giant worshipper cultists have been killed by my hand. Then he directly produced several severed fingers. These are severed fingers cut from their corpses. You can verify them and cross-check the DNA. The person handling Lin Yuan's submission was still the same young woman from before. Gazing at the severed fingers placed before her, her eyes were filled with profound astonishment. She had clearly never imagined that this young man could single-handedly eliminate every last remnant of the giant worshipper cult. Please wait a moment. After a few seconds, the young woman finally snapped out of her daze and hastily began scanning Lin Yuan's submitted fingers. After confirming that these severed fingers indeed belonged to the wanted giant worshipper cultist, she immediately spoke. Sir, upon verification you have fulfilled the mission completion conditions. The mission reward of 7 million yuan in cash has been transferred to your account. In addition, there are 5,000 merit points and 1 S-class ally weapon. However, before she could finish, Lin Yuan directly interrupted her. Sorry, could you simply convert that weapon directly into cash? For him, a weapon of that caliber was utterly meaningless. The dragon-slaying blade in his possession could at the very least rival an SSS-class ally weapon. Ordinary S-class ally weapons in front of this dragon-slaying blade were so fragile they wouldn't even qualify as scrap metal. As the son of Lin Tianke, Lin Yuan possessed the necessary discernment. The young woman responded with visible bewilderment. The market price for an S-class ally weapon is 5 million yuan. Are you certain you want me to convert it to cash for you? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded and replied with utter nonchalance, and those 5,000 merit points as well. If possible, please exchange them for cash too. The young woman. Was this guy obsessed with money?
She even harbored doubts about whether this person before her had any notion of just how precious merit points truly were. Know that in Huaxia merit points are an extremely precious resource. Only those who have made contributions to the nation may receive merit rewards. Furthermore, without national authorization, even the Hunter Association lacks the authority to distribute them. The young lady, assuming Lin Yuan was unfamiliar with the value of merit points, hurriedly explained anything purchasable with money can also be exchanged using merit points. Whether it be high-grade alloy weapons, supreme cultivation techniques, advanced pills, or energy crystals, all can be redeemed with merit points. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before replying, "That makes sense." Upon hearing this, the young lady finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she had been responsible enough to make him understand the value of merit points. Otherwise he might very well have exchanged them for mere cash. However, after a brief pause, Lin Yuan spoke again. "In that case, let us skip the trouble. Just exchange all these merit points for blood chi pills for me." The young lady was utterly bewildered.
Could he not understand human language at all?
She had just explained how precious merit points were, yet this fellow was still thinking of exchanging them for blood chi pills. Was this not a blatant waste of precious resources? Yet for Lin Yuan these merit points were hardly worth much. What he needed most at present was blood chi pills. No matter how many fine items merit points could redeem, could they possibly compare to the rewards from the world salvation system? Since they could not, it made more sense to exchange them for something he urgently needed. Moreover, if he recalled correctly, Tian Lin K still possessed tens of millions of merit points. Considering that, Lin Yuan did not feel lacking in this regard either. Amidst the young lady's nearly despairing gaze, Lin Yuan directly exchanged the 5,000 merit points for 50 high-grade blood chi pills. Valued in cash, that amounted to 50 million. Merit points were indeed worth a considerable fortune. After all, his compensation for completing this mission was merely 7 million.
After submitting the task, Lin Yuan did not rush to accept other missions.
Instead, he left the Hunter Association directly. Walking alone along the street, he began tallying his gains from this mission. The 5,000 merit points had been converted into 50 high-grade blood chi pills. An alloy-grade weapon which he had also exchanged for 5 million in cash. Combined with the 7 million task reward, that totaled a staggering 12 million. In addition, his dead spirit space had gained a peak tier 5th level magic elephant giant.
Yet even with all of this, it was far from enough to confront the impending catastrophe.
If he could not elevate his combat power to S rank within these 7 days, he would be forced to watch helplessly as the giants launched their surprise attack and slaughtered the fresh recruits bound for the front lines.
But the time allotted to him was far too brief.
Only 7 days. Could he truly make it in time?
Even if he did raise his strength to S rank, how many city-destroying giants could he possibly face alone? A rare expression of bewilderment appeared on Lin Yuan's face.
As the heat of battle faded, a profound sense of powerlessness surged within his heart. For him, the most rational choice would be to give up. As long as he turned a blind eye and abandoned the new recruits destined to perish at the giants' hands, he could continue lying low in Nanjiang City. He was the bearer of the world's salvation system. Given sufficient time, he would grow strong enough to single-handedly obliterate the entire giant civilization. Compared to saving all of humanity, the losses before him seemed merely trivial.
Unknowingly, Lin Yuan had already arrived at the gates of Nanjiang First High School. The once bustling campus now stood desolate and empty.
Nearly half of the students had resolutely chosen to march to the front lines. Though still young, they harbored the same noble sense of patriotism and duty.
To die for one's country was their sacred obligation.
Gazing at the empty campus, Lin Yuan's mind once again filled with the image of that recruitment day, the endless lines of eager volunteers stretching as far as the eye could see.
Those resolute faces staring death in the eye without flinching. The two scenes overlapped, sending waves of searing pain through Lin Yuan's chest as though a blade were tearing at his heart. If I cannot even save those around me, what right do I have to speak of saving the world? A faint self-mocking smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips, but his gaze gradually hardened. No matter what, they should not perish in such a manner. If they must die, let it be upon the battlefield. Standing before the desolate Nanjiang First High School, Lin Yuan calmly placed his right hand upon his heart. He could feel a blazing fire igniting within his chest. Rest assured, I swear to you upon my life, I will ensure that every single one of you arrives at the front lines safe and sound. The following morning, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, crimson veins spider-webbing across his irises. He had not slept a single wink. Throughout the entire night he had been wrestling with ways to break the deadlock. Countless strategies had formed in his mind, only to be discarded one by one. Against an insurmountable gap in power, all schemes proved laughably futile. Fortunately, toward the end, Lin Yuan finally conceived a way to shatter the impasse. If he could complete all preparations within these 7 days, he would possess sufficient means to avert this catastrophe. 7 days hence he would drag every last giant into the depths of hell. At this thought a fierce grin involuntarily surfaced on Lin Yuan's face. Then he slowly rose to his feet, preparing to head toward the Hunter Association. That was precisely where he would formally set his plan into motion. Though he had not closed his eyes for an entire night, his current physique rendered such fatigue inconsequential. Even days without rest would scarcely affect him. Moreover, every precious moment was too valuable to squander. There was simply no time left for waste. Just as Lin Yuan was about to step out of his room, something suddenly occurred to him. He immediately whispered inwardly, "System, I wish to check in." Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing 157 consecutive days of check-ins. Reward obtained: camouflage magic puppet. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. This reward seemed somewhat different from his previous ones. With a mere thought he retrieved the item from his system space. Before him appeared a wooden puppet roughly identical in stature to himself, its body inscribed with countless demonic runes. Is this the camouflage puppet? Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of strangeness. The puppet before him did not resemble a technological artifact but rather seemed more like an alchemical creation. The runes carved around it radiated an incredibly mysterious aura. He fixed his gaze on the camouflage puppet, and in that moment the system introduction appeared before his eyes. Camouflage puppet system introduction: an exceptionally unique alchemical creature possessing a certain intelligence activated by blood. Once activated, it can replicate the other's visage and act according to the user's instructions. Activation duration 24 hours. Need blood to activate. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, then bit his finger, squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it onto the head of the camouflage puppet. In the next moment the runes on the camouflage puppet emitted a pale violet glow. The glare was so dazzling that Lin Yuan instinctively covered his eyes. When the glow faded, the sight before him widened his eyes involuntarily. The camouflage puppet in front of him had directly transformed into his own appearance. Except the eyes looked slightly lifeless. It was as if they were carved from the same mold as him. Can it speak? Lin Yuan gazed at the camouflage puppet before him and asked. The camouflage puppet bowed slightly with a polite smile. Honored master, I will follow your commands. And the voice was exactly the same. If he and the camouflage puppet stood side by side, even Lin Tianke might not be able to tell them apart. Only one drop of blood could perfectly replicate the other's appearance. Admittedly, this camouflage puppet obtained from the sign-in is not strong in combat, but it carries a highly practical special ability. After testing the camouflage puppet's function, Lin Yuan immediately raised his hand and recalled it into the system space. Although the camouflage puppet is extraordinary, Lin Yuan cannot yet make use of it. Half an hour later Lin Yuan returned to the Hunters Association. Since it was still morning, there weren't many people inside. He did not waste time. After entering the gate, he headed straight for the second-floor mission handover area. Why is it you again? Lin Yuan looked at the girl at the mission handover with slight astonishment. Are you the only staff member of the Hunters Association? The girl. You ask such a sharp question that I can't answer at the moment. But she quickly noticed Lin Yuan's strangeness and asked in astonishment, did you run into some trouble in your cultivation? How is it that the qi and blood power within him is so surging, nearly overflowing? She wasn't an esper, but as a staff of the Hunters Association she had some insight. The qi and blood power on Lin Yuan's body was evidently abnormally thick. Oh, nothing. Lin Yuan answered calmly, I hadn't had breakfast this morning, so I casually popped a few high-grade qi blood pills to fill my belly. The girl asked, what? Are you speaking human words? Qi blood pills are those things you use to prop up your stomach. Staring at Lin Yuan with such an attitude of self-assurance, the girl felt her brain almost short-circuit. The man before her repeatedly overturned her understanding of this world. She pressed her forehead with some helplessness and asked, are you here to take on tasks? Yes. Lin Yuan replied calmly, please list all the highest bounty tasks for me. If I remember correctly, hunters of at least B rank should be able to take on multiple tasks at once, right? After completing the elimination of the giant cult's remnants, Lin Yuan's hunter rank had smoothly risen to B rank. The girl paused slightly and asked, are you really short of money? If she was right, yesterday Lin Yuan had also proposed to exchange merit for cash. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded bluntly. The girl asked curiously, may I ask why you are so short of money? In her eyes, someone of Lin Yuan's level should not be short of money. Even completing a task could yield hundreds of millions. Lin Yuan said in a deep voice, I need a large sum of money to buy something. Then he pulled out a note from his chest, handed it to the girl and asked calmly, can your Hunters Association obtain the item on this note? Don't worry, there is nothing our Hunters Association cannot obtain.
The girl patted her chest and vouched for Lin Yuan as she opened the note. However, after seeing the contents on the note, she widened her eyes in disbelief. What do you intend to buy this for? Lin Yuan did not answer directly but stared at her intently. Can you obtain it?
The item on the note is the key to breaking the stalemate.
The girl hesitated for a moment, then said, this matter is too big, I must ask my superiors.
Moreover, even if we can provide it, the price will be extraordinarily high. At least it starts at billions. Lin Yuan nodded and said, if there's any news, inform me at once. Ideally, you should be able to give me an answer within 3 days. It's because I need to raise the funds that I must take on as many high bounty tasks as possible. The girl asked, may I ask why you want to buy this? Before he could finish, Lin Yuan interrupted, in a few days you will understand. Seeing that Lin Yuan did not seem willing to answer, the girl tactfully did not press further. In her eyes, the youth before her, though not old, was full of mysteries and exuded an irresistible enigmatic charm that made people want to uncover the truth. Nevertheless, despite her curiosity about Lin Yuan, she did not forget her duties and quickly found the highest bounty batch of tasks, listing them before him. Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately began selecting the tasks in front of him. As the other had said, if he wished the Hunters Association to provide the thing he needed, the cost would be counted in hundreds of millions. And Lin Yuan now had only 12 million on him. So he must raise as much money as possible in the shortest time. B-level mission imminent. The Cyclopes. Mission requirements along the fair between Nanjiang City and Tianhe City. Dozens of Tier 3 Cyclopes have gathered. Purge them completely to complete the mission. Rewards to 0.00000 yuan and a high-grade chi blood pill. B-level mission. Escort a caravan. Mission requirements. Safely guard a 10-person caravan and its goods to Beihai City. Rewards 500,000 yuan. A-level mission. Hunt the mountain giant. Mission requirements. Slay the level 5 mountain giant entrenched in the hills and obtain its complete heart. Rewards 800,000 yuan and a large energy crystal. Since rewards correlate with difficulty, the higher bounty missions are typically of extreme difficulty. As for Lin Yuan's task list before him, even the lowest entries are B-level missions. Yet a frontier town like Nanjiang City cannot undertake tasks of great difficulty. Even A-level missions are few. After all, this is a tranquil rear area where high-grade giants are hardly present nearby. Although Lin Yuan is currently short of money, his standards for selecting missions remain uncompromising. Caravan escort tasks, though well-paid, take too long and risk revealing his strength before others. Naturally, he would not take them. After careful selection, Lin Yuan accepted more than 20 tasks at once. Most of these tasks pertain to hunting giants. However, many high-level giants have their own territories. If one wishes to save time as much as possible, a rational hunting route must be charted. As for the young woman before him, she has begun to feel numb. Although B-level and above hunters face no restrictions on taking missions. But to see Lin Yuan accept tasks with such ferocity, she had never witnessed it. This guy is simply a madman. Not only her, but probably every hunter within the Hunters Association thinks so. After accepting the tasks, Lin Yuan did not waste a moment. He turned and walked away. And she stood there watching the youth with the silver-white mask depart. She believed that it would not be long before he appeared again before her, and that would be the time when he had completed all the tasks. 7 days, 21 B-level tasks and 3 A-level tasks. Lin Yuan exhaled deeply after stepping out of the Hunters Association. To complete so many hunting tasks in such a short time would seem crazy even to him. But no matter how crazy, he must achieve it. Because this is the vow he made and the choice he made. If he fails, the thousands of new recruits marching to the front lines will all die at the hands of giant beings. In any case, he cannot permit such a fate to befall them. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he strode toward the city gates. At that moment he felt his chi blood power grow once more, so without hesitation he drew a high-grade chi blood pill and swallowed it. Before the young lady from the Hunters Association, Lin Yuan did not lie. He is now truly living off chi blood pills as his sustenance. For he must ensure that his chi blood remains in a state of constant fullness. Although the process is exceedingly painful, only thus can his chi blood power achieve maximum growth. Only through 1,000 temperings can one forge the sharpest steel. 3 days later. Outside Nanjiang City in the hills. Lin Yuan bore the Zhanlong Dao on his back, aiming to ascend to the summit of a hill. This hill is the highest peak in this belt of hills. Standing atop the hill, a broad view opens before him, easily capturing everything around. He intends to use this vantage to locate the traces of mountain giants. One of the A-level targets is this level 5 mountain giant. In these 3 days Lin Yuan has consumed no fewer than 30 high-grade chi blood pills. And his own attributes have undergone a dramatic transformation. Host Lin Yuan. Combat power level A level Esper. Special physique Overlord's physique. Chi blood power 38462 points. Mental power 3455. Abilities Thunder ability C level Regenerative ability C level Ice ability D level Necromantic ability C level. Pain indeed is the best nourishment. Although Lin Yuan endured the pain of his flesh being torn for these 3 days, his chi blood power doubled. With the Overlord's physique, Lin Yuan can now match even a level 5 peak giant without resorting to massive chi blood pill consumption. If he were to swallow a large amount of chi blood pills at once to push his chi blood to the extreme, he could even clash with a city-destroying giant. Yet Lin Yuan's growth rate has already reached an almost unimaginable pace. But for him this is far from enough. To face the crisis 4 days hence he needs even greater strength. Soon Lin Yuan climbed to the hilltop and gazed far into the distance. At last he spotted a colossal giant 30 meters tall crouching near a distant hillside, seemingly chewing something with great gusto. This mountain giant bears earth yellow skin blending with the nearby hills from afar. Clearly this fellow is Lin Yuan's quarry. He surveyed the scene with a frown. For beside the mountain giant lay heaps of severed limbs and white bones. And these enormous bones clearly came from other giants. Lin Yuan had not expected that this mountain giant would feed on its own kind. Yet such a phenomenon is not rare among giants. It seems that higher-tier giants regard lower-tier giants as food in natural order. Especially the lower-tier giants that lack intelligence reside at the bottom of the food chain. To escape a fate of being eaten, one would need to somehow devour a human to evolve into a higher-tier giant. But such a probability is almost negligible. Giant civilization is brutal to the point of nauseating. Lin Yuan snorted, quickly heading toward the mountain giant. If all goes as expected, this mountain giant will be the second level 5 giant to fall by his hand. Lin Yuan crossed several hills in succession and soon arrived before the mountain range titan. Thanks to the hidden gem that masked his aura, the mountain range titan did not detect his presence until he stood directly before it. A human. The mountain range titan slowly rose to its full height, a trace of savagery flashing across its eyes. It had never expected a human to approach of its own accord. To a human, flesh was nothing short of a sumptuous feast. Having devoured titans for so long, it was time for a change of flavor. How admirable your courage is. As a reward, I won't kill you so easily. I'll tear your limbs apart piece by piece, letting you wail and scream as I watch my feast consume your body bit by bit. The mountain range titan sneered and directly reached out its enormous palm toward Lin Yuan. However, to its astonishment, not a trace of fear could be seen on the human's face. The pressure you give off is less than even that demon elephant titan. For someone like you, I don't even need to unleash my blood surge. Before the words had barely left his lips, Lin Yuan exploded with speed like thunder. Before the mountain range titan could react, he had already vanished from its sight in an instant. Involuntarily, a look of shock surfaced in the mountain range titan's eyes. This human's speed had reached such a terrifying degree. The very next second, searing pain erupted on its right leg. Lin Yuan had plunged his dragon-slaying blade deep into its flesh, gripped the hilt tightly, and surged upward at incredible speed. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the flesh of its right leg, and scarlet blood gushed forth like a fountain. Before the mountain range titan could counterattack, Lin Yuan used its body as a stepping stone and shot straight up to its chest. Damn you, human! The mountain range titan roared in fury and immediately clenched its right fist, aiming to hammer toward where Lin Yuan stood. Frost congeal. Lin Yuan's expression turned cold, and without hesitation he unleashed his frost ability. In an instant, vast swaths of frost covered the mountain range titan's body. Though the frost ability was only grade D, it was more than sufficient to delay the mountain range titan's movements. Grasping the dragon-slaying blade, Lin Yuan spoke coldly, "You should feel fortunate that there is still a difference between you and me. And that difference lies in the fact that I do not waste time tormenting trash." The moment he finished speaking, the blood chi around Lin Yuan erupted suddenly. The dragon-slaying blade in his hand carved a ferocious arc through the air. The solidified blade intent instantly split open the mountain range titan's chest. Swoosh! With a light sound, Lin Yuan's strike severed all the blood vessels connected to the titan's heart. Deprived of blood supply, the mountain range titan's heart ceased to beat entirely within mere seconds. Its gaze rapidly dimmed, first falling to its knees, then collapsing completely. The mountain range titan was dead. Even in death, disbelief remained etched across the mountain range titan's eyes. It could never have imagined perishing at the hands of this human before it. Guess I'll need a new set of clothes again. Lin Yuan sheathed his dragon-slaying blade and gazed at his blood-stained body, sighing helplessly. Then he activated his undead ability, channeling undead energy into the mountain range titan's body and commanding it to rise once more. After completing everything, Lin Yuan directly absorbed the mountain range titan into his netherworld space. This was his second grade 5 titan, following the demon elephant titan.
However, compared to a city destroyer level Titan, a mere grade 5 Titan remained far too weak. In the face of a power gap, quantity held no meaning whatsoever.
Even if 10 grade 5 Titans attacked simultaneously, they might not pose much of a threat to a single city destroyer level Titan.
Therefore, to resolve the crisis 4 days from now, the strength Lin Yuan had amassed so far was still fundamentally insufficient.
Moreover, commanding undead Titans also required the consumption of spiritual power.
The higher the grade of the undead Titan, the greater the spiritual energy consumed. Given Lin Yuan's current spiritual power, he could command at most 4 grade 5 Titans to fight simultaneously. Precisely for this reason, he had been deliberately working to strengthen his spiritual power during this period. In Huaxia, for commoner espers to make their mark, the best approach was to cultivate blood qi. Since cultivating blood qi had no particular threshold, it was both straightforward and profoundly effective for boosting one's strength. But unlike blood qi, spiritual power was not something anyone could cultivate. At the very least, your ability had to lean toward the mental category, or you needed to actively learn techniques on the spiritual telekinesis level. Otherwise, even if your spiritual power were as vast as the ocean, you still wouldn't be able to unleash its true power.
Second, you needed a substantial economic foundation.
Because all medicines related to spiritual power were extraordinarily expensive. A single ordinary blood qi pill sold for merely 50,000. Yet a bottle of junior tier spiritual power enhancement potion cost a staggering 70,000. Furthermore, the effects of spiritual power enhancement potions fell far short of comparable grade blood qi pills. Therefore, whether in Huaxia or other nations, mental type espers beyond possessing adequate natural talent had to rely on money and resources to forge their path.
The rise of every top-tier mental type esper inevitably consumed an astronomical sum of wealth.
If it were not for the world savior system that provided Lin Yuan with daily check-in rewards, he might not have been able to afford such an exorbitant price.
Beep beep beep. Just then his phone suddenly received a text message.
Lin Yuan unlocked his phone and discovered it was from the lovely young lady of the Hunter Association.
The goods you wanted have been prepared for you. However, we cannot deliver them into the city, so you will need to come pick them up yourself.
Since almost no one has ever purchased these before, I specially asked the Hunter Association for a very favorable price on your behalf, 120 million.
Payment must be made in full. I've done you a big favor this time, right?
At the end of the message, the young lady had added a cute smiley expression. After reading the information, a trace of delight unavoidably flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. It seemed the plan was progressing even more smoothly than he had imagined.
However, for Lin Yuan at this moment, 120 million was still a considerable sum.
Though he clearly understood that compared to the value of that cargo, the price was already quite low. But apart from him, no one else would be willing to purchase it.
120 million.
Lin Yuan took a deep breath and murmured to himself, if I complete all 24 missions at hand, I can earn at most 86 million.
Adding the 12 million I currently possess, that would be 98 million. No.
Still a shortfall of nearly 20 million.
Actually, for Lin Yuan there was one more straightforward approach.
That would be asking Lin Tianke directly. Though Lin Tianke had retired from the military, a mere sum of several tens of millions was still well within his reach.
Nevertheless, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would never resort to such a course of action.
His trust in his father was absolute and unconditional. After acquiring the savior system, he had also contemplated whether to reveal this matter to Lin Tianke.
Lin Yuan understood that once Lin Tianke learned of his secret with the resources he could mobilize, he would undoubtedly receive tremendous assistance. However, Lin Yuan ultimately chose not to do so. Because he simply did not want Lin Tianke to know what exactly he was doing. In his eyes, the man who had once been invincible was already beginning to grow old. He had shouldered too much for his son and carried too heavy a burden for this nation. Lin Yuan was unwilling to let him bear any more. If he could, he would simply have his father remain in Nanjing, that remote border town, and spend his remaining years in peace. From here on, everything would be borne by him.
He would shoulder all burdens and fight onward.
Fighting without cease.
Lin Yuan had once heard this saying, those who live apart from society are either beasts or deities.
Since he could not yet dominate all as a god, then he would be a roaring beast. A mere 20 million, it hardly constitutes a difficulty.
A faint light shimmered within Lin Yuan's gaze. Since the plan has already advanced this far, there is absolutely no reason to abandon it now. At this moment he was merely awaiting the giant civilization to launch their ambush against the armored convoy transporting new recruits. When that time came, he would make every participating giant understand what true hell truly meant.
The 6th day arrived.
Only one day remained before the armored convoy carrying new recruits would depart for the front lines.
Similarly, only one day separated them from the giant civilization launching their surprise attack.
Lin Yuan pushed open the doors of the Hunter Association and walked inside with a calm expression. Killing intent mixed with the scent of blood radiated from him, spreading outward. Every hunter engaged in conversation fell silent at once. They silently gazed upon the enigmatic man wearing a silver-white mask. Ever since Lin Yuan's appearances, this had even become their habit.
In their eyes, Lin Yuan was the true hunter.
No, this person before them was nothing less than a god of death. Only heaven knew how many giants he had slain to forge such an aura of bloodlust. On the second floor of the Hunter Association, the girl had already been waiting for him for quite some time. She had arranged with him to conduct the handover of goods that day.
You finally arrived.
The girl smiled and spoke. Our director has been awaiting you on the fourth floor for some time. Lin Yuan now finally understood what the fourth floor of the Hunter Association was used for.
It was precisely where the association's upper echelons received important guests.
After all, Lin Yuan was about to negotiate a deal worth over 100 million. It was hardly surprising to receive such treatment.
Apologies for keeping you waiting, I spent considerable time returning from outside the city.
Lin Yuan spoke calmly. Shall I proceed with the mission handover first? The moment I caught that whiff of blood on you, I knew you'd just returned from outside the city. The girl smiled, directly operating on the mission terminal to verify Lin Yuan's task completion rate one by one. Due to the intricate verification process and the immense volume of missions Lin Yuan had undertaken, it took her nearly half an hour in total to assist him in completing the handover of all tasks.
If I recall correctly, you requested that all mission rewards be converted into an equivalent sum of money, correct?
Lin Yuan nodded.
That's right.
The girl tapped a few more times and softly announced, all your missions have been successfully delivered.
Your total mission reward amounts to 86 million yuan, which has been deposited into your bank account.
Please check your records. There's no need for further verification, this money will be returning to your hands shortly. Having successfully completed the mission handover, Lin Yuan immediately stated, now take me to meet your director.
The Hunter Association, fourth floor.
A middle-aged man dressed in a sharply tailored suit, his hair meticulously groomed, lounged against the sofa. A pair of gold-rimmed spectacles adorned his face and a trace of impatience flickered across his slightly furrowed brows. This man was Jin Minghai, the director of the Nanjiang City Hunter Association. Having ascended to the position of director in his early 30s, his outstanding credentials spoke volumes about his excellence.
However, at this moment he appeared somewhat agitated.
He glanced at his wristwatch with clear dissatisfaction, muttering to himself, nearly 2 hours late. Even though this involved a deal worth over 100 million, his associates' blatant disrespect for time still infuriated him. Were it not for the sake of showcasing the Hunter Association's prestige, he might have simply dismissed them and departed.
Just then the doors swung open.
A figure wreathed in killing intent stepped inside at a leisurely pace. Under such an intimidating aura, even Jin Minghai, who had long held high office, could not help but feel a tremor in his heart.
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Lin Yuan's tone carried a cold detachment. After speaking, he directly took a seat in front of Jin Minghai.
Good day, distinguished hunter, sir. The goods you ordered from our association have already been positioned outside the city.
All that remains is for you to sign the contract and pay the previously agreed upon fee, at which point this transaction will be smoothly concluded.
Following Lin Yuan's arrival, a polite smile also surfaced on Jin Minghai's face.
Though he had been thoroughly irritated by Lin Yuan's chronic lateness, a seasoned fox like him would naturally never display his true emotions in front of a client. However, what Jin Minghai never expected was that Lin Yuan merely glanced at the contract before him, then casually leaned back and asked in a detached tone, and if I told you I don't have nearly enough money?
For a brief moment the smile on Jin Minghai's face instantly froze. Sir, are you joking with us?
Jin Minghai's face turned grim, though his smile hadn't faded completely. The anger in his eyes was already hard to contain.
I'm not joking with you, I am serious.
Lin Yuan calmly placed his bank card on the table and spoke, this card holds a total of 98. After hearing this, Jin Minghai's eyes grew ice cold. Sir, are you planning to haggle with such underhanded means?
You really underestimate the Hunters Association, he said. We agreed on 120 million, not a single cent less. You won't get the goods from us.
Even if it rots in our hands, we will never sell at a discount to you.
Then Jin Minghai turned his head, glancing at the young woman standing beside Lin Yuan, and growled in anger, Yi Yujia, this is the good client you brought us.
Yi Yujia, this is the name of the young woman who has been handling Lin Yuan's reception.
Facing Jin Minghai's rebuke, she sniffed and her eyes reddened with grievance.
To be honest, she hadn't expected Lin Yuan to break his promise at such a moment. As Lin Yuan's guarantor, if this deal went awry, she would have to leave the Hunters Association. Yet at that moment Lin Yuan laid a gentle hand on her shoulder.
Don't cry, the deal isn't finished yet.
Lin Yuan's voice gentle and calm, if he threatened you just now, you'll threaten him back later. His voice was soft, but Jin Minghai heard every word clearly. The latter sneered inwardly, crossing his legs. With attendants of this level, she wouldn't dare utter a harsh word in front of him. Moreover, what right does this kid have to speak in such a way? If he hadn't breached the contract first, how would he have caused Yi Yujia to be so furious? At that moment, Lin Yuan pulled 4 crystals from his bosom, emitting a pale azure blue glow. I will use these crystals to make a trade with you. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. 1 crystal price 10 million. If you are willing to buy, I can cover the rest of the money. Hearing this, Jin Minghai almost laughed out loud. Could this kid be crazy? He casually produced a few azure crystals, then told himself these things were worth 10 million. Jin Minghai wanted to tell him to get lost, but recalling the deal wasn't closed yet, he suppressed his fury and casually picked up 1 azure blue crystal, examining it closely before his eyes. However, to his surprise, even with his experience, he couldn't identify what this azure blue crystal actually was. He had thought it was a crystallization of spiritual power. But when he tried to probe to seep his own spiritual power into it, he found he could not do so. His spiritual power seemed to be blocked. This caused a look of astonishment to flicker in Jin Minghai's eyes. He looked up at Lin Yuan and asked, "What exactly is this?" Ability upgrade crystal. Lin Yuan replied calmly, "It can be used to upgrade ability levels." After these words, Jin Minghai's expression instantly changed dramatically. Upgrade ability levels. Are you kidding? Jin Minghai, with his hands on the table, stood up. Abilities have always been considered innate gifts. Precisely because of that, abilities cannot be altered postnatally and can only be advanced through cultivation. Even though pills for vitality and spiritual power exist on the market to boost vitality and spiritual power. However, there is no medicine capable of upgrading a person's ability level. That is why Jin Minghai is so shocked. His first reaction was that the man before him must be a fraud. But Lin Yuan seemed to anticipate his expression and calmly said, "If I'm not mistaken, you should also be an ability user, right? If you want to verify authenticity, you may absorb 1 to try. But even for verification, you'll still have to pay for the crystal used for verification." Jin Minghai did not hesitate. "If the verification succeeds, I'll pay you double the price. For the Hunters Association, a few tens of millions is nothing. But if the secret of ability upgrades could be unveiled for them, it would be like opening the door to a new world. Between these two, which is lighter? Even a fool would know." Jin Minghai took a deep breath, gripped an ability upgrade crystal and began to absorb it. In the next moment, a pale blue light surged from the crystal and flowed into him. When he loosened his grip, the azure blue crystal in his hand had already turned into a grayish dull rough stone. Jin Minghai's eyes shifted from astonishment to disbelief, finally transforming into wild joy. Lin Yuan had not deceived him. This azure blue crystal truly elevated his ability level. Though the increase wasn't huge, it was enough to leave him utterly shocked. For as far as he knew, there has never been precedent in human history of using external means to enhance ability levels. If one could uncover the origin of this mysterious crystal or decipher its manufacturing process, it would surely trigger an unprecedented upheaval in human society. He wouldn't even need to do anything. Simply handing over this crystal to the Hunters Association headquarters would constitute a tremendous contribution. On thinking of this, Jin Minghai's mood instantly grew excited. He dared not delay any further and turned to Lin Yuan and asked, "How much money did you plan to sell this crystal for?" 10 million, is it? Then I'll pay triple, no quintuple the price to buy these crystals. 50 million per crystal. How many do you have, and I'll take as many as you have. Facing the extremely excited Jin Minghai, Lin Yuan's expression remained as calm as ever. "I won't change the price we agreed on before. However, before the transaction proceeds, I have one condition." Jin Minghai paused, no longer as steady as before, and spoke eagerly. "What condition?" Lin Yuan drew Yi Yujia closer beside him and spoke softly. "If I remember correctly, you still owe her an apology, don't you?" After Lin Yuan pulled her to his side, Yi Yujia herself couldn't help but pause in surprise. She had never expected Lin Yuan to care for her so deeply. He had even made Jin Minghai's apology to her a condition for sealing the deal. Yet Jin Minghai bore no trace of displeasure. Instead, his face was split with a broad smile as he turned to Yi Yujia and spoke in a warmly ingratiating tone. "Yujia, I spoke too harshly earlier. It was my fault and I sincerely apologize to you. You have rendered outstanding service to the Hunter Association this time. With a few more years of dedicated effort, the position of director for Nanjiang City could very well be yours." Hearing Jin Minghai's earnest words, Yi Yujia froze on the spot. She dared hardly believe that the man before her, brimming with smiles, was truly the same Jin Minghai who had berated her so harshly moments ago. Jin Minghai's speech was almost flawlessly polished, every word carefully chosen to avoid any misstep. Not only did he draw closer to Yi Yujia to ease any lingering resentment, but he also skillfully attributed all the merit to her through carefully woven implications.
Of course he spoke this way entirely to please Lin Yuan. Only when Lin Yuan was satisfied would the transaction proceed smoothly. In truth, how many people who climbed to Jin Minghai's position actually valued their dignity? They all tailored their behavior to suit their audience. As long as it brought him profit, he would not only offer an apology but bow and scrape without hesitation. In the adult world, right and wrong hold no weight, only interests and advantages matter. Such people may not be outright shameless, but they are certainly ruthless in their methods. Once he was certain Yi Yuzha would not be further troubled, Lin Yuan chose not to press the matter further. Instead, he simply handed over the 3 ability upgrade crystals to Jin Minghai. After receiving the remaining 3 azure blue crystals from Lin Yuan, Jin Minghai was so overwhelmed with emotion that his eyes glistened. Without the slightest hesitation, he transferred 40 million to Lin Yuan's bank account on the spot. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he spoke in a calm voice, "That is more than enough. After deducting the 2,200,000,000 shortfall from earlier, you need only pay me 1,800,000,000. Jin Minghai replied with a beaming smile, "It is merely a trifling remainder, best to overlook it. Nothing to make a fuss over. As long as you will think of us for future transactions, those 2 billion plus can be considered a gesture of friendship." Hearing Jin Minghai's utterly sincere words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but let out a faint chuckle. He remembered clearly how Jin Minghai had behaved when he had previously mentioned the shortfall of over 2 billion. At that time, Jin Minghai's expression had been as though he wanted to devour him alive. Since the man was offering money so willingly, Lin Yuan saw no reason to decline politely. He immediately said, "Since the deal is concluded, take me to see that goods now." Jin Minghai hastily replied, "Rest assured, I shall have Yi Yuzha escort you there." What surprised Lin Yuan was that given how highly he valued him, Jin Minghai did not even offer to accompany him personally. However, he soon understood. If his guess was correct, Jin Minghai was eager to rush to the Hunter Association's headquarters with the ability upgrade crystals to claim credit. To Lin Yuan, a mere handful of ability upgrade crystals meant absolutely nothing. As long as he possessed the savior system, this type of item would only grow more abundant. But for the Hunter Association, if they could decipher the structure of these crystals and find a way to mass-produce them, it would not only bring immeasurable profits but also spark a profound revolution. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan did not believe they could unravel the secret of the ability upgrade crystals. Even if someone managed to crack it and achieve mass production, it would undoubtedly be an enormous benefit for humanity. After all, once that happened, humanity's overall strength would see a significant boost. When facing the crushing oppression of the giant civilization, they would no longer stand so helpless. And this precisely aligned with Lin Yuan's original intention. Outside Nanjiang City, Yi Yuzha led Lin Yuan toward the location where the goods were stored. Gazing upon the scenery beyond the city walls, her eyes sparkled with wonder like a young cat seeing the world for the first time. "You know, before today I had never seen the world beyond these walls." Halfway along the road, Yi Yuzha suddenly spoke. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. "You have never left Nanjiang City?" "No. Beyond the walls it is all giants. For ordinary people like me who lack abilities, Nanjiang City will be my entire world." Yi Yuzha smiled faintly. "I was born here and I suppose I shall grow old and die here as well. Compared to the soldiers who fell on the front lines, simply being alive is already the greatest fortune we could ask for. But my mother told me that relatives live in other capital cities. If the chance comes, I would truly like to meet them. There will be such an opportunity." Lin Yuan spoke in a calm yet resolute tone, "This war will end." Yi Yuzha paused briefly, then smiled lightly. "With that tone you sound as though you are the savior who will end this war." She could hardly have imagined that on a day when defeats poured in from the front lines, China's defenses continued to shrink and every citizen trembled in fear. Lin Yuan could still hold such unwavering conviction in ultimate victory. Nevertheless, harboring hope was always a good thing. Yi Yuzha smiled and smoothly changed the subject. "By the way, thank you for what you did today." "It was nothing," Lin Yuan replied indifferently. "I simply cannot bear to see a friend humiliated before my eyes." "You truly are a loyal friend." Yi Yuzha blinked her beautiful eyes, then extended her arm and pointed toward a vast shelter in the distance. "We have arrived. That is where the goods are kept. To ensure the safety of the goods, our Hunter Association has already cleared all nearby giants. Honestly, just catching a glimpse sends chills down my spine. I have no idea what you intend to do with something like that." Lin Yuan paid no heed to Yi Yuzha's murmuring and walked straight ahead. Upon his arrival, a Hunter Association staff member immediately opened the enormous shelter door for him. As Lin Yuan stepped across the threshold, a thick stench of decay rushed to meet him. Raising his head, an impossibly colossal giant corpse loomed before his eyes. This was the merchandise he had purchased. 7th tier disaster class giant corpse.
Before him lay the corpse of a disaster-class giant Lin Yuan's trump card for this very moment.
To deal with a city-destroying giant, the best approach is a higher giant.
That giant's corpse was precisely the one shipped back from the front lines. Although a disaster-class giant is powerful, they are not invincible on the battlefield. Moreover, the brain core of this very giant in front of him had already been taken.
Among a giant's parts, the brain core is the most valuable.
Once the brain core is gone, the giant's corpse is worthless. So Lin Yuan spent a mere 120 million and had the corpse transported to near Nanjiang City by the Hunters Guild. A staff member from the Hunters Guild stepped forward and introduced Lin Yuan. "Sir, this is the 7th-rank giant corpse you purchased. This disaster-class giant is named the Yuyan Giant, towering 50 meters tall with a colossal vertical eye on its chest which we call the Hell's Eye. The name comes from the moment this vertical eye opens and everything within its gaze is sent into hell. This giant is extraordinarily powerful. Even when attacked by 3 SS-rank experts, he killed 1 and the other 2 were badly wounded." The staff member's tone was somewhat somber. And after finishing these introductions, he shifted his tone. "Fortunately, even if this Hell's Eye giant is as powerful as ever, as you can see, it is now but a corpse. Since we received your commission, it took only 5 days to transport it here. And the death of this Hell's Eye giant was 5 days ago as well." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Seeing Lin Yuan's gaze fixed on the giant, the staff member tactfully said, "If you have no other needs, we will take our leave now." He couldn't understand why the silver-masked mysterious youth would spend so much money to buy a giant corpse that seemed utterly worthless. Perhaps a peculiar fetish. He had heard stories of people who worship giants to extremes, even doing incredibly crazy things toward giants. A chill ran down his spine and he hurried away.
Meanwhile, Lin Yuan paid no mind to the man's thoughts. All his attention was fixed on the Hell's Eye giant before him. He had to admit that with his current power he could not fully control the Hell's Eye giant's corpse. After all, his necromantic power is only C rank. And his mental power is barely above 4,000. To completely drive the Hell's Eye giant would be nearly impossible. But if he burned his spiritual energy to the limit, perhaps he could briefly control the Hell's Eye giant for a very short time. Perhaps 5 minutes. Or perhaps 10. Lin Yuan did not know where his limit lay. But one thing he knew for sure was that before slaughtering all the city-destroying giants, he would not stop. So long as there was a breath left. Then, fight to the end. Nanjiang City's night was unusually desolate. Lin Yuan stood on the empty street gazing at the bright moon in the sky. The Hell's Eye giant's corpse had already been stored in his necromantic space. When the day of the final battle arrived, it would be his trump card. I wonder how many city-destroying giants will appear tomorrow. Lin Yuan gazed at the night sky, muttering to himself. His certainty that no 7th-rank giant would appear rested on Huaxia joining dozens of top spiritual energy specialists to lay down a highly specialized defense line. Once a 7th-rank or higher giant attempts to breach this line, it will be detected by Huaxia's military at once. There would be no chance to slip through to the rear. However, before tomorrow arrives, he still had one more thing to do. Lin Yuan stepped toward a building. Not long after, he stood before a building named Tianshangrenjian. Such a magnificently ornate structure, a veteran would instantly know what it was for. However, because of wartime, Nanjiang City's curfew was extremely strict and all entertainment venues were not open at night. Yet Lin Yuan hesitated not a moment. After shedding his silver mask, he knocked on the door with 3 sharp blows. Not long after, a woman's furious voice came from behind the door. "Midnight knocking. Are you courting death?" Not long after, a woman in silk nightwear opened the door in a rage. "Do you understand the rules? It's curfew time, we aren't open." Lin Yuan glanced at the graceful woman and casually flashed a bank card, saying, "This card contains 1 million. The beautiful woman hesitated, taking the card with doubt, wondering whether this mysterious man before her was a liar or a true magnate. Then Lin Yuan spoke again, "If you don't believe it, go verify now. And do you think the Dragon General of Huaxia's son needs to follow some damned curfew?" "Ah." The beautiful woman looked utterly shocked, covering her mouth with a jade-like hand, blurting out, "You're Lin Yuan, the coward who wouldn't even set foot on the battlefield." She realized what she had said too late and quickly shut her mouth. Although she had despised Lin Yuan's actions in the reports, she would not dare utter such words in front of him. One must know, after all, this guy is Lin Tiang's son, a premier 2nd-generation scion. And she, to be frank, is merely an old madam. If the other party wishes, there are countless ways to end her life. Then the beautiful woman's face brightened with a sultry smile. "I wonder what brings young Master Lin to a place like ours at this late hour." Lin Yuan smiled and spoke calmly. "Do you think I came to a place like yours to drink tea? You have 5 minutes to call all the most beautiful girls here to stand before me." 5 minutes later, more than a dozen young women had gathered before Lin Yuan. Yet before him left him momentarily speechless.
Among them was a high school girl in a uniform black knee-high socks and a female teacher wearing black-rimmed glasses, a tailored suit jacket and a white shirt. There was also a statuesque beauty in a Chinese-style qipao. In short, none of them were alike. The beautiful young madam spoke cautiously. "Young Master Lin, are you satisfied?" Lin Yuan's lips twitched slightly. "You all play this game with remarkable extravagance." The beauty with a bashful smile replied, "We have always striven to uphold the industry's highest standards."
Lin Yuan. You lot are quite proud, aren't you?
Fortunately, his resolve was strong enough to keep his composure under such circumstances, and he did not forget what he came for. If it were anyone else, they would have long since fallen prey to such gentleness. One can only say the waters here run very deep. Seeing Lin Yuan's face remain unchanged, the beautiful madam's heart gave a jolt, and she couldn't help but say, "Master Lin, if you are not pleased with this group of rouged beauties, I can replace them with another batch." The beauty then spoke again as Lin Yuan waved a hand and calmly said, "No need, just these ones."
Them.
The beautiful madam was slightly stunned.
Lin Yuan answered calmly, "Yes, I'll take all these girls. What is my money not enough?"
The beauty's lips twisted harshly and she quickly said, "Of course it is enough. In that case, I won't trouble your elegance any longer. Take care of yourself." After speaking, she rose and prepared to leave the room. But at that moment Lin Yuan suddenly spoke, "Wait." The beautiful madam's heart jolted. She wondered if this boy would want her to stay as well. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's tastes hadn't sunk to that degree. He merely followed her and said lightly, "Leave the girls I booked here for me. I'll come tomorrow to celebrate properly."
What are we celebrating?
The beautiful madam was taken aback, her mind a little slow. Lin Yuan smiled, "Of course it's to celebrate that I won't have to die on the battlefield.
Don't forget, tomorrow is the day those new recruits head out to the front."
Looking at Lin Yuan's smug smile, the beautiful madam's heart burned with hatred, itching to land a punch on his face. This was the first time she had seen such a coward who fears life and seeks only pleasure. To keep this guy behind the lines for enjoyment was an insult to the frontline soldiers. After arranging everything, Lin Yuan returned to his own home. In his room, he pulled out the disguise puppet from the system space. Then he pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the disguise puppet. In the next moment, the puppet before him rapidly transformed.
In an instant, the puppet had morphed into his likeness. "Master, please command the puppet."
A puppet identical to him knelt before Lin Yuan. Gazing at the puppet, Lin Yuan issued his order calmly. His plan was simple. Tomorrow when the battle begins, he would have the already masquerading puppet go to Tianshan Renjian to indulge to his heart's content.
And his true self would rush to the front line to forcibly suppress all city-destroying giants.
There was a reason Lin Yuan did this. If he were to strike, he would have to reveal himself to everyone's sight. And with a mask on, his identity would surely be suspected by all.
Under such circumstances, someone would inevitably guess his true identity.
After all, his physique here and his thunderous powers inherited from Lin Tiank would hardly fail to raise suspicion. Therefore, before taking action, he must completely sever the identity of Lin Yuan from himself while fighting on the battlefield.
The disguise puppet would revel in Tianshan Renjian.
Once this is exposed, there would be only two possible outcomes.
The first outcome would be that Lin Yuan's reputation would plummet to the depths.
All of Huaxia would spit on his conduct and nail him to a pillar of shame for life. The second outcome would be that from then on no one would connect him with the mysterious figure who appeared on the battlefield. Because a person cannot be in two places at the same time, yet Lin Yuan achieved it with the disguise puppet. This was his means of self-abasement.
Even if he were reviled by the crowd, he must not reveal his true identity. Once exposed, given his strength, he would surely be targeted by the giant civilization.
The identity as Lin Tiank's son made him an object of immense attention and also a target.
What he must face is not merely giants or giant cultists. There might also be traitors hidden among humans who could threaten his life.
After Lin Tianke endured the brutal battle that cost him his strength, the first words he spoke upon returning were that there had been a traitor among the Huaxia military leadership.
Even more, there could be more than one.
Traitors within the Huaxia military supplied the giant civilization with abundant intelligence, which nearly cost Lin Tianke his life. Most importantly, before these traitors were unearthed, no one knew who they were. Your most trusted ally could be the traitor who has betrayed humanity. The subordinates you prize may be passing information about you to the giant civilization.
Even comrades who fought side by side on the battlefield could have secretly defected to the giants.
No one knows to what extent the giant civilization has infiltrated the Huaxia military. It is precisely because of this that the threat feels even more terrifying.
Backstabbing from one's own kin often yields more despair than the enemy's onslaught.
So Lin Yuan dares not trust anyone. The only thing he can do is hide in the shadows, quietly strengthening his power, waiting for the day to shine his light upon the world.
Only by enduring hellish trials can one forge the power to create paradise. Not every persistence bears fruit, but some persistences can nurture 10,000 blossoms from the frozen earth. When that day comes, it will be the day when light shines brilliantly. The next day. Outside Nanjiang City. Hundreds of armored transport vehicles were lined up in formation.
Thousands of new recruits now clad in military uniforms stood in neat and disciplined ranks.
In everyone's eyes shone an unwavering determination like never before.
No matter what their former identities had been, from this moment on they were soldiers. Chen, who dressed in military uniform, stood at the front of the formation. He glanced around, gazing at those youthful faces. These young people before him were truly the hope of Huaxia.
In this sorrowful era, even if humanity shrinks in fear, it is still wrong.
Finally Chen Hu slowly spoke. His voice was hoarse, yet what came from his mouth were the most brutal truths.
Because the giant civilization will not let us go.
The more we retreat, the more they press forward, until we have nowhere left to retreat to, until there is no longer a single inch of land behind us.
So we have only one choice: to fight. This is the only way we can stand against the giant civilization.
At this point Chen Hu suddenly raised his voice. Brave Huaxia, we face this national crisis together.
Until our blood runs dry, we will never cease fighting.
With that cry resounding, the fire in everyone's eyes was completely ignited. They clenched their fists tight, raised their heads high, veins bulging in their necks, and roared in unison, Brave Huaxia, we face this national crisis together.
Until our blood runs dry, we will never cease fighting.
Witnessing this scene before him, Chen Hu felt as though the hot blood surging in his chest was burning in tandem with theirs.
Excellent. That's it. Soldiers shouted out. Soldiers, let your anger roar. Soldiers, fight. Only in this way can we truly achieve victory in this war. The rumbling sound echoed as hundreds of armored transport vehicles drove toward the front lines.
Chen Hu sat in the lead armored vehicle, receiving intelligence reports from all directions.
No abnormalities detected in the northwest direction, report complete. No abnormalities detected in the southwest direction, report complete. No abnormalities detected in the southeast direction, report complete.
The reports to Chen Hu came continuously through the radio transceivers installed in the armored vehicles.
As the overall commander for this recruitment mission to Nanjiang City, Chen Hu had to remain on full alert.
It would take at least 5 days to reach the front line from here.
Although this was the rear area of the battlefield, dangers of all kinds still lurked about.
If any giant appeared that could threaten the transport convoy, Chen Hu had to eliminate it immediately. No matter what, he would ensure these new recruits reached the battlefield safely. In the blink of an eye, the armored transport vehicles had traveled dozens of kilometers.
Fortunately, their luck held, they hadn't encountered many high-level giants along the way.
As for those level 1 and level 2 mindless giants, there was no need for the accompanying ability users to lift a finger. The thermal weapons mounted on the armored transports could easily pick them off.
Although everything was going extremely smoothly, Chen Hu felt an indescribable restlessness in his heart. Could it be because of that kid Lin Yuan?
Honestly, he couldn't understand why Lin Yuan had chosen to refuse joining the military.
He clearly remembered that the old Lin Yuan wasn't like this at all. When he was just a child, every time his father was mentioned, there was always admiration and longing in his eyes. Sigh. It can only be said that people change.
Chen Hu sighed softly.
Besides, Lin Tianke hadn't been wrong.
He had already made sufficient contributions and achievements for Huaxia.
Even if Lin Yuan chose not to go to the battlefield, it was truly understandable.
Perhaps he had been too harsh on him. Just because he was Lin Tian's son, he had subconsciously imposed his father's responsibilities onto him. Yet just thinking about Lin Tianke leaning on his cane and bowing deeply to everyone made Chen Hu's heart feel as though it were being torn apart. The once vigorous and spirited dragon general of Huaxia had in just a few short years become this broken and desolate figure.
The giant civilization. Damn them all.
And that traitor within the Huaxia military. One day he would drag them out himself and tear them apart piece by piece. At this thought, Chen Hu involuntarily clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. Just then the radio in front of him suddenly transmitted a distress call.
Southeast direction under enemy attack. Requesting reinforcements. Repeat, southeast direction under enemy attack requesting.
Before the sentence could finish, it was abruptly cut off, replaced by a piercing scream. The next moment the communication was forcibly severed. ZZZZT. All that remained in Chen Hu's ears was chaotic static. A chill suddenly ran down his back, making his whole body feel terrified.
A high-level giant had appeared. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, each reconnaissance armored vehicle was equipped with 2 A-class ability users.
Now with communications cut off directly, it could only mean those 2 A-class ability users had already fallen in battle. Within such a brief period they had destroyed a reconnaissance armored vehicle outright. This meant the attacker was likely a city-destroying level giant. Without hesitation Chen Hu immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted loudly, "All armored vehicles halt immediately. Southeast side under enemy attack, enter level 1 alert status immediately." However, the moment Chen Hu's words had barely finished echoing, the radio communication device before him once again transmitted alarms from all directions. Northwest direction under enemy attack. Suspected city-destroying level giant appearing. Northeast direction under enemy attack. A large group of giants is encircling us, numbering over 100. Southeast direction under enemy attack. Requesting reinforcements, requesting. The final transmission was abruptly cut off once more. Clearly the reconnaissance vehicle in the southeast direction had also been destroyed by the giants. Alerts of enemy attacks surged in from all 4 directions. In that instant Chen Hu felt as though thorns pierced his back, his heart plunging into an icy void. This was absolutely no coincidence. This was definitely a planned offensive by the giant civilization. They wanted to make a move against this batch of new recruits from Nanjiang City. After processing the situation, Chen Hu abruptly rose to his feet, seized the weapon at his side without hesitation, grabbed the walkie-talkie nearby and snarled, "Huaben army, prepare for battle. Listen to me carefully, the giant civilization wants to target this batch of new recruits. You are not to let me see even one recruit injured regardless of the cost." Upon hearing's command, all accompanying soldiers tightened their grips on there. They clearly had not expected that the giant civilization would actually attack this transporting new recruits. In such a situation they had no choice but to fight. All recruits remain aboard the armored vehicles. Without our orders none of you may disembark. Then all the soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons and stepped off the armored vehicles, ready to face the approaching giants. Huban army, form up, face the enemy. Chen Hu, wielding an alloy war blade, shouted aloud as he strode forward with a dragon's stride and a tiger's pace toward the front. As an S-rank powerhouse he was unquestionably the strongest among the accompanying troops. Even if the sky fell, it would be he who bore it. The recruits aboard the armored vehicle watched silently, aware that the unit led by Chen Hu was currently fighting to protect them. Boo! 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 A series of hammer-like thuds roared in their ears. Alongside this the earth trembled violently. Clearly the giants had drawn near. In their sight the giants loomed, towering as tall as buildings, their savage faces filled with a craving for flesh. With a single step the earth itself seemed to crack open. Is this a giant? Among the recruits some could not help swallowing hard. Only by standing face to face with giants could they truly grasp the horror of these beings. In their presence they seemed so small. Each giant's footstep could crush them into meat paste. Many recruits' faces were turning pale. However, among these recruits Wang Mang suddenly rose and shouted, "What is there to fear? What you see before you are nothing more than a few low-tier giants, first and second tier. These brainless giants lacking even basic intellect can make you fear so much. Gather your courage. You haven't forgotten, have you? We swore to fight to the death rather than retreat. Even if we die on the battlefield we would merely be a corpse wrapped in armor." Wang Meng's words fell like a cold splash, awakening the recruits from their fear. Yes, what is there to fear? They're only a group of low-tier giants. On the battlefield these giants are at best cannon fodder. Why should they fear them so much? When they truly reach the battlefield what they will face are high-tier giants, far stronger, hundreds of times stronger, than these brainless giants. Just thinking of this the fear in their eyes eased somewhat. Wang Meng's words weren't wrong, it's only a group of low-tier giants, there's nothing to fear. Yes. With General Chen Hu's strength he can surely drive back all these giants. If possible. I would love to fight these giants right now. Ha ha ha, don't be in such a hurry. On the battlefield there will be plenty of opportunities to clash with giants. Just don't soil your pants when that time comes. Go away. Which of you was so afraid that you wet your pants? The atmosphere inside the armored car lightened again. And the eyes of the others toward Wang Meng bore a new glimmer. After all, when danger approached, Wang Meng was not only fearless but could utter such inspiring words, earning their genuine admiration. While basking in the admiring gazes of the crowd, Wang Meng's eyes slid toward Chuyu. Chuyu's brow was slightly furrowed as if thinking about something. In Nanhai, no. One middle school, Chuyu was certainly a campus bella goddess in the minds of countless students, with suitors as numerous as the tides. Even Wang Meng couldn't help but feel a hint of affection for her. Alas, Chuyu had never accepted any suitor's advances. In her eyes there seemed to be no one else but Lin Yuan. Thinking of this, Wang Meng nearly went mad with envy. Lin Yuan, that coward who wouldn't dare set foot on the battlefield, what right does he have to win Chuyu's favor? Seeing Chu Yu seemed oblivious to his own outstanding performance, Wang Meng couldn't help but ask, Chu Yu, what are you thinking? Chu Yu pursed her lips and spoke calmly, I am thinking.
Your judgment may be mistaken. Wang Meng was slightly stunned and asked what could be mistaken. You know that low-tier giants lack intellect.
Chu Yu whispered, therefore such a large-scale raid could only mean that high-tier giants are driving these low-tier giants.
Wang Meng froze for a moment, then quickly recovered. He knew Chu Yu was right.
However, the suddenness of the incident had left him little time to consider it. But even so, he still spoke nonchalantly, no problem, even if a high-tier giant appears, what then? Bear in mind, among the convoy there is General Chen Hu, an S-rank powerhouse, presiding.
Wang Meng wore a serene expression, striving to project the demeanor of a fearless commander. The other recruits quickly echoed, Wang Meng is right.
As long as General Chen Hu is here, giants are not to fear.
Yes, as long as we do not leave the armored vehicle there will be no danger. Everyone observe this battle closely. For us this is a rare opportunity to gain real experience.
Watching the relaxed faces of the recruits, Chu Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She too hoped that things would unfold as they expected.
Yet,
was this attack by the giant civilization really that simple? On a hill several kilometers away from the armored convoy,
Lin Yuan gazed into the distance, watching the battlefield. Have these giants chosen to strike so quickly?
It seems they truly have enough confidence in their strength.
It's worth noting that this place isn't far from Nanjian City. As long as Chen Hu and his group can delay for a while, reinforcements from Nanjian City will surely arrive. If Lin Yuan isn't mistaken, these giants intend to end the battle before reinforcements reach. But alas,
these giants accounted for everything, yet they failed to account for his existence. No matter how brutal this war becomes or how it may evolve, he will with his own power utterly change the tide of the war.
Kill!
Chen Hu let out a roar and charged alone into the army of giants before him. These giants, each measuring several meters or even over 10 meters in height, were as weak as clay soldiers and mud dogs in his eyes, utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. The alloy longsword in his hands, shrouded in killing intent, was extraordinarily sharp. With a single strike, a giant standing 15 meters tall before him was cleaved directly in two. The normally cheerful General Chen Hu transformed on the battlefield into a god of war, radiating murderous aura.
Every move Chen Hu employed consisted of nothing more than simple chops, slashes and thrusts.
Though simplistic, these were equally the most practical techniques for taking lives. Each move and stance was as precise as though practiced thousands of times. The baleful aura surrounding him had even solidified into something tangible, instilling terror in all who gazed upon it. It has been quite some time since I last fought. My bones feel as though they are rusting. Chen Hu grinned wickedly and delivered another cleaving strike, severing a large giant at the waist. Just right before reaching the battlefield, I shall warm up with the lot of you giants. Beyond Chen Hu, the other warriors of the Tiger Vanguard were also fighting for their lives against the giants before them.
Fortunately, this batch of giants was not particularly powerful.
The vast majority of the giants were merely at the first to third stages. Even when the occasional fourth or fifth stage giant appeared, they were swiftly dispatched by Chen Hu or other elites within the Tiger Vanguard. Judging from the current situation, they could effortlessly repel the giants' attacks with their strength.
On board the armored transport vehicle,
Wang Meng spoke with evident pride.
You see, I knew nothing would go wrong.
You must understand that the Tiger Vanguard, commanded by General Chen Hu, ranks among the first tier even on the front lines. The warriors hailing from the Tiger Vanguard are all brave and skilled in battle, slaughtering giants as easily as one would butcher chickens and dogs. He continued to boast of his insight as before. However, the recruits before him did not cast admiring glances toward him as he had expected. Instead, they stared blankly toward the battlefield, their eyes filled with astonishment. Wang Meng paused slightly and, upon realizing what was happening, turned his head to gaze toward the battlefield as well. And the sight that unfolded before him left him frozen in place. Behold, a sudden change erupted upon the battlefield. Just as Chen Hu was ruthlessly slaughtering giants, the yellow earth beneath his feet suddenly coalesced into a gigantic arm grasping directly toward him.
Get lost!
Chen Hu bellowed and swung his blade forward in a fierce strike. The chi and blood energy within his body erupted, coating the blade's edge as he unleashed a crimson blade aura through the air. His strike forcefully severed the colossal arm forged from yellow sand. Truly a commander worthy of leading an army. His reflexes are remarkably swift. From beneath the ground came an eerie laughter. The very next moment, the earth shattered by Chen Hu's blade reformed once more.
Eventually,
it took the shape of a colossus nearly 30 meters in height.
This giant drew its power from the earth itself, our earth giant. The first city annihilating giant had descended.
Gazing upon the earth giant before him, Chen Hu instinctively tightened his grip on his alloy battle sword, his expression darkening to the extreme. He was well aware of the devastating destructive power wielded by city-annihilating giants. Any giant bearing the title of City Annihilator possessed apocalyptic strength. Furthermore, Chen Hu understood that if he did not wish to see the recruits behind him suffer harm, he would have to deal with this earth giant here and now. Chen Hu took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with surging battle intent. Yet at that very moment the earth beneath his feet trembled violently once more. A massive giant clad in black scaled armor with two demonic horns protruding from its crown stepped forward from behind and appeared before everyone.
City-annihilating demonic giant. Two city-annihilating giants.
Feeling the oppressive pressure emanating from these two city-annihilating giants, everyone present involuntarily found their breath caught.
But this was far from over. Squawk!
A piercing screech rang out above the crowd.
Enormous black wings cast shadows below, covering a vast area.
A giant with a grotesque face flapped its wings, circling in the sky, regarding all of them with bloodthirsty and ruthless eyes.
City-annihilating black-winged giant. Hungry. So hungry. Eat human flesh. I want to eat human flesh. Another giant resembling a mountain of flesh appeared before their eyes. What made everyone feel deeply unsettled was that upon this giant's belly existed a colossal mouth lined with sharp teeth. The giant's expression was numb save for the mouth upon its belly, which opened and closed relentlessly as though devouring every living creature within its gaze. City-annihilating devourer giant. Earth giant, demonic giant, black-winged giant, devourer giant.
4 city-annihilating giants in total. Perhaps the recruits inside the armored transport remained unaware of what was occurring. But the Tiger Vanguard warriors upon the battlefield had all fallen into despair. With these 4 city-annihilating giants revealing themselves, there was no longer any chance of victory in this war. A bitter smile surfaced upon Chen Hu's face. 4 full city-annihilating giants. Your giant civilization really does overestimate me, doesn't it? At that moment the demonic giant before him spoke. Looking down from above it surveyed Chen Hu. Mortal, do you still intend to resist futilely? Should you choose to lay down your arms, given your strength you would at least be able to retreat unscathed? Give up. Alone you cannot defeat us. Defeat you.
Chen Hu smiled, gripping his alloy battle sword more tightly, and roared toward the demonic giant before him.
Listen well, I care not for victory or defeat, nor for life and death. Those lads behind me have not yet set foot upon this battlefield. Since they have not yet arrived, it is we soldiers who must protect them. If even soldiers flee, who then shall stand forward? Therefore, even if I fall in battle, I must remain here and fight these beasts to the very end. You fool, the demon giant sneered at Chen Hu, a waste like you no one can protect. As the words faded, the demon giant's dark purple eyes suddenly flared, shooting 2 violet beams that exuded a terrifying aura. Facing the demon giant's sudden assault, Chen Hu did not hesitate, sidestepping and rolling to dodge. Boom! The violet energy beams detonated into 2 huge craters on the ground. Under their sweep, even the hardest rocks were ground to powder. Chen Hu, though narrowly avoiding the strike, felt a lingering tremor of fear. The power of a city-destroying giant was indeed formidable. Before him stood 4 city-destroying giants. Thinking of this, Chen Hu did not hesitate. He turned and roared, Sun Xiao. Take all the recruits and retreat from this place.
Cover them and retreat toward Nanjing City. The Sun Xiao he spoke of was Chen Hu's deputy, also an S-rank Esper. However, he was a power-type Esper, while Sun Xiao was a speed-type Esper. After hearing Chen Hu's order, Sun Xiao froze in place. He had been prepared to stay and fight beside Chen Hu. Yet the final order Chen Hu gave was to shield the new recruits and withdraw. In other words, Chen Hu would now single-handedly face 4 city-destroying giants. Everyone knew this would be a doomed battle. Even their bodies might not be left intact. Yet despite the odds, Chen Hu resolutely stepped forward alone, blocking the 4 city-destroying giants. General Chen Hu. Sun Xiao's eyes reddened, his voice nearly choked. A man does not shed tears easily, but this is no time for heartbreak. Sun Xiao, stop stalling, this is an order. Chen Hu turned his head and laughed. If you little rascal are still alive, come Qingming next year and pour a cup of erguatu on my tomb. Without a moment's hesitation, he tightened his alloy blade and charged toward the 4 city-destroying giants. Come on, fight. Chen Hu's brow bulged with veins like a roaring beast. With a bold vow, he drew his blade and the saga of blood and glory began anew. Whatever he commits to, he will carry out. And he had vowed to deliver this batch of recruits to the battlefield unharmed. You humans will always waste your futile efforts. The demon giant sneered and directly lashed a palm toward Chen Hu. Clang!
The edge of Chen Hu's alloy blade collided with the demon giant's black-scaled armor, ringing with a clash of metal. The recoil numbed his grip, yet Chen Hu pressed forward, ignoring the numbness and once again slashing the alloy blade forward.
Meanwhile, Sun Zhao's gaze hardened once more.
He knew this opportunity Chen Hu had bought with his life could not be squandered. Thinking of it, Sun Zhao did not hesitate to issue the orders. Tiger Guard Army, hear the order. All of you do not linger in battle, prioritize escorting the recruits to safety. Those with a death wish stay at the rear with me. After the order, the entire Tiger Guard Army began to move with the precision of clockwork, accelerating to the max.
One armored transport vehicle after another reignited roared to life and sped toward Nanjiang City. The recruits aboard the transports also realized what was happening, remaining silent as the atmosphere grew oppressive. However, these giants would not let them retreat so easily. Their target was the batch of recruits aboard the armored transports. The demon giant's brow furrowed slightly and he spoke lightly. Blackwing, you take a batch of giants ahead to obstruct them. We'll regroup after we kill this human. No problem, I will wipe them all out.
The black-winged giant, circling in the air, sneered, beat his wings and charged toward the direction of the armored transports. You dare! Chen Hu roared, rushing to stop the black-winged giant.
Yet the demon giant's cold voice rang in his ears once more. General Chen Hu, facing 3 enemies while you still pay attention to us, aren't you taking us lightly?
When Chen Hu finally reacted, he suddenly realized a sand-formed giant hand had seized his body.
Got you now.
The earth giant's wicked laughter rang out again, and in the next moment the demon giant's violet eyes flashed once more. This time Chen Hu could not dodge.
Boom!
With a roar, his figure was blasted by the violet beam and slammed into a deep pit.
Surely I won't die here.
The earth giant sneered, that would be too dull. Yet at that moment the bloodied Chen Hu crawled back out from the depths.
Not finished yet.
You beasts! He was scarred all over, but his gaze remained as steel.
And the clang sounded as all the armored transports halted.
Sun Zhao spoke furiously, why stop?
Keep moving.
Commander, ahead another batch of giants has appeared, at least 500 to 600 strong, sealing our retreat.
Hearing this, Sun Zhao's face darkened instantly.
These damn giants had clearly planned everything from the start.
He took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, if we wipe out those hundreds of giants, will the transports retreat safely?
Yes. In the next moment Sun Zhao drew an alloy dagger from his belt. His once refined face now radiated murderous intent. The opportunity Chen Hu earned with his life must not be wasted on me.
If that is the case, then let me kill all these giants.
After all, the armored transport vehicles had halted every recruit inside the cargo into a state of panic. Had steeled themselves for their hearts before deciding to go front. Fear now overwhelmed them.
But death descended, so they had never imagined it would come this quickly.
Why have the armored vehicles stopped?
Has something happened? There's a giant. Damn it, a large number of giants block our retreat. Are we really going to die here? But we haven't even stepped onto the battlefield yet.
After these words, everyone in the carriage fell silent.
One by one their hot-blooded hearts sank into a frigid abyss.
At that moment Wang Meng suddenly stood up and spoke in a deep voice, we cannot stay here and wait to die. Even if we have not yet reached the battlefield, we are already enlisted. From the moment we chose to enlist, we should hold ourselves to the standards of soldiers.
Huaxia soldiers should not be so cowardly. Could we not fight? Do we lack the strength to face giants?
If anyone has guts, grab your weapons, dismount from the armored vehicle and face these giants.
Wang Meng's words instantly stirred many recruits. Count me in. Include me too. Damn it, I joined the army to kill giants.
They all stood up ready to follow him off the vehicle.
Finally Chu Yu stood as well, calmly saying, I will go with you. Chu Yu's joining made Wang Meng's blood boil even more.
For a moment he felt like the great hero destined to save the world.
Good. Wang Meng shouted. Let them see the bearing of Nanjiang No. 1 high school students. Let them know Nanjiang No.
1 high school has no cowards who fear death.
Under Wang Meng's leadership, a large number of recruits voluntarily left the armored transport. On the battlefield, corpses of humans and giants lay everywhere. The Tiger Guard soldiers roared as they fought the giants to the death. The air around was thick with the stench of blood.
Staring at this hellish scene, a few recruits with fragile nerves began retching.
However, Wang Meng remained unfazed, his adrenaline surging to the extreme. He tightened his grip on his weapon, feeling as if he was born for the battlefield. At that moment a giant seemed to sense his presence and charged toward him on all fours at astonishing speed. Staring at this giant towering 7 to 8 meters tall, Wang Meng felt no trace of oppression. On the contrary, he was filled with excitement. Beast form, power tiger. Wang Mang roared, unleashing his power without hesitation. His ability could for a short time turn him into a humanoid tiger, enhancing his strength, speed and explosive power. After activating the ability, Wang Mang stepped forward and slashed at the giant's ankle with a single stroke. His power erupted, severing the giant's right leg. Boom! After the leg was severed, the giant collapsed heavily to the ground. Wang Mang did not hesitate, he leaped up and struck the back of the giant's neck. Hiss! The strike cut through the giant's neck and fetid blood sprayed across him. Wang Mang wiped the blood from his face, standing atop the giant's body, and suddenly burst into laughter. I did it, I killed a giant. You should know he had been only an ordinary student at Nanjiang No. 1 high school, yet now he faced it alone and had slain a giant. This metamorphosis in his identity sent a tremor through his soul, yet above the heavens the winged black-winged giant fixed its gaze on Wang Mang. Ha! Killing a mere low-level mindless giant has this kid so excited. On the face of the black-winged giant a feral smile appeared. Since that's the case, I will start with you. After these words, the black-winged giant's figure transformed into a black streak of light sweeping toward Wang Mang like a predatory black hawk. The joy previously within Wang Mang's heart suddenly cooled as if locked by a cold killing intent. The ambient temperature plummeted to near zero. He slowly looked up and saw the black-winged giant swooping down from the heavens, its target seemingly himself. In that moment Wang Mang felt his body stiffen as if rooted to the spot, unable to move. Why? Why would the black-winged giant fix its gaze on him? Damn it, this is a city-destroying giant. Wang Mang clenched his teeth, eyes full of despair and unwillingness. He's not willing. He had just killed a giant. He had not yet become Huaxia's hero. Why would this city-destroying giant fix its gaze on someone as insignificant as him? At this moment Wang Mang's heart was filled with immense regret. He should not have dismounted. Had he stayed in the armored transport, he would not be dead. Facing the approaching black-winged giant, Wang Mang even contemplated kneeling and begging for mercy, for he could not bear it. He truly did not want to die like this. He had never imagined that the last seconds of life could feel so long. A second felt like a year. Then a roar exploded in his ear. Try not to lose my life, idiot, who told you to dismount? Wang Mang was startled, glancing instinctively toward Sun Xiao, whose usually scholarly face was twisted with anger and worry. Wang Mang could no longer hold back. He cried toward Sun Xiao with all his might, "Save me! Please, save me!" In that instant Sun Xiao, a speed-type ability user, unleashed all her speed and charged toward Wang Mang. Yet the black-winged giant had already reached Wang Mang, its cruel eyes brimming with murderous intent. Perish! The black-winged giant descended before Wang Mang, a sadistic grin twisting its features as it swung its claw. Its anatomy was grotesquely unique, where a right arm should have been a bird-like talon erupted instead. In the face of certain death, Wang Mang closed his eyes and waited for the end. Yet suddenly a tremendous force slammed into him. With a deafening crash his body was sent hurtling through the air. And the one who had struck him down was none other than Sun Xiao. At this critical juncture Sun Xiao had finally arrived. However, though he had saved Wang Mang, the cost was staggering. He had taken the black-winged giant's devastating blow upon himself. A massive wound deep enough to expose bone instantly opened across Sun Xiao's back. Had his physique not been so formidable, this single blow would have been fatal. Sun Xiao let out a pained groan, the searing agony from his back forcing him to his knees. When he lifted his gaze, he instinctively turned toward Wang Mang's position, desperate to verify whether his companion had survived. Deputy Commander Sun. Wang Mang's face had drained to the color of paper as he knelt on the ground, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Sun Xiao. He had never anticipated that someone would go to such lengths to save his life. Yet on the black-winged giant's face a sneer of contempt naturally formed. I've long been told that humans are foolish creatures. But I never imagined you'd display such staggering stupidity. Among all these humans you alone stand as my only genuine threat. And yet you've reduced yourself to this state merely to rescue a single individual. Do you truly believe you possess the strength to challenge me in this condition? With that the black-winged giant burst into raucous laughter. Can you still protect anyone at all? Sacrificing 1,000 lives to save just one. Your human folly is truly laughable. Sun Xiao rose to his feet, though he trembled with each movement, blood still seeping from his back wound. This is where the chasm between human and giant becomes painfully clear. Even when evenly matched giants hold an insurmountable advantage. For their colossal physiques and vastly superior vitality give them an edge that humans simply cannot match. Humans possess neither. Beyond their abilities, they must rely solely on their fighting prowess to compensate. Put simply, when combatants are equally matched, a giant can afford countless errors, but a human can only afford one. One mistake means death. Such as Sun Xiao's fate right now.
He hasn't even engaged this black-winged giant in proper combat yet he's already lost the chance to fight. Sun Zhao's lips curved into a brilliant smile across his refined features. You claim I traded 1,000 lives for one. But to me a single life holds the same worth as 1,000. In Huaxia, even if saving one civilian demands the sacrifice of 1,000 soldiers, we would not hesitate to make that sacrifice.
This is our conviction. Someone like you could never comprehend. The black-winged giant showed no reaction, responding with a cold sneer, nothing but the hollow words of a defeated foe. Now I shall execute you where you stand. Let us see who dares to intervene. Even as his words echoed, the trailing edge of his obsidian wing sharpened into a razor-thin membrane. Clearly his intent was to sever Sun Zhao's head with that blade-like wing. Yet Sun Zhao's gaze held not even the faintest hint of fear. He stood before the black-winged giant, his chin lifted in defiance. A true son of Huaxia would rather fall dead on his feet than survive on his knees. His fingers tightened around the alloy dagger at his side. He understood perfectly, he still had one final opportunity. When the black-winged giant lunged to strike him down, he would seize his final chance to fight to the death and take the beast with him. Yet at that precise moment the black-winged giant spoke unexpectedly. Ah, I nearly forgot. Once you're dead I'll continue hunting that boy. I'll sever his limbs and cast them before the mindless giants, letting those beasts devour him piece by piece. I want you to understand that every sacrifice you've made was utterly meaningless. The black-winged giant spat these words with a vicious grin, each one designed to pierce his spirit. You lay a hand on him and I'll kill you. Sun Zhao bellowed, fury contorting his features. But he didn't realize the giant was deliberately provoking him. That was exactly the trap. The giant had anticipated this, he knew Sun Zhao intended to take him down with him. And the black-winged giant understood perfectly that fury clouds judgment, driving men to act irrationally. So he had been waiting for this very moment. The massive black wing struck like a bolt of darkness, slashing straight for Sun Zhao's head. Before Sun Zhao could even react. Human, be gone to hell. The black-winged giant's vicious laughter rang out. Yet suddenly a human hand reached out from behind Sun Zhao and seized that black wing with impossible strength. In the next instant Arctic frost raced across that obsidian wing. The black-winged giant's expression shifted and he desperately tried to pull his wing back. But to his horror, that seemingly slender arm held an inexhaustible strength, clamping down on his wing with unyielding force. I'd like to see who dares touch him today. Those words rang in the black-winged giant's ear, chilling as frost itself. A young man wearing a silver-white mask emerged from behind Sun Zhao. His hand locked around that enormous black wing. Terror filled the giant's eyes. He had never sensed this mysterious youth approaching from behind. What are you? Killing intent flashed in the giant's eyes. You needn't know my name. Know only this: I shall be your worst nightmare. The moment those words left his lips, a monstrous killing intent erupted from the mysterious youth. Lightning crackled within his palm. An almost feral surge of chi coursed through his right arm, erupting with terrifying force. Rip! With a tearing sound. This mysterious youth in the silver-white mask actually tore that black wing completely apart. How is this possible? Sun Zhao was so shaken that he forgot about his injuries as he stared at the scene before him. Who exactly was this mysterious youth who had suddenly appeared? He had torn one of the black-winged giant's wings apart with his bare hands. What kind of overwhelming strength was required to accomplish such a feat? The searing pain of his torn wing forced a dreadful howl from the black-winged giant's throat. Without the slightest hesitation he immediately retreated, putting distance between himself and Lin Yuan, while his face was etched with deep wariness. Lin Yuan did not choose to pursue immediately. Instead he stood his ground, trying to calm the raging blood chi surging within his body. Before the battle began he had consumed a large number of blood chi pills. These blood chi pills unleashed an immensely formidable surge of blood energy within him. He named this state of dramatically boosting his blood chi in a short time the blood burst state. At this moment he was deep within the blood burst state. Despite its severe side effects, his dominator physique and self-healing ability allowed him to endure it. Because with his current strength, only by entering the blood burst state could he match the combat power of a city-level giant. Come then, let us continue. Lin Yuan's voice was chilling cold. He took a step forward, lightning flashing fiercely within his eyes. The black-winged giant clutched his mangled wing, his gaze dripping with gloom. After hesitating for a moment he raised his head and let out a piercing shriek. Instantly the giants that had been engaged with the Tiger Guard soldiers charged headlong toward Lin Yuan's position, heedless of all danger, as if responding to a command. The black-winged giant sneered, first break through these giants and then think about continuing your fight with me. For an injured giant like him, letting these low-tier giants hold off Lin Yuan was undoubtedly the best choice. However, Lin Yuan's expression did not change in the slightest.
He gazed coldly at the black-winged giant before him as if looking upon a corpse.
You giants are far more arrogant than I ever imagined. I stand right here today. Let us see which giant dares approach me.
As soon as his words fell, the passage of the netherworld space suddenly opened beside Lin Yuan.
Demon elephant giants, mountain giants, rock giants, crimson sand giants, one after another high-tier giants emerged from the netherworld space radiating chilling aura of death.
These undead giants formed a towering wall blocking all the charging low-tier giants before Lin Yuan. What was more, on the main battlefield countless undead giants roared as they joined the fray, engaging those mindless giants in savage combat.
100. 300. 500.
The undead giants that appeared on the battlefield actually outnumbered the low-tier giants commanded by the black-winged giant.
This is impossible.
The black-winged giant's eyes were filled with sheer terror as if he had seen a ghost. What frightened him most was not the suddenly appearing undead giants, but the ability that this mysterious youth had displayed.
This guy could manipulate the corpses of dead giants.
Gazing at these high-tier giants radiating dense death energy, the black-winged giant felt a chill run down his spine.
Could there truly be a human who had evolved such a bizarre ability? No. He absolutely had to get this intelligence back.
A human ability user with such power could never be allowed to grow stronger.
Otherwise one day he would become a complete nightmare to giant civilization. Thinking of this, the black-winged giant did not hesitate at all and immediately turned to flee.
Their original plan had been to intercept the new recruits on the armored transport vehicles, forcing Lin Tianke to intervene and revealing whether the latter had truly lost all his strength. But now Lin Tianke had not appeared. Instead, they had brought forth a youth of infinite potential, an extraordinary prodigy. Since this mysterious youth's abilities had already been exposed before them, there was absolutely no reason to let him grow stronger. Although Lin Yuan had brutally torn off one of his black wings, it had also allowed him to roughly gauge the former's strength. In the black-winged giant's view, although this person was strong, he absolutely could not withstand the coordinated assault of several city-level giants. So all he needed to do was flee back, rally the other 3 city-level giants, and together kill Lin Yuan. A prodigy like this had to die, no mercy could be shown.
Want to flee? Did you ask me first?
Watching the fleeing black-winged giant, Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy cold, and without hesitation he exploded into full speed. Enhanced by his lightning ability, his figure suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning itself.
Witnessing this sight, Wang Meng's heart skipped a beat.
He suddenly felt that this figure before him was strangely familiar.
Lightning ability, was not that Lin Yuan's ability? After all, throughout Nanjiang, no
one high school, only Lin Yuan had awakened the lightning ability. Could it be that this mysterious person who saved him and Sun Xiao was actually?
No, that's impossible. That guy was too cowardly to even set foot on the battlefield. Moreover, if it truly were Lin Yuan with his strength, he could never have been a match for a city-level giant.
Furthermore, the mysterious person before them possessed not only the lightning ability, the ice frost ability, the ability to manipulate giant corpses. All of these were abilities that Lin Yuan did not have.
With these thoughts in mind, Wang Meng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Right, the person before them absolutely could not be Lin Yuan.
At this very moment, on another side of the battlefield, Shuyu, who had single-handedly killed a large-type giant, calmly wiped the blood from her cheek. The commotion from the black-winged giants and quickly caught her attention. Shuyu instinctively turned her head and happened to see that familiar back view. That figure, surging with dazzling lightning, godlike in appearance, instantly overlapped with the silhouette that had once protected her in her memory. For a moment, Shuyu's eyes grew slightly red. She was absolutely certain that the figure before her was the person she trusted most.
Lin Yuan. I knew you would appear before us in another form.
The young woman murmured softly, her gaze growing ever more resolute.
But no matter what you intend to do, I will exhaust everything to follow in your footsteps.
One day I will stand by your side, fighting alongside you until my last breath. All the warriors on stared in at the sight before them. The mysterious youth wearing white mask was madly fleeing after a city D giant, get in ferociously driven.
My heavens, have our eyes deceived us? Is this real? This is a city-destroying giant.
He looks to be at most in his 20s perhaps. Nanjiang City, a mere backwater, had never produced such a prodigy. The officers of the Tiger Guard army widened their eyes in disbelief. Beyond the awe, a surge of blood-boiling fervor ran through them all.
With enough power, even a human could drive such giants from the land. That mysterious youth before them embodies this truth perfectly.
Sun Xiao looked at Lin Yuan's back and whispered, if a nation is to perish, there will surely be fiends among us. A fiend can be a thief of a chaotic era or a savior of the people.
Damn it. Why is this kid's speed so fast? The Blackwing Giant's face was filled with anxiety.
He had already unleashed his full speed, yet the distance between Lin Yuan and him kept closing rapidly.
The Blackwing Giant harbored inward resentment.
If this kid hadn't torn his right wing with his bare hands, how could his speed be so slow?
At last, within the Blackwing Giant's sight appeared the silhouettes of 3 city-destroying giants: the Demon Giant, the Earth Giant, and the Devourer Giant.
Seeing his comrades so close, the Blackwing Giant did not hesitate at all, crying out hoarsely, "Save me!
Kill the kid behind you!"
However, at that moment Lin Yuan's voice, devoid of any emotion, suddenly sounded in his ear.
"Caught you!"
The Blackwing Giant turned his head in fear.
A frosty aura spread around him in an instant.
Under the frost power, the Blackwing Giant's back instantly froze over.
Do you know that things frozen by frost tend to become extremely fragile? Lin Yuan's voice was soft, as if asking a question. To the Blackwing Giant it sounded more like a death sentence. "No."
The Blackwing Giant's pupils dilated, instinctively trying to shield himself with his wings.
Alas, Lin Yuan's punching speed was far faster than he imagined.
A scarlet vitality surged and solidified into substance, winding around Lin Yuan's right arm like a living serpent. Then his fist roared toward the Blackwing Giant's heart from behind.
Boom!
Along with a roaring thunder, the ice on the Blackwing Giant's spine shattered suddenly. And this mighty crimson vitality flowed along Lin Yuan's fist, abruptly piercing into the Blackwing Giant's heart. In the next moment, the giant's heart exploded, leaving a colossal blood hole in his chest. In the final moments of life, the Blackwing Giant slowly turned his head toward Lin Yuan, his eyes burning with hatred as he spoke. "Believe me, once the giant's civilization learns of your power, they will not spare you." Lin Yuan stood aloft, looking down at him calmly, and replied with quiet resolve, "If you care so much about me, why not fight for me instead? Don't worry, after you die you will become one of my undead giants under my banner. And with your strength you will surely be a great general." Killing with the heart, this is killing with the heart indeed. "I will not only kill you, I will drag your corpse up so that it can continue fighting for me." As expected, after Lin Yuan spoke those words, the Blackwing Giant instantly erupted into hysterical fury. He wanted to roar at Lin Yuan, but his vitality was fading rapidly. Ultimately, the vitality in the Blackwing Giant's eyes dimmed completely. The colossal figure collapsed heavily to the ground. The Blackwing Giant fell. The other 3 city-destroying giants also heard the Blackwing Giant's cry for help. When they looked toward the sound, the Blackwing Giant lay dead in Lin Yuan's hands. A human so small, yet he single-handedly slew such a colossal giant. The scene before them was rife with a sense of absurdity. The Earth Giant's face darkened at once. This kid actually killed the Blackwings. The Devourer Giant meanwhile gazed toward Lin Yuan with a look of wild fervor. Clearly he had already sensed the immense vitality emanating from Lin Yuan. The grotesque maw atop his form drooled with anticipation as it began to excrete saliva. "I want to eat flesh, to feast on the blood and meat on him." The Demon Giant spoke in a heavy tone. "Since he killed the Blackwings, let him pay with his life." After saying this, the Demon Giant kicked Chen-Hu aside with a bloody foot. Chen-Hu alone could not possibly stand against the 3 city-destroying giants. He was gravely wounded near death. Yet even so, after being kicked aside, Chen-Hu lay on the ground, struggling to lift his head, slowly crawling toward the Demon Giant. "I am not dead yet." Although he nearly lost consciousness, the inner conviction still urged him to keep stopping the demon before him. "What a bore." The Demon Giant sneered. "If not to lure Lin Tianke into action, would you think we would entertain you for so long? Since you so wish to die, I will grant your wish." After speaking, the Demon Giant raised his foot and trampled Chen-Hu hard. Boom! With a thunderous crash, a huge pit opened on the ground. Yet when he pressed down with his foot, he found Chen-Hu still alive. Although his bones seemed to be broken beyond count, he still struggled to rise. He knew today he would die. But as long as he was not dead yet, he should shoulder it all. Chen-Hu's futile struggles indeed stirred anger in the Demon Giant's heart. He lifted his massive foot again, about to crush this ant-like human beneath it, growling, "You useless thing, since you won't die a quick death, I will grind you into meat." But before his foot could land, a sharp black silhouette suddenly lunged toward his body. The Demon Giant froze slightly when he saw the ahead shadow. Disbelief flashed in his eyes. For the attacker was none other than the black wings of the Blackwing Giant. The Demon Giant reacted with swift speed, instantly raising its right arm and using the dark-scaled armor on that limb forcibly blocked the Blackwing Giant's advance. A clang rang out, clashed, and the Demon Giant's form was driven backward by several steps. After he steadied himself, a look of astonishment still lingered in his eyes, for he had clearly seen the Blackwing Giant die right before him. However, sensing the dense deathly aura emanating before him, the Demon Giant reacted at once. The Blackwing Giant was indeed dead. What remained of him was now merely a corpse, and it was that human who was manipulating the corpse to fight him. Even with his experience, he had never witnessed such a strange and dreadful power.
No wonder the Blackwing Giant had been forced into a desperate situation by this fellow.
A trace of murderous intent flashed in the demon giant's eyes. Although their action this time failed to draw Lin Tianke out, killing this guy before him would still be a great achievement, for Lin Yuan's power posed an enormous threat to the giant civilization. Who knows how far he could grow.
The demon giant, the earth giant, and the devouring giant, these three city-destroying giants closed in on Lin Yuan at once. Although the latter's strength was not weak to the demon giant, it seemed his vitality was too feeble, likely boosted by some secret technique. And here stood three city-destroying giants. Even with a wheel-like assault they could wear him down alive. The demon giant warned that if there is a next life he should not come out to pretend to be a hero, for death would be very ugly. The demon giant punched back the Blackwing giant and closed in on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan lifted his head and spoke softly that he never intended to be a hero, and that from the beginning he had only pursued one thing. That one thing was how to kill them all. Now that the Blackwing giant is dead, the next turn belongs to you. Lin Yuan suddenly surged forward, slashing at the demon giant with a furious stroke, and berated its boastful words. The demon giant sneered, and two more destructive beams erupted from its eyes. The eerie purple beams like blades pierced toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's gaze narrowed and he raised the Zhanlong Dao to parry. The blow unleashed all his power, yet he could not fully withstand the demon giant's assault. His body was blasted backward by the purple beam, crashing heavily to the ground. The surge of blood seemed to be subsiding. The vitality within him was steadily fading, and given his own strength, facing a city-destroying giant alone still posed a difficulty. On the other side, under Lin Yuan's command, the Blackwing giant charged toward the demon giant, but before it could close in, the devouring giant forcibly blocked it. The devouring giant gripped the Blackwing giant's body tightly, beginning a near-frenzied devouring of its flesh. In undead form, the Blackwing giant retained only about 70% of its former strength and was naturally no match for the devouring giant. The demon giant mocked that the other party was dreaming like a child, and that even standing before Lin Yuan he could not kill him, so how could he talk of killing all of them? Yet as soon as those words left his mouth, the Blackwing giant on the side suddenly ceased struggling, as if it had become a corpse again. On the other front, countless undead giants aiding the humans collapsed to the ground as if their souls had been ripped away. What on earth was happening here? The soldiers of the Tiger Guard army looked at each other in disbelief, unaware of what had occurred. Could it be that the mysterious youth who had brought the undead giants to the battlefield had an accident? Had even he fallen? For a moment everyone began to worry for Lin Yuan. After breaking the bond with all the undead giants, Lin Yuan felt an indescribable sense of mental clarity wash over him. He had not felt such a burden-free sensation for a long time, and this was to free up enough spiritual power. Lin Yuan asked whether the other knew what it would feel like to be killed by one of their own kind, and he suggested that the other might be curious how he would kill him. Because of the sins you have committed, Lin Yuan would use the most brutal means to drive you through to the deepest depths of hell, and the words fell as a vow. Behind Lin Yuan a colossal necromantic gateway opened, and the next moment he would pour all his spiritual power into the corpse within the necromantic space. But that was far from enough. The enormous corpse loomed like a giant vortex, drawing all his spiritual power into it, yet stirring no ripple. If that still was not enough, he would keep increasing the pressure. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. He drew out a high-grade crystal of spiritual power, gripping it tightly and feverishly absorbing its energy. Then he produced another bottle of a highly concentrated spiritual power potion, tipped his head back and drank it in a near self-destructive act, rapidly raising his own spiritual power ceiling. Not going mad would mean not living. All who cannot kill me will only make me stronger. Under the silver-white mask, Lin Yuan's face twisted into a grotesque contortion. In his mind it felt as if 1,000 steel nails were gnawing away, yet in this frenzy of spiritual power the corpse in the necromantic space finally stirred. The corpse slowly opened its eyes and under Lin Yuan's command stepped out with immense pressure, appearing before everyone. 7th rank. Cataclysmic Giant. Necromantic Prison Eye Giant descended. Deathly aura fills the air and a fierce blaze roars. Under this terrifying pressure the three city-destroying giants, including the demon giant, involuntarily retreated a step. Lin Yuan's face twisted in madness as he spoke that perhaps they should fear, for Hell's guests were not yet full and he would send them on their way. At this very moment the Yuyan giant behind Lin Yuan truly seemed as though a demon god had descended upon world. Even in its undead state the Yuyan giant possessed only 70% of strength. Yet the aura exuded by the 7th disaster class giant remained beyond what a city destroy could rival. It was as if every gesture carried the power to destroy heaven and earth. Now who will step forward to meet death? Lin Yuan scanned around, his gaze as cold as frost. At that moment the earth giant could no longer hold back. A murderous will welled in his eyes. The earth giant's colossal body surged from the ground, and in his view, since Lin Yuan controlled this disaster class giant, he would kill Lin Yuan first.
However, what the Earth Giant did not expect was that before he could approach, the Yuan Giant suddenly unleashed all its power, stomping a crushing kick toward the Earth Giant. Thud! A roar followed as the Yuan Giant's strike drove the ground beneath to sink and crack.
Under such circumstances, the Earth Giant's form was forcibly dragged out of the earth. Before the latter could react, the Yuan Giant stretched out a hand and gripped his neck tightly. Before a disaster-class foe, a city-destroying giant is as fragile as a defeated hound.
Save me! Save me! Before he could finish a word, the Yuan Giant delivered another punch, carving a huge bloody wound in his abdomen.
Blood sprayed from the Earth Giant's mouth, his eyes full of unwillingness. Kill him!
Yet Lin Yuan's heart harbored no mercy as he looked upon the gravely wounded Earth Giant.
Mercy to the foe is cruelty to oneself.
Thinking of how these giants had treated Chen Hu, a blaze of fury rose in Lin Yuan's heart.
Crack!
The Yuan Giant cleanly snapped the Earth Giant's head like an emotionless killing machine and tossed the corpse aside.
Even after witnessing his comrade fall before his eyes, the Demon Giant and the Tunchi Giant could not muster any will to fight.
For they were utterly unable to stand against this disaster-class giant. Despair and fear had already seized their hearts.
Run! The Demon Giant hesitated not for a moment before another comrade could react. He chose to flee.
All he needs is to seize a few humans as hostages and he might still slip away.
After all, humans are a bunch of sentimental fools.
As for the Tunchi Giant, a fool like him had already reached his limit by evolving to a city-destroying level. Such trash deserved to be cast out to die.
Fortuitously, it would buy him a little more time.
Yet what the Emo Giant did not know was that the moment he chose to flee, Lin Yuan's gaze had already locked onto him.
I never said I would spare you.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the Yuan Giant's body underwent a change. On his chest, the gigantic, tightly closed prison eye slowly opened toward the Emo Giant. An eerie and dangerous aura spread in an instant, enveloping the surroundings. A Hunter Association staffer had once described it to Lin Yuan.
When the prison eye opened, hell descended.
The prison eye, veined with crimson, resembled the eye of an infernal god, exuding a cold and brutal aura. At the same time, a near-destroying energy suddenly coalesced into form before the prison eye. Hell Annihilation Eye.
Boom! A dark energy beam brimming with destructive power pierced toward the Emo Giant.
Startled by this terrifying aura, the Emo Giant finally turned his head in horror, attempting to resist.
Alas, before such absolute power, any resistance was futile. No! With a scream, the Emo Giant's body was instantly engulfed by this torrent of energy.
His flesh and blood, torn by the hell energies ringing, were relentlessly dissolved and annihilated. In an instant, a disaster-class giant was reduced to nothing but a skeletal remnant.
Even Lin Yuan could not help but marvel at the might of the disaster-class giant. Indeed, each rank above 6 marks a watershed. Human espers share the same truth. The power of an SS rank esper can easily exceed that of an S rank by many times. After the Demon Giant fell, Lin Yuan's resolve did not waver. He continued to drive the Yuan Giant toward the last giant.
With companions lifeless one after another, the Tunchi Giant before them had fallen into a dazed stupor. He backed away frantically, eyes filled with fear and horror.
That giant mouth of yours has probably swallowed many humans, Lin Yuan said coolly, addressing the Tunchi Giant.
According to our Huaxia custom, anyone who harms others should have their hands cut off and if necessary their feet cut off as well. If you have killed, then let the killer pay with his life. Because only in this way can blood debt be repaid. After finishing this sentence, he immediately guided the Yuan Giant forward, using his 2 massive hands to grip the Tunchi Giant's huge maw and with all his strength tore it apart to the sides.
Crack! With a thunderous crash, the maw on the Tunchi Giant's chest was torn open by the Yuan Giant. That vast maw extended all the way to the Tunchi Giant's jaw. The Tunchi Giant's eyes instantly dimmed.
His massive form toppled to the ground, kneeling. Crimson blood flowed from his wounds, soaking the entire battlefield. Thus 4 city-destroying giants lay dead, all at Lin Yuan's hands. For countless Huaxia warriors, this was a feat beyond what they could ever achieve in their lifetimes. But for Lin Yuan, this was only the beginning. He gazed calmly at the scene before him, his eyes unruffled.
One day he would let the giant's blood soak every inch of the battlefield.
Beyond, in a thicket, a war correspondent crouched, ground camera in hand, entirety of Lin Yuan's battle. He was a war correspondent attached to following the convoy ferrying new recruits, mainly to film their faces for recruitment propaganda. Normally he should have withdrawn with the armored transport to Nanjiang City. But when General Chen, who selflessly chose to stay behind, his heart seemed stirred. When the armored convoy withdrew, the war journalist did not leave. He hid in a concealed thicket, hoping to capture General Chen, who single-handedly holding off the 3 city-destroying giants. He wanted everyone to see what kind of hero fought to protect them on the land of Huaxia. Of course, all this hinged on one condition. that he would still be alive after the war ends.
For giants, the scent of humanity is keen. Even the most hidden hiding place could still be discovered and devoured by the giants.
While General Chen Hu charged to risk his life against the foe.
This war correspondent too was risking his life recording everything before him.
When he saw General Chen Hu being trampled by that demonic giant, his teeth seemed about to crack.
Boundless fury clenched his fists so hard that his nails sank deep into his palms. At that moment he only hated that he was not an ability user. If only he possessed enough strength he could stop it all from happening. Yet at that moment the mysterious youth with a silver mask appeared before him. That mysterious youth
possessed the ability to manipulate the giants' corpses. Even as a battlefield journalist who had roamed the front lines for years, he had never heard of such a terrifying power.
Then he controlled a disaster-class giant and slaughtered those 3 city-destroying giants with ease. All of this happened in less than half a minute.
Staring at the scene before him, he felt his blood surge upward, flooding his head with such power.
Such strength.
Such enigmatic power. Such unwavering resolve. The mysterious youth before him with his strength announced the birth of another peerless prodigy. Huaxia has awakened, a dragon has emerged.
Luckily, I recorded the entire battle.
His eyes glinted with excitement. Such a prodigy appearing will surely give Huaxia a strong boost. He had also wondered whether to expose the battle footage or to conceal it, thereby helping the mysterious youth hide his identity.
After all, such a dazzling prodigy would surely attract the giant civilization's attention.
In the end he chose to expose the battle footage.
Because after this battle the giant civilization would surely know of his existence.
Even if he destroyed the footage, that fact would still remain.
Since that is the case, it would be better to make it public.
Let all of Huaxia witness the radiance belonging to this prodigy. Those in despair cling to even the smallest hope. All he could do was let all of Huaxia see this hope. After killing 4 city-destroying giants in succession, Lin Yuan himself had reached his limit. He first swallowed a large number of lifeblood pills and forcibly entered the blood rage state.
Moreover, to drive this disaster-class Yu-Yen giant, he exhausted a vast amount of spiritual power.
As a result, after the battle, all backlash surged like a wild tide. Every bone in his body seemed smashed to powder by a hammer. As for the brain bearing the spiritual power, it ached so badly that it felt as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at it. To speak without exaggeration, Lin Yuan had become a candle in the wind. Even a single tier 4 giant could kill him with ease. Fortunately, the battle was over.
Lin Yuan bore inhuman pain, yet his face showed no emotion.
Then he stepped forward slowly toward General Chen Hu. The blood-soaked Chen Hu had long since fallen unconscious.
Fortunately, Lin Yuan could sense that Chen Hu still exuded a faint life aura.
After being ravaged by 3 city-destroying giants in succession, he could still be alive, showing how formidable his physique and how tenacious his will are. Lin Yuan bent down, slowly drew a life restoration potion from the system space, and after opening the bottle slowly poured its liquid into General Chen Hu's mouth. To win this battle they had paid far too much. General Chen Hu would become a hero in the eyes of many. And he would continue to hide in the darkness, letting the world guess his identity.
Uncle Chan, I know you must be very disappointed in me.
But as you said, I am Lin Tiang's son.
If not me, then who should do what must be done?
After giving Chen Hu a life restoration potion, Lin Yuan slowly stood up. Every bone in his body ached, but he must press on. Because this is his choice. Lin Yuan looked at Chen Hu and in a hoarse voice said, "If there is a price to pay, I am willing to bear it as well.
I face death as I always would from beginning to end." With that, Lin Yuan turned and left.
His words drifted on the wind, unseen by the unconscious Chen Hu. When the darkness finally cleared, the world could see our glory.
4 city-destroying giants annihilated.
General Chen Hu gravely wounded and near death.
These 2 pieces of news quickly spread to the front lines.
In an instant, the soldiers of the Tiger Guard army and the new recruits in the transport vehicles fell into ecstasy. Once the 4 leading city-destroying giants die, the rest of the giant army will surely be utterly crushed in the shortest time.
We have won. Humankind prevails. Huaxia prevails.
General Chen Hu did not die.
Kill all these giants.
In that moment everyone on the battlefield roared, venting their emotions. For these new recruits it was their first time witnessing the cruelty of the battlefield and equally their first taste of the joy of victory. With morale running so high, the remaining giants stood no chance against the soldiers of the Hubei army, and within no more than a quarter hour they were utterly massacred. For them this was undeniably a decisive victory.
What's more, the giant civilization had deployed a full 4 city-destroying level giants only to be completely annihilated by them in return.
Even for all of Huaxia this was a victory that stirred the soul. After returning to their respective carriages, Wang Meng, saved from death, fell utterly silent, huddled in a corner without uttering a single word. After all, it was he who had nearly caused the death of Vice Commander Sun. Just then Chuyu, drenched in blood from head to toe, stepped into the carriage. Every recruit's gaze as it fell upon her brimmed with reverence. They had witnessed with their own eyes how Chuyu, like a Valkyrie of legend, had single-handedly slain over a dozen mindless giants.
Among those slain were even several large variants.
A woman of such ethereal beauty and extraordinary power could only inspire admiration from all who beheld her.
Has the one who saved you returned?
The moment she stepped into the carriage, Chuyu's gaze landed on Wang Mang and she asked without hesitation. Wang Mang paused briefly, clearly puzzled by her intense concern for this stranger.
Yet out of respect for such a formidable warrior he answered immediately, he hasn't come back yet.
But now that all 4 city-destroying level giants lie dead, there should be nothing on the battlefield capable of threatening him. Wang Mang still vividly recalled the sheer power of that mysterious youth. Even the black-winged city destroyer had fled before him. Upon hearing Wang Mang's words, Chuyu stood frozen.
Of course, though General Chen, who was formidable, no single warrior could possibly stand against 4 city-destroying level giants.
If Chen Hu were truly that powerful, they wouldn't have needed to evacuate at all. So there was only one possibility.
That Lin Yuan had slain all 4 city-destroying level giants in this battle.
With this conclusion striking her, Chuyu's head rang with a deafening hum, her entire being locked in stunned silence. What secrets lay hidden within Lin Yuan? How could someone be so terrifyingly powerful?
As everyone else cheered in triumph,
Lin Yuan had departed the battlefield alone.
Both his body and spiritual energy had been pushed to their absolute limit. He needed to return to Nanjiang City as swiftly as possible and rest.
For Lin Yuan this was equally an unprecedented triumph.
Though the cost had been immense, it marked the first time in his life he had single-handedly slain 4 city-destroying level giants.
The only regret was that beyond the Earth Giant's relatively intact corpse, the remains of the other 3 had been utterly mangled and unrecognizable. The demon giant in particular had been reduced to nothing more than skeletal remains by the torrential surge of hellish energy. Even if necrotic spirit techniques could restore it to its feet, its combat effectiveness would likely amount to less than 1/10 of what it once was. Thus Lin Yuan retrieved only the Earth Giant's corpse before departing the battlefield. Yet what Lin Yuan failed to know was that as he departed, a figure hovered silently kilometers above in the firmament, watching him intently.
4 city-destroying level giants, and this kid actually managed to eliminate them all. Truly worthy of my bloodline.
A brilliant smile spread across that figure's face. Then his form dissolved into a bolt of lightning, vanishing instantly. After suffering the giant civilization's attack, the armored transports carrying the new recruits could hardly continue to the front lines. No one could predict whether more giants would ambush them along the remaining route. Furthermore, General Chen, who lay dying from grievous wounds, and the other injured Hubei soldiers required immediate medical attention. Under these circumstances they had no choice but to retreat temporarily back to Nanjiang City. The troop that had departed the city mere half a day earlier returned in full force.
Moreover, every member of the Hubei escort was wounded, with Commander Chen Hu himself on the brink of death. This news detonated through Nanjiang City like a bomb, sending shockwaves across the entire nation. Not merely the city, it sent tremors throughout all of Huaxia. After all, this marked the giant civilization's first cowardly strike against a convoy of new recruits. Instantly headlines exploded across every major news outlet with reports of the Nanjiang City recruits' ambush at the hands of the giant civilization. The story was spreading with unprecedented velocity, igniting public outrage. Online forums flooded with posts erupting like bamboo shoots after rain. Damn it! Those cursed giants have no shame, attacking Nanjiang's fresh recruits. I can't sit idle any longer. I'm enlisting tomorrow to hunt down these beasts on the battlefield. Count me in. The giant civilization must pay in blood for their crimes. Let these giants understand Huaxia will never submit to foreign aggression. Did you see this? Commander Chen Hu of the Hubei army held back 4 city-destroying level giants single-handedly to ensure the armored transports carrying recruits could escape safely. His body, soaked in blood, sternum caved in multiple compound fractures throughout, a miracle he survives at all. Still fighting for his life in the emergency ward at Nanjiang Central Hospital. Tears streamed down faces. This is a true hero of our nation. General Chen, no matter what you must endure. Don't you dare die on me. If you're a man, hold on, I damn well want to join your Hubei army. Tonight promises to be an endless vigil. Some celebrate triumph. Some pray for heroes. And some, resolved beyond doubt, quietly write farewells to their parents. Yet just as the Nanjiang City battle reaches its peak intensity, a video surfaces online. Nanjiang City battle record: heroes fight to the death, a monster erupts. The title immediately captured countless eyes.
But once they clicked through they discovered with utter shock, the footage was genuinely captured from the battlefield itself. The footage in the video was remarkably clearly shot on site. In the scene Chen who faced the threat of 4 city-destroying giants yet he resolutely chose to stay behind alone wielding his warblade as a rear guard. Before those 4 giants as massive as skyscrapers Chen whose figure appeared so tiny. Yet despite this he never retreated even a single step. The scene before them inexplicably conveyed a tragic epic grandeur. Life is what I desire. Righteousness is also what I desire. When both cannot be obtained one must sacrifice life for righteousness. Watching the scene where Chen who stood alone against 4 city-destroying giants countless people that evening shed tears. General Chen who is truly a man. Indeed compared to those cowards who dare not face the battlefield this is what a real man looks like. Even if the flying general of Longcheng were here we would not let the barbarian horses cross the Yin mountains. A true gentleman should be like this. I only hope to have the fortune in this life of becoming a soldier under General Chen whose command willing to serve devotedly until my last breath. Though all regarded Chen who was a hero they equally understood in their hearts that Chen who single-handedly attempting to block the 4 city-destroying giants before them was like trying to stop a chariot with an arm utterly futile. Therefore they were incredibly curious about how the Battle of Nanjiang City had been won. The footage in the video continued playing. Those 4 city-destroying giants clearly showed no regard for Chen who at all directly dispatching the black-winged giant to intercept the armored vehicles transporting new recruits. Chen who attempted to intervene but the demon giant pinned him brutally to the ground with energy beams erupting from its eyes. Upon witnessing this everyone's hearts clenched tightly. Even though Chen who was facing only 3 city-destroying giants he remained completely overpowered with no ability to fight back. He was knocked down time and again yet rose to his feet each time. Despite being covered in blood and his consciousness fading his appearance was thoroughly wretched yet his spine remained unbent. Everyone fell into silence involuntarily. It felt as though a boulder rested upon their hearts. They finally realized what price those who protected them had paid in this war. There is no such thing as peaceful times without someone bearing the burden for you. From the moment Chen who chose to stay behind he knew he would be cruelly slaughtered to death by the city-destroying giants before him. The video ticked forward second by second. Everyone involuntarily clenched their fists. They were waiting. Waiting for a turning point to emerge. After all they had won this battle. Moreover General Chen who was still alive. If that was the case then there must be a turning point. Thud thud thud. In the video the demon giant seemed to have grown bored stepping on and on upon Chen whose battered body. Witnessing this scene everyone felt a surge of righteous anger their fists instinctively clenching. Those giants were damn vile. However at that very moment. A figure wearing a silver-white mask and carrying a warblade suddenly appeared in the frame. Who could this be? A question formed in everyone's minds. But in the next instant their confusion completely transformed into astonishment. This suddenly appearing mysterious youth actually possessed the ability to control giant corpses. Under his manipulation the black-winged giant and demon giant engaged in bloody combat right upon the battlefield. My God, there are humans who can control giants. This innate ability is too terrifying. It's simply the natural predator of giants. Heroes fighting to the death, monsters emerging. I understand now, so the so-called monster refers to this prodigy who has appeared. China has hope, humanity has hope. If this prodigy goes to the battlefield it's simply an over-god-level weapon of mass destruction. As everyone was shocked by the terrifying abilities displayed by this mysterious youth they had no idea that the true climax lay in the final half of the video. Soon the visuals on screen quickly dimmed. Because a chilling aura of death rapidly spread across the battlefield. The Death Spirit passage appeared. The Prison Eye giant descended upon the battlefield. When they saw this disaster-level giant manifesting on the battlefield everyone involuntarily held their breath. Previously giants of this caliber would only bring catastrophic devastation to the battlefield. But now this Prison Eye giant appearing in the footage has become the key to determining the outcome of the battle. They had never been this excited by the appearance of a single giant. This is a disaster-level giant. This prodigy can even control the corpses of disaster-level giants. Damn it, this is epic. Kill all these giants for me, make them taste what it's like to die at the hands of their own kind. Congratulations to China, another monster added to the prodigy rankings. As long as these prodigies can grow stronger, how could we not be able to destroy the giant civilization? Everyone vented their emotions with immense excitement. In the scene that disaster-level Prison Eye giant demolished everything in its path with overwhelming force. Faced with his terrifying power those 3 city-destroying giants had absolutely no resistance and were mercilessly slaughtered to death. The mournful wails and desperate screams of those 3 giants as they died brought immense satisfaction to everyone's hearts.
They now finally understood why the Battle of Nanjing City achieved ultimate victory.
Although General Chen, whose figure standing alone as rearguard, was unforgettable. But what truly determined the outcome of the battlefield was still that mysterious youth wearing the silver-white mask. In the video's final moments, that mysterious youth pulled Chen Hu from the deep pit and personally administered the life potion to him. Then he stood up once more and whispered a few words to Chen Hu. After speaking, that mysterious youth turned and departed, vanishing from the battlefield.
The video ended abruptly at this point. However, all the Chinese citizens who watched this video were completely electrified. Is that it fucking hell? Give me 5 minutes, I want to know who this guy is.
He's a hero just like Chen. Who does anyone know who he really is? A prodigy of this caliber could never be unknown in China, yet his ability to control giant corpses, I've never heard of any prodigy awakening such a terrifying power. For a moment on the major forums, people everywhere began to discuss the who had altered the course of the Nanjing City battle. One must know that if this mysterious youth had not acted promptly and slain 4 city-annihilating giants in a single blow, General Chen Hu would have fallen in battle, and even the recruits aboard the armored transport would surely have perished. The existence of this mysterious youth spared them from the fate of being devoured by giants.
And now what everyone is most curious about is his identity.
Within an hour, thousands of posts debating his identity sprang up across the major forums. I am from Nanjing City, but I have never heard of such a peerless prodigy emerging from our city.
Nanjing City. That name sounds so familiar. Of course, isn't he Lin Tianke, the dragon general from that place?
Yes, I remember now. His son Lin Yuan refused to enlist a front-page news story a few days ago. Ha, a coward who would not even set foot on a battlefield earning a news headline.
Rather focus on this out-of-nowhere genius, a prodigal figure who was the true unnamed hero of Huaxia.
From the last part of the video, it seems he knew General Chen Hu and even exchanged a few words with him, but his voice was too soft to hear from such a distance. However, it's undeniable that this guy has hidden his identity quite well. Nanjing City is so small that no one knows his true identity.
Nonsense.
If you had such an ability to control the giants' corpses, you wouldn't hide your identity. The giant civilization would find some way to eliminate you.
Yes, that's the logic. So if it's not necessary, it's better not to pry into his true identity.
At the very least, he hasn't acted solely for himself, since he stood up in such a moment that proves he is willing to fight for Huaxia. Across the major forums, the people of Huaxia discussed the mysterious youth who burst onto the Nanjing City battle, but no one could guess Lin Yuan's true identity.
Nanjing City. Inside the Hunter Association.
Yi Yujia, who had no tasks at the moment, opened the video about the Nanjing City battle.
As a resident of Nanjing City, she of course learned about the battle the moment it occurred.
But her understanding of the Nanjing City battle was limited to what appeared in news reports. She also wanted to know what truly happened on the battlefield at that time. When the video started playing, Yi Yujia watched intently. However, in the latter half of the video, she suddenly froze in place as if struck by lightning.
Could it be him? She clearly hadn't expected that the person who reversed the Nanjing City battle would be Lin Yuan. Although she didn't know Lin Yuan's true identity, the two of them were already intimately familiar.
Because of this, she could recognize at a glance the silver-white mask he wore.
Yet Yi Yujia's astonishment did not end there.
The video on the screen continued to play before her eyes.
Finally, the familiar prison-eye giant appeared before her. This time the prison-eye giant was no longer a lifeless corpse.
Under Lin Yuan's control on the battlefield, he became a demon god-like existence. Even the city-annihilating giants faced with the prison-eye giant were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered.
At that moment,
Yi Yujia's ears seemed to hear Lin Yuan's voice again. In a few days you will know the purpose of this body. So that fellow had long foreseen all of this. Thus, with his own strength alone, he orchestrated it all.
Thinking of this, Yi Yujia couldn't help but instinctively cover her mouth.
It was the first time in her life she had encountered such a stunning person. Whether it was the outer commotion, the people's cheers, or the debates of many, none of it concerned Lin Yuan at this moment. At this moment he lay curled in the corner of the room, sweating and pale, enduring inhuman pain. Around him lay countless empty vials of life potions and spiritual power restoration potions.
Because this time his exhaustion had been far too severe. Relying only on his own healing ability would not mend the injuries to his body and his spiritual strength.
Even the potion's effects were negligible.
Fortunately, he hadn't died yet. After destruction would come rebirth.
Thus, as long as he could endure, his vitality and spiritual power would recover and he would rise again.
But the pain he endured now made Lin Yuan wish for death.
Yet even under such torment he did not stop thinking. The bodily pains instead sharpened his thoughts, making them clearer and colder. After news of this battle reached the giant civilization, even if his identity wasn't exposed, they would know of his existence. Under these circumstances the giant civilization would spare no effort to uncover his identity and kill him at any cost.
This conclusion isn't hard to reach. Imagine that inside the giant civilization there existed giants able to drive human corpses into battle.
Then the human side would spare no cost to slay that giant.
Thus his next situation would be even more dangerous. If he wished to face the coming danger, Lin Yuan had only one choice. That is to become stronger and depart Nanjiang City.
Although he had achieved initial growth here, Nanjiang City remained a backwater frontier town. Compared to the fires of war along the borders, it was much more stable. Even beyond Nanjiang City, giants of Tier 4 and above were few and far between. Regarding the sight of city-annihilating giants, such a sight would be almost impossible to witness.
This time, if the giant civilization hadn't schemed to block the recruits' transports outside Nanjiang City, there wouldn't have been so many city-annihilating giants.
Otherwise the Huaxia military would not have dispatched only two S-rank generals, General Chen Hu and Sun Xiao, to escort the new recruits' armored transports from Nanjiang City to the front.
One might say that the Nanjiang City battle was the giant civilization's exploitation of their flaw.
Lin Yuan's appearance, however, seemed to unleash a butterfly storm. By himself he could reduce the giant civilization's schemes to ashes. If Lin Yuan had not appeared, Nanjiang City battle would have ended in a crushing defeat. Yet even such a defeat cannot be wholly blamed on negligence by the Huaxia forces. After all, strictly speaking, this cannot even be called negligence. In the relatively secure rear, having two S-rank generals to escort the new troops to the front lines was a decision made after careful consideration. You must know that with the frontline fighting growing dire, the giant civilization has been relentlessly assaulting Huaxia's defenses. On the main battlefield, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands die every day.
The entire battlefield is a gigantic meat grinder.
Under such circumstances, a general of Chen whose caliber should have remained on the front lines on standby. Sending him to Nanjiang City to recruit new soldiers was already a clear sign of how highly Huaxia valued conscription.
Who could have imagined they would be outmaneuvered by the giant civilization, nearly wiping out the whole army? To be honest, even if the giant civilization hadn't attacked this batch of recruits in Nanjiang City, they could still strike at the transport convoys carrying recruits to other cities. Moreover, once they act, Huaxia would surely suffer a crushing defeat. For the giant civilization's overall strength is far greater than Huaxia's. In truth, the giant civilization's might far exceeds everyone's imagination.
You should know they are not merely at war with Huaxia.
Ribu luo digui empire ziyu gua maxiong gua donyingui nanfei gua. Countless nations are bearing the giant civilization's oppression.
Even the weakest among them, the Dongyingguai, has been driven to the brink of extinction, with only a handful of the last Dongying strongmen still holding on. From the moment the giant civilization descended upon Earth as invaders, they revealed their immense might and a foundation so formidable it was terrifying. Because of this, they can rampage on the front lines, continually pressing Huaxia's defenses while at the same time dispatching a multitude of giants to launch raids on Huaxia's rear with precision. In other words, the giant civilization does not need Huaxia to reveal a flaw first. In their eyes, Huaxia is flawed everywhere.
Huaxia's mobilizable combat power is finite. Guard one flaw and another will inevitably reveal itself. Before an even more powerful civilization, weakness is the original sin. If the giant civilization is a hulking brute, Huaxia would be a naked gaunt youth. Under the brute's ferocious assault, they can only dodge, doing their best to shield their vital points. Even if they are battered, they must endure. Although this slender youth seems so weak, his eyes still gleam with a ferocious wolf-like light. Huaxia, proud and enduring for 5,000 years, has never relied on benevolence or righteousness alone, but on an unwavering spirit and the courage to turn the tide in despair. As long as this spirit remains, even if Huaxia is someday crushed by the giant civilization, they will still bite a large chunk of flesh from their enemies. Thinking of the formidable foe he will face, Lin Yuan dares no laxity in his heart. If he wishes to drive all the giants away, he must become stronger. Right now his outward strength is merely that of an A-rank esper. Yet in a bloodbath state he can unleash power enough to rival an S-rank, fully capable of contending with a city-destroying giant.
But that is not all of his trump cards.
When his spiritual power erupts fully, he can even briefly control 7th-tier disaster-class giants.
To stand out as such a powerhouse at his age is truly a world-shaking genius.
Yet Lin Yuan is not satisfied.
For what he faces are not peers but giants whose cruelty is extreme. Before leaving Nanjiang City he must become stronger.
I possess an overlord's physique capable of swallowing chi blood pills without restraint.
If I continue swallowing chi blood pills and keep my body at the limit, within less than a month my chi blood power will reach 50,000.
By then I will have officially crossed into the realm of the S rank.
And my other abilities will also need upgrades.
All the sign-in obtained ability upgrade crystals must be allocated rationally. Ideally within the shortest time all 4 abilities should reach A rank.
Lin Yuan knows very well that external help and one's own strength still differ. Although the undead ability has given him great help, granting him powers far beyond his current rank. Those who rely solely on external aid often meet a grisly end when crisis truly arrives. Therefore he must raise his strength as quickly as possible. As for the trump card, if disaster-level giants cannot invade the rear, this 7th-tier prison eye giant should be enough to guard me.
Lin Yuan's eyes flicker as he ponders in silence. Unfortunately, he cannot obtain a corpse of a destruction-class giant. In fact, destruction-class giants rarely appear on the battlefield anymore.
Each appearance will surely unleash a bloody storm.
Even the one who once forced Lin Tianke into a desperate situation was an 8th-tier destruction-class giant. A corpse of such a giant is impossible to obtain even with a fortune. Even the mighty Hunters Association is powerless.
Having weighed his strength and trump cards, Lin Yuan quickly formed a rough plan.
Going forward, he would not undertake any more hunting missions. Because for his current strength, hunting giants near Nanjiang City would no longer refine him.
Thus Lin Yuan intends to stay at home, secluding himself for about 2 to 3 months of sign-ins. He needs ample time to obtain sign-in rewards capable of producing a qualitative change in his strength.
In Dongshan City. This is a border town adjacent to Nanjiang City. Xu Xiao idly played with his phone, strolling through the streets. He blended into the crowd, appearing utterly ordinary. Then news about the Nanjiang City battle suddenly drew his attention. A prodigious genius emerged from nowhere. Staring at the news on his phone, Xu Xiao curled his lips in a cold smile and said, "Lin Yuan, are you trying to hide your identity? What a pity, but I simply will not let you have your wish." Xu Xiao's current predicament is far from optimistic. To be precise, he is getting the worst of both worlds. As a now exposed devotee of the giant cult, he bears a hefty bounty within Huaxia. At every moment he must live on edge, his nerves taut to the limit, ever wary that someone might recognize his identity. Thus he has only one choice. That would be to depart Huaxia and formally join the giant civilization. And in his hands he holds enough leverage. After all, he is the only one who knows Lin Yuan's true identity. He can easily imagine how huge a stir Lin Yuan, who can manipulate the corpses of giants, would unleash upon the giant civilization. Such a presence would surely be seen by the entire giant civilization as an eyesore and a thorn in the flesh. Even at a tremendous cost, he intends to root him out completely. And he himself can provide the giant civilization with Lin Yuan-related intelligence. Alas! This is also Xu Xiao's current predicament. First, he cannot in a short time flee from Huaxia and march straight into the giant civilization's territory. Secondly, the giant civilization may not trust his words. After all, this time's plan to block Nanjiang City's new soldier transport trucks ended in a crushing defeat for the giants. For city-destroying giants were slain, yet Xu Xiao survived. How could a man like him possibly earn the trust of the giant civilization? So what Xu Xiao must do now is prove his value. The best way to prove himself for him is to expose Lin Yuan's identity himself. "Lin Yuan, I must say you have truly helped me greatly." Xu Xiao's face wore a cold, sinister look as he held his phone and began rapidly drafting a post. About 10 minutes later, a post appeared on the forum, the genius hidden behind the coward's mask, Nanjiang City's fiend's true identity. During these days, the heat surrounding the Nanjiang City battle has remained high, and the true identity of the mysterious genius has sparked countless guesses. Thus, once this post was issued, it immediately drew widespread attention. Of course, Xu Xiao could not reveal his own identity in the post, so he planned to expose Lin Yuan's identity in another way. Friends, when you see this post, know how great a resolve I have mustered to decide to expose his identity. After all, as his old friend, I simply cannot bear the unwarranted abuse and accusations he endures despite having saved thousands of new recruits in Nanjiang City. Because to him that is not fair. The first lines of the post directly aroused everyone's curiosity. After all, what they most want to know is the true identity of the mysterious genius. And Xu Xiao was very decisive. In the latter half of the post, he unhesitatingly exposed Lin Yuan. Perhaps all of you do not dare to believe it. But the genius who single-handedly changed the course of the battle is none other than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. That coward who refused to enlist. When people saw this name, their minds felt as if they were about to explode. How could it be him? Xu Xiao knew that a single sentence would not be enough to convince everyone. So to bolster credibility, he continued to respond within the post. "I know you may not believe what I say. But I stake my own honor that every word I speak has not a trace of falsehood." He merely refused to enlist to avoid exposing his identity. That way he won't be targeted by the giant civilization. And you never considering this only online babble and abuse. Do you know what Lin Yuan bears? Do you really think that as Huaxia's Dragon General Lin Tiang's son he would have no awakening? If you still won't believe, that's fine.
Carefully recall whether the mysterious genius's build resembles Lin Yuan's. What about his age? How close is it to Lin Yuan's? Most importantly, in the recruits' testimonies, they personally witnessed this mysterious genius wield thunderous abilities.
In all of Nanjiang City, who besides the Lin father and son could possess thunderous powers? Think carefully, could all of this really be mere coincidences?
I know that exposing his identity will put him in danger. But as his closest friend, I cannot allow a prodigy like Lin Yuan to bear the insults he should not have to endure.
Zhu Zhao's words stirred 1,000 ripples. Everyone reacted.
Yes. When they guessed the mysterious genius's identity, they hadn't thought of Lin Yuan. After all, under the reports of major news outlets, everyone had already concluded that Lin Yuan was a coward who wouldn't even set foot on a battlefield.
But now Zhu Zhao's post overturns everyone's understanding. Similar build, similar age, the same abilities.
If Lin Yuan truly is that mysterious genius, then everything can be explained. No wonder he appeared at the critical moment to rescue thousands from despair.
And the reason he refused to enlist was that he possessed the terrifying ability to control giant corpses, requiring time to grow, thus choosing to stay behind. So,
they had always misjudged him.
In well under half an hour, the post by Zhu Zhao quickly surged past 1 million in popularity. Countless people left replies beneath his post. Who would have thought that a youth could possess such a heart, willing to bear the insults to forge himself into a sharp blade aimed at the giants? Even if misunderstood by all, we must endure and act. This is the spirit of us Huaxia prodigies. If Lin Yuan really is that mysterious genius, then all of us owe him an apology. Alas, his identity was ultimately exposed.
Sigh, it's our fault for clinging to his identity. This has only exposed him to the gaze of the giant civilization.
Such prodigies and fiends must be safeguarded by Huaxia. Looking at the replies below the post, Zhu Zhao's face could not help but curl into a cold, scornful smile. These fools really are a herd of morons led by the nose. The identity of the mysterious prodigy has been exposed. The son of Lin Tianke is no deserter. A giant's bane. An ability to control giants truly exists. China owes Lin Yuan an apology. In an instant, countless topics surged to the trending charts. Zhu Zhao's post spread at a viral pace. All major news outlets published headlines overnight. More than half of China's population was discussing this matter. That mysterious powerhouse who appeared on the battlefield. Could it truly be Lin Yuan? This is impossible. This cannot be true.
Wang Mang felt as though struck by lightning as he gazed at the news on his phone screen, collapsing onto the ground and murmuring involuntarily.
His face turned deathly pale, his body trembling slightly.
He remembered that day when Lin Yuan had refused to enlist. He had mercilessly provoked and humiliated him.
He had thought he was trampling on Lin Yuan's dignity back then.
But now, from Lin Yuan's perspective, his own actions must have seemed as laughable as a clown's.
Lin Yuan's identity has been exposed.
Zhu Yu furrowed her brows slightly, a trace of confusion appearing on her cold, elegant face. The poster claimed to be Lin Yuan's close friend and asserted that Lin Yuan was the mysterious prodigy who had changed the outcome of the Nanjiang City battle.
However, deep down Zhu Yu knew better.
Even if this poster truly knew Lin Yuan's identity, they absolutely could not have been his close friend. From her understanding of Lin Yuan, once he decided to do something, his conviction would be ironclad, bearing all responsibility on his own shoulders. Therefore, apart from Lin Yuan himself, it was nearly impossible for anyone else to know his identity.
Moreover, this guy hadn't even told her.
Thinking of this, Zhu Yu couldn't help feeling a touch of resentment.
But what she could firmly conclude was that the one exposing Lin Yuan's identity was definitely someone with ulterior motives. Ha! By the following evening, Lin Yuan finally regained consciousness, letting out a long breath of stale air.
The side effects of dual physical and mental exhaustion were extremely severe. Despite his attempts to stay conscious, he ultimately fainted from the pain. This feeling was as if he had walked to the gates of death and back.
He remained unconscious for a full day and night.
Lin Yuan forced himself to rise, feeling an overwhelming thirst. He poured himself a glass of cold water and tilted his head back, drinking it all in one gulp. After a day and night of recovery, the pain from his body had finally subsided to a bearable level. Even in such a state, Lin Yuan had not forgotten to check in.
System, I want to check in.
Ding! Congratulations on successfully checking in for 165 days. You have received ability upgrade Crystal X10.
Hearing the system's notification, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile.
With each passing day of check-ins, the rewards grew increasingly generous. The number of ability upgrade crystals had risen to 10.
Upon receiving them, Lin Yuan wasted no time, immediately using all 10 to upgrade his Death Spirit ability. Unfortunately, just 10 crystals were not enough to upgrade the Death Spirit ability from Grade C to Grade B.
As abilities grew stronger, the number of crystals required for upgrades increased accordingly. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had no intention of rushing to achieve everything at once. As long as the savior check-in system existed, he could continuously strengthen himself through daily check-ins. After completing the check-in, Lin Yuan finally pulled out his phone and began browsing news platforms for information about the Nanjiang City battle. What he wanted to see was neither his own achievements nor the adulation from China's people. What Lin Yuan truly cared about was the casualties of this war. He wanted to see how many people had sacrificed themselves in this battle. Soon he found the relevant data from the Nanjiang City campaign. General Chen, who was critically injured and near death, still undergoing emergency treatment. Vice Commander Sun Shao was seriously wounded, but after rescue efforts his life was no longer in danger. 567 Tiger Guard soldiers were killed in action, 775 were wounded. Among the Nanjiang City recruits, not a single casualty. Seeing these figures, Lin Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. His heart swelled with pride. In this battle the Tiger Guards suffered heavy losses. Yet not a single recruit under their protection had been harmed. This was the result of their combined efforts, he and countless Tiger Guard soldiers who had given their lives bravely. They had won this battle magnificently. Chinese soldiers never feared sacrifice, as long as their sacrifice was meaningful. It was Lin Yuan's presence that ensured these Tiger Guard sacrifices were not in vain. These soldiers willingly gave their lives for recruits who had never set foot on a battlefield. They died on the battlefield, entrusting the meaning of life to the next survivor. Lin Yuan firmly believed that the Nanjiang City recruits would inherit their will and likewise burn their lives on the battlefield to light the path forward for China. Each and every one of you is a hero. Lin Yuan quietly placed his hand over his heart and spoke calmly. However, just as he was about to turn off his phone, a news article suddenly caught his attention. At a single glance it made him involuntarily furrow his brows. Coward or hero? Lin Yuan, the hidden Chinese prodigy in darkness. Upon seeing this headline, Lin Yuan felt as though needles pricked his back, freezing him in place. Who on earth had guessed his identity? Without hesitation his fingers quickly scrolled through his phone screen. News articles about him appeared before his eyes one after another. He didn't even need to search deliberately, because on every platform at least half the content was discussing him. He who had kept his identity perfectly hidden had now become the center of attention for the entire nation. Finally Lin Yuan found the source that had exposed his identity. That was the post by Chu Xiao. The one who exposed my identity claims to be my close friend. After reading the post's content, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. A name immediately surfaced in his mind. Chu Xiao. The only one who would know and choose to expose his identity was this giant worshipper who had escaped from him back then. This guy is indeed still alive. This exposure of my identity is indeed perfectly timed. Now, at least half of Huaxia would think I am the prodigy who commands the giant corpses in battle, wouldn't they? Although his own identity had been exposed directly by Chu Xiao, Lin Yuan's face showed not the slightest trace of panic. I must say Chu Xiao is indeed ruthless and truly venomous. But alas, he could never imagine that I am far crueler than he thinks. In order to fully conceal his identity, Lin Yuan's measures were pushed to the extreme. Chu Xiao, you are indeed a guileful talent. Unfortunately, you, a human, chose to join the giant's camp. As long as you live, you insult countless Huaxia heroic spirits. One day I will kill you with my own hands. Lin Yuan closed his phone, gazing at the pitch-black sky outside the window, and whispered to himself. Discussion about Lin Yuan's identity grew ever more heated. The online buzz continued to surge. The hero of the Nanjiang City battle, the nemesis of the giant civilization, a hidden celestial prodigy lurking in the shadows, the coward who once refused to enlist and was condemned by the entire net. When these titles are pinned on a single man, Lin Yuan had become the man Huaxia talked about in earnest. Yet during this period he had not shown his face at all and seemed not to intend to offer any explanation. But from the outside, not explaining equaled endorsement. If Lin Tiang's residence weren't protected by Huaxia's military, reporters would have swarmed in surrounding his home until it was blocked from sight. When a person's identity undergoes reversal, everyone's attitude toward him will undergo a heavenly upheaval. But for Lin Yuan, this is only the beginning. He knew in his heart that soon his identity would fall back to the bottom and he would be condemned by tens of thousands once more. And correspondingly, no one would ever doubt his identity again. After all, people always trust what they see with their own eyes. 2 days later, The female proprietor of Tianshan Renjian granted a media interview proving that on the day Nanjiang City's fresh recruits marched to the front, Lin Yuan was inside her entertainment venue indulging himself and celebrating that he did not have to go to the front to die. Her statement naturally sparked a volley of attacks.
Laughable.
A brothel madam dares to smear Huaxia heroes here.
Indeed, if you say such things, shouldn't you take responsibility? Unless you can provide evidence, you'd better expect to go to prison. Insulting heroes, I suggest you be jailed. Under the onslaught of countless scoldings, the Madam of Tianshan Renjian, under pressure, finally produced the evidence. That is the footage from the Tianshan Renjian Hall on the day the Nanjiang City battle erupted.
While Huban army soldiers fought and bled on the battlefield, Lin Yuan was indeed here indulging.
That decadent scene left countless people in stunned silence. Moreover, not only the video but many witnesses stepped forward confirming Lin Yuan was not in Nanjiang City that day. Because many of them had personally seen Lin Yuan enter Tianshan Renjian and depart only late at night. In an instant, Lin Yuan fell from the altar once more.
Beneath mountains of irrefutable evidence, the Huaxia hero in their eyes once again became a cowardly pleasure-seeking waste. While the Huban army's soldiers fought ferociously and thousands of Nanjiang City recruits hurried to the front, he had committed such a ridiculous act from behind the lines.
Anger seized their minds in an instant. Countless accusations against Lin Yuan rang out again.
They finally understood why Lin Yuan had not dared to show his face for so many days. So this fellow was merely guilty of cowardice. He was not the savior who altered the Nanjiang City battle's outcome, thus he would not dare stand to receive their praise.
Within a few hours, the event experienced an unprecedented reversal.
Even the terms on the news hot search changed to a new round.
Truth exposed.
Lin Yuan, a shameless wretch, Huaxia's parasite. Lin Yuan does not deserve Huaxia soldiers' protection. When you rebel, have you ever thought of the soldiers who sacrifice at the front? Lin Yuan's deeds are exposed. Another mysterious celestial prodigy exists. He is not Huaxia's hero but Huaxia's shame. 10,000 petitions beg Lin Yuan the general and his son to sever their ties. Not only did the news hot search change once more, even under Chu Zhao's post countless people were cursing. I heard you are Lin Yuan's close friend. Are you happy to scramble to defend that wasteful parasite? Ugh. Honestly, I've seen shameless people but never someone so shameless. With such great credit, you still dare to smuggle it onto a deserter.
Ha! Misled so many people. Do you feel happy?
If you have even a shred of shame, go hang yourself with your close friend Lin Yuan. One who indulges behind the scenes, one who washes a hero's deeds for his friend. You two are truly a match made in heaven.
May you both die early and be reborn.
Looking at the comments beneath the post, Chu Xiao found himself dazed. In just a few minutes, how had the wind of public opinion suddenly reversed? Gazing at those venomous curses, Chu Xiao finally realized something had gone wrong somewhere. He did not hesitate. He immediately searched his phone to uncover the full story. At last he also saw that interview and the video rapidly spreading online. The surveillance footage was crystal clear and absolutely not faked.
He was utterly certain that the person in the video was Lin Yuan.
But the problem was Lin Yuan should have been on the battlefield at that time, so why would he appear in such a place?
In an instant, Chu Zhao's cold sweat drenched his back.
He realized that Lin Yuan's plans were more meticulous than he had imagined. And his methods of guile far surpassed his own imagination. At the very least, he could not fathom how Lin Yuan had managed to be in two utterly different places at the same time. His schemes had not harmed Lin Yuan, instead they had helped him hide his identity even more.
What a terrifying opponent.
Chu Zhao's face darkened and he muttered to himself in a low, bitter tone. The scathing criticism from the outside world was unbearably piercing. Yet Lin Yuan remained unmoved, for he simply did not care. In this game of wits, it was Chu Xiao who had been utterly defeated.
His self-righteous scheming had only served to consolidate Lin Yuan's position. Before the giant civilization could confirm whether that mysterious prodigy was indeed Lin Yuan, they would never dare strike lightly.
After all, launching an attack within a city behind the front lines of Huaxia would demand an enormous price.
Moreover, Lin Yuan was the son of Lin Tianke.
Should they expend such tremendous resources only to discover they had killed a coward too afraid to face the battlefield, the entire giant civilization would become a laughingstock. For Lin Yuan, he could finally enjoy a relatively peaceful life henceforth. He intended to bide his time and conceal his abilities during this period, and after consolidating his foundations, find a way to strengthen his power. 10 days later, Lin Yuan, wearing his silver-white mask, stood atop the city wall. Beyond the city, armored vehicles transporting new recruits were once again preparing for departure. After days of rest and recuperation, the new recruits of Nanjiang City had once again prepared themselves for the front lines. Furthermore, to prevent any further surprise attacks by the giant civilization, the Huaxia military had specially dispatched 1 SS-rank powerhouse and 3 S-rank experts to escort them. Without exaggeration, even if a disaster-class giant descended this level of combat formation would hardly yield them any advantage. In truth, the Huaxia military also knew that the probability of the giant civilization launching another surprise attack could be described as virtually non-existent. But at present the fervor surrounding the Nanjiang City campaign remained high, and the entire populace of Huaxia was watching this batch of new recruits from Nanjiang City with keen interest.
Therefore, under no circumstances could anything go wrong.
Having experienced that crisis and truly witnessed life and death, these new recruits had matured considerably, yet what remained unchanged was the resolute look in their eyes.
All personnel, prepare yourselves. Today is the day you depart for the front lines. This will be the most glorious day of your lives thus far. For you shall fight for Huaxia to defend this land. The general standing at the forefront of the formation did not utter many inspiring words. He understood well that Chen Hu had already said everything that needed to be said. Moreover, through his own actions he had taught these recruits what it meant to bear the responsibility and awakening of a soldier. Subsequently he swept his hand forward. All the new recruits orderly boarded the armored transport vehicles before them. Even having witnessed the cruelty of the battlefield with their own eyes, not a single person chose to retreat. Lin Yuan stood alone atop the city walls, silently rendering a military salute to this formation marching toward the battlefield. He hoped that one day they would meet again on the field of battle. Before then, do not perish lightly. Wait for me. When I appear upon the battlefield, I shall dominate it with a single hand, slaying until countless trillions of giants tremble in fear. Finally, the armored convoy transporting the new recruits vanished from Lin Yuan's sight. With nearly half of its able-bodied youth departed, this border town seemed to grow desolate overnight. From this day forth, countless elderly would live in constant anxiety, bitterly awaiting news from the front lines at home, hoping to learn their children were safe and sound. Yet perhaps all they would ever receive was a last letter sent back from the front. Before departing for battle, every warrior would leave behind a will. Should they be confirmed killed in action, this letter would be delivered to their family members. The battlefield has always been so cold and merciless. Lin Yuan watched the armored convoy depart, then leaped from the nearly 100-meter-high alloy city wall, landing steadily upon the ground below. Although he could not yet take to the skies like an S-rank powerhouse, this height was hardly a challenge for him. System, I wish to sign in.
After leaping down from the city wall, Lin Yuan walked toward home while speaking softly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 175 consecutive days. Reward acquired: 5 ability enhancement crystals, 5 first-tier soul stones, 5 high-tier spiritual power enhancement potions.
The rewards from this sign-in were still extraordinarily generous.
Besides the crystals for enhancing abilities and the potions for boosting spiritual power, he had also obtained 5 first-tier soul stones to strengthen his soul intensity. It must be understood that besides blood chi and spiritual power, soul intensity was equally an important standard for measuring a person's strength. Only with a sufficiently resilient soul could one withstand attacks on the spiritual level. However, after receiving the sign-in rewards, Lin Yuan did not rush to use them. Over the coming period he intended to accumulate all sign-in rewards, then elevate his strength to its absolute peak in one go. Time flew like a white steed passing through a crevice. In the blink of an eye 50 days had passed. It had been a full 2 months since the Nanjiang City campaign. During these 2 months the fervor surrounding the campaign had long since faded. That mysterious prodigy who had never reappeared was gradually fading from public view, no longer frequently mentioned. As for Lin Yuan, although he still faced scathing criticism compared to the public condemnation he had endured 2 months prior, things had improved considerably. At this very moment, within a secluded alley in Nanjiang City, Yi Yujia raised her hand to glance at the time on her wristwatch.
It should be time by now.
Just as she murmured softly, a tall and upright figure appeared at the mouth of the alley. The stranger's face was still concealed behind the silver-white mask she found so intimately familiar.
Sorry to have kept you waiting. Lin Yuan's voice resonated in Yi Yujia's ears. Ever since he had annihilated 4 city-destroying class giants on the battlefield and single-handedly turned the tide of war, he had become the center of universal attention. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Yuan had chosen to cease appearing at the Hunters Association. His existence had become a legend within the Nanjiang City Hunters Association. Whenever Lin Yuan was mentioned, every hunter would proudly add that remark. That mysterious prodigy who emerged from Nanjiang City was like them, a hunter. It seemed as though merely sharing a common identity filled them with boundless pride. And these hunters naturally chose to selectively forget that they had once publicly questioned Lin Yuan's strength. Fortunately, even if Lin Yuan did not appear at the Hunters Association, it would not affect him in the slightest. For even without stepping into the association, he could still contact Yi Yujia and ask her to assist with certain matters.
Lin Yuan looked up at Yi Yujia and spoke in a calm tone asking if the items he needed had been arranged. Yi Yujia replied that of course she had, otherwise she would not have contacted him. Yi Yujia spoke softly saying she knew he did not want to reveal his identity, so while procuring these things she had not mentioned him to the headquarters. Otherwise, with his current influence, the headquarters would likely dispatch people to deliver everything personally and would take nothing in return.
Seeing Yi Yujia's earnest expression, Lin Yuan could not help but smile wryly, remarking that it might be a touch exaggerated. Yi Yujia insisted that it was not.
Yi Yujia shook her head as if rattling a tambourine and said, "You have no idea how precious you are.
Now all factions are looking for you.
The Huaxia military is seeking you, for you are not only the hero of the Nanjiang City campaign but also possess a powerful psionic ability capable of manipulating giant corpses. If you are willing to reveal yourself, they will spare no expense to cultivate you in order to fully unleash your potential. They claim that if you grow you will become one of their great weapons, and no matter where you were sent on any battlefield you could instantly change the tide of war."
Hearing this, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly.
He knew the Huaxia military was not exaggerating with his abilities, such things could indeed be accomplished. But what he sought to do was not merely to alter a few battles, it was to overturn the entire giant civilization. The reason Lin Yuan could endure to this day was solely to achieve this goal.
He would become the terminator of the giant civilization.
Moreover, among the Huaxia military leadership there were traitors who had secretly allied with the giant civilization and had not yet been purged.
Until those traitors were exposed, Lin Yuan could not join the military. To do so would be to throw himself into a fire pit.
Yi Yujia then added that not only the Huaxia military but even the Hunters Association was after him. The special crystal he traded with them last time, capable of upgrading psionic powers, had an internal structure that was far too complex. Even their researchers had made no progress yet. According to the scientists, this crystal seemed as if it did not belong to anything that should exist on Earth.
So they wanted to find him again and strike another deal.
If he was willing, they would pay 50 million for each psionic upgrade crystal he held. Lin Yuan shook his head and replied coolly that there was no need, he had not been short of money lately. After killing 4 city-destroying giants, Lin Yuan had obtained 4 6th-rank brain cores from their corpses. These are brain cores of city-destroying giants. Each core could fetch tens of millions, so Lin Yuan had not been short of money recently.
Very well, I knew you would refuse.
Yi Yujia frowned slightly and continued, saying that beyond the Huaxia military and the Hunters Association, the giant cult was also not letting him go. They claimed that his very existence was a blasphemy against the giant civilization, and they publicly stated that whoever could obtain his head would be paid 1 billion in bounty. Even providing information about him could earn 50 million.
1 billion bounty.
Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Even he himself did not realize his own head was so valuable.
Yet among the fanatical giant cultists, giants were revered as gods.
His ability to manipulate the giants' bodies was blasphemy. Such a heretic would surely be targeted by the giant civilization, which Lin Yuan had anticipated. Although these people were rats hiding in the shadows among the giant cultists, there were also formidable figures. So he must remain vigilant. Thank you for the warning. Lin Yuan could tell that Yi Yujia was genuinely worried for his safety. Otherwise she would not have given him so much information, even if to him it held little value. Alright, I cannot stay with the Hunters Association for long. Here is what you need exactly: 100 high-grade chi blood pills. Yi Yujia pulled a bag from her bosom and handed it to Lin Yuan, saying she really did not know what he planned to do with so many chi blood pills. She could not know that Lin Yuan kept his vitality at peak by taking an average of 5 high-grade chi blood pills a day. 100 high-grade chi blood pills might seem a lot, but it was only 20 days' supply for Lin Yuan. He placed the pills away and calmly said that he would transfer the money to her account later. Then you must hurry, this is a 100 million deficit. Yi Yujia had already started to turn away, but at this remark she turned back and flashed him a playful smile. If anyone finds out, selling me would not even cover it.
Then you must remember to come redeem me. Yi Yujia's smile was as bright as sunshine. Before Lin Yuan could react, she vanished at the alley mouth. Watching Yi Yujia's departing figure, Lin Yuan smiled silently and chose to leave as well. He could not miss her true intentions. Yet for now he would not dwell on such thoughts. Lin Yuan remembered a line from the Han Dynasty era during the reign of Emperor Han Wu. The general Hua Tsubing stood tall in the court and declared with conviction that if the Xiongnu are not exterminated, how can the family be secure? The ancient hero's spirit, we too shall inherit their will. Night fell. Lin Yuan returned to his own home. He closed the door and set the chi blood pills aside. It had been exactly 2 months since the Nanjiang City campaign had ended. And in his hands 60 days of sign-in rewards had accumulated. Now it was time to strengthen his own power. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath and began to take the sign-in rewards from the system space one by one. Psionic upgrade crystals, 150 pieces.
First tier soul stones, 30 equipment enhancement stones, 11 high-grade combat puppets, 7 random talent skill books, 2 and so on. Lin Yuan's items drawn from the system space soon piled up to fill most of the room. All of these were rewards he had earned from 2 months of check-ins.
Equipment 4.
High-tier combat puppets, each one possessing combat power on par with an S-rank warrior and capable of replicating one of the host's supernatural abilities.
A random talent skill tome. After use, one may randomly acquire a talent skill.
And besides these ordinary rewards.
And there is a special reward for reaching 200 check-in days.
But this time the special reward is not an ability but a pair of eyes.
Supreme Zhongtong.
In ancient times, Zhongtong was hailed as the saint's image, the visage of the Supreme. Anyone who bore Zhongtong harbored extraordinary potential.
After 200 days of check-ins, Lin Yuan acquired the Supreme Zhongtong, which was even more extraordinary.
Supreme Zhongtong activate. Lin Yuan willed and a pair of eyes suddenly turned to a dark gold color. Within his eyes 2 pupils existed. The double pupils overlapped without appearing abrupt and instead radiated an imperial kingly pressure. And these eyes are the Supreme Zhongtong.
To date in Lin Yuan's experiments, he has identified 3 great effects of the Supreme Zhongtong.
First, the very existence of the Supreme Zhongtong greatly elevates Lin Yuan's pupil power.
Pupil power is not merely eyesight but akin to perceptive insight.
Under the influence of the Supreme Zhongtong, everything within Lin Yuan's sight is understood in full clarity.
Even an opponent's weaknesses and even the trajectories of their attacks can be discerned by Lin Yuan with absolute clarity.
Second, the oppressive might accompanying these eyes is terrifying indeed. Every life scrutinized by them will feel the magnitude of their pressure.
Even after Lin Yuan releases this pressure, foes of the same rank find their strength correspondingly suppressed. Third, the Supreme Zhongtong can unleash a searing golden flame. Lin Yuan named it Qi Jin Dihua.
Wherever the gold flame reaches, it could burn all things in the world, yet Lin Yuan's mastery of Qi Jin Dihua remains imperfect. Though the Qi Jin Dihua wields immense power, he cannot yet command it at will.
Moreover, its might is tied to his spiritual power.
Spiritual power grows, so does the strength of Qi Jin Dihua.
With Lin Yuan's present level of spiritual power, he cannot yet unleash its full might.
After activating the Supreme Zhongtong, Lin Yuan turned his attention back to the check-in rewards before him.
He had accumulated 2 whole months of check-in rewards.
Now at last they could be put to use to elevate his power. Lin Yuan's gaze gleamed, the dark golden pupils alight with excitement. If all goes well, this boost will carry his strength to a qualitative leap.
Let us begin with the Soul Stone.
Lin Yuan stretched out his hand and clasped a soul stone in his palm. The stone emitted a pale emerald light as if it bore the hue of the soul. In the next moment, the soul energy within the stone began to seep into Lin Yuan's body, strengthening his soul. In mere seconds, the soul stone's original radiance vanished, reduced to a dull ordinary stone. Yet Lin Yuan's soul strength grew by a notch. Perhaps his will was steadfast enough, for he absorbed the soul stone with astonishing speed without the least trace of resistance. Within 10 minutes 30 tier 1 soul stones had been completely absorbed by Lin Yuan. Although he could feel his soul strength rising, he was unsure as to what level his current soul strength had reached. After all, he had never faced a giant who specialized in attacking souls. After the soul stones came the equipment enhancement stones. Lin Yuan had no hesitation and used all 11 equipment enhancement stones on the Zhanlong Dao.
Moreover, with no other weapon to reinforce, there was no reason to hesitate.
After 11 enhancements, the Zhanlong Dao in Lin Yuan's hand bore several fiery red sigils blazing as if forged in molten flame. Looking as if forged anew from molten lava, razor sharp enough to sever all things. The Zhanlong Dao could now more properly be called Zhanlong Yan Dao. Gazing at this freshly forged Zhanlong Dao, Lin Yuan's fondness grew with each glance, and he placed it delicately at his side. Fortunately, the success rate of equipment enhancement stones is 100.
If it were like some unscrupulous online games upgrades blew the gear apart midway, Lin Yuan would be utterly bereft.
After the soul stones and the equipment enhancement stones had been used up in succession, Lin Yuan finally turned his gaze toward the pile of ability upgrade crystals. 150 ability upgrade crystals stacked up like a mountain. If researchers from the Hunters Association were here, they would surely go mad with excitement on the spot. At 50 million per crystal offered by the Hunters Association, this place contains a staggering 7.5 billion.
7.5 billion, what does that even mean?
Even the bounty from the giant cult was merely around 10 billion. This money would be enough for the giant cult to hire him back 7 or 8 times. Yet Lin Yuan had no intention of trading these ability upgrade crystals for money. More than money, he needed to elevate his own abilities as swiftly as possible. Lin Yuan raised a hand and one by one he began absorbing the ability upgrade crystals before him.
A ghostly azure glow flowed steadily into his body.
The higher the tier of the ability, the more upgrade crystals it demands.
Thus Lin Yuan did not hurry, silently absorbing them.
When he had consumed the 27th ability upgrade crystal, the system chime finally sounded in his ear. Undead ability upgraded to B rank. Undead creature's strength increased by 5 and the talent skill Undead Sacrifice is obtained. This time the undead ability upgrade yields only a 5 boost to the power of undead beings. In other words, the undead beings summoned by the B rank undead ability would possess 75 of their former power.
Yet what fascinated Lin Yuan even more was that this upgrade granted him another skill.
Undead Sacrifice, what could it be? Lin Yuan steeled his mind and immediately opened his personal attribute panel to inspect the skill's description.
Undead Sacrifice.
Skill introduction: by offering corpses as sacrifices, powerful undead beings can be summoned. The rank of the undead correlates with the quantity and quality of the sacrificed bodies. The more bodies sacrificed and the higher their quality, the stronger the rank of the summoned undead becomes. After reading the skill description, Lin Yuan's eyes flickered with a stroke of astonishment. He clearly hadn't expected that the undead ability upgrade he would come to master such an innate talent. If given a chance, he might test the might of the undead sacrifice. Yet that would have to wait until he stepped onto the battlefield. After all, the battlefield is the place where corpses are in abundance. Lin Yuan, however, would never sacrifice human bodies for undead rites. There are still 123 ability upgrade crystals. I wonder if they will be enough to raise the undead ability to A rank in one go. Lin Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he finally chose to abandon it. Although the undead ability was formidable, he did not rely on this single power alone in combat. Thus other abilities should also be uplifted in a balanced manner. Having clarified the direction of improvement, Lin Yuan began absorbing the crystals before him once again. And the system notification sound began to ring in his ears. Ding! Frost ability upgraded to C level.
Frost coverage 20, slow by 20.
Ding! Frost ability upgraded to B level.
Frost coverage 30, slow 30. Mastered innate skill Icebound World. In Icebound World, once activated, the surroundings of the user will be completely covered in frost, forming an icebound domain that greatly restrains all enemies within its reach. Ding! Self-healing ability upgraded to B level. Healing speed 30, vitality 20. Mastered innate skill Limb Regrowth. The wielder of this skill shall possess a tremendously strong self-healing ability. Even if limbs are severed, they can slowly regenerate. Ding! Thunder ability upgraded to B level. Destructive power 20, explosive power 20. Mastered innate skill Thunder Breathing Technique. Thunder Breathing Technique, when used, will envelop the wielder in thunder, granting extraordinarily strong explosive power for a short time. Using Thunder Breathing Technique requires a large amount of stamina. Use with caution. Thunder Self-Healing Frost Undead. Lin Yuan raised all 4 abilities to B level in one breath. The mountain-like pile of energy up crystals before him was swept away in a single sweep, not a single crystal remaining. And his own attributes also underwent a earth-shattering transformation. Host Lin Yuan. Combat power level S rank ability user. Special Constitution Overlord Physique Supreme Gaze. Vitality 63472. Mental power 6233. Abilities: Thunder ability B, Self-Healing B, Frost ability B, Undead ability B. Over the past 2 months, Lin Yuan had also been taking vitality pills and mental power boosters. Vitality and mental power likewise grew many-fold. Even without practical combat experience, Lin Yuan could sense that within him lurked power approaching the terrifying. Even the destruction class giants that had once tormented him are now but existences he can crush with ease at a mere touch. Yet though Lin Yuan's growth rate is swift, he does not dare to claim he can match a 7th tier disaster class giant. After all, the gap between 6th tier and 7th tier is as vast as a chasm. Those 3 destruction class giants previously had no chance against even a Jailai giant with 7/10 strength. This shows how formidable disaster class giants truly are. Having slept for so long, it's time to reveal myself. Otherwise the giant civilization might forget my existence. Lin Yuan flexed his joints, a ferocious gleam flashing in his eyes. Although he had hidden his identity while staying in the border town Nanxiang for 2 full months, it did not change his warlike nature. People like him, no matter how well they hide, always crave battle. This nature is as innate as a wolf's hunger to feast. Too long a suppression of his nature would only lead to a total outbreak. Fortunately, Lin Yuan has already chosen where to go next. The border fortress on the 3rd defense line. Because it lies so close to the front, it is also known as the War Fortress. And Lin Yuan is headed there to begin the next phase of his plan. Yangye City. Here once stood a city of Huaxia. But after being conquered by the giant civilization, it became the territory of an 8th tier destruction class giant. The Dark Giant Jie Wu. All giants under him call him the King of Darkness. The city earned its name Yangye City precisely because after Jie Wu claimed it, darkness completely shrouded the place. Not a thread of light remained, as if fallen into endless night.
At this moment Jie Wu sat upon his throne. He stood so tall like a black mountain.
A dark demonic aura cloaked around him, coil after coil of ebony serpents.
He sat there simply, yet exuded a terrifying pressure that caused countless giants below to tremble.
Before Jie Wu, even large giants were a mere third of his colossal bulk. Then Jie Wu finally opened his eyes.
Those massive demonic pupils emitted a chill glow that sent shivers down the spines of all who looked upon them.
Darum!
He opened his great mouth, his voice like thunder reverberating through the palace. After he uttered that name, a grotesque giant with dark green skin stepped forward, kneeling on one knee before the ground.
Hail King Jie Wu! From the grotesque giant's size, he was at least a 7th-tier disaster-class giant. Yet in the presence of King Jie Wu, his aura appeared utterly feeble. This is the gulf between a disaster-class giant and a destruction-class giant. Know that the gap between 6th tier and 7th tier is already like a chasm, and the gap from 7th tier to 8th tier will only be even more colossal. After the grotesque giant knelt before him, Jie Wu lifted his gaze and spoke in a calm voice. Have the tasks we commanded you to perform been completed? Your Majesty Gai Wu, all preparations are complete.
Dalamo raised his head and spoke in a deep voice. I have gathered a full 36 spatial giants.
3 days from now we can open a spatial passage to Nanjiang City at any moment.
At that time I will personally lead 12 city-annihilating giants to crush Nanjiang City and utterly wash away the disgrace of this defeat.
I will use my power to transform that place into a plague-ridden wasteland of ruins. Dalamu possessed absolute confidence in his own strength.
He was not merely a disaster-level giant, but one of the most formidable plague giants when it came to large-scale warfare.
This mission is of paramount importance. I cannot trust you to proceed alone.
Gai Wu slowly rose from his throne and declared, therefore,
let the spider demon accompany you.
Yilisi. Upon hearing that name, a series of eerie giggling laughter echoed from the shadows within the palace. The sound was uncanny and sinister, sending an involuntary shiver down one's spine. Then a colossal figure emerged from the darkness and crawled to stand before Gai Wu.
The spider demon giant Yilisi.
Though she was also a giant, her physical structure differed dramatically from that of ordinary giants. Her lower body was entirely spider-like, featuring a massive abdomen and dozens of emerald green legs lined with barbed spines, creating a grotesque and terrifying appearance.
Plague giant Dalamu. Spider demon giant Yilisi. 2 7th-order disaster-level giants. Clearly the dark giant Gai Wu had made up his mind, sparing no cost to annihilate Nanjiang City in a single stroke.
After all, transporting giants above the 7th order into cities behind Chinese lines required spatial giants to construct a sufficiently stable spatial passage.
Moreover, once the spatial passage was established, all the spatial giants would perish from energy exhaustion. Even within the giant civilization as a whole, spatial giants were an extremely rare existence.
Therefore, unless under extraordinary circumstances and as a last resort, they rarely employed this method to launch attacks against the human rear. But this time was an exception. You too should understand the ultimate objective of this operation, correct?
Gai Wu lowered his head, gazing at the 2 giants before him, and asked in a grave tone. Delo answered with a wicked grin. Crush Nanjiang City, kill Lin Tiank, and bring back that human who can manipulate giant corpses. Torment him until he begs for death. Gai Wu nodded. Very well.
However, you must also remember that the spatial passage can sustain itself for no more than 15 minutes. And 15 minutes later, not only will the spatial passage collapse, but Chinese powerhouses will also arrive. Therefore, under no circumstances may you fail to conclude the battle within that time and utterly destroy the city.
Go and make those humble ant-like humans understand. The fury of our giant civilization is far beyond what they can bear. The sky above Nanjiang City was an immaculate brilliant blue. Warm sunlight poured down as if illuminating the entire city with radiance.
For such a remote rear city, this was truly rare good weather.
Everything appeared so peaceful and serene.
No one within had any notion that tens of thousands of li away within the Eternal Night City on giant territory, a destruction-class giant was plotting a catastrophe capable of obliterating this very city. Though the weather was not cold, Lin Yuan still wore a hat and face mask. The reason he did not don his silver-white mask was that it had become far too conspicuous.
Now nearly every resident of Nanjiang City knew that the silver-white mask represented that mysterious prodigy who had saved thousands of new recruits there. Indeed, numerous young people, in expression of their admiration, had begun imitating him by wearing identical masks.
Lin Yuan wore the cloth mask because within Nanjiang City he had become a pariah, despised and shunned by all. If his true face were revealed, everyone would cast contemptuous glances upon him and some would likely spit at his feet.
No one knew. And no one was willing to believe anymore.
That Lin Yuan was that mysterious genius. What splendid weather. Bathed in the warm sunlight, Lin Yuan surveyed the city where he had lived for nearly 20 years and couldn't help but curl his lips into a faint smile. It was a pity that he would soon have to leave this place. To be honest, he had once wavered, wondering whether this nation was truly worth risking his life to protect. Especially when denounced by thousands and cursed by the masses. But now he no longer hesitated. For he had been born upon this land, and there were always certain things worth protecting. As long as he treated thorns as fields strewn with blossoms, nothing in this world could truly break him. Moreover, the path ahead would only grow more ruthless. Before he possessed the strength to rend the darkness asunder, he was destined to fight alone and would necessarily become unyielding as steel, stronger than anyone else. Before he realized it, Lin Yuan had already arrived at the entrance of the Hunter Association. He suddenly thought that Yi Yujia might still be working inside. Or perhaps she was slacking off instead. Just then a sudden impulse arose within Lin Yuan. He wanted to reveal his identity, walk up to her and greet her in person. But the moment the thought arose, he immediately suppressed it once more. What was the point? Merely to leave himself a little more attachment. If she were to learn his true identity, then even if he perished on the battlefield at the hands of giants, she would still lay a bouquet of flowers before his tombstone, would she not? Having quelled those thoughts, Lin Yuan offered a self-mocking smile and turned to depart. One who cannot let go of anything can change nothing at all. The Lin Yuan of today had already fully prepared himself to leave Nanjing City. And at this very moment only 3 days remained before the catastrophe that awaited Nanjing City. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yuan gently rapped upon the door upon returning home. Creak. A few seconds later, Lin Tiank, whose face was covered in stubble, opened the door and spoke in astonishment. Have you just come back from outside? It's a rare occasion for you to go out at all. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, I went out for a walk to clear my head. Walking about is good, one cannot remain cooped up at home all the time. Lin Tianke smiled and said, why don't you go out and buy me a few more bottles of liquor? We're expecting guests tonight. Upon hearing those, Lin Yuan but paused slightly, and he instinctively asked, are there guests coming? Where are they from? Be aware that ever since his father the front lines he had lived in seclusion. Not even the military ever paid him a visit. He's curious who could have such influence as to make Lin Tianke break with his accustomed rules. Lin Tianke glanced at Lin Yuan, then chuckled softly and said, if you want me to tell you who the guests arriving tonight are, you'd have to tell me what you've been up to these past few days first. Seeing you cooped up at home all day, aren't you afraid you'll suffocate yourself? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and said, if you don't want to tell me, I have no interest in knowing. Anyway, you think I enjoy staying at home all the time? Then I'll go traveling in a few days. The frontline situation is dangerous and you still have the mood to travel. Lin Tianke laughed heartily. I must say, could you truly tag along with me? Your heart is fearless. All right, go wherever you like. Even if the sky were to collapse, your father would shoulder it for you. Lin Yuan snapped, cut the crap. When I was being cursed online, why didn't you speak up once? Lin Tianke immediately pretended to be pitiful. Son, this matter really isn't us being right. See, you truly never enlisted, never went to the front lines, staying behind the scenes and enjoying yourself. So what if a few insults come your way? Watching Lin Tianke wear that look, Lin Yuan nearly burst into a laugh of exasperation. Enough, I'm not going to argue with you. I'll go buy you some wine. Lin Yuan turned, waved and walked straight toward the nearest supermarket, though he did not know who the guest Lin Tianke would meet that night was. For Lin Yuan, as long as his father could act like a normal man, meet friends and share a drink, he would be perfectly content. And the way they spoke with each other was incredibly casual, just like the most ordinary father and son. No one had ever seen the Huaxia Dragon General Lin Tiank, who was always stern and formidable to his subordinates and on the battlefield, reveal such a side. Night had fallen. Lin Yuan had long since returned to his room, while Lin Tianke sat alone in the hall as if waiting for someone. Tap tap tap. The knocking sounded. Lin Tiank, propping himself with a crutch, hobbled over to open the door. The door swung open. Before Lin Tianke stood a tall man with a hard jawline and bright red hair. His spine was erect, his eyes sharp as a hawk, exuding a military bearing and an oppressive aura. Yet upon seeing Lin Tiank, the man's expression instantly lit up with intense excitement. Dragon General, I have been in Nanjing City for a full 2 months now, and you finally agreed to meet me. Lin Tianke waved his hand and said resignedly, how many times do I have to tell you I have retired from the army? No need to call me Dragon General anymore. Moreover, Li Huangyan, your current position should be on par with what mine was back then, right? The man named Li Huangyan scratched his head with a goofy smile and said, it's all because I fortuitously made a breakthrough in flame abilities, becoming an SSS class Esper, which allowed me to advance further in the army. Lin Tianke smiled and said, congratulations. Li Huanyan cupped his fists. I shall never forget the Dragon General's past mentorship.
Now tell me, what is your purpose in Nanjiang City? Lin Tiang's gaze swept lightly over Li Huanyan's face.
Although he released no aura, that single look carried immense pressure that weighed on the other man. It brought back once more the hellish demon-like training he had undergone under Lin Tiang, an experience that was unbearably painful.
Yet he had to admit that without that experience he would not be Li Huanyan he was today.
Li Huanyan straightened his chest and spoke in a deep voice, reporting to Dragon General, there are two purposes for my assignment by the military.
First, to protect your safety. Nanjiang City, a frontier town like this, has never before fallen within the giant civilization site.
However, the giant civilization this time has deliberately targeted Nanjiang City's new recruits. The military believes
they are testing you.
They want to test whether you have completely lost your strength.
Therefore, in the coming period, the giant civilization is very likely to continue targeting Nanjiang City.
And the Huaxia military sending me here is to ensure your life.
You're mistaken.
Lin Tianke shook his head and sighed. What use is my life alone?
To bring you here is to protect all the civilians of Nanjiang City.
Li Huanyan felt his cheeks burn hot upon hearing these words.
Li Huanyan nodded gravely and said, thank you, General Lin, for your guidance. Then Lin Tianke asked again, and what is the second purpose?
Li Huanyan replied, the second purpose is to find that mysterious prodigy who can manipulate the giant's corpses.
As far as I know, he, like General Lin, also wields thunder powers. I wonder, General Lin, do you know anything? Lin Tianke looked up at the sky and said, what could I possibly know? Surely simply possessing thunder powers doesn't bind you to me, does it? My son also has thunder powers, but on the day the Nanjiang City battle broke out he was off in the celestial realms living it up and didn't bring me along. What an unfilial son.
Lin Tianke told a lie with a straight face, his heart unmoved.
With Li Huanyan standing, there was no sign of anything amiss.
He nodded and said, what you say, the military has surely already learned of it.
Lin Tianke shot him a sideways glance and asked, then what do you want to ask?
Li Huanyan hesitated briefly and after a long pause spoke slowly, the Huaxia military would like me to ask.
Do you perhaps have an illegitimate son here in Nanjiang City? Lin Tianke. Get out of my doorway, roll as far away as you can now immediately. A furious roar echoed through the street.
Even Lin Yuan upstairs heard the roar and turned over in astonishment, wondering if his father was greeting a guest. Why would he suddenly start cursing in the street out of nowhere? Enough of that. Lin Tianke waved his hand and picked up a bottle of liquor from the entrance, speaking in a light tone.
It's rare for us to meet. Why not have a drink with me?
Li Huanyan chuckled, then I shall accept with pleasure.
But where shall we go? Find any place that is high up.
Lin Tianke smiled and said, you have been in Nanjiang City for quite some time now and you have never properly seen this city, have you?
This is the perfect opportunity to show it to you.
Hearing this, Li Huanyan awkwardly scratched his head and said, then I will leave everything to your arrangements. He had arrived in Nanjiang City nearly 2 months ago, yet he truly had never taken the time to observe the city properly. After all, his purpose in coming here was merely to complete a military assignment. After Li Huanyan agreed, Lin Tianke immediately closed the door and let him outside. Due to the late hour, the streets were nearly empty, feeling exceptionally desolate. The war between humanity and the giants had raged on for so long. So few people remained who could remember how bustling and prosperous city nights had been during peacetime. Before long, Lin Tianke brought Li Huanyan to the tallest building in Nanjiang City. This is the tallest building in Nanjiang City with a total of 53 floors and a spacious terrace on the rooftop, Lin Tianke introduced with a smile. When I have free time I like to go up there and feel the breeze. Li Huanyan nodded and asked, then how do we get up there?
Such a tall building must have an elevator, right?
However, Lin Tianke shook his head and calmly replied, there is no need for such trouble. Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, he released the cane in his hand and suddenly levitated into the air, vanishing before Li Huanyan's eyes in an instant.
This? How is this possible?
Li Huanyan's eyes widened, filled with sheer disbelief. He stood frozen for several seconds before suddenly snapping out of it and rushing to follow.
When Li Huanyan landed on the rooftop terrace, Lin Tianke was already waiting for him there.
Swallowing hard, he asked, General Dragon, has your strength recovered?
Lin Tianke looked at him and said coolly, my strength was never lost.
His tone was so calm as if he were narrating some trivial matter. Yet for Li Huanyan this was like a towering wave crashing upon him.
Do you know about this matter of yours concealing your strength, Chinese military? In that moment Li Huanyan felt his mind plunge into chaos and instinctively asked.
Lin Tianke did not answer directly but instead countered, then what do you think is the reason I have been hiding my strength? This time Li Huanyan finally began to grasp the situation.
2.
Guard against traitors within the Chinese military.
Correct.
I believe you are also aware that there are traitors within the Chinese military. Lin Tianke spoke in a deep voice. Prior to this, it was precisely because that traitor leaked information to the giant civilization that I nearly perished in that great battle.
So do you now understand why I chose to meet with you? Li Huanyan said blankly. Because
you trust me. If what Lin Tianke said was true, then he was very likely the only person privy to the secret. The weight of this profound trust even made him feel somewhat overwhelmed.
Indeed, I watched you grow up and I know your character.
Lin Tianke stated calmly, I believe someone like you would never betray China.
Therefore I need your help. I need you to join forces with me.
To root out that traitor hiding among the military's higher-ups. On the rooftop terrace, the biting night wind sliced at their faces like blades. Standing before Lin Tianke, Li Huanyan gazed at this man who had lost a leg, and his heart felt as though it had been pierced by something unseen.
Then he nodded heavily. All right.
A man's promise, a single word was more than enough.
Even if fulfilling this promise demanded his life in repayment, he would not hesitate.
3 days later. Within Yangye city of the giant civilization.
Before the dark giant Gaiwu. 36 space giants stood in perfect formation before him, arranged like a precise square array. The plague giant Darum and the spider demon giant Iris stood with utmost reverence at Gaiwu's sides. King Gaiwu, everything is prepared. We can launch an assault on Nanjiang City at any moment. Darum sneered, I can hardly wait to hear those humans screaming.
Although he had slaughtered Chinese military forces on the battlefield before, those were warriors who embraced certain death.
Slaughtering an utterly defenseless city and listening to the wails and cries of those unarmed humans.
Just the thought of it made Darum thrill with anticipation.
Very well. Gaiwu nodded and spoke gravely, in that case open the spatial passage now. Upon receiving the king's command, Darum immediately issued orders, all space giants listen up.
Confirm your spatial nodes immediately and establish the spatial passage. As soon as those words left his mouth, all the space giants before him activated their abilities without hesitation. They quickly located the spatial nodes for jumping to Nanjiang City and, expending their own energy, began constructing a spatial passage before their eyes.
For them this was undoubtedly an immensely grand and complex undertaking.
These space giants were like silkworms spinning cocoons. Once their silk was completely spun, they would meet their end. Before Gaiwu's gaze, one space giant after another collapsed, drained of energy.
Yet neither Gaiwu nor Darum and Iris showed any emotional disturbance.
Their expressions remained unchanged. Because in their eyes these space giants were not lives at all, they were merely consumables that had to be expended when launching an attack on humanity.
When all 36 space giants perished from exhaustion, the spatial passage before them finally took full form.
Behind this spatial passage lay the tranquil and peaceful Nanjiang City. Gazing at the void-like spatial passage before him, a trace of madness immediately appeared on the face of the dark giant Gaiwu.
Everyone prepare yourselves.
The curtain of war shall be drawn by your own hands.
Let those humans greet your arrival with desperate wails. Your Majesty Gaiwu, rest assured. I shall ensure those humans perish miserably beneath the toxic miasma of the plague.
If that human who commands the giant corpses remains within the city, I shall make him savor thoroughly the torment of a fate worse than death. Darum sneered, then strode purposefully toward the spatial rift before him. Shortly after, Iris quickly fell into step beside him, giggling softly, I too shall deposit my spider eggs wherever possible within Nanjiang City. Once they hatch, hundreds of thousands of spiders shall surge forth from the egg sacs like a tidal wave, a spectacle truly magnificent to behold. Upon further reflection, it has been far too long since I last laid eggs upon human corpses. I must admit I do harbor a certain anticipation.
After Darum and Iris had successively entered the spatial passage, Gaiwu waved his hand grandly.
Behind him another 12 city-destroying giants emerged, advancing without hesitation toward the spatial rift. Though these city-destroying giants lacked the sheer might of disaster-level titans, each radiated an appalling pressure.
2 disaster-level giants. 12 city-destroying giants. For Nanjiang City this would undoubtedly become an apocalypse of catastrophic proportions. Within Nanjiang City,
Lin Yuan had already finished packing his belongings.
By this evening he intended to depart from Nanjiang City.
Whether he would ever return remained uncertain. However, at that very moment a peculiar spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted and spread outward, reaching him.
Is this merely an illusion?
Lin Yuan paused briefly, then closed his eyes and began to carefully investigate. He needed to remember that his mental energy had already reached 6,000 points. Even compared to A-rank experts who specialized in mental cultivation, his capabilities were scarcely inferior. For such special energy fluctuations he naturally possessed a far keener perception.
No, this is no illusion.
Lin Yuan's eyes snapped open. He rushed to the window at top speed, flung it wide open, and without regard for the risk of exposure launched himself outward, rapidly ascending to nearly a kilometer above ground. With his current blood and chi power, he had long since broken through the threshold of S-rank experts. Even so much as soaring through the skies was merely a trivial matter for him. From his vantage point nearly a kilometer high, Lin Yuan gazed intensely toward the outskirts of the city. That was precisely where the spatial fluctuation originated. Yet the sight before him made his pupils contract sharply. A spatial rift resembling the gates of hell had torn open out of thin air beyond Nanjiang City. Countless giants radiating terrifying presences emerged one after another from that spatial passage. In that instant, Lin Yuan's back was drenched with cold sweat. Should he fail to comprehend what was happening even now, he would be utterly foolhardy. Judging from the scene before him, it was clear that the giant civilization had opened this spatial passage to launch an assault upon Nanjiang City. At that precise moment, a shrill and urgent alarm echoed suddenly throughout Nanjiang City. First level alert. City-destroying and above-tier giants are approaching Nanjiang City. All citizens must enter shelters immediately for evacuation. First level alert. City-destroying and above-tier giants are approaching Nanjiang City. All citizens must enter shelters immediately for evacuation. First level alert. City-destroying giants are approaching. China's disaster early warning system typically classifies emergencies into 4 tiers based on urgency, developmental trajectory, and potential severity: level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4. Activating a first-level alert meant entering the highest state of emergency readiness. It appears the giants attacking Nanjiang City this time possess extraordinary power. Lin Yuan's flashing eyes brimmed with surging killing intent. He had never anticipated that on the very day he was preparing to leave Nanjiang City, the giant civilization would strike with a surprise attack. Then let your blood serve to verify the growth of my strength. The moment this thought arose, Lin Yuan drew forth the silver-white mask and dragon-slaying flame blade from his system space. His right hand gripped the sword hilt firmly while his left hand gently lifted the mask to his face. Just as Lin Yuan placed the mask upon himself, his aura underwent a earth-shaking transformation. An overwhelming murderous intent erupted from his body as though he had walked forth from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This was his true self. A butcher who would instill fear in all giants. Whoever dared cross the boundary of Nanjiang City, even as city-destroying giant Lin Yuan, would ensure met their demise without so much as a grave. Within Nanjiang City, inside a humble street-side eatery, a tall man with crimson hair sat with his legs spread wide at a table stained with grease, devouring the bowl of pork liver noodles before him. A bowl of pork liver noodles, a lamb bone, and a bowl of mutton soup. These dishes all steamed with white vapor, their mere appearance enough to awaken the appetite. One of the man's few pleasures was dining at such dingy roadside eateries. Even now that he had risen to a high position, he had never shaken this habit. The air inside the shop was stiflingly hot. A single bowl of pork liver noodles left the man drenched in perspiration. Just then a sharp and urgent alarm resounded. Everyone in the noodle shop erupted into panic, descending into chaos. First level alert. Could this be a drill? How could such a small place as Nanjiang City trigger a first level alert? Run. They say city-destroying giants have appeared. If we don't flee now, it truly will be too late. Don't push. Let me out first. I don't want to die. The shop quickly devolved into utter mayhem. Even the elderly shopkeeper hurried toward the exit in panic. Noticing the man still eating his noodles, he urged desperately, "Young man, stop eating at once. This is a first-level alert. City-destroying giants are imminent. If you do not flee for your life, you shall truly perish." The crimson-haired man looked up and smiled. "Old man, rest assured. Nothing will happen." Hearing his response, the elderly shopkeeper clearly froze. He had encountered those unafraid of death, but never someone quite so fearlessly brazen. After offering one final warning, the old man wasted no more time. Muttering to himself, he turned and sprinted out without looking back. Meanwhile, Li Huangyan continued to bow his head, devouring his noodles as though none of the surrounding chaos concerned him in the slightest. 2 minutes later, he pushed aside his empty bowl, placed 50 yuan on the table, weighted down with an object, and then slowly rose to his feet, making his way toward the shop's entrance. The moment he stepped outside the noodle shop, Li Huangyan's aura underwent an instantaneous transformation. From languid leisure, it sharpened like a drawn blade. He lifted his chin and murmured softly to himself, "I never expected your giant civilization to be so recklessly fearless of death." Beyond Nanjiang City, Daram stepped out from the spatial channel and stood before the alloy city wall of Nanjiang City. Is this the wall humans have built? It seems indeed quite fragile. A cold smile curled at Daram's lips. In the next moment he opened his great maw and spat a vast stream of dark green venom toward the alloy city wall. It hissed. The dark green venom seemed to possess terrifying corrosiveness. The moment it touched the alloy city wall, the venom melted the wall away in an instant. In mere seconds a gash tens of meters wide appeared on the wall.
Enemy attack! Enemy attack!
The guards on the wall immediately sounded the alarm. They manned the heavy weapons fixed to the alloy city wall, wildly firing toward the plague giant's location. Alas, even these heavy weapons inflicted only minuscule damage on a city-destroying giant, not to mention Daram, who surpassed even such giants and loomed as a disaster-class behemoth.
Bullets sprayed from the machine guns could not pierce his skin at all.
What a noisy swarm of ants! Daram gazed at the sentries on the wall, his smile turning more savage. He stretched out his dark green enormous hand and seized 7 or 8 of the guards in his fist.
Don't eat me! Help! Somebody help me! I don't want to die.
The guards in his palm screamed hysterically, their eyes filled with despair. Yet to Daram their pleas were nothing but a beautiful overture.
Relax, you won't die so easily.
You will be chewed slowly in my mouth, then swallowed down. Even if you manage to survive this process, you will be dissolved by my gastric acid.
So enjoy this final pain of your lives.
Daram sneered as he sent these guards into his mouth and chewed them with relish.
Crunch, crunch. Gulp. With the final swallow, the human whales faded away. Daram's smile grew even brighter.
Human flesh is truly the world's supreme delicacy. After he corroded the alloy city wall, countless giants surged through the huge breach and began the invasion of Nanjiang City. Meanwhile, the spider demon giant Ulysses also arrived around Daram, softly laughing. Don't waste too much time here.
You should know that in at most 10 odd minutes the human strong ones will reach this place. So we have only 15 minutes to turn this city into a dead city. Daram sneered. Of course I know. And I am already aching to begin. The once peaceful Nanjiang City. Now the city is being trampled by innumerable giants. On the streets, Nanjiang City's armed forces fight the invading giants.
Yet the disparity in strength between the sides is overwhelming. The 4th and 5th tier giants are still something the Nanjiang City forces can barely handle. But the problem is that besides these high-tier giants, the giant civilization has deployed 12 city-destroying giants and 2 disaster-class giants that cannot be resolved.
Even the Nanjiang City Lord is but a peak S-rank powerhouse.
That means that even if he uses all his might, he can hold back at most 1 disaster-class giant. And this is clearly insufficient to slow the giant's onslaught. In less than 3 minutes the alloy city wall is breached, hundreds of buildings collapse and the area near the wall becomes a ruin. Fortunately, even before the spatial channel opened, they had evacuated the area, preventing heavy casualties. But if these giants continue advancing, not only will Nanjiang City fall, but millions of civilians inside will die at the giants' feet.
The giant's aim is to slaughter the city. Hearing this, the Nanjiang City Lord clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone heed my command.
We will build a defense line here with no regard for casualties, fighting to the death to hold back the giant's assault.
We must not let any giant breach this defense. Don't tell me we can't hold.
If there's even 1 person left alive, if there's even 1 bullet left, you hold this line.
We must stall for time until Huaxia's strong ones come to aid us.
But behind us are Nanjiang City's millions of civilians, your family, your friends, your lovers.
No matter what, we cannot trade their lives to stall.
So we must stall with our own lives, standing at the front. With the guns in your hands, with your bullets, with your fists, with your teeth, hold this line for me.
Nanjiang City's soldiers with me, fight to the death, do not retreat. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight on. Under the Nanjiang City Lord's leadership, all the warriors roared.
No one could have imagined that this once peaceful town would erupt with such fiery courage in a moment of existential danger. Lin Yuan, wielding the Zhanlong Dao, moved swiftly through the streets. While others fled, he moved against the current, weaving his way through the crowd.
Many noticed Lin Yuan's presence.
After all, among the fleeing throngs he was the only one marching backward. And the silver-white mask he wore silently proclaimed his identity. That silver mask gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. At that moment a sudden shout erupted from among the crowd.
You are the hero of Nanjiang City.
As the voice rang out, the crowd surged and began to chant Lin Yuan's name.
Slay the giants. No matter who you are, we will remember you forever. Please.
My son is still on the wall, save him, he is only 20, just joined the patrol.
Don't die, come back alive please. It must be so.
As the crowd watched and cheered, Lin Yuan's figure vanished quickly around the street's end. Hearing the cries of the people around him, Lin Yuan's face grew fouler with each moment. Those giants must die.
No matter what, he would not permit the giant civilization to turn the city he had known since childhood into a ruin. This was the will of all the people of Nanjiang City and Lin Yuan's own resolve as well. In an instant a murderous aura spilled from Lin Yuan enough to overwhelm the heavens. When he unleashed the full force of his chi and blood, his speed became astonishingly swift. To an ordinary eye, only the afterimage he left behind could be seen. At such ferocious speed, Lin Yuan spent barely over a minute racing to the area near the alloy city wall. Under the trampling of countless giants, this place had already become a ruin. Upon arriving, Lin Yuan sensed several powerful and terrifying auras. Clearly there were city-destroying giants nearby. And not just one. At that moment Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. He abruptly turned his head, gazing toward the direction of the Hunters Association. If memory serves, the association's headquarters were nearby. Fortunately, the Hunters Association building had not been destroyed by the giants. However, in the next moment Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Because he saw two city-destroying giants leading a large cohort of giants moving toward the Hunters Association. You seek death. Lin Yuan's face grew cold and his form instantly dissolved into a shadow as he surged toward the Hunters Association. At this very moment, outside the Hunters Association, a group of hunters holding weapons stood pale-faced, watching the approaching horde of giants. Why? Why are there city-destroying giants coming? We can't escape, it's impossible to escape. We will be eaten, all of us will be eaten. It's all our greed. We thought no high-ranked giants would appear and we took this defense task. I don't want to die. The hunters who stayed behind were certainly not there by choice. You should know that most hunters join because they dare not go to the front lines registering as hunters to supplement their households. This time they chose to stay because the Hunters Association issued a mission the moment the giant civilization attacked Nanjiang City. Hunters who assist Nanjiang City's military defense can receive substantial rewards. E-rank hunters 500,000. D-rank hunters 2 million. C-rank hunters 5 million. B-rank hunters 10 million. The higher the rank, the greater the reward for staying behind. Though they knew this was paid for safety, the lure of money still drew many hunters to remain. If the giant civilization can be repelled by Nanjiang City's defense, would they not be laughing all the way to the bank? Besides, perhaps high-ranked giants would not notice them. These hunters clutched such hazy hopes, choosing to stay. But the hopes were as fragile as glass and now they lay shattered. Because those giants not only noticed this place, they sent two city-destroying giants to level it. Yi Yujia stepped out from the Hunters Association, her expression faintly sad. In truth, she had had a chance to retreat earlier. But a great many hunters chose to stay to assist, surrounding the defense task center so tightly that passage was impossible. She had thought these men were prepared to die. Now it seemed she was wrong, and terribly so. Even though the city-destroying giants were still hundreds of meters away, the people before her trembled with fear. Could such a group of hunters truly muster the courage to fight the giants to the death? Yi Yujia sighed softly at the sight. At that moment she suddenly remembered the young man wearing a silver mask. If he were present, even a destruction-class giant would not frighten him, would it? Thinking this, a subtle smile bloomed at the corner of Yi Yujia's mouth. Even if she were to die today, she felt a strange solace. For to have known a man who was forever fearless in this life, death perhaps no longer seemed so terrifying. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled violently. Clearly city-destroying giants were drawing near, a 30-meter-tall giant forged of steel. Beside it loomed a burly lion-headed giant. These two city-destroying giants, merely standing before the hunters, exuded a terrifying, oppressive aura. Facing foes they could not hope to defeat, despair spread instantly through the crowd. Yet at this moment Yi Yujia drew a deep breath, stepped forward and walked toward the two city-destroying giants. She walked forward and spoke aloud, "Friends, weakness is not what is terrifying, but cowardice is truly shameful. In times of national peril, even with no weapon in hand, one must have the courage to spill blood for 5 steps. Even if Yi Yujia is but a woman, she understands this. If even a trace of courage cannot be squeezed from us, what meaning do our human lives have? Since no one else is willing to step forward to face them, I shall go first to die." After uttering these words, Yi Yujia held nothing back and strode toward the city-destroying giants. For a moment all the hunters present reddened with blood and gore of passion. In the face of death their resolve did not even match that of Yi Yujia, a lone woman. Then at last a hunter grit his teeth and stepped forward. Whenever disaster strikes, the women and children are the first to go. We Huaxia men have no right to let a woman die before us. Charge out and fight them. Hearing this rallying cry, more hunters fixed their eyes on Yi Yujia's determined figure and their blood surged. Today, even if I die, I will not let a woman die before me. Damn it, whether I live or die, this life is not worth clinging to. Ha ha. After a lifetime as a coward today I shall be a hero. All the hunters clenched their weapons and glared at the approaching giants. Even if their strength was so feeble, even if their bodies were so small, this utterly lopsided battle still demonstrated the courage of being human. The greatness of humanity lies in courage, and the anthem of humanity is the hymn of courage. Even facing the city-destroying giants, these humble hunters charged forward. And as they had said, no matter what, they would not let Yu Jia die in front of them. These ants are truly ridiculous. The lion-headed giant pointed at the hunters, sneering mercilessly. Look at these humans, they still have the audacity to attack us. Egg against rock, it's a fearless but foolish resistance. The steel giant spoke dryly, but they seem to be trying to protect that woman. Is that so? The lion-headed giant looked toward Yu Jia, a grim smile spreading across his face. Then I will kill her first. I will show these humans just how ridiculous their rebellion is. With those words he bent low and his enormous sharp lion claw swept toward the nearby hunters. Get back! Under the sweep of the claw, a dozen hunters were torn apart into several chunks. Crimson blood erupted as if it cost nothing, instantly staining the ground red. After that single strike, the area in front of Yu Jia was instantly emptied. Next you! The lion-headed giant laughed maniacally as a paw shot toward Yu Jia. He had foreseen the sight of this human being torn to pieces by his claws. Facing the approaching giant claw, Yu Jia closed her eyes with a mix of fear and acceptance, bracing for death. Clang! Yet at that moment the gust of wind raised by the strike paused abruptly. A sound of metal clashing rose in her ears. When Yu Jia opened her eyes again, the familiar figure stood before her. The dragon-slaying blade in his hand was the one he used to halt the lion giant's claw. Then a faint voice spoke. Next time don't rush to throw your life away before danger arrives. I don't have many friends. If you die I won't be pleased. Hearing those words, Yu Jia's face flashed with a moment of joy. For at this moment the one standing before her was Lin Yuan. Clang! Lin Yuan's vitality surged as the dragon-slaying blade in his hand rose easily, driving the lion giant's claw away. Moreover, this is nearly a single city-destroying giant. Dying in the hands of such a giant. Doesn't that cheapen this life a little? For a moment Yu Jia was at a loss for words, staring at Lin Yuan. All the hunters' gazes immediately fixed on him. In everyone's eyes a spark of excitement and ardor shone. After the Nanjiang City battle, the mysterious and formidable Tianzhu of Nanjiang City had finally appeared before them once more. The appearance of Lin Yuan, the hunters present with a glimmer of hope. In the battle for Nanjiang City he single-handedly slew 4 city-destroying giants. Heaven has eyes, and the pride of Nanjiang City has come to save us, and we will not die. We are saved. And overwhelmed with extreme excitement, these people had already descended into incoherence. Yet Lin Yuan's expression remained utterly calm. He turned his head slightly and spoke calmly. Fall back. Yu Jia knew that staying here would only hinder Lin Yuan in battle. So after Lin Yuan spoke, she did not hesitate to retreat. At this moment the frenzied lion giant frowned. I never said I allowed you to escape. And the moment the words finished he unleashed another claw strike. The gale stirred by the giant's talons seemed to tear the surrounding space apart. I never said I allowed you to touch her. Lin Yuan's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He raised the Zhanlong Dao, eyes flashing with lightning. In that instant even his breathing began to shift. The air he exhaled carried a faint gleam of lightning. Even the corners of his cheeks bore several lines resembling thunder. Thunder breathing technique. Thunder slash. Facing the frenzied lion giant's incoming claws, Lin Yuan gripped the blade and lunged a killing strike without hesitation. Thunder clung to the blade's edge. A dazzling bolt of lightning arced through the air in a brilliant line. Sizzle. And accompanied by a soft sound, the frenzied lion giant's claw was severed by Lin Yuan's blade. Crimson blood sprayed like a fountain from the stump. And the giant's colossal body recoiled violently backward in extreme pain, uttering a wail of agony. And seeing this, all the hunters' eyes widened in astonishment. That was terrifying. Just one strike cut off the giant's claw. My God, this is a city-destroying giant. And this fellow's power is truly terrifying. No wonder he's Nanjiang City's top prodigy. When he unleashed his thunder power, I saw the shadow of General Lin Tianke within him. Don't rush, this is only the beginning. He doesn't merely master thunder power, have you forgotten that? He is famous for his ability to manipulate the bodies of giants, and amid the murmurs of the hunters Lin Yuan's figure surged once more, transforming into a bolt of lightning and charging toward the frenzied lion giant. The thunder breathing technique does not last long. With his current chi it could endure at most 1 minute. Thus he must finish the battle within this 1 minute. Die! Lin Yuan let out a low roar.
The Zhanlong Dao in his hand transformed into a brilliant thunder light ruthlessly slashing toward the frenzied lion giant's neck. Yet at that moment another iron giant stepped forward without hesitation, shielding the frenzied lion giant and blocking the slash.
Clang!
Even though the iron giant's body was forged of steel, Lin Yuan's strike left a deep wound across its frame.
Be careful, this is the human prodigy Lord Daram has ordered to exterminate.
Gazing at the silver-white mask Lin Yuan wore, the frenzied lion giant finally recalled this human is the one who can control giants' corpses, the Huaxiao prodigy. I never expected to meet him in a place like this. If I can kill him, that would be a great feat.
After recognizing Lin Yuan's identity, the frenzied lion giant's eyes flashed with excitement.
The iron giant spoke calmly, be careful.
Even the two of us may not be a match for this human alone.
To be safe, it's best to let Lord Daram or Lady Elise take action. Hearing this, the frenzied lion giant nodded, though reluctant given the matter's importance. Then he raised his head and let out a furious roar. The roar resounded instantly through the air. As soon as you hear his roar, Lord Daram and Lady Elise will come at once to help.
But just as his roar ended, Lin Yuan's figure appeared in front of him again like a phantom in an instant. So fast. The frenzied lion giant's pupils contracted. Before it could react, Lin Yuan's Zhanlong Dao once more slashed toward its neck. The human before him seemed like a god of death. In front of him, even the slightest distraction would spell instant death. Facing Lin Yuan's sweeping blade, the frenzied lion giant could not dodge and lifted its other massive claw to block. Whoosh! Crimson blood flowered as the frenzied lion giant's other claw was severed by Lin Yuan's blade. After 2 months of growth, Lin Yuan no longer needs to enter a blood rage state to possess the power to easily crush city-destroying giants. Help me! After both claws were severed, the frenzied lion giant finally realized how terrifying this human truly was. He immediately turned and signaled the iron giant for aid. Yet the iron giant still did not dare to strike. Indeed, Lin Yuan's strength was terrifying. Even if he intervened, he might not be this human's match. Fortunately, the iron giant quickly thought of a plan. Without hesitation, he let out a sharp low howl. The crowd behind him surged forward toward the nearby hunters. In his eyes, as long as he could threaten that group of humans, he would surely draw Lin Yuan into the fray. Unless he could watch these humans die before him. Looking at the scene before him, the frenzied lion giant broke into a grim laugh. Now. There is no choice left, is there? And if you want to kill me, come and kill me. At the very least, before I die, I can drag this group of humans to join me in death. Lin Yuan fixed his gaze coldly, sneering, you think you can threaten me? Before me, you do not deserve anyone to die with you. Nas Lin Yuan's words fell as frost power erupted. The innate skill Icebound World activated. Crack! Crack! The cold frost spread outward in an instant. In just a few seconds, centered on Lin Yuan within nearly a kilometer around him, a world of extreme cold unfurled. Within this frost domain, the giant's movements slowed to a crawl. Some lower-ranked giants even froze into statues of ice. This is impossible. The frenzied lion giant trapped in the ice stared in disbelief. Lin Yuan looked up calmly and asked, now who do you want to bury with you? The cold covers him in an instant, freezing his legs to the earth. The frenzied lion giant trembled with fear and retreated, but the frost quickly engulfed him. And Lin Yuan's voice, even colder than ice, asked again, now who do you want to bury with you? Nas the words fell. Lin Yuan's Zhanlong Dao once more radiated with dazzling thunder. And thunder flashed. And the frenzied lion giant's head rolled to the ground. A city-destroying giant died at Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan then turned to look at the iron giant. Next, it's your turn. 2 minutes earlier. On the main battlefield, a dark green plague cloud veiled the sky and corrosive acid rain dripped from the clouds. These acid rains could easily corrode stone, not to mention human skin. Countless Nanjiang City soldiers endured the corrosive rain, their combat effectiveness reduced to almost zero. The ruinous power a disaster-class giant could unleash on the battlefield was nothing short of devastating. Darm watched this hellish scene and let a savage smile creep across his face. He knew that once this barrier fell, the entire Nanjiang City would be defenseless. Yet the time to breach it had indeed dragged on longer than expected. He could not understand why those humans whose skin had rotted away still clung to the defense line. Forget it. I should drain some energy. Darm looked up at the giant plague cloud above. If he detonated this plague cloud in full, every human still resisting would instantly be corroded into a pool of corpse water. However, just as Darm prepared to act, the frenzied lion giant's roar suddenly rang in his ears. Hot in hearing the roar, Darm lifted his head and looked toward the direction of the sound. According to the pre-battle agreement, these city-destroying giants would only signal him when they found Lin Tianke or that mysterious prodigy. Looks like finally some worthy prey has appeared. Darm sneered, turning toward the direction of the roar and stepping forward. Has the plague giant retreated? No, he's gone somewhere else. We must not let our guard down yet. The giant given up the attack. We must hold this line. As long as we endure, there is hope. On the battlefield, the remaining soldiers of Nanjiang City still urged each other, on their faces filled with grim resolve. However, at that moment a spectre-like figure suddenly appeared within their formation. Truly remarkable, you haven't yet been tainted by Daram's plague mist. Cackle cackle cackle, you're a fine vessel for laying eggs indeed. Upon hearing that eerily seductive laugh, all the soldiers of Nanjiang City looked up in utter fear. They beheld a gigantic spider demon gazing at them with a faint wry smile. On that monster's body rested a bewitching face. Yet it is precisely such evil beauty that makes it all the more terrifying. Charge together, hold her. For these Nanjiang City soldiers, this spider demon giant is clearly an invincible foe. Yet even so they would still fight. Even if it costs them their lives, they would hold back the spider demon giant's advance. Cackle cackle, what a lovely little group. The spider demon giant laughed, then opened its enormous maw and sprayed a sticky white spider silk in all directions. Before the Nanjiang City soldiers around them could react, their bodies were tightly wrapped by the silk and collapsed to the ground, unable to resist. However, the true nightmare had only begun. On the spider demon giant's abdomen, countless needle-like conduits suddenly extended outward. The tips of these conduits were razor-sharp, piercing into the bodies of the Nanjiang City soldiers and in turn transporting spider eggs inside them. Instantly the battlefield rang with the wails and screams of Nanjiang City soldiers, exquisitely cruel and piercing. The eggs injected into their bodies would gradually hatch, gnawing away at their internal organs and finally tearing their bodies apart from within. After all this, the spider demon giant turned its head and looked toward the direction from which the roar of the Quencher giant came, muttering, "Has Daram already passed? So it seems. I must also spring into action soon, lest that guy steal all the credit." After finishing this, the spider demon giant swung its spider legs and sped toward the Hunters Association. The Quencher giant is dead. Only the Iron Giant remains before Lin Yuan, and it has no strength left to resist. Yet the Iron Giant's defense is incredibly formidable. Even though Lin Yuan had left dozens of wounds on its body, the Iron Giant still did not fall. At this moment Lin Yuan had temporarily laid down the lightning breathing technique, for sustaining it drained too much energy. However, at this moment a powerful aura suddenly approached. The Iron Giant lifted its head and spoke in a hoarse voice, "Human, it is all over. Daram has already arrived. Before him you only have a path to death." Lin Yuan's gaze grew cold, his figure once again surging forward as he shouted, "Before you worry about me, you should first take care of yourself." As those words fell, the thunder-wreathed Zhanlong Dao slashed again toward the Iron Giant. But before this strike could land, a blob of dark green plague venom suddenly shot toward Lin Yuan's direction. If he dared to strike down this blade, he would instantly be corroded into bones by the venom. Sensing the threat, Lin Yuan immediately abandoned the assault. Without a moment's hesitation, he adjusted his stance in midair and unleashed his frost magic against the venom. Freeze! Click, click! With a soft crackling sound, the plague venom froze into an ice ball, falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. Sizzle! Then with a soft sound, the plague venom forcibly eroded the outer frost and even gouged a huge pit into the ground. The reaction isn't slow. Daram's figure slowly appeared before Lin Yuan, glaring at him with a cruel, ferocious grin. From the aura he exuded, Lin Yuan had no doubt that this fellow was a 7th-tier disaster-class giant. Undoubtedly, among the giants teleported from the spatial portal, besides the city-destroying giants, there exist even more powerful disaster-class giants. Although he could not quite understand why the giant civilization targeted Nanjiang City, among the reasons there was bound to be some connection to him. Just then Daram finally spoke again with a sneer, "Kid, do you know that to wipe out Nanjiang City we paid the price of 36 space giants? This debt shall be settled entirely on you humans. Raise your head and take a look. Do you see the plague mist above your head? If I detonate it, more than half of Nanjiang City will be enveloped by the poisonous fog. And those ordinary people will writhe in endless pain, screaming as they die." Lin Yuan's countenance changed at once as he saw the plague cloud above continuing to expand. He fixed his gaze on Daram and cried out, "Do you dare?" "What's there I wouldn't dare?" Daram sneered, "In my eyes you are but a mere ant. Your threats mean nothing to me. However, if you don't wish to witness that hellish scene with your own eyes, I can kill you right now." Just as those words fell, a large swath of plague fog emanated from around Daram, making his dark green massive body appear even more formidable. Lin Yuan's gaze was icy. Daram's appearance filled him with immense threat. He must kill him before the plague cloud is fully detonated. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan hesitated no longer. He raised his hand and unleashed necromantic power.
In the next moment the necromantic space opened. From the necromantic space stepped forth the Yu Yen giant, another disaster-class giant appearing before Darum and radiating a terrifying power as well. Gazing at the prison eye giant before him, Darum's countenance darkened instantly, his eyes blazing with boundless fury.
I never imagined you could truly control our giant's corpse.
The fire in Darum's eyes seemed ready to devour Lin Yuan whole. But do you know where your mistake lies?
Your mistake is that a feeble ant like you dares to command our glorious giant. He roared, charging fiercely toward the prison eye giant. He then unleashed his full power, striking with a single devastating punch.
Lin Yuan reacted immediately, maneuvering the prison eye giant to counterattack.
Bang! The fists of both catastrophe-level giants collided midair, unleashing an unimaginable force.
The sheer shockwave tore the earth asunder.
Witnessing this scene, all the hunters couldn't help but gulp, their eyes brimming with shock and horror. This is what a catastrophe-level giant is like. This is far too powerful.
The mere residual force from their collision can shake the earth.
What terrifying power! Compared to them, we are truly nothing but ants. Everyone find cover immediately. We don't even have the right to witness a battle on this level. The aftermath of the catastrophe-level giants' clash alone was enough to destroy an entire region. And this was the immense power and terror of catastrophe-level giants. In the clash of strength between the plague giant and the prison eye giant, Darum held the advantage. After all, the prison eye giant in its undead form possessed nearly 75% of its former power.
Facing Darum at the height of his prime, it stood no chance.
Under Darum's overwhelming force, the prison eye giant was forced to retreat several steps. Yet Darum showed no sign of relenting, pressing forward another step. Your body has been defiled by despicable humans. Allow me to grant you release.
As soon as the words left his lips, Darum opened his massive maw and spewed a torrent of plague venom directly at the prison eye giant.
Hiss hiss! The ink-green plague venom, much like concentrated sulfuric acid, rapidly dissolved the flesh of the prison eye giant upon contact. However, this was precisely the moment Lin Yuan had been waiting for. The prison eye giant neither dodged nor avoided Darum's attack, but simultaneously the hellish eye on its chest burst open. The prison eye awakens. Hellish light. A dark red energy beam shot instantly toward Darum's body. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the hellish light forced a massive bloody hole into Darum's body. Nevertheless, this strike failed to hit a vital point. Darum bore the damage and delivered a fierce punch toward the prison eye giant's head. Crash! With a thunderous impact, the prison eye giant's head exploded like a ruptured melon. Its colossal frame collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Though Darum had suffered significant wounds, he had slain the prison eye giant before him at the cost of that bloody hole. A catastrophe-level giant in undead form was ultimately not as formidable as a true catastrophe-level giant. I wonder, who else can save you now? Darum lowered his head and sneered at Lin Yuan. Yet on the latter's face there was not a trace of fear. Because for Lin Yuan the real battle was only just beginning. Lin Yuan immediately withdrew a handful of high-grade vitality pills from his system space and swallowed them all without counting. In an instant, surging vitality energy erupted around him. The moment the pill's effects took hold, Lin Yuan entered the blood rage state. However, this was not the end. Relying solely on blood rage, he still lacked the power to rival Darum. The very next second, Lin Yuan's breathing suddenly grew heavy. Even the rhythm of his breath quickened dramatically. Indeed, within each breath one could faintly hear the sound of rolling thunder. Watching Lin Yuan before him, a flicker of surprise surfaced in Darum's eyes. He could clearly feel the aura emanating from this human continuously rising. This fellow clearly possessed something extraordinary, unlike ordinary human cultivators. Now we begin. As Lin Yuan raised his head, his eyes had transformed into resplendent crimson-gold twin pupils. Simply being gazed upon by those twin pupils was enough to evoke an almost terrifying pressure. Blood rage, thunderous breathing technique, supreme twin pupils. This was Lin Yuan's strongest moment. Confronted with Lin Yuan's overwhelming presence, Darum involuntarily stepped backward half a pace. When he realized what he had done, even he was momentarily stunned. As a catastrophe-level giant, he had been frightened by a mere human. Die! Realizing his lapse, Darum flew into a rage and unhesitatingly raised his massive fist, smashing it down toward Lin Yuan. Boom! With a tremendous crash, his giant fist carved an enormous pit into the ground. However, Lin Yuan's figure had already vanished from the spot. Sustaining the thunderous breathing technique had significantly enhanced Lin Yuan's explosive speed. Attacks of this caliber were easily evaded. Yet even employing every means at his disposal, a gap in strength between Lin Yuan and Darum still existed.
To defeat this catastrophe-level giant before him, he absolutely could not engage in a direct confrontation.
Fortunately, thanks to the earlier strike from the prison eye, giant Darum had already sustained considerable injuries.
While not fatal, they would certainly impact his combat effectiveness.
It seems my strength remains insufficient. If I lack powerful undead giants to command, my combat power drops considerably.
However, now was hardly the time for such thoughts. Lin Yuan immediately dispelled distractions from his mind and unleashed his full speed, darting around Darum in search of an opening. Having found a suitable opportunity, Lin Yuan sprang forward, leopard Dalamu's position with fire. The Zhanlong Dao in his hand swept through the air. Whoosh! A sharp hiss accompanied the strike as it opened a bloodied groove across Dalamu's right leg. If not for the disaster-class giant's unbelievably strong defenses, Lin Yuan's blow could have severed his entire right leg.
Die! After feeling the pain surge from his right leg, Dalamu did not hesitate and hurled a furious punch at Lin Yuan.
But Lin Yuan's figure once again dissolved into a streak of lightning, vanishing before him. From start to finish, he had never intended to clash head-on with this plague giant. All he could do was leverage his own advantages and wear Dalamu down slowly.
Fortunately, Lin Yuan still possessed the Supreme Eye.
Under the influence of the Supreme Eye, Dalamu's movements slowed to a crawl. Even the trajectories of his attacks were laid bare before Lin Yuan's gaze.
In such circumstances, Dalamu could hardly land a hit on Lin Yuan. Repeated misses filled him with unbridled annoyance. The human before him was as slippery as an eel. Since you love to dodge so much,
I want to see how long you can keep dodging.
Dalamu threw back his head and roared with fury.
In the next moment, a dense plague mist erupted from within him. The mist spread over a vast area.
If Lin Yuan still wished to approach Dalamu, he would have to endure the plague's damage. Yet what Dalamu never expected was that this human would charge straight into the emerald green mist without hesitation. You underestimate the will of humans too much.
Lin Yuan's cold voice rang in Dalamu's ears. In the next moment, a crimson gold flame blazed from his Supreme Eye.
This is the power of the Supreme Eye. Supreme Emperor Fire. The scorching golden flames roared across Dalamu's body, burning fiercely.
The searing burn twisted Dalamu's features in agony. Yet what astonished him more was how this human could ignore the plague mist's harm.
Dalamu looked toward Lin Yuan, and the sight before him widened his eyes in disbelief.
Dalamu witnessed Lin Yuan's skin being constantly corroded by the plague mist, rapidly rotting away, yet the rotted flesh healed with visible speed. In other words, Lin Yuan was not immune to the plague mist, he was enduring its damage to mount his assault. Note that his self-healing ability, upgraded to B rank, possessed a formidable healing power. As long as these mists did not instantly kill Lin Yuan, he could recover in the shortest possible time. Despite bearing the mist's torment, Lin Yuan's expression remained unmoved, for he had endured far greater pain before. In the Nanjiang City campaign, having drained his vitality and spiritual power to the limit, he had endured pain far greater than this.
Pain has always been the best nourishment for growth. That is why Lin Yuan could stand fearlessly before Dalamu. Continue. Lin Yuan's expression was indifferent as he gripped the Zhanlong Dao and charged at Dalamu once more.
Gazing at this tireless, pain-resistant human, Dalamu's eyes involuntarily flashed with a hint of fear. He was afraid. But what frightened him was not death at Lin Yuan's hands, it was that he could not discern this human's true limit. Such a being must not be allowed to continue living in this world. As Dalamu formed that thought, Lin Yuan had already circled behind him. Before he could react, the Zhanlong Dao flashed across Dalamu's spine, carving a wound deep enough to show bone.
Huff huff. Although the strike landed, Lin Yuan mumbled large ragged breaths from exhaustion.
Maintaining the blood frenzy state in the thunder breathing technique or activating the Supreme Eye had consumed a great deal of his strength. Though he fought with all his might, Dalamu still showed no sign of falling.
This is the gap that power cannot bridge. After all, Lin Yuan is only an S-rank Esper.
Forcing a disaster-class giant to this state is already astonishing.
Yet victory and defeat are absolute, there is no such thing as a near miss.
If he failed, he would surely die here.
And all his plans would utterly collapse. With that thought, Lin Yuan clenched his jaw and squeezed out the last shreds of energy from his body. Thunder! Slay!
Lin Yuan unleashed all his power, pouring the thunder within him onto the Zhanlong Dao.
With this single strike, the outcome would be decided. Whoosh!
Yet at the moment, his body surged forward. A white spider-silk deathbolt streaked toward him at terrifying speed.
Boom!
This spider-silk deathbolt pierced Lin Yuan's body like a sniper round, blossoming into a crimson spray of blood. The sudden assault flashed a hint of astonishment in Lin Yuan's eyes. Amid the searing pain, his body crashed heavily to the ground like a bird felled by a hunter.
Dalamu, not even a human brat like this can be handled by you. You really are utterly useless. A mocking laugh rang out. The spider demon giant's grotesque form appeared before everyone's eyes. With her arrival, a despairing cloud instantly shrouded them all. After all, this spider demon giant had just appeared and shattered their last hope. Lin Yuan finally fell. 2 disaster-class giants. It's all over. Nanjiang City is doomed to be wiped out. The giant civilization won't grant us a sliver of life. Where are Nanjiang City's garrison? Why have they not appeared yet? Don't count on them to save us. The frontline battle will be even more brutal than here. Friends on the road to the netherworld, let us keep one another company. Lin Yuan clutched his abdomen, forcing himself to rise with great difficulty. Crimson blood from the wound. Not even he expected a second disaster class appear. Yet the sudden assault of this spider demon giant truly dealt him a heavy blow. Even with his regenerative ability, he could not fully recover in a short time. Damn it! Lin Yuan's gaze grew utterly grim. At this moment he had been forced to abandon the thunder breath technique, and even the effects of the blood rage state were waning. Under such circumstances, the aura around him had already lost its former strength. Momentum spent, then waning, then exhausted. Lin Yuan was already growing weak. Yet what he faced were 2 disaster-class giants. Especially that spider demon giant, which was in full bloom. He could sense the despairing breath spreading all around. Yet Lin Yuan knew just as well that in such moments he must not fall. The miracle is to carve out a ray of hope from the darkness of despair. There must still be a way. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, his mind racing at full speed. He had at this moment only one countermeasure left. That is, at all costs kill the Darum before him. Then seize his corpse and the corpse of the raging lion giant to perform an undead rite. Right there. There is also the corpse of the prison eye giant, which he could also use. 1 city-destroying giant, 2 disaster-class giants. Using these 3 corpses as offerings, the undead being summoned would surely possess immense power. Yet, at this moment, the hardest part is how exactly to kill Darum. Just killing Darum would be incredibly difficult. Especially to accomplish this in front of the spider demon giant. I never imagined. After taking one of my spider demon shells you could still stand. Ulysses giggled flirtatiously. It seems your physique is strong indeed. Indeed. Sister here loves strong men. The smile on her face was so bewitching yet chilling. Lin Yuan looked up, sneering as he spoke. Is that so? Then it is a pity indeed. I have never liked old women, especially those who look like monsters. You seek death. Ulysses' face instantly clouded with frost. In a furious burst she opened her huge maw and the spider demon shells shot toward Lin Yuan like a machine gun. Boom! The powerful spider demon shells immediately carved countless deep pits on the ground and dust rose everywhere. Fortunately Lin Yuan had long since relied on his supreme heavy eye to pierce the shell's trajectories, narrowly dodging every strike. Moreover, while dodging the spider demon giant's attacks, he was also rushing toward Darum's location at incredible speed. Lin Yuan's intention was so obvious that Darum immediately sensed something amiss. This kid actually intends to strike him. You seek death. Darum roared with fury. He hadn't expected this guy to treat him as a soft target. Since you like to seek death, I shall grant your wish. Darum roared, and plague gas instantly condensed within his giant maw, blasting toward Lin Yuan. Boom! The gigantic venom sphere was sidestepped by Lin Yuan. Yet what he did not expect was that just as he thought he had dodged the strike, the venom sphere in midair suddenly exploded. In midair, the massive venom sphere suddenly detonated. Countless dark green venom beads whirled outward in all directions. Under this all-encompassing, inescapable assault, Lin Yuan could not escape, and his body was instantly corroded by the venom for a large portion. This level of pain could easily drive a person into unconsciousness. Yet Lin Yuan, by an extraordinary will, stubbornly endured, glaring at Darum. Darum, looking down on him, sneered, "Don't look at me with that dog-like gaze. Even if you keep resisting, what good does it do? Weakness is the original sin. The weak, even breathing is wrong. Now prepare to meet your death. To die at my hands would be your honor." Darum opened his maw, the green venom gathering once more within his huge mouth. Everything was coming to an end. Yet just as Darum prepared to spit the venom sphere and corrode Lin Yuan's body to nothing, a figure suddenly surged forward. Before Darum could react, an enormous flaming hand condensed from that figure and tightly gripped his neck. Then the figure hung suspended in the air, dragging Darum into the sky. The sight left all present utterly stunned. A human being had actually hoisted a gargantuan disaster-class giant off the ground by himself. When did Nanjiang City ever produce such a powerhouse? Is this a SSS-class powerhouse? Have reinforcements from the Huaxia military arrived? So powerful. This is a disaster-class giant indeed, yet he lifts it as if it were a chicken. In an instant everyone's eyes were irresistibly drawn to that figure. Before this they had never seen such a formidable person. Who are you? Daram's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. He struggled, but the flaming hand clamped his neck like iron tongs. The immense force left him unable to move, subject to burning pain. Who am I? Is that question important? The red-haired man lifted his head, eyes blazing with ferocity, coldly asking, when you slaughtered Nanjiang City's soldiers, did you tell them your name? Like you said. Weakness is the original sin. And before me merely existing is also a crime. As he spoke, the man radiated an indescribable, terrifying pressure that sent a tremor through Daram's very soul. Remember this name. Li Huangyan. The world burner Blaze Emperor Yan. An SSS-class Esper Li Huangyan descends. His gaze is cold. A savage, killing intent wells in his eyes. The mere aura radiating from him has rendered the plague giant before him immobile. And this is the might of an SSS-class Esper. If one aligns with the hierarchy of the giant civilization, SS-class human powerhouse could even rival an 8th-ranked destruction-class giant. To Li Huangyan's eyes, a mere disaster-class giant is nothing more than an ant. SSS-class. In the suffocating moment, the plague giant Daram's visage twisted beyond recognition. Why would a SSS-class powerhouse appear in Nanjiang City? You knew we would come. If Li Huangyan hadn't truly appeared before him, Daram would hardly believe that a SSS-class powerhouse could exist in a border town such as Nanjiang City. Li Huangyan curled his lips into a brilliant smile. We certainly know that you won't give up so easily. So, I have waited here for you for 2 whole months. Yet I did not expect that your giant civilization's plan this time would be so grand. And they've opened a space-time channel directly outside Nanjiang City. Moreover, they've dispatched these 2 disaster-class giants of yours. However, just as Li Huangyan spoke, Daram suddenly mustered all his strength, raising his hand and detonating the plague clouds in the air without hesitation. Even if you kill me, I will have Nanjiang City die with me. The plague clouds had accumulated to an unimaginable extent, vast enough to blot out the sky. Boom! After Daram detonated it himself, the plague clouds overhead trembled violently. Countless dark green venom splashed in all directions. Whether on the battlefield or within the city, much of Nanjiang City lay under the plague venom's shroud. A mortal body cannot withstand such violent venom. Ha ha ha. Destruction. Daram raised his head, letting out a wave of manic laughter. Yet what he did not expect was that Li Huangyan's face showed not a hint of tremor in the face of this catastrophe. He spoke coldly, it seems you know nothing of the might of SSS-class Espers after all. In the next moment, before Daram could react, Li Huangyan's form vanished from the spot, leaving only a fire-lit afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Li Huangyan's figure appeared in the heavens above. No one could have imagined that the crimson-haired man would willingly confront the sky-spanning venom. We are the flames themselves. My fire can burn the world to ashes. Li Huangyan spread his arms. His eyes had transformed into crimson flames. In the next moment, an inexhaustible blaze spread outward from Li Huangyan, a sea of fire sweeping toward the surrounding venom. An overwhelming inferno powerful enough to burn everything. This is the true might of a SSS-class fire ability, Li Huangyan. Sizzle. Amid the crackling of scorching flames, all the dark green venom was utterly burned away, not a single drop left. The entire Nanjiang City remained untouched, merely witnessing a grand flame tribute as they watched all this. Even Lin Yuan's eyes could not help but reveal a tremor of awe. He could clearly sense how formidable Li Huangyan's flames were. That blaze was like celestial fire, possessing the power to burn all. Even his crimson gold imperial fire might not unleash such terrifying might. So this is the power of an SSS-class powerhouse. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered, muttering to himself. His eyes shimmered with fervent anticipation, for this is the power he has long pursued, a force capable of turning the tide of the war. Power capable of overturning the world. Lin Yuan believed that one day he too would wield such fearsome might. No. One day he would wield even greater power sufficient to annihilate the giant civilization. This can't be possible. Daram raised his head, staring blankly at the sight before him. He could hardly believe that the plague clouds he had spent so long accumulating could be dispersed by Li Huangyan's solitary might. The power of this human far exceeded his expectations. Before this he had only felt such terrifying might from Guwu King. After burning away the plague clouds, Li Huangyan lowered his head and fixed his cold gaze on Daram's body. In the next moment, before the other could react, Li Huangyan launched a punch.
Flames blazing like a sea of fire erupted from his fist, forming a pillar of flame that surged toward Darum.
Boom!
Under a thunderous roar, Darum's colossal body instantly turned to charcoal. Having slain Darum, Li Huangyan immediately turned and fixed his gaze again on the spider demon giant's corpse. Under his murderous gaze, Elise felt a tremor of fear rising from within. Her first instinct was to flee. She knew she could not possibly stand against this man. If she could return to the spacetime portal, she might still have a glimmer of life. However, Li Huangyan would not grant her that chance.
Inferno prison seal.
Li Huangyan raised his right arm, a cold expression on his face as he unleashed his fiery power. In the next moment, 4 walls of flame rose around the spider demon giant, forming a prison that trapped it in place. Elise grit her teeth trying to break through the fiery cage, but the moment her body touched the flames, a violent blaze energy slammed her away.
Atone for the human warriors you have slain.
Li Huangyan's voice was cold as he summoned a blazing sword of heat, appeared behind Elise and easily pierced her heart with a single stroke. 2 disaster-level giants fell by Li Huangyan's hands in succession. Truths from the moment the latter appeared, the outcome had been decisively sealed.
Before an SSS ranked, the disaster-level giants scarcely offered any resistance. This was true crushing dominance.
This was a genuine dimension-shattering strike.
Li Huangyan single-handedly reversed the tide of battle.
Then he lifted his head, his gaze cold as he regarded the frontal battlefield not far away.
There seemed to be a few city-destroying giants over there. Although city-destroying giants could not threaten Nanjun City's safety as a whole. But if city-destroying giants were allowed to rampage on the battlefield, the Nanjun City forces would suffer heavy casualties. Thus Li Huangyan chose to act himself, slaying these city-destroying giants. Friends, wait for me a moment.
Li Huangyan turned his head, gazing at Lin Yuan and the hunters behind him. Yet to Lin Yuan the words seemed directed at him as if spoken on purpose. After speaking, Li Huangyan's figure vanished again from the spot. If Lin Yuan hadn't possessed the supreme eye, even with the naked eye he wouldn't have been able to keep up with the other. After Li Huangyan departed, Lin Yuan struggled to sit up and drew a life restoration potion from the system space, lifting his head to drain it in one gulp. Under the combined effects of the potion and his self-healing psionic ability, the wounds on his body began to mend rapidly.
This time, if Li Huangyan hadn't arrived in time, Nanjun City might truly have fallen, and even he might not have survived.
All that could be said was that his own strength was not yet sufficient. Even so, for someone Lin Yuan's age to wield such power was already the mark of a peerless prodigy. Yet in the face of true calamity, such strength still amounted to little. In this world, disasters come one after another, such as the natural order of things. In the face of death, excuses and reasons are useless. If he dies, it would prove he was only of this caliber.
5 minutes later, Li Huangyan returned to this place once more.
And he had brought back the bodies of nearly 5 or 6 city-destroying giants. On his right arm, a gigantic hand of flame coalesced. He used this fiery hand to haul the enormous corpses of the city-destroying giants over. Then Li Huangyan simply hurled all those corpses into Lin Yuan's sight.
If I remember correctly, you should possess an ability to control giant corpses, right?
Indeed, Li Huangyan said in a low voice, since that is the case, these corpses, including the 2 disaster-level giants, shall all belong to you.
Hearing this, a look of astonishment flashed across Lin Yuan's face.
He clearly hadn't expected Li Huangyan to go to such lengths to bring back these giants' corpses for him. He rose immediately, softly saying, "Thank you, Senior."
"No need to thank me.
You are the hope of Huaxia, and it is only right that we do this for you." Li Huangyan curved his lips into a smile and said, "To be honest, I want to unveil the mask on your face and see your true countenance.
However, I respect your choice, so I will not do that.
As long as you fight for Huaxia, you deserve the respect of Li Huangyan."
After speaking, Li Huangyan extended his right hand and lightly struck his own chest as a show of encouragement to Lin Yuan.
Lin Yuan drew a deep breath and returned the military salute. In that moment, they were both fighters for Huaxia. Li Huangyan then produced a crimson ring, tossing it to Lin Yuan and saying softly, "This ring is named Yen Shenjijia, a material of extraordinary rarity, one of Huaxia's finest scientific marvels. And I have poured a great amount of flame energy into this ring using my own psionic power.
So this Yen Shenjijia has 2 abilities.
The first ability, Flame Burst. Once activated, it can unleash a blast comparable to my full-strength strike. The second ability, Flame Barrier. When activated, a barrier of flame rises around you to shield you from incoming attacks.
This ring is for your life protection.
However, both abilities can be used only once, so you must use them only in the direst circumstances. Do you understand?" Gazing at Li Huangyan's stern face, Lin Yuan paused slightly. He could not quite understand why this man they just met would gift him something so precious.
Lin Yuan pondered and could only conclude that Li Huangyan truly believed in his potential and hoped he would continue to grow.
Thinking this, Lin Yuan accepted the Yenshin Jie and whispered, "I will not disappoint you, senior."
Very well.
Li Huanyan nodded, then laughed aloud. "If there is a chance we shall meet again on the battlefield." After that he vanished once more. The frontal battlefield still needed his finishing touch.
With an SSS-ranked Esper stepping onto the scene, this war would surely end in the Giants' civilization's defeat.
After the Giants on the front line had been slain to extinction, Nanjiang City's garrison began to clear the battlefield at once.
We have won. We have won. We have held Nanjiang City.
A look of unparalleled exhilaration lit everyone's faces.
Before Li Huanyan appeared, each of them had prepared to die. They were willing to give their lives to buy even the slightest hope for Nanjiang City.
They never imagined they could achieve the final victory. Yet the truth was that they indeed triumphed. After Li Huanyan's appearance, everything changed. Whether disaster-level giants or city-destroying giants, all higher-tier giants seemed fragile before this man, as if utterly unable to withstand a single blow.
This is the strength of Huaxia's warriors.
As long as they stand, the sky over Huaxia shall not collapse. On that day, every warrior in Nanjiang City deeply remembered the name of that man.
Li Huanyan, the SSS-level fire esper. Yet just as all Nanjiang City's soldiers cheered, Li Huanyan did not hesitate to leave the battlefield.
3 minutes later his figure appeared atop the rooftop of a tall building, while Lin Tianke stood nearby gazing toward the distant battlefield. "Have we won on the main battlefield over there?" Tianke seemed to have foreseen. He turned around and spoke calmly. Of course it was a resounding victory.
With my strength I failed to deal with 2 disaster-class giants. Li Huanyan grinned.
That's good to hear. It's fortunate you are here, otherwise I would have had to take action myself. To expose the power you have long kept hidden for the sake of 2 disaster-class giants, surely that wasn't worth it.
But what choice do I have? If the giant civilization forces my hand, I can't just watch Nanjiang City be destroyed before my eyes.
However, I will traverse the spatial channel to reach the mastermind giant behind it and kill him. Since you've already forced me to reveal my strength, the other side must pay a price as well.
Li Huanyan shivered.
He clearly hadn't expected Lin Tianke to be even more domineering than himself. He had merely intended to wipe out all the giants on the battlefield. And Lin Tianke actually planned to go in alone directly into the giant's lair.
Indeed, the dragon general had not changed at all, still the same ferocious battlefield tyrant.
Every giant that fell by his hand left not a single corpse intact. That is why the giant civilization hates him so. Then Lin Tianke spoke again. "After this war ends you will be recalled to the front soon, right?"
Li Huanyan paused and asked instinctively, "Who? Who else?"
Lin Tianke said.
"That Nanjiang City Tianjia who can manipulate the giants' corpses."
Li Huanyan nodded and said that kid's strength is not bad. Single-handedly facing 2 disaster-class giants he nearly killed one. But it is evident he is still young, still naive. If I hadn't arrived in time he would likely have died at the hands of those 2 giants. So I left him a Yenshin Jie to preserve himself in times of crisis. Lin Tianke looked at him with mild astonishment. "Li Huanyan, when did you become so generous?" Li Huanyan chuckled. "I was cared for by General Lin in the past. Now I have some strength. I should look after Huaxia's juniors more." As he spoke inwardly he cursed, "Damn, so thoughtful, and he says that kid isn't your son.
Good thing I was clever enough to see the signs and laid an early stake. Even if Lin Tianke does not care for his goodwill, the boy would not forget. With that boy's talent and growth rate, given time he will surely become another dragon general of Huaxia akin to Lin Tianke. This investment will surely pay off handsomely." At that moment Lin Tianke abruptly shifted the topic. "After this war ends you won't be long before you are recalled to the front lines, right?" "Yes, that's right."
Li Huanyan said. "Now the front is tight and manpower is scarce. I was dispatched here to guard Nanjiang City for just over 2 months and I've already borne a lot of pressure. If the giant civilization had attacked 1 more month later I would have already been recalled to the front."
Lin Tianke nodded and spoke in a calm tone. "You should remember the orders I gave you, right?" Li Huanyan lowered his voice. "Huanyan does not dare forget."
"Very good." Lin Tianke said gravely. "Whether we can root out the traitor hidden within the military high command will rest on the 2 of us. After we find that traitor I will personally tear him to pieces to honor the souls of my comrades." His tone was incredibly calm yet radiated a towering murderous aura, as if bearing a sea of blood vengeance.
Li Huanyan did not speak, only fell silent.
Of course he knew that in the great battle where Lin Tianke was ambushed to help Lin Tianke escape, 12 of his companions died, and all without a trace. No one knew how heavy the hatred weighed in the heart of the man before them.
Victory! Huaxia triumph! The human race triumph! We are still alive. Nanjiang City did not perish. On the battlefield all Nanjiang City soldiers roared, venting their innermost emotions.
There was both the joy of victory and the relief of survival. Some even laughed through tears. Compared to the comrades who had fallen before them, they were already very fortunate. And the survivors among the hunters wore grateful expressions, all their eyes fixed on Lin Yuan. They knew that it was this Nanjiang City Tianjia who had saved all their lives. If Lin Yuan had not slain the Mad Lion Giant and dragged out so long the time delaying the two disaster-class giants, Li Huangyan might not have arrived in time and they would have been eaten by the giants.
Thank you. Thank you. Finally a hunter stepped forward.
An elder middle-aged man with grizzled hair knelt before Lin Yuan, bowing his head thrice. My family has 3 daughters, the youngest is 4, the oldest is 16.
I'm sorry, I truly cannot die. Thank you for saving our family, thank you.
His voice was humble yet sincere. Gazing at the middle-aged man before him, Lin Yuan's gaze flickered. He had long thought that those who were reluctant to go to war were cowards who valued life too much.
But now it seems. Among these people there are ordinary folks who merely wish to survive in a chaotic era. Do they have any fault? They do not.
They simply wish not to die.
In this cruel era, is it really so difficult not to die?
After that middle-aged man stepped forward, the rest of the hunters also came forward to express their thanks to Lin Yuan. Yet looking at these hunters, Lin Yuan hesitated not at all. He turned and vanished in a bolt of lightning before they could react. For Lin Yuan, he did not need the thanks of others nor their praise. For him such things carried no meaning. All he has done thus far was not for these things. From the start he has been a lone wanderer in the darkness. Since this war has been won, he should naturally depart. From this moment on he will not return to Nanjiang City for a long period.
May the next time he returns here be different.
The giant civilization had been utterly driven out by him.
While everyone in Nanjiang City celebrated the victory, no one noticed.
A youth wearing a silver-white mask left Nanjiang City alone.
The giant civilization lay within Yangye City. Damn humans. Damn Li Huangyan.
The face of the dark giant Gai Wu wore a scowl of fury, evidently pushed to the extreme. In that moment the aura of a destruction-class giant radiated from him completely. The other giants within the palace fell to their knees, trembling under this terrifying might. Gai Wu clearly hadn't expected that the plan he had prepared for so long would be thwarted by a human powerhouse. 2 disaster-class giants fell at Li Huangyan's hands.
36 space giants perished from energy depletion.
As for the 12 city-destroying giants and the other lower-tier giants, they were all wiped out.
Yet after paying such a heavy price, he hadn't managed to conquer even a single Nanjiang city. Lin Tianke and the Nanjiang city's genius remained unharmed. The result was like a slap in Jie Wu's face, burning with a fierce pain. Undoubtedly, once news of the war's defeat spread, Jie Wu would become the laughingstock of the giant civilization. Li Huangyan. If you dare appear on the battlefield again, I will kill you.
Jie Wu threw back his head and unleashed a roar that resembled a furious bellow. In that instant the entire palace trembled violently. All the giants within the palace wished to bury their heads in the ground, waiting for King Jie Wu to vent his fury completely.
3 days later, hundreds of miles away from Nanjiang City, Lin Yuan lifted his head and saw a human settlement before his eyes.
However, this place, though called a human settlement, resembles more a temporary refuge built on ruins. From the outside it looked desolate and dilapidated, housing perhaps only a few thousand people.
This place differed from the orderly capital city.
Here it was not under the protection of the Huaxia army. There were no walls and no city guards. With such weak armed forces, this place could be trampled by higher-tier giants at any moment. Of course, in normal times no one would come to such a place. Those gathered here are usually a mix of hunters, wanted criminals, black market traders, and even giant cultists.
But it is precisely this chaotic mix that makes possible many things not doable in the capital city. For example, going to the war fortress.
In the capital there are no vehicles that can directly reach the border. Even that batch of new soldiers was escorted by armored transport vehicles provided by the Huaxia army. Because in Huaxia, secretly heading to the border is a serious crime. So if Lin Yuan wants to reach the war fortress quickly, he must come to a place like this. To avoid exposing his identity this time, he deliberately wore a green-faced demon mask. In such a chaotic place many people wore masks to hide their identities. Because of this he did not appear conspicuous here. The streets were filthy beyond measure. Even the shops merely hung a tattered wooden sign outside.
For a moment Lin Yuan did not know where to begin. Fortunately, he soon had a target. He looked up and fixed his gaze on a burly scarred man. That scarred man sat atop a wooden barrel, twirling a forged alloy warblade, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. Most people here have killed before and bear a lethal aura, which is quite normal. But even in this chaotic place, that scarred man is surely a ruthless figure and no one dares approach him. However, Lin Yuan did not care about any of this.
He stepped forward and asked the other brother, may I politely ask where can I catch transportation to the third defense line? The scarred man clearly hadn't expected anyone to bother him. He raised his head, met Lin Yuan's gaze and sneered, brother.
Who is your brother? And asking politely. How much is politeness worth here? Here you have to speak for money.
The scarred man stretched out his hand and with his right thumb and index finger softly rubbing together signaled Lin Yuan to pay. Give me 10,000 coins and I'll tell you. If you have no money then cut off an arm to atone. I have no time to deal with you pauper. After the scarred man's words everyone around could not help but turn their gaze toward him. Most people were mourning for Lin Yuan. This guy looked like a newcomer and clearly did not know who not to mess with. After a few lessons he should learn to keep his wits about him.
Politeness is indeed not worth much.
Facing the aggressive scarred man Lin Yuan smiled slightly, but I do understand the principle of courtesy before force.
Just as his words fell, Lin Yuan unleashed his thunder power without hesitation. In the next moment violent lightning surged from his hands and coalesced into a thunder blade.
What are you trying to do? The scarred man's expression changed abruptly. Yet before he could react the thunder blade rested against his neck. He could feel the thunder dancing across his skin emitting a deathly aura.
If you don't like my polite questioning. Then. Now can you tell me?
Lin Yuan's voice rang cold in his ear. The scarred man could only feel himself turning cold, utterly unable to move, and he nodded frantically. And no problem, whatever you want to know I can tell you. No, I will personally take you there. Lin Yuan sheathed his thunderblade and spoke in a calm tone, then let's go, take me there. Although the thunderblade had already withdrawn from the scarred man's throat, the latter not make any rash move. A deathly threat still loomed over his heart like a shadow. In his view the lightning-type Esper before him was far from ordinary.
Be aware he himself was also a B-rank power-type Esper. Yet beneath the other's oppressive aura he couldn't summon even the slightest urge to resist. This guy was at least an A-rank Esper.
For a moment the scarred man felt his heart grow bitter. He had actually offended a suspected A-rank powerhouse for a mere 10,000 yuan. Fortunately from the look of the other he did not seem to intend to linger here. With that in mind the scarred man hurriedly spoke, you can rest assured I'll take you there right away. Then he walked ahead of Lin Yuan leading the way. Watching this scene the onlookers around him widened their eyes in disbelief. The scarred man who had been seething with hostility just moments before now behaved as meek as a lamb before this mysterious youth.
This guy doesn't seem simple.
I couldn't even catch his movements, he already had the thunder blade at the scarred man's neck. The speed.
It's terrifying.
When did such a formidable man appear here?
This is clearly someone here to bluff by pretending to be weak.
Tisk, that scarred man has finally met his match.
Alright, enough chatter, disperse quickly and be careful not to be overheard.
In the murmur of the crowd Lin Yuan followed closely behind the scarred man as they pressed forward.
He wasn't afraid this guy would pull any tricks. In the face of absolute power all schemes were empty talk.
If he wished he could kill the scarred man in an instant.
This human settlement, though seemingly not large, concealed a labyrinth of complexities inside.
The scarred man led Lin Yuan through 4 or 5 alleys, eventually bringing him to a secluded house that bore no sign at all. Brother, this is Lao Li Tu's car shop. He specializes in transport with money not only to the front line but even if you want to go to Manhwaedit or Eluosi he can take you there. The scarred man flashed a fawning smile and said, what happened just now was my fault.
You are magnanimous, please treat me as nothing and let me off.
After speaking the scarred man even slapped himself a few times as if venting. Lin Yuan looked at him with a faint gaze and said, get lost.
If I find you lying to me you know the consequences. Understood, understood.
Seeing that Lin Yuan did not intend to press him further the scarred man's eyes welled with tears as he hurried away in a rush. Then Lin Yuan faced the house and pushed the door open.
Is anyone here?
A moldy stale odor hit him as he stepped inside. He could hardly imagine that such a haunted place could be the largest car shop here.
Anyone, anyone.
Hearing Lin Yuan's voice a wrinkled old man came out from the inner room. He wasn't tall, his hair half black and half white, his back bent, though his exact age was unclear. He looked like a wizened old man.
This guest, you can call me Lao Li Tu.
He looked up with a broad smile toward Lin Yuan. I don't know who referred you or where you want to go. Lin Yuan could tell that Lao Li Tu seemed eager to put on a friendly smile. Yet the lines on his face made the smile feel rather lecherous.
No one introduced me, I found you myself.
Lin Yuan spoke softly. I want to go to the front line, the war fortress of the 3rd defense line.
I don't know, can you send me there?
When these words left his mouth Lao Li Tu's eyes flickered with astonishment. You're going to the war fortress too?
He nudged his mouth toward the inner room door.
There someone slowly walked out from inside. The man who emerged wore a black coat, a black hat and a black mask. He looked like a raven cloaked in darkness. However, through the seams of the hat and mask, Lin Yuan could see this man's skin was exceptionally pale, almost sickly white. Soon the man seemed to sense Lin Yuan's gaze. He looked up and met Lin Yuan's stare with a cold gaze. In that moment Lin Yuan's eyes involuntarily flashed with shock. For the black-clad man's pupils were an exceedingly eerie crimson. It looked like a vampire's eyes exuding an unfathomable sinister aura. Lin Yuan frowned, somehow sensing this black-clad man was not simple. Then Lao Li too smiled and introduced, this guest is also headed for the war fortress. Since you're fated to meet, you can travel together. However, before Lin Yuan could speak, the black-clad man spoke first. Mr. Li, I'm not used to traveling with others in the same car, so could you arrange a private car for me? Money is not a problem. His voice was hoarse, sounding like two rusty pieces of iron rubbing against each other, even slightly piercing. Lin Yuan replied immediately, if possible please arrange a private car for me as well. Price is not a problem either. With money not being an issue, he would naturally take the easiest route. Yet facing their requests, Lao Li too offered a wry smile. To guests, this is really not about money. You should know that armored transport vehicles capable of long-distance treks across varied terrains are hard to come by, and coordinating along the way's checkpoints is extremely troublesome. So the transports to the front line operate on a fixed schedule every 15 days. Each time several guests travel together. If we were to arrange a private car for the two of you, that would not only be unfair to the other guests but would also ruin our car shop's reputation. So, we can only ask the two of you to bear with us. After finishing his words, Old Li's face was covered with a smile as he looked at the two of them. The man in black did not press further but merely said indifferently, if this is the rule then I will not insist. However, I have only one requirement, and that is you must take me into the war fortress. Lin Yuan also spoke up, so do I. Old Li hurriedly nodded and said, absolutely, I promise to safely escort both of you. Then he turned back to Lin Yuan and continued, there is another regulation here. If you have a guarantor you may pay only a deposit. But without a guarantor full payment must be made at once. Lin Yuan nodded and calmly said, I understand. How much does it cost? If you're heading to the war fortress, the journey fee is 10 million and the passage fee is 5 million, totaling 15 million. Old Li spoke again, moreover we do not accept bank cards here, only cash or gold bars. If you don't have enough cash on hand you could go exchange some for gold bars. Just walk out from here and head south for a few hundred meters, the shop there handles exactly this kind of business. 15 million, is that it? Lin Yuan said calmly, I won't bother wasting time on that. Tell me, does this look worth 15 million to you? After saying this he reached into his chest and pulled out a brain core from a city-destroying giant, handing it to Old Li before him. At the sight of the brain core Old Li's eyes widened instantly. As a veteran who had spent years navigating this chaotic land, he knew valuable goods when he saw them. A brain core of this caliber was undoubtedly worth well over 15 million. I never expected you to have such valuable items on hand. If you have extras, I know a connection who can sell them for a high price. Old Li chuckled with his eyes narrowed, clearly hoping to squeeze another profit from Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan remained unfazed and calmly replied, there's no need. This brain core was merely a stroke of luck, I have nothing more. If you're satisfied with this I'll use it to cover my fare. What a pity. Old Li sighed softly. As an experienced schemer he naturally did not believe Lin Yuan possessed only one high-grade brain core. After all, the latter's expression had been far too composed, showing no sign of attachment to the giant brain core. Nevertheless, since Lin Yuan refused to negotiate, there was nothing he could do about it. At the same time, Lin Yuan noticed that after he revealed the giant brain core, the man in black across from him suddenly grew sharp-eyed. And whether it was mere illusion or not, he could not tell. Upon seeing the giant brain core, the man's gaze carried a hint of disgust. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed involuntarily. In his estimation, the man in black before him was genuinely unusual, almost unnerving. If given the chance, he would need to investigate the man's background. After all, barring any complications, they were heading to the same destination and would be traveling together. Carefully stowing the giant crystal core away, Old Li immediately smiled and said, gentlemen, in 5 days the transport vehicle bound for the front lines will arrive on schedule. Please be here promptly at 8 o'clock that morning for assembly. I wish you both a safe journey in advance. After leaving Old Li's carriage house, Lin Yuan secured lodging at a nearby inn. Or rather, it barely qualified as one. A wooden board bed and a visibly worn set of bedding were all it offered. For such conditions the charge was 500 yuan per day. In truth, every inn in this area shared the same basic setup. The patrons who frequented this place were a motley crew unlikely to run legitimate businesses. Yet Lin Yuan remained unmoved. He only needed a place to rest his head. As for comfort, he could not care less. He had never been one to demand luxury. During his time hunting giants beyond the city walls, he had slept in open wilderness without complaint. After checking in, Lin Yuan lay down on the wooden bed and closed his eyes to rest briefly. Yet the man in black's face lingered in his thoughts. What exactly was that fellow's identity? And what purpose drove him to the war fortress? Though they had only just met, the stranger's eccentricities had left a deep impression on Lin Yuan. Unfortunately, he had no idea where the man in black was staying. This chaotic land, while not vast, still held thousands of inhabitants. Finding him would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. So Lin Yuan shelved the thought for now. In 5 days, when the transport to the front arrived, he would cross paths with the man again. 5 days later. The first light of dawn seeped through the window cracks. But Lin Yuan was not lying in bed, he was already on the ground doing push-ups on a single finger. Sweat poured from every pore. Drops of perspiration fell from his face onto the floor. Despite supporting himself with just one finger, his body rose and fell with the steady precision of bedrock. 1998. 1999. 2000. After completing 2,000 push-ups, Lin Yuan finally rose, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel and prepared to clean up. With nearly 45 minutes remaining until the 8 o'clock gathering time was plentiful. Lin Yuan immediately spoke, "System, I want to check in." Immediately the system's notification chimed in his ear. "Ding, congratulations host on completing 235 consecutive days of check-ins. Reward granted, ability upgrade Crystal X5 Talent Skill Evolution Book X1. Before he realized it, he had accumulated 235 days of check-ins. This time's reward was somewhat unexpected for Lin Yuan. Talent Skill Evolution Book. Upon seeing this reward, he suddenly recalled that he still had 2 random talent skill books he had never used. When he had been claiming his daily check-in rewards, his focus had been entirely on advancing his ability level, causing him to overlook those 2 skill books in the corner. Since I remember them now, I might as well study them while I have the chance. Lin Yuan muttered to himself and immediately retrieved both skill books from his system space. These 2 skill books by their appearance resembled ancient manuscripts carved with countless complex characters. Yet their method of use was remarkably simple. With merely a gentle tap of his hand upon the cover, the skill book before him dissolved into a streak of white light and swiftly merged into his body. Ding! Congratulations host for successfully using the random talent skill book. You have comprehended the talent skill Heart of the Fallen. Heart of the Fallen, skill effect: upon activation, the host may fuse a designated undead creature into their body, gaining 10% of its combat power as well as partial abilities. Fuse with an undead creature and acquire its abilities. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered with thought as he murmured to himself. Undeniably for him, this talent skill was extraordinarily practical. If he could fuse with the Prison Eye Giant, he would effectively possess a portion of a Disaster-class giant's abilities. The only regret was that after fusion, Lin Yuan would obtain merely 10% of the undead creature's strength. This ratio was somewhat on the low side. He wondered whether his appearance would alter after merging with an undead creature. Having tasted success, Lin Yuan turned his gaze once more to the second skill book. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately chose to use it. Soon the system prompt rang out once more beside his ear. Ding! Congratulations host for successfully using the random talent skill book. You have comprehended the talent skill Eye of True Sight. Eye of True Sight, skill effect: the bearer of the Eye of True Sight shall possess the ability to pierce through illusions to a certain extent. This talent skill served as a fitting supplement to the shortcomings of his Supreme Sacred Eyes. After all, although the Supreme Sacred Eyes possessed extraordinary insight, they could not penetrate illusions. Undeniably, these 2 talent skills brought some improvement to Lin Yuan's combat capability. Though not particularly dramatic, they were more than enough to satisfy him. Next. It's the Random Talent Upgrade Book. Lin Yuan retrieved the upgrade book obtained from today's sign-in reward and immediately chose to use it. Ding! Congratulations host for successfully using the Random Talent Upgrade Book. Your talent skill Heart of the Fallen has successfully upgraded to Advanced Heart of the Fallen. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Yuan could not help but pause in surprise. He had not expected that the very talent skill he had just acquired would be the one to receive an upgrade. After the upgrade, the skill's description remained unchanged, with only the base attribute altered, increasing from the original 10% to 20%. This way, after merging with undead creatures, Lin Yuan would also be able to obtain a far more significant enhancement. Having settled these matters, he immediately opened his personal status panel. And naturally, his status panel had undergone considerable changes as well. Host Lin Yuan, combat level S rank, Esper, special constitution, body of the Overlord, Supreme Sacred Eyes, talent skills: thunder breathing method, limb regeneration, frozen world, necromancy, ritual, Heart of the Fallen, Eye of True Sight.
Vital energy 67876 cal mental power 6562 Hz Esper abilities Thunder Esper B-rank Healing Esper B-rank Frost Esper B-rank Necrosis Esper B-rank. With the assistance of the salvation system his strength was undoubtedly growing stronger day by day. In truth, if Lin Yuan wished, he could simply remain behind and continue signing in until he was certain of possessing power sufficient to destroy the giant civilization. But that approach was far too slow. 5 years. 10. Or perhaps 15. By the time that came to pass, humanity across the entire world would likely have dwindled to almost nothing. Moreover, flowers nurtured within a greenhouse, no matter how powerful they become, still do not know how to wield their strength. This was precisely the reason Lin Yuan had constantly sought ways to temper himself. He would forge himself into a sharp blade, a peerless blade capable of piercing through the giant civilization. Then Lin Yuan closed the status panel, freshened up briefly, and left the inn, making his way toward the car rental agency. When he arrived, there were still 5 minutes remaining before the agreed time with Boss Lee. Nevertheless, even so, he was the last to arrive. Aside from the man in black he had encountered earlier, there were 7 other passengers. However, the rest of these passengers appeared quite normal. Once everyone had assembled, Old Lee spoke with a smile. It seems everyone is quite punctual. Since all of you have arrived, I won't delay any longer. The transport vehicle is parked outside the city. I will lead you there now. 2 A-rank Espers will accompany us this time. Should any unexpected situation arise, they will ensure your safety. However, I must warn you, under no circumstances should you leave the transport vehicle unless absolutely necessary. No matter what happens, the transport will never stop to wait for a single person. So once you fall behind, you bear the consequences yourself. Do not say I have not warned you. If you stray near the city outskirts, there may still be room for rescue. But once you are lost in the wilderness, your only fate is death. Old Lee's expression was extremely grave. After delivering these precautions, he waved his hand and led the group onward, heading out of the city. Although Old Lee's figure was hunched with age, his walking pace was by no means slow. Before long, he led Lin Yuan and the others to an armored transport vehicle. The model of this armored vehicle was unmistakably surplus from the Chinese military. It remained a mystery what means they had employed to acquire it. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan did not dwell on it. In this gray realm there were plenty of unsavory methods and dealings to be found. Besides, without the car rental agency operated by Old Lee, reaching the war fortress on his own would have taken at least 1 or 2 months. All right, board the vehicle. Safe travels to all of you. Old Lee grinned, stepping forward and pulling open the door of the armored transport. Those few did not hesitate at all, boarding the armored transport in a rush. Lin Yuan meanwhile happened to walk alongside the man in black. As usual, he wore a cap and face mask, concealing himself thoroughly. As he stepped onto the vehicle, Lin Yuan's peripheral vision couldn't help but glance toward the man. However, to Lin Yuan's surprise, that fleeting glance met a pair of crimson eyes directly. It was clear, while he had been observing the man in black, that man had been observing him in return. Upon being noticed by Lin Yuan, the man in black quickly withdrew his gaze, pretending as though nothing had happened, and calmly boarded the vehicle. The interior of the vehicle was spacious. After everyone had found a seat, it did not feel crowded at all. The armored transport car's seats were arranged in 2 rows, forcing everyone to sit facing each other. Lin Yuan happened to sit directly opposite the man in black. Boom! At that moment, the doors of the armored transport car closed. A rugged voice came from up front. Everyone gripped the handles tightly, were about to set off. In the next moment, the armored transport car suddenly accelerated. Many who hadn't sat securely were almost tossed from their seats. Inside the carriage, curses erupted. Fortunately, the initial stretch wasn't bumpy. After the initial acceleration, the armored transport car quickly steadied. As time passed, a few people in the carriage began to chat with one another. After all, they would be stuck in this transport car for quite a while. Chatting with one another was a way to dispel loneliness. However, Lin Yuan had no interest in talking with them. His attention was fixed on the man in black opposite him. But the latter had been closing his eyes since boarding. From him emanated a cold aura that kept others at bay, so no one dared to bother him. Lin Yuan wasn't idle either. He drew several high-grade chi blood pills from his bosom and began swallowing them one after another. With a domineering, overpowering physique, he consumed chi blood pills at a staggering rate, and the rate at which his chi and blood increased was equally awe-inspiring. Now he must seize every moment to enhance his power. The threshold for an S-rank powerhouse is 50,000 chi and blood, while the threshold for an SS rank is 150,000 chi and blood. In other words, if Lin Yuan truly wished to become an SS rank powerhouse, there was still a long road ahead. During the process of swallowing chi blood pills, even he could not suppress the surge of his chi and blood. So it wasn't long before someone noticed the commotion over there.
The bearded man sitting beside him leaned closer grinning and said, "Brother, you really are quite rich, you can afford high-grade chi blood pills." Although he looked friendly, Lin Yuan could see a greedy gleam in his eyes. After all, a high-grade chi blood pill costs 1 million. Even just the pills Lin Yuan had swallowed earlier were worth millions, naturally drawing envy from others.
Lin Yuan didn't want trouble, so he unleashed the supreme Chongtong and asked calmly, "What is it you want?"
Crimson gold pupils gazed coldly at the bearded man, exuding an emperor-like aura. Under that pressure, the bearded man swallowed hard and involuntarily slid back half a step. "And no, nothing, I just wanted to ask something." Lin Yuan nodded calmly, withdrawing his gaze. The insight of the supreme Chongtong let him see through the other's strength with ease. The bearded man's strength was at most B rank. If Lin Yuan wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. To be precise, inside this armored transport car there weren't many formidable cultivators. The 2 A-rank guards escorting them were already quite powerful. Moreover, Lin Yuan could tell that these 2 strong ones, one chi blood abundant, was clearly a orthodox martial artist, and the other, rich in spiritual power, was likely a psionic-type practitioner. Although the supreme Chongtong could not reveal what powers these 2 possessed, Lin Yuan did not care. If they were merely A-rank ability users, no matter how powerful their abilities, they would not threaten him. However, what Lin Yuan hadn't expected was that his gaze did not deter the bearded man. The latter quickly leaned in again and asked, "Brother, may I ask what you are headed to the front lines for?" Lin Yuan glanced at him and replied casually, "On a mission." His indifference did not dampen the other man's enthusiasm. The bearded man continued, "Then you are truly freer."
"Unlike me, I'm hunted for murder and can only flee to the front lines.
Although it's a bit chaotic there, the more chaotic the place, the looser the law is.
Perhaps someone like me is exactly the kind who belongs there."
After saying this, the bearded man licked his lips excitedly. Lin Yuan's brows wrinkled slightly and he asked, "Did you kill someone?" That vicious gaze made the bearded man flinch slightly. But the latter, still hard-pressed to explain, "Yes, I only intended to coerce that girl to sleep with me who knew her parents would come back. I didn't hesitate, I didn't stop. I killed their whole family." You have no idea how the girl's screams sounded, far nicer than waves. A cruel smile hovered at the corner of his mouth. "If you ask me, killers like us among ability users should not be punished with jail.
Compared to ordinary people, we are the superior beings. If it weren't for giant civilization, we should be the rulers of this world."
The bearded man spoke with evident excitement, not realizing Lin Yuan's gaze was turning icy. He clearly hadn't expected that the reason he was being hunted was for such a beastly act. More importantly, he showed no remorse, instead thinking it was natural. Such a person is not even as good as an animal. There is no reason for him to remain in this world. A surge of killing intent welled up in Lin Yuan's heart. Nevertheless, he quickly suppressed this killing intent himself. After all, if he wanted to kill him, he could act at any moment. But acting now would bring unnecessary trouble, so it's better to let this guy live a few more days.
The bearded man, seemingly unaware of Lin Yuan's lethal intent, grinned and said, "Brother, I'm Huan Shan. Let's be friends. If we meet again on the front lines, we'll have become allies."
However, facing his overt friendliness, Lin Yuan merely shot him a cold glance and did not say another word. Huan Shan, realizing he had hit a wall, forced to smile. Yet despite that setback, this guy clearly did not give up on socializing with the others. Not long after, Huan Shan rubbed his hands together and flashed another smile, walking toward the black-clad man opposite Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had originally the man in black would ignore Huan Shan entirely. But to his surprise, once Huan Shan stepped forward, the two began to converse. Yet what slightly surprised him was that even after he activated the Supreme Eye, he still could not see through the power of the man in black before him. The latter seemed to sense Lin Yuan's gaze, lifting his head to meet his gaze directly. And in his crimson eyes there was a hint of sarcasm. If Lin Yuan wasn't mistaken, the other man also possessed some hidden method of power. Yet the time ahead would be long. He believed there would be a way to uncover this black-clad man's background. With that thought, Lin Yuan closed his eyes again and began to focus on refining the chi and blood within him. 10 days later, an armored transport truck halted in a desolate wasteland. The group lit a campfire beside the vehicle and gathered around the flames. The driver at the wheel pulled from the truck's freezer several chunks of frozen meat, intending to roast them over the fire. For those who had subsisted on dry rations for days, this was a rare delicacy. The frozen meat, skewered on iron spits, soon roasted over the roaring flames, oil bubbling from the fat. The aroma of the roasted meat spread through the wilderness in an instant, and everyone who smelled it found their mouths watering. Lin Yuan sat quietly in a corner, still eating his own compressed biscuits and drinking plain water. The days on the transport were dull, yet to Lin Yuan they were not very different from his usual days. He sat in the corner as if out of place among the lively crowd, wondering when the meat would be ready because his stomach was nearly empty. A voice urged him not to rush, arguing that without seasoning the meat might not taste good, while another admitted that just smelling the aroma was already making his mouth water. Another voice agreed that with such good stuff they should have brought it out sooner instead of making them gnaw on bread for days.
The driver grinned and told them not to push their luck.
The vehicle's freezer box was small and one should not expect every meal to be large portions of fish and meat.
Any food was a blessing.
However, there was good news. Once they passed the next checkpoint they would officially reach the third defense line. When they reached the front they could do as they wished as long as they did not cross the Huaxia military's bottom line. Even if they killed a few people no one would have time to care. His words were not wrong. The closer to the front line area the more chaotic the living environment became. And the more chaotic a place the more order tended to break down. Thus those places were beyond the reach of law and countless evils thrived there. As for the Huaxia military, they had been pouring all their effort into frontline battles against the giant civilization, leaving little time to concern themselves with this chaos. At that moment Hu Wanshan carried a wooden box approaching with a wide smile. Someone noticed the anomaly and asked what Hu Wanshan was up to. Hu Wanshan walked to the crowd, setting the box on the ground.
Inside were bottles of wine brought by Imo-Joyo to let everyone taste them.
The wines were premium goods in the city. A bottle would fetch tens of thousands of yuan.
Imo-Joyo had said that since they happened to meet, these wines would let everyone enjoy themselves.
Today they would drink to their heart's content.
Hu Wanshan then opened the box lid.
A rich aroma of grape wine instantly filled the air, utterly intoxicating. Those who caught the scent became instantly elated. Since Joyo was so generous there was no need to hold back.
Another voice agreed that one should not disappoint Joyo's generosity, and others laughed that since Joyo invited them they would enjoy the wine.
A huge amount of wine lay before them. If taken to the front it would fetch tens of millions.
They marveled at Imo-Joyo's generosity, who had always seemed so aloof. For the praise of Imo-Joyo cheers rose from the crowd.
Yet Lin Yuan frowned at the sight. For Imo-Joyo was the name of the black-clad man.
What was this fellow planning?
In Lin Yuan's view there was no need to curry favor with this crowd. His intuition told him there was more to this. Perhaps the wine carried another purpose. He narrowed his eyes, wondering if there was a hidden motive. If the wine were poisoned, the aim could be to kill everyone present.
At that moment the tension rose.
Hu Wanshan suddenly moved toward Lin Yuan's direction, carrying a bottle and 2 cups, smiling as he spoke of sharing a drink after such a long journey.
"Come, I toast you," he added, pouring both cups with wine and offering one to Lin Yuan.
Yet Lin Yuan did not take it, frowning at the cup whose color resembled blood. Something strange was afoot.
The more abnormal the black-clad man's actions, the more wary Lin Yuan became.
Seeing Lin Yuan hesitate, Hu Wanshan grew slightly annoyed. "Brother, after all these days we have become more than just strangers. Do you not share a drink with me?" Before Lin Yuan could answer, the black-clad man walked over, smiling, and said that since the wine source was unknown a bit of caution was normal. Not willing to drink, Lin Yuan watched as Imo-Joyo reached out, took the cup from Hu Wanshan, raised his head and downed the wine. After finishing the cup he met Lin Yuan's gaze, crimson eyes filled with mocking scorn. Facing the other's provocation, Lin Yuan did not flare up. He began to reconsider his judgment, wondering if the wine might not be poison after all.
If not, why would the other drink it openly?
Though he could not clearly discern the other's intent, he could be sure the wine concealed a secret, and with repeated probes the black-clad man had already grown hostile toward him.
Time passed and night fell.
The group remained around the campfire, eating roasted meat and drinking the wine. As time went on, someone began to notice something odd. It was strange that after 3 bottles there was no sign of intoxication. Indeed, not only was there no drunkenness, but the minds grew unusually alert. Someone exclaimed that they were not drunk and joked about one's tolerance increasing. Imo-Joyo was questioned about whether the wine might be fake, and all eyes turned toward him. Clearly they wanted him to explain. Lin Yuan, sitting in the corner, lifted his head, a cold gleam in his eyes. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the moment when the other man's hidden plan would be revealed.
Lin Yuan wanted to see what this fellow was really plotting. Facing the crowd's questions, Imo-Joyo slowly lifted his head, pulling off his black mask to reveal a pale face.
At that moment an incredibly sinister smile spread across his face as he began to reintroduce himself.
"I am indeed Imo-Joyo, but I also bear a more famous epithet, Yuming."
After these words the crowd reacted with changing expressions. Among the crowd some people's faces changed drastically.
One pointed at Imo-Joyo and tremblingly exclaimed that he recognized that face.
"He is Yoming, the S-rank wanted criminal Huaxia has pursued.
This guy's true identity is a giant cultist."
After those words every person present showed an expression of astonishment. Although many among them were not good people, they certainly did not expect that a giant cultist had infiltrated among them.
Imo-Joyo lifted his head again, his smile turning even more evil and radiant.
Nevertheless, he offered his congratulations. From now on they would follow his lead and become a glorious giant cultist.
The crowd erupted in exclamations and disbelief. Able-bodied declared that starting now they would all walk alongside him as giants among giants. A final piercing exclamation echoed through the gathering.
The air grew tense as the declaration settled over the circle and the true fate of the group began to unfold.
Yet the crowd continued to gaze, waiting for what would come next as Able-bodied stood at the center.
From that moment a new allegiance was forged and the path ahead darkened with the shadow of the giant cult. An exclamation rang through the air as the scene closed on the forming allegiance.
Get lost. Who would want to be just like you, a giant cult follower everyone at? I am human. Even if I am a wanted criminal now, I am still human. And you? You have betrayed your own race. You dogs of the giants do not deserve to call yourselves human.
A bald-headed youth suddenly rose from among the crowd, flipping Able-bodied the bird. But before he could finish speaking, a spectral violet hand pierced his chest, tearing his heart from his body.
Did I permit you to speak out of turn? Able-bodied looked up, a smile on his lips as he spoke. This is his ability, he named it Yuming-Zhili.
He could shape his Yuming-Zhili into any form.
The thing that pierced the shaved youth's chest was the Yuming-Guisho, the nether ghost hand formed from his power.
The violet Yuming-Guisho crushed the shaved youth's heart with a single crushing grip.
Boiling blood splattered onto the faces of those nearby.
Staring at this incredibly brutal scene, silence fell over the crowd, fear written in their eyes. Then Able-bodied swept his crimson icy gaze over the crowd and spoke lightly. Anyone else want to talk?
I can wait for you to finish speaking. After a few seconds the surrounding area remained deathly silent. Once Able-bodied displayed his power, no one dared to provoke him again. Yet at that moment the two A-rank espers accompanying him exchanged a glance.
They had been partners for years. A single glance told them the other's intent. Within a split second the blood energy warrior surged forward like a tiger, charging toward Able-bodied.
Meanwhile the psionic fighter also stood, unleashing his own psychic pressure toward Able-bodied without hesitation. Deterrence. With the psionic's roar, a tidal wave of psychic energy pressed aggressively toward Able-bodied. In his view, if he could restrain him for a moment, his partner would be able to crush his skull with a single punch. For both of them were A-rank espers. Confident in their own strength, they acted with resolve, choosing to strike at Able-bodied. Yet what the psionicist did not expect was that Able-bodied appeared unfazed by the psionic pressure, turning his head toward him. A mayfly attempting to shake a tree. You overestimate your strength. Able-bodied sneered, and at that moment a bloody light flashed in his crimson eyes. Arg! In the next moment the psionicist let out a shrill, horrific cry and fainted. He hadn't expected that Able-bodied's psionic power vastly surpassed his own. In the next moment the blood energy warrior rushed up to his side as well. The former lunged a crushing fist, the fist throbbing with vitality. Yet Able-bodied did not dodge, instead he calmly raised his hand. Instantly the violet Yuming power covered his forearm. Boom! A muffled thud echoed. He effortlessly absorbed the blow of that heavy fist. If you have no real strength, do not poke your head out. Just listen to me finish speaking, isn't that better? Able-bodied's pale face broke into a sinister smile. Then his right hand suddenly clenched, crushing the other's hand bones into fragments. Before the other could scream, the Yuming power again wrapped Able-bodied's left hand and slammed toward the opponent's head. The blood energy warrior hadn't even had time to resist before his skull was smashed by him. In little over 10 seconds. Able-bodied effortlessly slew the two A-rank strong. At the same time he fully displayed his ferocious and brutal side. At this moment the crowd fell silent with fear, and Lin Yuan had been watching with a cold gaze all along. He hadn't expected that the man in black he had been quietly watching would be a giant cultist. No wonder, when I produced the giant brain core, Able-bodied looked at me with a gaze full of loathing. Fanatical giant cultists even venerate giants as gods. Lin Yuan's act of bartering a high-tier giant brain core undoubtedly desecrated the deity he held in his mind. Moreover, this fellow is an S-rank fugitive. To be labeled an S-rank fugitive by the Huaxia military proves that he possesses formidable power and has committed grievous sins. Actually, he could have saved the two. Yet Lin Yuan ultimately chose not to intervene. For the two A-rank strong who died at Able-bodied's hands were not good people either. They weren't giant cultists, but they were fugitives on the run as well. More than saving their lives, Lin Yuan wanted to see what Able-bodied would do. Then Able-bodied spoke again in a calm tone. It seems you all are rather resistant to joining the giant cult. Alas, this matter is no longer in your hands. Within the wines you just drank I mixed in a special serum. And that serum can alter your bodies, helping you evolve from humans into giants. And now Mo Joyo's smile grew feverish. You all should thank me. I am the one who helped you these useless wastes complete the evolution. It is I who made you into a higher form of life. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale with terror. Damn you. Why are you doing this? I don't want it. I don't want to become a giant. Crazy man, you are a lunatic. Could such a thing exist in the giant cult's hands? At this moment he was utterly convinced the Mo Joyo before him must be a die-hard giant cultist. One's eyes do not lie. When he spoke of giants, his eyes were full of reverence. This guy truly sees giants as a higher form of life. A trace of displeasure flashed across Mo Joyo's face as he looked at the terrified crowd. Mo Joyo spoke in a calm tone. You now have no choice. If you do not join the giant cult, you will be killed by humans. No, they might not kill you. Instead, they'll dissect your body, studying your transformation from human to giant. Ignorant humans always love such futile pursuits. Mo Joyo's lips curled into a cold smile. As his words fell, a mutation erupted among the crowd. A burly bald man convulsed on the ground, pounding at the earth. In this process his body twisted grotesquely and swelled like a balloon being inflated. I never thought that the changes in you would come faster than expected, Mo Joyo sneered. The mutation of the bald man lasted a full half-minute. When the transformation ended, his body had completely become a giant. And he stood a towering 30 meters tall, covered with crimson flame patterns all over his body. Mo Joyo looked up smiling and asked, "How do you feel now?" The bald giant hesitated, then said, "I feel inside me power surging through me. And even my power has been enhanced." As he spoke, scorching flames erupted across his massive frame. Originally a fire ability wielder, after transforming into a giant his power not only remained but was enhanced, turning him into a fire giant. Now you should understand the benefits of becoming a giant, Mo Joyo said softly. Compared to fragile humans, giants are the truly perfect life form. Among the crowd before him, the drug's effect had begun to take hold, and one after another humans began transforming into giants. Even Hu Wanshan. Yet his face betrayed no surprise. He seemed to relish the process of turning into a giant. He could clearly sense his power rising. He had originally been only a B-rank Esper. But after transforming into a giant, he could wield power comparable to a 5-tier giant. For him, that was a qualitative leap. Clearly Hu Wanshan had known this from the start. Moreover, he was Mo Joyo's accomplice. You should know that the box of wine Mo Joyo produced had been hauled from an armored transport truck. From now on, Hu Wanshan will sever all ties with humanity, joining the giant cult with a giant's body. Hu Wanshan laughed. The human body has its limits. I will not be human anymore. At this very moment Hu Wanshan felt an incredible swell within, physically and in spirit. After all, he was now a level 5 giant. Even an A-rank ability user before him would be utterly no match for him. Until now he had never imagined that one day he would wield such formidable power. This sense of power coursing through his body was utterly intoxicating. Those present who had ever drunk wine had all transformed into giants. Some could hardly accept it, collapsing to the ground in utter despair. Others accepted the reality, delighted by the prospect of greater power. Mo Joyo smiled and spoke, "Accept the truth, everyone. The rulers of this world will ultimately be the giant civilization. And the weak humans will eventually vanish from history's long river. Transformed from humans into giants, you have undeniably forsaken the darkness for the light. You will become the pioneers of the giant civilization, sharing this glory with us." Mo Joyo's words were incredibly beguiling. These giants transformed from humans already showed signs of intent to act. And indeed they had no real choice. At that moment Mo Joyo turned again, pointing at Lin Yuan with a finger, and spoke in a low solemn voice, "Now kill this human to swear your loyalty to the giant civilization. Whoever can kill him, I have an advanced version of the giant potion that can unleash your potential, even further boosting your strength." As soon as those words left his lips, a look of excitement involuntarily spread across every giant's face. For them, killing someone was not something they balked at. Moreover, since they had all turned into giants, Hu Wanshan stepped forward first toward Lin Yuan's position, grinning savagely. "Brother, don't forget I gave you a chance. It's just that you didn't cherish it properly. If you had been able to drink that cup of wine, there would be nothing to worry about now. Since now we stand on opposite sides, don't blame me for taking your corpse to claim a reward from Lord Mo Joyo." No sooner had those words fallen than Hu Wanshan's colossal fist crashed toward Lin Yuan. Boom! He had always been a power-type Esper. After transforming into a giant, his strength was further amplified. Under this punch, the ground was instantly gouged into a massive crater. Yet Lin Yuan's figure had already vanished from the spot. A fool like you, merely a sliver of power is enough to make you lose yourself.
In the next moment Lin Yuan's sneer rang out behind Hu Wanshan.
Found you.
Hu Wanshan looked back by the sound and quickly saw Lin Yuan behind him, then unleashed a wildly excited punch. A colossal fist rose, stirring a raging gale. Yet in the face of this mighty punch Lin Yuan's expression remained unmoved. Brilliant azure lightning surged from his right arm. Clenching his fist he hurled it forward to collide with Hu Wanshan's giant fist. Thunderous fist met giant fist as they clashed in midair. Boom! A roaring crash filled the air, yet Lin Yuan's form remained as immovable as a boulder. Hu Wanshan's thick right arm exploded into a crimson blood mist. How is this possible? The immense impact drove him back several steps. Hu Wanshan cried out in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment. He could hardly imagine Lin Yuan had literally punched his arm apart.
And even while in giant form.
Lin Yuan spoke coldly, I, a level 5 giant, have long since lost count of how many I have slain. At this moment he had already awakened the supreme gaze. The crimson gold pupils radiated a cold piercing light that sent a chill to the bone.
Escape. Hu Wanshan showed no hesitation, turning to flee. Only now did he realize just how formidable this quiet, unassuming black-haired youth truly was. This guy is a true monster. With his power, how could Hu Wanshan, a monster himself, possibly be his match? Yet Lin Yuan clearly would not let him off so easily. Earlier he had already harbored killing intent toward Hu Wanshan but had never found an opportunity. Now that the other had transformed into a giant, there was even less reason not to kill him. Crimson gold imperial fire ignite. Lin Yuan spoke coldly, his eyes suddenly burning with crimson gold flames. The scorching crimson gold imperial fire spread across Hu Wanshan's body in an instant. The searing pain drove him into a chorus of wails. In less than 10 breaths Hu Wanshan was burned to ashes, not a single trace of his body remaining. After witnessing Lin Yuan's terrifying power, the giants around him faltered, coming to a halt. After all, no one wants to rush to their death. The black-haired youth before them was clearly someone they could not overcome. There are indeed quite a few of them indeed. Lin Yuan scanned the surroundings, speaking in a calm tone. Yet for him the number of foes held no meaning. In the next moment Lin Yuan willed it and 7 combat puppets appeared before him. These puppets bore intricate magical sigils across their bodies, the high-tier battle puppets from the earlier sign-in reward. Each puppet possessed combat power comparable to an S-rank powerhouse and could also replicate one of the host's abilities. After Lin Yuan summoned these battle puppets, they immediately entered combat mode, and one of his abilities was copied by them as well. Puppets that copied thunder abilities were surrounded by crackling lightning. Puppets that copied frost abilities were enveloped in a cold aura. Puppets that copied necromancy abilities hummed with deathly energy. Puppets that copied self-healing abilities boasted formidable self-healing. More importantly, these puppets all possessed S-rank combat power. In other words, any high-tier battle puppet is equivalent to a city-destroying giant. Relying on these giants transformed from humans, they could not possibly stand against the battle puppets. Now! Kill them all! Lin Yuan's gaze grew cold as he calmly issued the order. In the next moment, all the battle puppets surged forward at full speed, charging toward the targets ahead. Before long this place would surely become a veritable battlefield of carnage. Don't kill me. I'm not willingly transformed into a giant. Please save me. Willingly joined the giant cult. On the battlefield cries rose one after another. Giants wailed, some begged for mercy and even begged Mo Joyo for help, hoping he would spare them. However, all along Mo Joyo had no intention of intervening. He merely watched with a cold gaze, even curling the corners of his lips into a smile as he watched the slaughter feast unfold. One giant after another fell at the hands of the combat automata. The latter were like killing machines, precise and efficient, the perfect executioners. In less than 3 minutes the battlefield was littered with giant corpses. Under the pursuit of the combat automata, not a single giant escaped. Even Lin Yuan did not need to move. These people were not very strong. Even after transforming into giants and gaining a boost in Lin Yuan's eyes, they remained utterly feeble. Those advanced combat automata had completed Lin Yuan's orders and returned to standby mode. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment a round of applause suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's ears. He looked toward the source and found the clapper to be Mo Joyo. Truly that was a formidable display of combat. But now, only you and I remain. Mo Joyo smiled and said, we really are sworn enemies on a narrow road. If I am not mistaken, you must have noticed me from the very beginning, right? Lin Yuan calmly replied, yes. However, I did not expect that you would be a giant cult devotee. Transforming these people into giants, was that your plan? Plan? What a joke. Mo Joyo laughed heartily. What makes you think I would devise such a clumsy plan? Transforming these wastes into giants was merely a whim. If you want it to sound pleasant, that is waste utilization.
Unfortunately, these wastes are far too weak, not even worthy of being used by me.
I had thought at least they could cause you some trouble. Emojoyo shifted his tone, smiling. I must say your strength is formidable. If you were willing to transform into a giant, you would possess power far greater than now. Those who transformed into giants before you are the best proof. Someone of your prowess should not be confined to a weak human body. If you join me, we will forge a greater enterprise. After the giant civilization destroys human civilization, you will become a hero of the giant civilization and bask in eternal glory. Eternal glory. Lin Yuan sneered. When did a lackey ever have glory to speak of?
Your master merely tosses you a few bones to gnaw on and you wag your tail in delight.
With a person like you, you are not worthy of the word glory.
His words were sharp and piercing.
Yet Mojoyo seemed unfazed, still wearing that smile.
Yet in his eyes a look of disappointment inevitably surfaced.
I never expected your gaze to be so narrow.
It is precisely because there are so many short-sighted humans like you that humanity is doomed.
Face the reality: humanity's future is a darkness. Only by following the giant civilization's path can we open a new era. Just as Mojoyo spoke these words,
his body began to undergo a drastic transformation as vast quantities of deep purple necromantic energy surged from within him. Meanwhile, his body began to swell rapidly as well.
Clearly Mojoyo was entering the giantization state as well. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. 50 meters. In well under a dozen breaths, Mojoyo's size surged past the 50-meter mark. You should know that the power in giant form is linked to the original strength before transformation. Mojoyo himself was an S-rank Esper. Thus in giant form Mojoyo already possessed the might of a disaster-class giant.
Then he lowered his colossal head as though a god above, gazing down upon a creature as tiny as dust, a mere ant.
The meaning of our existence is to purge ignorant humans like you. One day humans such as yourself will be slaughtered by our giant civilization. As the words fell, Mojoyo suddenly hurled a punch forward.
At that moment an advanced combat automaton nearby automatically activated its protective mechanism.
To protect Lin Yuan, that combat automaton's body flashed like a bolt of lightning, charging toward Mojoyo's fist. Boom! When Mojoyo's fist collided with the combat automaton's body, the deep purple necromantic power surged forth like a flood. Crack! Crack! Boom!
The advanced combat automaton's body first showed countless cracks, then shattered entirely, scattering into a shower of fragments.
Mojoyo in giant form was terrifying beyond measure, and with a single punch he blasted an S-rank automaton to pieces. Then Mojoyo retracted his fist and sneered, "You toy puppets don't seem to have much use either. Why not have them all come at once so I don't have to deal with them one by one?" Mojoyo's tone was arrogantly disdainful.
Clearly in giant form he was supremely confident in his power. Yet at that moment Lin Yuan raised his head. That crimson gold cold gaze fixed upon him.
You say humans are ignorant. That is something we have never denied. In this world there are indeed too many unknown things. Even the existence of the giant civilization far exceeds our understanding. But even if we are ignorant, humans have never stopped exploring. We simply wish to live with dignity in this world. Weakness and ignorance have never been obstacles to survival. Arrogance is.
A faint storm of violent thunder escaped from his mouth and nose. Blue thunder markings appeared on his cheeks.
Without hesitation he unleashed the thunder breathing technique in front of Mojoyo.
With the activation of the thunder breathing technique, the thunder power within him was unleashed to the utmost, merging with his own strength.
However, this was far from Lin Yuan's limit.
He drew another high-grade chi blood pill from his chest, stuffing it into his mouth without chewing and swallowing it.
Gulu.
These chi blood pills instantly erupted with a torrent of chi and blood within him. After using the thunder breathing technique, Lin Yuan again entered the blood surge state. Chi and blood surged around him. Thunder runes traced his cheeks. Golden flames burned in his eyes. In the blood surge state with the thunder breathing technique, his gaze burned with a supreme intensity.
For Lin Yuan, this is his ultimate. Last time I failed to kill that disaster-class giant, what a pity.
Lin Yuan stepped forward, drawing the Zhanlong Dao from behind him. His aura surged to its height. This time I will use you to make up for it.
You will be the first disaster-class giant to die at my hands.
In the defense of Nanjiang City he had once had a chance to kill Darum. Unfortunately in the end the spider demon giant Ilsis interrupted, pushing him into a corner. But now the situation is different. In front of Lin Yuan's eyes there was only Mojoyo, the single giant. Moreover, compared to the time in Nanjiang City his strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Now Lin Yuan was no longer afraid of a disaster-class opponent.
There are indeed many secrets on you. Feeling Lin Yuan's rising aura, Emojoyo could not help narrowing his eyes. A genius like you staying in the human faction is truly a pity. I will give you one last chance. If you are willing to join the giant cult, I will inject you with a giant serum with the least side effects. With your potential you may even surpass me and become a destruction-class giant. Yet Lin Yuan's roar answered Emojoyo. To be human, do not be a dog. With this roar, Lin Yuan's Dragon Slayer blade slashed toward Emojoyo. Boom! A blade of thunder condensed from the blade's edge, racing toward Emojoyo with astonishing speed.
Since you are so stubborn, wait to be crushed by my own hands.
Lin Yuan's reply angered Emojoyo.
He roared necromantic power, swiftly enveloping his arms.
In the next moment, a deep purple necromantic giant palm slammed toward the Thunderblade's aura.
The raging Thunderblade aura dissipated upon colliding with the necromantic giant palm, leaving only a faint bloodstain on the palm. Clearly, even though Lin Yuan had unleashed all his power, there remained a considerable gap between him and a disaster-class giant. Moreover, this necromantic giant before him was a giant transformed from a human warrior. Compared to ordinary giants, it boasted even stronger power.
Fortunately, Lin Yuan did not expect to defeat Emojoyo with a single blow.
Seeing that one strike wouldn't do, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning, using speed to weave around Emojoyo's colossal frame, seeking an opening to strike. Additionally, Lin Yuan had the remaining advanced combat automata attack together. Even if they can't deal heavy damage to Emojoyo, at least they can disrupt his focus and distract him.
However, Emojoyo clearly wouldn't give Lin Yuan any chance. Necromantic armor. With a low roar,
the overwhelming necromantic power surged from within him, covering his body like armor, leaving no gaps.
In other words, Lin Yuan must first break his necromantic armor before he can deal damage.
Clearly, Emojoyo had fully understood Lin Yuan's combat intentions.
Since you want to duel me with speed, I won't grant your wish.
He condensed this necromantic armor to force Lin Yuan into direct confrontation. Truly a giant transformed from a human, the mind is indeed far more agile than those dull giants. Lin Yuan murmured, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
Nevertheless, even so, he was not without a method. Staring at Emojoyo fully clad in necromantic armor, Lin Yuan did not hesitate and unleashed his necromantic powers.
In the next second, the undead space opened behind him. The plague giant Darum in undead form stepped out from the necromantic space, exuding the terrifying pressure of a disaster-class giant.
Earlier, Li Huanyan slew those giants and left all their corpses to him.
In his undead space, besides the corpse of the plague giant Darum, lay the corpse of the spider demon giant Ilsis.
In addition, there were even corpses of several city destroyer giants. However, with Lin Yuan's current mental power, he could control at most one disaster-class giant at a time.
Otherwise, if he could summon both Darum and Ilsis at the same time, even if they only retained about 70% of their former strength, they would still crush Emojoyo with ease. After Lin Yuan summoned the undead plague giant, a look of disbelief flashed in Emojoyo's eyes.
You can actually control the corpses of giants. I know now you are the human prodigy from Nanjiang City. I never expected you'd make me run into you. You should know I have long wanted to kill you, for your existence is the greatest blasphemy against the giant civilization. A filthy lowly life like yours dares to command giants, these higher beings, to fight for you. You are basically a parasite, utterly nauseating. Since you have crossed paths with me, I shall purge you from this world completely. Emojoyo's form blazed with eerie violet light, his figure swelling once more, then hurled a furious punch toward Lin Yuan. Boom!
Lin Yuan wasted no time directly summoning the plague giants to block his path. The fists of the two giants collided in midair. A gust of energy surged outward, sweeping in all directions. The aftershocks of their clash cracked the ground beneath their feet. Emojoyo's power would inevitably prevail, for in that punch, infused with nether power, the plague giant's massive frame was driven backward by a single step. With a mere corpse, you dare oppose me?
Emojoyo's lips curled into a cold, scornful smile.
However, at that moment, the plague giant suddenly opened its huge maw and spewed forth a cloud of plague fog in Lin Yuan's direction. A hiss of vapors spread ravenously, corroding Emojoyo's nether armor.
This was precisely Lin Yuan's aim in summoning the plague giants. Boom! Lin Yuan's right leg slammed into the ground, instantly blasting open a colossal pit.
His form burst into a bolt of lightning, charging toward Emojoyo at blistering speed.
Thunderstrike slash!
A cold gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes.
The blade crackled with brilliant thunder, striking toward Emojoyo's chest with ruthless momentum. The nether armor, corroded by the plague fog, could not withstand this thunderstrike slash. Lin Yuan's blade carved a deep scar across Emojoyo's chest.
Crimson spray of blood erupted from the wound. The searing pain twisted Joyo's face as he roared and hurled a furious punch. Yet Lin Yuan, by virtue of the Supreme Eye, had already read his opponent's punching trajectory and narrowly dodged the attack.
That is the power of the Supreme Eye.
If Lin Yuan's speed remains fast enough to evade the foe's blows, there is simply no hit that can land.
I will kill you. Joyo roared in fury after being repelled once more. In the next moment, the deep purple nether energy spread outward. That is the nether fog. Within the eerie violet mist, Joyo's power swelled to extraordinary heights. Yet Lin Yuan felt as if a yoke rested on him, for not only was his strength restrained but his speed also began to wane. That is not good news for him. If his speed slows too much, he cannot dodge Joyo's strikes any longer.
I want to see how you will dodge now.
Joyo roared, throwing another punch toward Lin Yuan. This time, even with the Supreme Eye tracking the trajectory, Lin Yuan could not dodge. Because the strike's speed was even faster, Lin Yuan grit his teeth, crossing his arms to fend off the blow. Boom!
Under the force of this punch, Lin Yuan's body was hurled backward like a kite, with its string cut smashing into a colossal crater on the ground. Within the purple mist, Joyo lowered his head and sneered, "Humans, such inferior beings, can never gain any advantage against giants. Even if you are unwilling to accept it, you must face this reality." As the words fell, Joyo lifted his enormous foot and stomped toward Lin Yuan.
Not finished yet.
As Joyo's foot slammed down, Lin Yuan rose swiftly, wiped the blood from his lips and vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a residual streak of thunder in his wake. Thunder has always been the synonym of speed, and the thunder breath technique fully unleashes the thunder's power beyond mere speed. Joyo stepped through emptiness uncowed and scoffed, "No matter how stubborn you are, you cannot escape the fate of being killed by me."
Is that so?
Lin Yuan replied coldly, "I don't think so.
I've told you before, the barrier to survival is not ignorance but arrogance."
Who said I've already laid bare my last card? As Lin Yuan's words fell, the gate of the undead opened again beside him.
Spider demon giants, ferocious lion giants, iron giants.
One after another giant corpses appeared by his side, piling up like mountains. However, these giants were not undead beings, they were merely corpses.
With Lin Yuan's current spiritual power, he could at most control the corpse of a disaster-class giant. After the necromantic space opened, Joyo's expression changed slightly and an involuntary flash of wariness crossed his eyes. Then, after surveying the scene before him, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. "Is this your trump card?" Ha ha.
Your trump card is a pile of corpses.
Lin Yuan's cold frost still lingered in his eyes.
He looked up at Joyo with a half-smile and said, "Who told you that a pile of corpses can't kill people?"
Next moment, Lin Yuan stood before the mountain of giant corpses and without hesitation unleashed his innate skill, necromantic sacrifice.
This marks the first time he has ever activated it since awakening this talent. As the skill activated, an enormous necromantic circle instantly appeared before Lin Yuan, radiating black death energy outward. And these death energies, as if living beings, began ravenously devouring the pile of giant corpses.
This is the effect of necromantic sacrifice. By sacrificing corpses, it summons formidable undead beings.
The more corpses sacrificed, the higher their quality, the stronger the undead beings that are summoned. Then Lin Yuan, without hesitation, directly commanded the plague giant to step into the ritual circle before him. In this sacrificial circle there were already 2 disaster-class giants and nearly 10 city-destroying giants' corpses, all emanating dense death energy. And Lin Yuan intends to sacrifice all the bodies on the altar to summon an undead creature capable of matching Joyo.
At this very moment, necromantic sacrifice begins in earnest. Looking at this scene before him, Joyo could not help but furrow his brows. He did not understand what Lin Yuan was actually doing. Yet he could feel it. The sacrificial formation array before him was radiating an aura so terrifying that even he felt dread. No matter what, he had to stop the formation from completing.
Joyo swiftly made his decision. With no hesitation whatsoever, he charged straight toward the sacrificial formation, clearly aiming to disrupt the undead ritual.
Don't even think about it.
A cold gleam flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes, and without hesitation he slashed straight toward Joyo. Deep down he knew that only by completing the undead sacrifice would he have any chance of turning the tide, so he naturally could not simply allow Joyo to destroy the formation.
Clang!
The dragon-slaying blade in Lin Yuan's hands transformed into a bolt of lightning, and as he charged to Joyo's side it instantly slashed at his ankle. However, the nether demon armor covering Joyo's body bore the brunt of the damage.
With a sound of metal clashing against metal, the dragon-slaying blade was forcibly deflected away.
That single slash had only left a crack in the nether demon armor.
Joyo barely stumbled before quickly regaining his footing.
In this situation, Joyo simply ignored his attack and forcefully charged toward where the formation was located.
Crimson Gold Emperor Fire Ignite.
Seeing his attack had failed, a trace of madness flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. The next moment Crimson Gold Emperor fire erupted from his supreme divine pupil. Even the nether demon armor rapidly melted under the scorching heat of the Crimson Gold Emperor fire. And Lin Yuan precisely seized this moment to strike again.
Thunder killing slash. This time that extremely fierce thunder strike directly left a deep wound visible to the bone on Emojoyo's ankle.
The intense pain caused him to involuntarily let out a scream. His strides forward came to an abrupt halt. "I'll kill you." Stimulated by the pain, Emojoyo erupted with terrifying power, directly delivering a palm strike downward at Lin Yuan. But just then a deafening roar suddenly echoed in his ears, shaking the very heavens. Roar. The source of that roar was precisely the sacrificial formation from earlier. Clearly the undead sacrifice had finally been successfully completed. Emojoyo's massive palm froze abruptly midair, and his instincts drove him to look toward where the roar originated. A pitch-black bone dragon spread its enormous wings that could blot out the sun and sky, raising its head high as it stepped out of the sacrificial formation. Although it was a bone dragon, its skeletal structure was an unusually pure black, and within its eye sockets burned emerald green soul fire. As Lin Yuan gazed at this black bone dragon before him, information about it instantly appeared in his vision. SS rank peak undead creature destruction skeleton dragon. In other words, this black bone dragon before them possessed power comparable to a peak 7th rank giant. At that moment the destruction skeleton dragon scanned its surroundings and seemed displeased with the nether mist pervading the air. It then raised its head and let out another thunderous roar. Roar. With that roar came an almost surging wave of black death energy that spread outward from its body. It rapidly dispersed the purple nether mist. Not even a wisp of that violet fog could approach its massive form. After sensing the true power of this destruction skeleton dragon, a flicker of delight crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. This undead creature truly lived up to the cost of over a dozen giant corpses he had sacrificed to summon it. Such terrifying power had certainly not disappointed him. The thing was, while Emojoyo was strong, he fell far short of being a peak disaster level giant. But this destruction skeleton dragon before him possessed power at the peak of SS rank. Kill him. Lin Yuan could feel the absolute authority he held over this undead creature. So without the slightest hesitation he pointed his finger at Emojoyo and issued his command. The next instant the destruction skeleton dragon abruptly raised its head, locking its icy gaze onto Emojoyo's body. Before the latter could even react, it beat its wings and swiftly ascended into the sky. Emojoyo raised his head, his expression one of facing a formidable enemy. This destruction skeleton dragon gave him an uneasy sense of threat. After a brief standoff, Emojoyo forcibly ripped an enormous boulder from the ground beside him. To ordinary people that massive boulder would seem gargantuan, but in his colossal palm it was merely a stone slightly larger than his hand. Get down from the sky. Roll down here. Emojoyo roared, unleashing all his power to hurl the stone at the destruction skeleton dragon soaring above. The force behind it was so tremendous that the thrown stone created sonic booms as it flew. Just then the destruction skeleton dragon opened its massive mouth. Roar. Another thunderous roar echoed. Accompanying it, a torrent of ghostly green flames like a devastating flood erupted from its maw. This was its dragon breath. Destruction breath. Boom. The surging ghostly green flames instantly swept toward where Emojoyo stood. This ghostly green destruction breath, though appearing cold, possessed near annihilating temperatures. The stone thrown by the latter hadn't even reached the destruction skeleton dragon before being instantly reduced to ashes. Then the magnificent destruction breath completely enveloped Emojoyo's figure. No. Emojoyo's face was filled with unconcealable disbelief and unwillingness. He could feel the nether demon armor on his body rapidly melting away. How could this undead creature possess such terrifying power? As a giant he should be the higher life form. Why? Why was he being defeated by a mere human? Before you die, I want you to remember. There is no higher or lower life form. You simply betrayed your own kind. Just then Lin Yuan's cold voice rang out once more. He launched himself into the air, and before Emojoyo could utter a rebuttal, the dragon-slaying blade in his hands had already plunged deep into the latter's heart. After piercing Emojoyo's heart, Lin Yuan immediately withdrew the dragon-slaying blade. Had he hesitated even a few seconds longer, the blade might well have melted in the scorching heat of the devouring dragon breath. Boom! Emojoyo's colossal body crashed to the ground, sending up clouds of dust. Lin Yuan quickly retreated, watching as the corpse was utterly consumed by the ghostly green flames until nothing remained but ash. It must be admitted that the destruction skeleton dragon's power was simply overwhelming. Its devouring dragon breath seemed as though it would never extinguish until its target was completely reduced to nothing. Unfortunately, Emojoyo's corpse was wasted. After all, it was the body of a disaster-class giant.
If Lin Yuan could have used necromantic powers to resurrect it, his combat strength would have seen a significant boost. Alas, there are no second chances.
Able-bodied's body had ultimately been consumed into ashes. And this mad giant cultist had met his definitive end at the hands of Lin Yuan.
He could understand Able-bodied's motivations. In the latter's eyes, giant civilization represented a higher form of existence. And the fastest shortcut to pursuing greater power was simply to join the giant civilization. However, understanding something was entirely different from agreeing with it.
The meaning of life was never merely about pursuing the greatest strength. If only the strongest beings were permitted to exist, then Earth would have no need for such diverse species.
What makes humanity truly human is precisely our humanity itself. Were it possible, humanity would not mind coexisting with giant civilization.
And Lin Yuan's hatred toward the giant civilization stemmed from but a single reason.
That reason was, they never regarded humans as equal life forms.
In the eyes of giant civilization, humans were nothing more than livestock and food.
And that was precisely why Lin Yuan would drive out the giant civilization at all costs.
Humanity would never place themselves above all other creatures, yet they would never bow before any oppressive force either. After confirming that Able-bodied was truly dead, Lin Yuan immediately turned and headed toward the armored transport vehicle. The area there was already a complete wreck. Everyone except him had perished. All of them had been transformed into giants by Able-bodied, only to be systematically slain by Lin Yuan using high-tier puppets. To encounter such a calamity could only mean their fortune had abandoned them.
Moreover, these people were scum to begin with. Even dead Lin Yuan felt no regret whatsoever.
What interested him far more was, where had the giant serum in Able-bodied's possession come from? Prior to this, Lin Yuan had indeed heard rumors that the giant civilization possessed some special means of transforming humans into giants. Many giant cultists had surrendered to the giant civilization precisely because of this capability. But until now he had never heard of anyone forcibly transforming a human into a giant using merely a few drops of liquid.
This was far too terrifying. If this method had no restrictions whatsoever, it would be an absolute nightmare for all of humanity.
After all, as long as the giant civilization introduced the serum into humanity's drinking water sources, every human who drank from those sources would be transformed into giants.
Just imagining it sent chills down Lin Yuan's spine.
He then climbed directly into the armored transport and began searching through the interior.
If he hadn't been mistaken, the vehicle should still contain some of Able-bodied's personal belongings.
He hoped to find something valuable among them. It had to be said that Lin Yuan's guess proved correct. Soon he retrieved another wooden chest from the luggage storage area. Inside this chest were clearly not wine bottles but dozens of test tube-like containers.
Within each container rested an intensely crimson liquid. Moreover, among these containers one test tube had already been emptied. If Lin Yuan's suspicions were correct, this crimson fluid was the concentrated giant serum.
Able-bodied had taken the concentrated liquid from that empty vial and mixed it into a crate of wine, causing everyone on the transport to drink it and ultimately transform into giants. It is hard to imagine that such a small vial of concentrate was enough to transform so many people into giants. Gazing at the blood-red liquid before him, a cold glint flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. In the next instant, the crimson gold imperial flame erupted. Under its devastating heat, the test tubes containing the concentrate along with the wooden chest were all reduced to ashes.
However, Lin Yuan did not destroy all of the concentrate.
He kept one vial and stored it within his system space. This way, if the opportunity arose, he could secretly hand it over to the Chinese military for research into the serum's composition, helping prevent future attacks from the giant civilization. After completing this, Lin Yuan continued his search within the carriage.
Of course, his search remained focused on items carried by Able-bodied.
Unfortunately, this man had carried remarkably few belongings, consisting only of basic daily necessities. Yet even so, Lin Yuan discovered a letter hidden within the folds of his black coat. Able-bodied had evidently possessed such confidence in his own strength that he had not destroyed this letter. And contained within were precisely the most crucial pieces of information.
Yomi, it has been quite some time since we last met.
With only 1 month remaining until the execution of our final plan, I wonder how your preparations are progressing. I, Ghost Tiger and Prison Demon have all prepared sufficient quantities of the serum. It must be said that the preparation process for this serum is exceedingly complex. The required materials are incredibly rare, some even necessitate the heart's blood of 3-year-old children and the extremely aged. Otherwise we would not have risked exposure by returning to China's rear to desperately gather these materials. Fortunately, everything has proceeded smoothly except for the unfortunate loss of contact with you. Should you receive this letter, there is no need to reply, for we will await your arrival at the fortress of the 3rd Defense Line.
When the final plan is executed, both giant civilization and human civilization shall be shaken by our masterpiece.
The glory of the giant cult will be revealed to the world through this very means.
Trust me, I am already unable to contain my impatience for that day to arrive.
After reading the contents of the letter, a chilling dread crept down Lin Yuan's spine.
The matter was far more complicated than he had ever imagined.
Beyond Yoming, no fewer than 3 giant worshippers were secretly brewing the giant elixir, preparing what they called their final plan. Since the elixir required the heart's blood of 3-year-old children and the elderly, they had specifically returned to the hinterlands of Huaxia. After all, on the front lines both children and the elderly were far too scarce. The thought that this giant elixir was brewed through such brutal means stirred an unbearable fury within Lin Yuan's heart.
These giant worshippers deserve to die.
Lin Yuan clenched the envelope tightly in his hand, a terrifying killing intent radiating from his body. Though the information he had gathered was extremely limited, he had at least learned their numbers and codenames. Besides the letter writer, he had 2 companions known as Ghost Tiger and Prison Demon.
Moreover, they were currently located within the fortress of the 3rd defense line.
At this thought, a glint of cold sharpness flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. Based solely on the crimes they had committed, these individuals must be killed. Furthermore, given the giant worshippers' allegiance, whatever they were plotting was inevitably detrimental to Huaxia.
It seems.
Once I reach the war fortress, I must first figure out how to expose these people. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered, his mind swiftly reaching a decision. He then raised his head, gazing at the destroyer skeleton dragon in the sky, and spoke calmly, "Clear away all traces of this battlefield completely." This destroyer skeleton dragon was merely an undead creature he had summoned. It could not long exist in this world and would soon dissipate on its own. Therefore, the cleanup work could be left to it. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's command, the destroyer skeleton dragon immediately exhaled a stream of eerie green dragon flames, sweeping toward the battlefield before it. Armor, transport vehicles, giant corpses, bloodstains, all would be utterly incinerated within that eerie green dragon flame. Amidst the blazing emerald flames, Lin Yuan sheathed his dragon-slaying blade and walked directly toward the direction of the war fortress. Once this great fire extinguished, only scorched earth would remain. No one would ever know what had transpired upon that barren ground.
If all went smoothly, Lin Yuan would arrive at the war fortress in 2 days. An immense steel fortress stood before him upon the endless wasteland, like a colossal iron dragon spanning between heaven and earth. If Lin Yuan recalled correctly, the fortress walls were constructed from specially crafted SSS-grade alloy. The cost of a single wall alone exceeded tens of billions. Even catastrophe-level giants could not breach such steel walls. Even if a destruction-level giant arrived in person, it would require considerable time to break through. Compared to this war fortress, the alloy walls of Nanjiang City were nothing but childish play. The primary reason for the fortress's formidable strength lay in its proximity to the front lines. To protect the hinterlands, Huaxia had established no fewer than 5 defense lines. From the 1st defense line to the 5th. The closer a line was to the front, the more dangerous it became. Take the 1st defense line for example. It had been breached by the giant civilization 21 times over the past decade. Each breach brought untold suffering and devastation within. Thus the 1st defense line was entirely a zone of close-quarters combat against the giant civilization, utterly unsuitable for ordinary people to live or settle. The 2nd defense line was no different from the 1st. For if the 1st were breached, the 2nd would have to bear the full pressure of the giant civilization. Therefore, the 2nd defense line was also fully controlled by the Huaxia military and dubbed the logistics front. As long as the 1st had not completely fallen, the 2nd would handle all logistical affairs. From the 3rd defense line onward, the danger diminished considerably. Over the past decade, the 3rd had been breached only twice. Moreover, after each breach by the giant civilization, the Huaxia military rapidly assembled massive forces for counterattacks and swiftly reclaimed the 3rd defense line. Though that battle was gruesome beyond measure, Huaxia ultimately succeeded in repelling the giant civilization. After all, Huaxia had established only 5 defense lines. If all 5 lines were shattered by the giant civilization, the entire hinterland would be laid completely bare to their advance. At that point, the peaceful rear would be thoroughly baptized in blood and fire. The giant civilization's iron hooves would trample every inch of Huaxia's land. Should that come to pass, the nation would fall and hundreds of millions would be driven from their homes. The country itself would cease to exist. Under no circumstances could the Huaxia military allow such a catastrophe. So regardless of the cost, they would hold these 5 defense lines at all costs. Before he knew it, Lin Yuan had drawn near the steel fortress before him, resembling a colossal iron dragon. Only upon approaching this structure could one truly feel its magnificence. He could hardly imagine whether such a fortress could have been built by human hands alone. Just as Lin Yuan headed toward the main gate, 2 patrol guards stepped forward and blocked his path. Greetings, please present your identification documents.
Even without activating his sovereign eye, Lin Yuan could roughly sense that these two patrol guards possessed no less than A-class combat power.
This was without a doubt the difference between the War Fortress and Nanjiang City. A-class espers were already revered figures in Nanjiang City. Yet here they were merely the most ordinary patrol guards. Lin Yuan directly retrieved his hunter credentials from his pocket, swiped them across the device provided by the two guards and pressed his fingerprint. Beep. Fingerprint verification passed. Entry authorized.
After completing the identity verification, the two patrol guards promptly granted him passage, adding with a reminder, Mr. Hunter, due to recent unusual circumstances, the fortress may experience considerable unrest. Please exercise caution and avoid going out at night whenever possible.
Lin Yuan nodded and replied calmly, "Thank you for the reminder."
Jiang Yuan naturally understood that the city guard was not exaggerating.
The environment within the war fortress was truly chaotic beyond compare.
In normal times, the Chinese military might have intervened to actively maintain order within the war fortress. But now, with the front lines under severe pressure, where would they find the resources to interfere with this fortress?
The Chinese military's bottom line was that large-scale riots must not occur.
Under this premise, no matter how chaotic the war fortress became, it would always rank lower in priority than the frontline warfare. Precisely for this reason, the fortress was teeming with fugitive smugglers and addicts. They lived on land that could be engulfed by war at any moment, treating each day as if it were their last. Even Lin Tianke had once told Jiang Yuan that if everyone in the war fortress were lined up and executed, some innocent ones would surely be among them. But if they were to be killed, every other one, then certainly some would slip through the net. Compared to the Chinese rear areas, this was the truly chaotic gray zone. However, Jiang Yuan did not care about these things. He had come here to temper himself. The third defense line was the area closest to the front line among the relatively safe zones.
On the battlefield, he could be killed by high-tier giants at any moment.
But here he would have sufficient room to grow, allowing his strength to advance further. Once he had amassed sufficient power, he would leave this place, step onto the front line for real, and become the blade that pierced the heart of the giant civilization.
After officially entering the war fortress, Jiang Yuan could not help but take a deep breath and murmured, "System, I want to check in."
Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in for 250 days, obtaining special reward teleportation ability. Before he knew it, his check-in time had already reached 250 days.
Although this number was somewhat unflattering, the reward from this check-in made a trace of excitement flash across Jiang Yuan's eyes. Another brand new ability. Teleportation ability. The next moment, Jiang Yuan moved his mind and immediately began to check the introduction of this ability.
Teleportation ability E rank usage. The owner of this ability can perform instantaneous movement every 8 hours with a maximum teleportation distance of 50 meters. Meanwhile, the longer the teleportation distance, the greater the stamina consumption. Using it once every 8 hours and only able to teleport within a 50-meter range.
Looking at the mere E-rank teleportation ability, Jiang Yuan could not help but frown.
It must be said that although instantaneous movement sounded extremely powerful, in reality it had numerous restrictions.
Time restrictions, spatial restrictions, and stamina restrictions. A mere 50-meter teleportation distance could not even evade some attacks with large coverage ranges.
Even Jiang Yuan at his maximum speed might not cover more than 50 meters per second. In that case, this ability was essentially useless. Fortunately, the teleportation ability he had obtained was only an E-rank ability.
That is to say, there was still enormous room for improvement.
After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yuan directly took out all the ability upgrade crystals from his system space and used them all on the teleportation ability. The next moment, the system's notification sound immediately rang constantly in his ears.
Teleportation ability successfully upgraded to D rank. Cooldown time reduced to 6 hours. Maximum teleportation distance increased to 100 meters. Teleportation ability successfully upgraded to C rank. Cooldown time reduced to 4 hours. Maximum teleportation distance increased to 200 meters. Teleportation ability successfully upgraded to B rank. Cooldown time reduced to 2 hours. Maximum teleportation distance increased to 500 meters.
After consuming all the ability upgrade crystals accumulated over these days, this teleportation ability was directly upgraded to B rank in one go. Not only was the cooldown time shortened to 2 hours, even the maximum teleportation distance was increased to 500 meters. This way, whether used for escaping or dodging the opponent's attacks, this teleportation ability would be able to play an extremely significant role. The only pity was that after the teleportation ability was upgraded to B rank, it did not awaken an innate skill like the other several abilities. However, the teleportation ability itself was already sufficiently overpowered. The existence of this ability could be said to have completely broken the rules of space. Then Jiang Yuan raised his head, looked straight ahead and moved his mind suddenly. The next moment his figure instantly disappeared from where he was and appeared at the other end of the street. In just a fraction of a second he instantly crossed hundreds of meters. This was instantaneous movement. A trace of excitement involuntarily flashed across Jiang Yuan's eyes. This way, no matter what kind of enemies he fought against, the teleportation ability would allow him to seize every advantage. After testing the effect of the teleportation ability, Jiang Yuan immediately quickened his pace and walked towards the street with a denser crowd. He was new here and not yet familiar with this war fortress. Therefore he needed to first buy a map to understand the general layout of the city before he could begin his operations. 30 minutes later. The War Fortress Hunter Association. Relying on the map he bought for 10 yuan, Jiang Yuan soon found this place. It was worth noting that nearly 1 million people lived within this war fortress. Finding those accomplices of Mo Joyo was not an easy task. However, Jiang Yuan was not without methods. Truly worthy of the war fortress, even the Hunter Association here is built so magnificently. Jiang Yuan raised his head. The Hunter Association before him was like a colossal building rising from the ground at least nearly 100 stories high. Compared to this building before him, the Hunter Association in Nanjiang City was simply like a thatched hut. The fact that such a building could be constructed within the war fortress was enough to show the profound foundation of the Hunter Association. Then Jiang Yuan did not hesitate at all and directly stepped inside. A building with so many floors naturally could not do without elevators. However, within this Hunter Association, elevator access permissions were tied to the hunter's rank. Hunters below C rank could only access up to the 30th floor. Only B rank hunters could unlock access from the 30th to the 50th floor. Jiang Yuan tried it and found that with his A rank hunter status he could only reach up to the 70th floor at most. That is to say, the floors above the 70th were exclusively for hunters of S rank and above. With Jiang Yuan's current strength, as long as he was willing to complete a few more missions, he could quickly elevate his hunter rank to S rank. Furthermore, reaching SS rank was not impossible. As for SSS rank hunters, each one was a legendary figure. The power of SSS rank hunters was even comparable to that of generals in the Chinese military. These top-tier hunters were also fighting against the giant civilization. However, they disliked being constrained, which was why they chose not to join the Chinese military. Jiang Yuan did not hesitate at all and directly pressed the button for the 70th floor. As the elevator ascended, he soon arrived at this floor. When the elevator opened, a beautiful woman in a light-colored suit was already waiting outside for him. Hunters of A rank and above were all received by dedicated personnel. Moreover, those responsible for receiving them were all young and beautiful women. "Respected hunter, sir, may I ask how I can assist you?" The woman in the light-colored suit bowed slightly, her demeanor extremely respectful. Jiang Yuan glanced at her and calmly asked, "Can missions be posted here?" "Of course." The beautiful woman said respectfully, "Whether you want to accept missions or post missions, I will immediately make arrangements for you." Jiang Yuan nodded and asked, "Then what level of mission can I post at most right now?" "Let us talk as we walk. The association has reserved reception room A7053 for you. If you need anything in the future, you can come find me there anytime and I will serve you exclusively." The beautiful woman immediately guided Jiang Yuan through the corridor heading towards the room she mentioned. At the same time she explained to Jiang Yuan, "With your current hunter rank you can post A rank missions at most, and the reward cap for this mission is 50 million. Additionally, the Hunter Association will assess the difficulty of the missions you post. Only missions whose difficulty level meets the A rank standard can be posted. However, if you wish to post higher rank missions, that is also not impossible. It is just that according to the Hunter Association's regulations, if you want to post missions exceeding your current rank, you must pay an additional 20% commission." Upon hearing the beautiful woman's explanation, Jiang Yuan could not help but nod. Then he asked, "So that means if I want to post a mission with a reward over 50 million, it must be an S-rank mission?" The beautiful woman smiled and said, "That is correct." "Then very well." Jiang Yuan said calmly, "Post an S-rank mission for me. The mission reward. Let us set it at 100 million. Upon hearing this number, the beautiful woman was slightly stunned and nearly stumbled and fell. Fortunately, she managed to steady herself in time and avoid embarrassment. Even though she had always served A-rank hunters, after Jiang Yuan mentioned a reward of 100 million, a trace of shock involuntarily flashed across her pupils. It was worth noting that even for A-rank hunters, being able to spare 20 or 30 million to post a mission was already quite rare. But the black-haired youth wearing the evil ghost mask before her actually mentioned 100 million off the bat. Moreover, for someone like him, posting a mission beyond his rank, the Hunter Association would charge a 20% commission. That is to say, the other party would need to be able to produce at least 120 million to post this mission. Who exactly was this hunter before her? And what kind of mission was he about to post? Even going so far as to post a mission beyond his rank, spending a full 120 million as the mission reward. After thinking about these things, she immediately composed herself and could not help but ask, "Honorable hunter sir, may I ask if you are serious?" Zhang Yuan glanced at her and countered, "Do you think I am joking?" Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's response, the beautiful woman involuntarily swallowed hard. "May I presumptuously ask what kind of mission you wish to post?" Once the mission was posted, it would be synchronized to all hunter associations within the war fortress. Therefore Zhang Yuan did not plan to hide it and spoke straightforwardly. "The mission requirement is simple. You just need to kill one person, a giant cultist named Netherworld. Moreover, he seems to also be an S-rank fugitive of China. Whoever can kill him will receive my 100 million mission reward." The beautiful woman was slightly startled and reminded in a low voice, "Actually, for a mission of this difficulty you only need to set a reward of 30 or 40 million and there will be hunters willing to take it on. A 100 million mission reward is somewhat too high." However, Zhang Yuan said directly, "No need to change it. I said 100 million, then it shall be 100 million. As long as someone can bring me Netherworld's head, I will not pay a single cent less." Seeing Zhang Yuan's firmness, the beautiful woman no longer tried to dissuade him. She did not know what deep enmity the black-haired youth before her had with this fugitive named Netherworld that made him willing to reward 100 million for it. However, being able to produce 120 million proved that this black-haired youth was by no means an ordinary character. In fact, what she did not know was that Zhang Yuan was so generous because he knew absolutely no one could complete this mission. Because days ago Mo Joyo had already died at his hands. How could there be a second Mo Joyo in this world? Therefore this 100 million mission reward was merely a decoy. And the reason he was making such a commotion about rewarding a dead man was precisely because he needed to use this opportunity to find those accomplices of Mo Joyo. Within the war fortress there were at least millions of people. Under the circumstance of only knowing the other party's codename, finding those giant cultists was like finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore what Zhang Yuan needed to do was to use a high mission reward to attract a large number of hunters to his posted mission while thoroughly heating up this incident. Once the bait was released, naturally big fish would come to bite the hook. Zhang Yuan only needed to patiently wait until news of this bounty mission reached the ears of those giant cultists. After hearing the news that Netherworld was being sought with a 100 million reward, they would naturally come to contact him.